Fancy. Add Texas was a liberal hair dyer, too. He put plenty of it on. He was not careful to apply it evenly, to get it on everywhere. In fact, he was rather careful not to. Texas was not seeking for any beautiful effects, mind you, all he wanted to do was to put some mark on those yearlings that would cure them of their hazing habits, that would make them the laughing stock of the class. Having finished one, doused him well, Texas went on to the next. And more miserable looking and feeling cadets than the three a human being cannot imagine. They had some vague idea of what their tormentors were doing, and visions arose up before them, visions of themselves dancing in the ballroom, or walking about with their best girls, or marching on parade, with half yellow and half black or brown hair, stamped and labeled before all to their shame as the yearlings who tried to haze Mallory. And the worst of it was they daren't tell the authorities, they were more to blame than anybody. Texas knew that, and he soaked on the peroxide of hydrogen the more 90% saturated solution. Having finished this, they left their victims there for a while, so that their hair might dry and the bleach have a good chance to work. It would never have done in the world to let them run back to camp and wash it all out. Oh, no. And, besides, it might be well to leave them there a while to reflect upon the sin of hazing. As to this last point, a mild bit of sarcasm occurred to the parson. The parson was just the man to preach a sermon, and he got down upon his knees and whispered very softly into the ears of each of the three. "Gentlemen," said he, "the epistle for the day is written in the 6th chapter of Galatians, the 7th verse. Be not deceived, brethren. For whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap." Here endeth the first lesson. Yeah, by Zeus. And then the 5 hair dyers stole away, and likewise the 1-quart bottle, peroxide of hydrogen, 90% saturated solution. They were not through yet. Oh, not by a long shot. They rejoined sentry number 3 and held a whispered consultation. "Who's on tonight?" was the question. "Only one to interest us." "Bull Harris," was the answer. "Where?" "Number 2. And then the 5 figures disappeared once more in the darkness the moon had kindly hidden for a while. Mark could see number 2 from his post, and he watched with the utmost eagerness. He saw 3 horrified yearlings dash across his own beat and vanish in their tents. He let them pass without challenge, even if it was against the orders, for he knew that they were the 3 unhappy heroes of the peroxide of hydrogen bottle, just released by the plebes. After that there was a silence of perhaps 5 minutes. Mark, in disobedience of all orders, was actually standing still, peering across at the sentry on the next beat. He could see that gentleman's white pants shining out, and then suddenly he saw several dark figures steal up behind him, saw the sentry shoot up into the air and take a header to the grass. The next moment came rapid footfalls and some quick shadows flying across the path. The shadows disappeared in the tents and Camp McPherson was once more silent as the night. Sentry number 2 got up from the ground in a meditative way, his look, though Mark did not see it, was what is often described as an injured one. He made no sound, because for one thing he was too surprised, and for another because he had an idea some of his own class had done that trick, mistaken him for Mallory. For though Bull Harris had watched long and anxiously, he hadn't seen Mark dumped. Mark meanwhile had faced about and was strolling on down the path, a rather happy and satisfied expression upon his face. Tramp, tramp. This chapter would not be complete without a word, just a word about 3 yearling friends of ours. They woke up, if they slept at all that night, with 3 startling crops of beautiful golden shining hair, rather piebald in places. One likes to lavish adjectives upon that hair, the piebald is not meant to be a pun. Now, as to how that hair got dyed during the night, not a man of them would tell. But the 7 told Grace, of course, and Grace told the cadets, which amounted to the same thing in the end. The story was all about the post that morning. By that time the 3 had been to the barber's and their heads looked like a wheat field, a field of golden grain after the reaping machine had been hauled across. But that didn't save the 3. They were guyed unmercifully. One of them had 3 fights at Fort Clinton before he could convince his classmates that he really didn't want to be called peroxide. Chapter X. Texas runs amok. Drunk. Drunk. For heaven's sake, what do you mean? Mark had been sitting in the door of a tent in A Company Street, vigorously polishing a musket. At the moment he had dropped the gun and the cleaning kit to the ground and was gazing in amazement at Indian, who had halted, breathless, in front of him. Drunk, the first speaker repeated. Texas drunk. What on earth are you talking about? The other was so red in the face and out of breath from what had evidently been a long run that he could scarcely manage to answer. His eyes were staring, and his face a picture of excitement and alarm. Bless my soul, he gasped. I tell you I saw him. He's wild. What do you mean? Where is he? He's got a horse. He's ridden off. Oh bless my soul, he's killing everybody. Mark sprang to his feet in excitement. At the same moment another head appeared in the opening, preceded by a hasty "What's that?" It was Parson Stannard, and his learned classical face was a picture of amazement. Texas drunk, he echoed. Where did he get anything to drink? I don't know, gasped Indian. Bless my soul, I only saw him one moment, he dashed down the road. Oh. And had a horse, and his guns, Lord, I was scared nearly to death. Which way did he go? Inquired Mark, quickly, a sudden resolution taking possession of his mind. Down toward Highland Falls, answered the other. And before he could say another word, Mark had seized his hat, sprang out of the tent, and bounded away down the company street to the great amazement of the cadets who chanced to see him. Texas LLB expelled. Expelled, he muttered. And then what on earth will I do? The time was morning. The plebe class had just been dismissed a short while ago from an hour of drill, and most of them were over by the cavalry plane, watching the preparations of the rest of the Corps for light artillery drill, which was the program of the morning. Scarcely half an hour ago Mark had left Texas and now he was drunk. And he was drunk after the fashion of the cowboys, reckless of everything, shooting and yelling, ready to raid a town if need be. Where he had gotten his whiskey, or his horse, what on earth had led him to such an extraordinary proceeding, were questions that Mark could not solve, but he knew that his friend was in imminent danger, that expulsion stared him in the face. And that was all Mark needed to know. He did not notice that the plain on his right was crowded with spectators of the drill, and that those same spectators were staring at him curiously as he dashed past. He had eyes for but one thing, and that was a building to one side, down the hill toward the shore of the Hudson. He did not stop for paths, he plunged down the bank, and finally wound up breathless in front of the cavalry stables. Most of the men were off to one side, at that moment engaged in harnessing the horses for the drill on the plain above. But one was left, and he sat in the doorway, calmly smoking his pipe, and gazing curiously at the figure before him. What do ye want? He demanded. A horse, gasped Mark. Plebe? Inquired the other, with exasperating slowness. Yes. Where's your permit? Haven't got any. Don't get no horse then. Mark gazed at the man in consternation. He hadn't thought of that difficulty. Then a sudden idea occurred to him, and he thrust his hand into the watch pocket of his uniform. There was money there, money which as a cadet Mark had no business to have. But he thanked his stars for it all the same. There was a $5 bill, and he handed it to the man. For heaven's sake, he panted, give me a horse. Quick. Don't lose a moment. I'll see you don't get blamed. Say I took it away from you if you want to. The man fingered the bill for a few moments, lost in thought. It'd take more 'n you to take a horse away from me, he said at last. But since you're in such a hurry. He stepped inside the building, and a moment later reappeared, leading one of the government cavalry horses. Saddle? He inquired. By way of answer Mark sprang at the animal's head, and in one bound was on his back. "Get up," he cried, digging his heels into the horse's side. "Get up," and a moment later was dashing down the road as if he had been shot from a catapult. "Terrible hurry that," muttered the stableman, shaking his head, as he turned away. "Terrible hurry. Something wrong 'bout that air." There was, and Mark thought so, too, as he galloped down the road. He feared there would be much more wrong in a very short while. In half an hour or so the plebe class, his class, would be called to quarters once more for drill, and if he and Texas were not on hand then, there would be trouble, indeed. If they were, there was prospect of no less excitement. From what Mark knew of his hot-tempered and excitable comrade when sober, he could form a vague idea of what a terror he might be when he was mad with drink, and being thus he would not be apt to behave as the meek and gentle thing a plebe is supposed to be. Mark had had great trouble in keeping Texas quiet, even under ordinary circumstances. Mark, it may be mentioned, had met this wild and uncivilized lad down at the hotel at Highland Falls, some weeks before either of them had been admitted to the academy. Texas had then with recklessness helped Mark in outwitting some hazers among the candidates. Mark had been drawn to the other by his frank and open nature, by their mutual love of fun and adventure, and by a certain respect each felt for the other's prowess. The story of the heroic efforts by which Mark had earned his cadetship was known to Texas, as indeed it was to everyone on the post. The two had come up to the point together, and passed their examinations, and they had been fast friends ever since. Mark had backed Texas in a battle in which Texas had licked no less than 4 of the yearlings. Texas had been Mark's second in a fight with the picked champion of the same class. And since then the two had set out together on a crusade against hazing which had turned West Point customs topsy-turvy and made the yearlings fairly wild with desperation. Through all this the two had fought side by side, and were stanch friends. And now, the Texan's wild passions had led him to an act that might mean instant expulsion. And Mark felt that West Point was losing half its charm. All this he was rapidly revolving in his mind as the horse sped down the road. Texas might be found. He might be brought back in time, if indeed he had not already shot someone. Mark felt that the chance was worth the risk, and he leaned forward over the flying horse's neck and urged him on with every trick he could think of. On they sped. Down the road past the riding hall, up the hill, past the mess hall, the hospital, and then on southward toward Highland Falls. The passers-by stopped to look at the hurrying figure in astonishment, people rushed to the windows to see what the clatter of hoofs might mean, but before they got there the horse and rider had vanished down the street in a swirling cloud of dust. As if there were not enough to perplex Mark, a new problem rose up before him just then. The village he had left behind him, and was speeding down the road when he chanced to think of the fact that he was almost at cadet limits. There was a fork in the road just below. To go beyond it meant instant expulsion if discovered. And how could he hope to be undiscovered, he in a cadet uniform and on that public highway? The risk was desperate, but Mark had almost resolved to take it, when a startling sound broke upon his ears. Wow! Whoop! Bang! Bang! Wow! And a moment later, sweeping around a turn, a cloud of dust appeared to Mark's straining eyes. The cloud drew nearer, the shouts and yells swelled louder, accompanied now and then by a fusillade as from a dozen revolvers, and at last, in the midst of the cloud, as if racing with it, a horse and rider came into view, the rider with a huge revolver in each hand and a dozen in his belt, flinging his arms, shouting and yelling as if 40 demons were on his trail. Heaven help him! Mark thought to himself. Heaven help him, for I can't. The rider was Texas. Mark had scarcely had time to take in the startling situation, before the horse and rider were upon him with a rush and a whirl. Wow! Whoop! Roared Texas, with all the power of his mighty throat, and at the same moment Mark heard a bullet whistle past his head. Texas had not recognized his friend at the pace he was riding. He and his flying steed were past and started up the road in the direction whence Mark had come, when the latter turned and shouted. Texas! Oh, Texas. Come back here. Texas gave a mighty tug upon the reins which brought his horse to his haunches. He swung him around with a whirl that would have flung any ordinary rider from the saddle, and then he dashed back, on his face a broad grin of recognition and delight. "Hi, Mark," he roared. "Darnation glad to see you." Whoop. Mark's mind was working with desperate swiftness just then. He saw in a moment that there was yet hope. Texas was not staggering, he sat his saddle erect and graceful. His voice, too, was natural, and it was evident that he had drunk only enough to excite him, to make him wild and blind to the consequences. There was room for lots of diplomacy in managing him, Mark thought. The only obstacle was time or lack of it. He reached over from his horse and seized the hand which the other held out to him. "How are you, old man?" he said. "Bully," cried Texas. "Ain't felt so jolly, man, for weeks." Whoop. Ray. "Got a horse, Mark, ain't you?" "Wow. That's great. Come along, Dar. Get up. We'll go bust up the Hull camp." "Wow." And Texas had actually turned to gallop ahead. Mark had but a moment to think. He thought quickly, though, in that moment, and resolved on a desperate expedient. "Texas," he called, and then as his friend turned, he added, "Texas, get down from that horse." The other stared at him in amazement, and Mark returned that stare with a stern and determined look. There was fire in Power's eye, more so than usually, but there was a quiet, unflinching purpose in Mark's that the other had learned to respect. That had been a hard lesson. Texas had lost his temper once and struck Mark, and Mark thrashed him then as he had never been thrashed before. Texas knew his master after that, and now as he stared, a glimmering recollection of the time returned to his whirling brain. "Texas, get down from that horse." There was a moment more during which the two stared at each other in silence, and then the right one gave way. Texas leaned forward, flung his leg over the saddle, and sprang lightly to the ground. And after that he stood silent and watched his friend, with a worried and puzzled look upon his face. Mark breathed a sigh of relief as he saw that he had won. He dismounted, led his horse over to the side of the road, and sat down. Texas followed him, though his unwillingness was written on his face. "Now see here, old man," Mark began, having gotten him quiet, as he thought. "I want to talk to you some." "Pshaw," growled Texas. "I don't want to talk. I want to get up and have some fun." "Well, now, see here, Texas," Mark continued. "Don't you know if you are seen carrying on this way you'll get into trouble? How about drill in a few minutes?" "Ain't goin' to drill," cried the other, wriggling nervously in his seat, and twitching his fingers with excitement. "Tired o' drillin'. I may goin' to have some fun. But don't you know, man, that you'll be expelled?" Mark pleaded. Expelled? Wow. That was the spark that started the conflagration again. Texas leaped to his feet with fury. "Expelled," he roared. "Who'll expel me?" Whoop. "I'd like to see anybody in this place try it now, by thunder. I'll show 'em. I'll hold up the whole place. Watch me scare 'em." Whoop. And almost before Mark could move or say anything, the wild lad sprang forward at a bound and landed upon his horse's back. A moment later he was off like a shot, leaving only a cloud of dust and an echo of yells behind him. "Wow! Whoop! Who'll expel me? Come out you old officers, and try it." Wow! Texas was on the warpath again. This time headed straight for West Point. And riding behind him with desperate speed, scarcely 50 yards in the rear, was Mark, pursuing with all his might, and trembling with alarm as he thought of what that desperate cowboy might do when once he reached the post. For West Point, and the crowded parade ground, were not a quarter of a mile away. Chapter 11. Texas raids West Point. The summer season is a gay one at West Point. During the winter, cadet life is a serious round of drill and duty, but after that comes a 3 months holiday, when cadets put on their best uniforms and welcome mothers and sisters and other fellow sisters to the post. There are hops then, and full dress parades, and exhibition drills galore. It was one of these drills that was going on that morning, perhaps of all of them the most showy and interesting to the stranger. And the mothers and sisters and other fellow sisters were out in full force to see it. Light artillery drill is practice in the handling and firing of field cannon. The cadets learn to handle heavy guns also, practicing with the siege and seacoast batteries that front on the southern shore of the Hudson. But the drill with the field pieces is held on the cavalry plain, a broad, turfless field just south of the camp. The field presented a pretty sight on that morning. It was surrounded with a wall of trees, behind which, to the south, the somber grey stone of barracks stood out, with the academy building, the chapel, and the library. To the north the white tents of the camp shone through the trees, and a little further to the left, the battle monument rose above them and caught on its marble sides the glistening rays of the sun. Beneath the trees all around the plain and crowding the steps of the buildings, were scattered groups of spectators, the gay dresses of the women helping to make a setting of color. There was a jingling of harness, a rumbling of wheels, and a murmur of excitement among the spectators as the cadet corps put in an appearance, natty and handsome in their uniforms, the officers riding on horseback, and the privates mounted on the cannon or the caissons. Platoon after platoon they swept out upon the field, then formed in accordance with the sharp commands of the officers, and in a few minutes more artillery drill was underway. It is rather an inspiring sight at times. There are over a dozen of the cannon, with 4 horses each to draw them, and when the whole squadron gets into motion at once, there is a thundering of hoofs and a cloud of dust behind to mark the path. And then when they wheel, and aim and fire, the roar of the discharge echoes among the hills and makes the post seem very military and warlike indeed. So thought the spectators as they sat and watched, too much interested to have any eyes for what might happen elsewhere. But those who sat on the southern edge of the plain, where the road from Highland Falls emerged, were destined to witness a far more exciting incident than that, an incident which was not down on the program, and which the tactical officers and the commandant of cadets, who stood by their horses at one side, had not planned or prepared for. The last discharge of the morning's drill was yet ringing in the spectators' ears, and the sound barely had time to make its way down the road, before it was answered and flung back by another volley that was all the louder for its unexpectedness. Bang! Bang! The people turned and gazed in alarm. The cadet captain out upon the field stopped in the very midst of a command and leaned forward in his saddle to see. A sentry marching up the street forgot his orders and wheeled about in surprise. There was the wildest kind of excitement in a moment. A horseman was racing up the road, galloping blindly ahead at full tilt. He wore the uniform of a cadet, and his face was red with excitement. He leaned forward over his horse, firing right and left into the air, while from his throat proceeded a series of yells such as no one in that vast crowd had ever heard before. Wow! Wow! Whoop! There was no time for exclamations from the spectators, no time for questions or anything else. It was scarcely a second more before the wild rider was upon them, and he drove straight through the crowd with the speed of an express train, neither he or his horse heeding anyone. The panic-stricken people fled in all directions, some of them barely escaping the flying animal's hoofs. And in a moment more he was out on the open plain, heading straight for the squadron. Wow! Wow! Yelled the rider. Expel me, will ye? What ye got them guns for, hey? Hold up your hands. Whoop! Shouting thus at the top of his lungs, he was almost upon the cadets when the frightened spectators heard another rattle of hoofs and another rider burst through the open space in full pursuit. It was Mark, and he was desperate then, galloping even more furiously than the cowboy in front, for he knew that no one but he could ever stop Texas now. The amazement and fright of the spectators cannot be pictured, nor the anger of the officers who saw it all. These latter put spurs to their horses and galloped out to the two, but Texas and Mark behind him had already reached the dumbfounded cadets. Texas had emptied the two revolvers in his hands, and he raced yelling across the plain. With a whoop he flung them at the nearest cadet, and whipping two more from his belt, opened fire point blank. "Wow! Whoop!" he howled. "Expel me, will ya? Take that!" Bang! Bang! Half the horrified cadets turned to run, some dropped down behind the cannon and the horses. When Texas fired there was not a man in sight. Mark was almost upon him when the first bullet struck. It hit one of the horses upon the flank, and tore a deep gash. The animal reared and snorted with terror. His companions in harness took the alarm, and almost at that same instant started on a wild dash across the field, the four of them whirling the heavy cannon along as if it had been a toy. A few yards ahead was the end of the field, and there, crowded in a dense mass, people who had rushed to that side to avoid the Texans' flying speed. And toward that surging, frightened mass the four horses plunged with might and main. It was a terrible moment. Those who saw the danger gasped, cried out in horror, but those who stood in the path of the flying steeds were too frightened to move. The move had come so suddenly, so unexpectedly. The crowd stood huddled together. The crash came before they had time to realize what was happening. In the moment's excitement, the two horsemen had remained unnoticed. Texas had seen the runaway, seen the crowd an instant later. Through his confused and excited brain the consequences of his acts seemed to flash with the sharpness of a thunderbolt. He had acted with the quickness of a man who lives, knowing that at any moment he may be called upon to pull his gun, and defend his life. He had wheeled his horse about, plunged his heels into the horse's sides, and at that moment was sweeping around in a wild race for the leaders of the runaway four. Quick as Texas was, Mark was a moment ahead of him. As he raced across the plain toward his friend he had seen the horses start and swerve and made for them, approaching from the opposite side to the Texan. All this had happened in the snapping of a finger, the dash of the four, and two racing from each side to head them off. And it was all over before the imperiled crowd could turn to flee. Texas was seen to leap out over his horse's head and seize the bridle of one of the leaders as he fell. The crowd saw Mark's horse, dashing in from the other side, barely a foot from the mass of the spectators, crash into the Texan's flying steed. They saw the horse go down, they saw Mark disappear. And then in the crush that followed he was lost to sight beneath the plunging hoofs of the four. There was a moment of blind confusion after that in which each one in the crowd had time to think and see for himself alone. The spectators were pushing wildly back before the onslaught of the approaching horses. Several of the cadets and officers had sprung forward to seize the horses' heads. Texas was clinging to the bridle with all his strength. And Mark's was the greatest peril of all. He had fallen over his horse's neck, he had seen the two leaders plunging toward him, stumbling over the body of his own prostrate horse, crushing down upon him, and then before his dazed eyes had swept a flying rain. He saw it, and clutched at it, as a drowning man might do, raised himself upon it with a mighty tug, and then a moment later was hurled far out over the plain, as the horse he clung to, stopped in its rush, went down in a heap with the cannon on top. It was all over then. The spectators had been saved as by a miracle, the barrier interposed by Mark's horse. And there was left a pale, half-fainting lot of people crowded around a tangled mass of horses and harness, with Texas clinging to one of the bridles, unconscious from a wound in his head. They loosened his death-like grip, and laid him on the ground, while Mark, having picked himself up in a more or less dazed condition, burrowed frantically through the crowd to reach his side. "Is he hurt? Is he hurt?" he cried. The surgeon was at that moment bending over the Texan's body, where he had hurried as soon as he saw the accident. "It is only a scratch," he said, hastily. "He will get well." And Mark breathed freely again. He turned pale, however, a moment later, as he saw the doctor, catching the odor of the lad's breath, shake his head and look serious. "He knows. He knows. Mark muttered to himself, and it is all up with poor Texas. They carried the lad over to the hospital, and then West Point set to work to get over its amazement and alarm as best it could. They cleared up the wreck for one thing. 2 of the horses had broken their legs and had to be led off and shot. The rest trotted behind the corps as it marched away, for no amount of excitement could interfere with West Point discipline. And then there was left down at that end of the cavalry plain only a crowd of curious people, with a scattering of army officers and plebes, all discussing excitedly the amazing happenings of scarcely 5 minutes ago, and wondering what on earth had taken possession of the 2 reckless cadets that had started all the trouble. They looked for Mark, but Mark had disappeared while the excitement was at its height. He did not welcome the questions or the stares of the curious. Moreover, he saw the superintendent, Colonel Harvey, excitedly questioning several of the staff about the matter. Mark feared that the superintendent might turn upon him any moment, and he wanted time to think before that happened. He dodged behind the library building, the parson with him, and made his way around to the now deserted camp. Once beneath its protection, the 2 sat down and stared at each other in dismay. There was no need to say anything, for each knew how the other felt. Texas was up the spout, Mark was but little better off, and the universe was coming to an end. That was all. "Well," said Mark at last, "we're busted." And the parson assented with a solemn "Yeah, by Zeus," and relapsed into a glum silence again. Neither of them felt called upon to say anything after that, neither could think of the least thing to say. There wasn't a glimmering of hope, they were simply busted, and that was all there was to it. There is a saying that in multitude of counsel there is safety. The tent door was pushed aside a few minutes later and Indian's lugubrious, tear-stained, horrified face peered in. Indian followed, and seated himself in one corner, and then the tent relapsed into silence and solemnity once more. 3 more disgruntled persons it would be hard to find, excepting possibly the other 3 of the banded 7, who at the moment were wandering disconsolately about the camp. The whole situation was so unutterably amazing, dumbfounding. Texas had often talked in his wild Texas way about getting on a rousing old spree just once, and of his intention to hold up the cadet battalion some fine day just for a joke, but nobody had ever taken him seriously. And now he had gone to work and done it, and killed 2 horses, and heaven only knew how many people besides, for who could say what the crazy cowboy might not have done down at Highland Falls? Why, it made his friends shiver to think of the whole thing. But the situation only grew worse with the thinking, and the 3 in the tent stared at one another in undiminished consternation and despair. "Well," muttered Mark a second time, "we're busted." And he had to agree with him. They would probably have sat there all morning if it had not been for a small drum orderly outside. The drum orderly sounded the call to quarters, and a few minutes later the plebes were lined up in the company street, muskets in hand, for drill. And it did not take a very sharp eye to notice that every man in the class was staring curiously at Mark Mallory, the plebe who but a few minutes before had been riding across the parade ground in an attempt to put a whole artillery squadron to flight, and that, too, under the superintendent's very nose. "I wonder if he's crazy," muttered one. "Or drunk," suggested another, laughing. "Oh, say, but I'd hate to be in his place." Which last sentiment was held unanimously by the class, and by the rest of the corps, too, as they scattered to their tents. A storm was going to break over Mallory's head in a very, very short while, the cadets predicted. The prediction proved to be true. One of the cadet officers had barely managed to run over the list of names at roll call before an orderly raced into camp and handed him a message. He read it, and then he read it again, aloud. "Cadet Mallory will report to the superintendent at once." And a moment later, while a murmur of excitement ran down the line, Mark stepped out and hurried away down the street. The storm breaks now in just about 5 minutes, thought the corps. Chapter 12. The Cause of a Friend. Mark was doing a desperate lot of thinking during that brief walk down to the headquarters building. Everyone he passed turned to stare at him, but he did not notice that. He knew that in a very short while now the critical moment was coming. Texas could not speak for himself, Mark must tell his story for him, and save him from disgrace and dismissal if the thing could possibly be done. The headquarters building lies behind the chapel, just beyond the scene of the runaway. There was still a crowd of people standing around, and Mark saw them nod to one another with an "I told you so" look as he turned to enter the superintendent's office. Oh, just won't he catch it, thought they. Mark thought so, too, as he entered. A man met him at the door, and without an inquiry or a moment's delay led him to Colonel Harvey's door and knocked. He evidently knew just why Mark came. The door was opened as the man stepped to it. Mark entered and the door shut. He turned, and found himself confronted by the tall and stately officer. Mark gazed at him anxiously and found his worst fears confirmed. There was wrath and indignation upon the superintendent's face, a far different look from the one Mark had seen there the last time he stood in that office. Colonel Harvey started to speak the instant Mark entered the room. "Mr. Mallory," said he, "will you please have the goodness to explain to me your extraordinary conduct of this morning?" Mark looked him squarely in the eye as he answered, for he knew that he had nothing to be ashamed of. "I can explain my conduct better," he said, "by explaining that of Cadet Powers first." The colonel frowned impatiently. "I want to know about it, I do not care how. I want to know whatever induced a cadet of this academy to behave in the disgraceful way that you two did this morning." "I can explain it very easily, sir. It was simply that Cadet Powers was drunk." "Drunk?" echoed the superintendent. He started back and stared at Mark in amazement. Mark returned his look unflinchingly. "Yes, sir," he said. "Drunk. You will probably receive a report from the hospital to that effect this afternoon. And now," thought Mark to himself, "the cat is out of the bag. I wonder what will happen." The superintendent still continued to gaze at him in consternation. "And pray," he inquired at last, "were you drunk, too?" It was a rather bold question, to say the least, and that flashed over the officer's mind a moment later, as he saw the handsome lad in front of him start a trifle and color visibly. He was sorry then that he had said it, and more so when he heard Mark's response. "I have never touched liquor in my life," said the latter, in a low, quiet tone that was a rebuke unspoken. Mark saw a vexed look sweep over the colonel's face, caused by that gentleman's recognition of his own rudeness, and Mark's heart bounded at that. "He'll be extra kind to me now," he thought, "to make up for it. Score 1 point for our side." "If you please," Mark continued, after a moment's pause, "I will tell you the story." "Do," said the colonel, briefly. "I was in my tent about 10 minutes before the accident happened, and a cadet ran in and told me that Texas. Pardon me. Texas is our name for Cadet Powers. Told me that Powers was drunk. I set out to find him. The horse which I had ran away with from the stables. I met Powers down the road and I tried to keep him quiet. He broke away from me, and I followed him. You saw the rest." "I see," said Colonel Harvey, reflectively. "I see. I am very glad, Mr. Mallory, to find that you are not as much to blame as I thought. This is a bad business, sir, very bad. It was almost murder, and to all appearances you were as much to blame as the other. But I have no doubt that I shall find your story true." Mark bowed, and waited for the other to continue. The crisis was almost at hand now. "Mr. Powers," the colonel went on, "will of course be dismissed at once. And by the way, Mr. Mallory, you deserve to be congratulated upon your promptness and bravery." There was a silence after that, and Mark, drawing a long breath, was about to go. The superintendent had one thing more to add, however, and it was a singularly fortunate remark at the moment. "I wish," he said, "that I could reward you." "You can." It burst from Mark almost involuntarily, and he sprang forward with eagerness that surprised the other. "If there is anything you wish," he said, quietly, "anything that I can do, I shall be most happy." "There is something," Mark cried, speaking rapidly. "There is something. And if you do it, I'll never forget it as long as I may live. If you do not, oh." Mark stopped, unable to express the thought that was in his mind. The colonel saw his agitation. "What is your wish?" he inquired. "Powers," cried Mark. "He must not be dismissed." The colonel started then and gazed at him in amazement. "Not be dismissed," he echoed. "What on earth is Powers to you?" "To me? He is everything that one friend can be to another. I have known him but 2 months, sir, but in those 2 months I have come to care more for him than for any human being I have ever known except my mother. He has stood by me in every danger, he has been as true as ever a friend on earth. He would die for me, sir. You saw what he did today. I have seen him do braver things than that, and I know that he has the heart of a lion. If he goes, I do not see how I can stay." "But, my dear sir," cried the colonel, still surprised, "think of the discipline. You do not know what you ask. I cannot have my cadets carry on in that manner. What I have told you no one knows but you and I, and 2 others I can trust. The surgeon knows it, and that is all. He can call it temporary insanity, sunstroke, 1,000 things. That is not the point. It is the man himself, his contempt for authority, for law and order, his lacking the instincts of a gentleman, his—" "You are mistaken," interrupted Mark, forgetting entirely in his excitement that he was talking to the dreaded superintendent. "You were never more mistaken in your life. Texas has all the instincts of a gentleman, he has a true heart, sir. But think where he was brought up. He is a cowboy, and to get drunk is the only amusement he knows at home. He has no more idea right now that it is wrong to drink than to eat. His own father, he told me, got him drunk when he was 10 years old." "But, my boy," expostulated the colonel, "I can't have such a man as that here. Think of an army officer with such a habit." "It is not a habit," cried Mark. "He did it for fun, he knows no better. And I will guarantee that he does not do it again. If I had only known beforehand he would not have done it this time." "Do you mean to say," demanded the other, "that you have sufficient influence over him to see that he behaves himself?" "I mean to say just that," responded Mark, eagerly, "just that. And I will risk my commission on it, too. I offer you my word of honor as a gentleman that Mr. Powers will give you his word never to touch another drop of liquor in his life. And there's no man on earth whose promise you could trust more." Mark halted, out of breath and eager. He had said all he could say, he had fired his last cartridge, and could only sit and wait for the result. "You said you would like to reward me," he cried. "And oh, if you only knew what a favor you could do. If you will only give him one chance after he has realized his danger. It is in your power to do it, the secret is yours to keep." Colonel Harvey was pacing the room in his agitation. He continued striding up and down for several minutes in thought, while Mark gazed at him in suspense and dread. At last he halted suddenly in front of Mark. "You may go now, Mr. Mallory," said he. "I must have time to think this over." Mark arose and left the room in silence. He could not tell what might be Texas' fate, and yet as he went he could not help thinking that the colonel's hesitation meant 9 points 1 of the 10, thinking that one more chance was to be granted. Chapter 13. The Reformation of Texas. Well, there were 5 of them: Indian, the parson, Dewey, Chauncey and Sleepy. They sat in a tent in Company A and at that moment were gazing anxiously at a figure who stood in the doorway. "Well, there is hope," said Mark. "Hope for poor Texas." And then he came in and sat down to tell the story of his interview with the colonel. The plebes listened anxiously, and when he finished they set to work to compose themselves as best they could to wait. "The answer will come tonight," Mark said, when they read off the reports. And until then nothing. Which just expressed the situation. The day passed somehow. Between police duties and drills, the six were kept busy enough to relieve the suspense of waiting. And after supper the battalion lined up, the roll was called, and the orders of the following day were read, while Mark and his friends fretted and gasped with impatience. There were reports, and finally miscellaneous notices, among them the sick list. Fourth class, read the officer, then halted a moment. Powers. Every man in the line was straining eyes and ears, half dead with curiosity. Then, excused indefinitely. Temporary mental aberration, caused by heat. Safe. And a moment later the line broke ranks, the cadets discussing with added interest the case of that extraordinary plebe. But the six had danced off in joy. "He's safe! He's safe!" they cried. "Hooray! And now," said Mark, "there's only one thing more. We've got to reform him, make sure he don't do it again." "We will," said the others. It was 2 days after that, one evening after supper, that the door of the hospital building was opened and Texas came forth, spruce and handsome in a brand new uniform, looking none the worse for his sunstroke treatment, i.e., plenty of cold water, inside and out. Texas felt moderately contented, too. He had held up the corps as he had promised. Not a man in the crowd had dared to fire a shot at him. He had a vague recollection of having done something heroic, besides. He saw that everyone was staring at him in admiration. In short, our friend Powers was prepared for a rousing and hearty reception from the rest of the seven. He strode up the company street, not failing to notice meanwhile that plebes, and old cadets, too, made way for him in awe and respect. He stopped at Mark's place, pushed the flap aside, and entered with a rush. "Oh," he cried. "War be you! How's everybody?" The first person he saw was Master Dewey, and to him Texas rushed and held out his hand. To his indescribable amazement that young gentleman calmly stared at him, and put both his hands behind his back. "WWY, gasped Texas. Whereupon Dewey turned upon his heel and walked out of the tent. Texas was dumbfounded. He stared at the others, they were all there except Mark, and they gazed at the intruder in cold indifference. None of them apparently had ever seen him before. "Look a-yer," demanded Texas at last. "Ain't you fellows a-goin' to speak to me?" Evidently they were not, for they didn't even answer his question. Texas stood and stared at them for a few moments more, wondering whether he ought not to sail in and do up the crowd. Finally, as the silence grew even more embarrassing, he decided to go out and find Mark to learn what on earth was the matter. With this intention he turned and hurriedly left the tent, while the 5 inmates looked at one another and smiled. Mark was walking up the street. Texas espied him and made a dash for him. "Hi, Mark," he roared. "What's the matter with them?" Texas stopped in alarm. A feather might have laid him flat. Mark, his chum, his tent mate, was staring at him without a sign of recognition. And a moment later Mark turned on his heel and strode away in silence, while Texas gasped, "Great Scott!" That evening, seated on one of the guns up by Trophy Point, was visible a solitary figure, looking about as lonely and wretched as a human being can. It was the Texas madman. Everybody kept a safe distance away from him, and so no one had a chance to notice that the madman's eyes were filled with tears. Poor Texas, Mark was thinking. He'll come to terms pretty soon. He did, for a fact. That same evening, just before tattoo, Mark felt a grip upon his arm that made him wince. He turned and found it was his friend, a look of misery upon his face that went to the other's heart. "Look a-yer, old man," he pleaded. "Won't you, for heaven's sake, tell me what's the matter?" "I don't mind telling you," responded Mark, slowly. "You have behaved yourself as no gentleman should, and as no friend of mine shall." "I," cried Texas, in amazement. "I? What on earth have I done?" "Done," echoed Mark. Didn't you go off and get drunk? For shame, Texas. Texas was too dumbfounded to say a word. He could only stare and gasp. Here was a state of affairs indeed. Yes, chimed in Dewey, approaching at this moment. And you nearly killed dozens of people, too. Mark was within an ace of being dismissed, and as for you, why, you'd have been fired long ago if Mark hadn't pleaded for hours with the superintendent. Texas turned his wondering eyes upon Dewey then. He was fairly choking with amazement. Do you mean to say, he gasped at last, that you fellows are mad with me because I got drunk? Exactly, responded Mark. And do you mean to tell me that you call that disgraceful conduct? I do. And I mean to tell you, moreover, that you can't be a friend of ours while you do it. I don't know how people feel about such things where you come from, Texas, but I do know that if people up here knew you had been in that condition, not a soul would speak to you. There's very little room among decent people for the fellow who thinks it smart to make a fool of himself, and he usually finds it out, too, after it is too late. I never spent my time hanging around saloons, and I don't think much of fellows that do, either. Mark could scarcely repress a smile as he watched the effect this brief sermon produced on the astounded Texan. I wonder what Dad would say if he heard that, was the thought in the latter's mind. Texas was brought back from this thought rather suddenly to his own situation. For Mark and Dewey both turned away to leave him again. Look here, Mark, he cried, seizing him by the arm again. Look here, old man, won't you forgive me just this once? Oh, please. And there were tears in the Texan's big gray eyes as he said it. But you'll do it again, Mark objected. Deed I won't, man. Deed I won't. I'll swear I'll never do it again as long as I live. But will you keep your promise? I never broke one yet as I know, responded Texas with an injured look. And Mark, rejoicing inwardly at his success, but outwardly very grave and solemn, said that he'd go in and ask the other six about it. Texas sat with his feet against the tent pole and a pen in one hand. He held a letter to his father in the other. He was just through writing it, and he was going to read it for the edification of the banded seven. Dear Scrap, he began. You see, added Texas, in an explanatory note, I call him Scrap sometimes just to make him feel comfortable. All the boys call him that. Dear Scrap. This year is the first letter I've written you since I hit this place. I ain't heard from you, so I don't know whether you got 'lect FO Congress or not. I been havin' piles o' sport up here. Took in 3 quarts t'other and I held up the hull core on the strength of it. Busted 2 horses' legs, though, and I reckon you'll have to send on the price. Don't think they'll mount to over 1,000 or 2. I've still got my guns. Guns is spelt with 1 N, ain't it? Texas inquired, interrupting himself. I put 2 makes it seem bigger and more important, sorter. They're the queerest folks up this way. They gave me thunder for gettin' drunk, said Twarnty gentlemanly. Reckon after you licked a few they'd call you a gentleman all right nah. They made me swear off, else they wouldn't let me stay. What do you reckon the boys'll say to that? Had to do it, though you needn't get mad over it. I'm havin' so much fun a-doin' of the yearlings that I wanted to stay. They can't one of 'em lick me. I didn't mention you, Mark, Texas added, laughing. 'Cause if I'd told Dad that you did lick me, he'd probably want to come up and try a whack himself, just to see if you really could hit hard. Dad won't ever acknowledge that I can do him, though I almost licked him twice, when he got riled. Reckon I'll end this your letter now. I just wanted to tell him to send 'long some money. Now let's go out and hunt up some o' them old yearlings. And that was the beginning of Texas Reformation. Chapter 14. A plot of the yearlings. An invitation. Why, surely, man, you must be mistaken. They never invite plebes to the hops. The speaker was Mark. He was sitting with a book in his hand beneath the shade trees at one side of the summer encampment of the Corps. At that moment he was looking up from the book at Chauncey, who had just approached him. "An invitation," he repeated. "I can hardly believe it possible." "Perhaps if you see it you'll believe it more readily, you know," remarked the dudish cadet. "Seeing's believing, they say," laughed Mark, taking it and glancing at the address. "Mr. Chauncey Van Rensselaer Mount Bonsall," he read. "Yes, I guess that's for you. I don't believe there are two persons on earth with that name, or with one so altogether aristocratic and impressive." Mark was glancing at the other out of the corner of his eye with a roguish look as he said that. He saw a rather pleased expression sweep over his face and knew that he had touched his friend Chauncey in his weak spot. Mark had been removing the contents of the envelope as he spoke. He found a square card, handsomely engraved, and he read it with a look of amazement upon his face, amazement which the other noticed with evident pleasure. The card had the words Camp McPherson over the top, and below in a monogram, USCC United States Cadet Corps. At one side was a view of the camp, the highlands of the Hudson in the distance. And in the center were the words that had caused all the surprise. "The pleasure of your company is requested at the hops to be given by the Corps of Cadets every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evening during the encampment. West Point, NY. July 6, 18. That was all, except for the list of hop managers below. But such as it was enough to cause Mark no end of perplexity. "A plebe invited to the hop," he muttered. "I can hardly believe it yet. There must be some mistake surely. Why, man, no plebe has ever danced at a hop in all West Point's history. They scarcely know there are such things. Just think of it once, we miserable beasts who hardly dare raise our heads, and who have to obey everyone on earth." "We've raised our heads pretty well, bah Jove," drawled the other. "And we've shown ourselves a deuced bit livelier than the yearlings, don't ye know?" "Yes, but we've only done that by force. We've licked them and outwitted them at every turn, something no plebes have ever dared to do before. But simply because we've made them recognize our rights that way is no reason why they should ask one of us to a hop." "No," responded Chauncey, "it isn't. But I know what is." "What?" "I've a cousin in New York by the name of Sturtevant. Deuced aristocratic folks are the Sturtevants. Ever hear of the Sturtevants of New York?" Yes," responded Mark, that same sly look in his eyes again. "I've heard of them very often. They are related to the Smiths, aren't they?" "Well, not that I know of, bah Jove, but come to think of it, my second cousin was a Sturtevant and she married one of the De Smythes, if that's who you're thinking of." "I guess that's it," said Mark, solemnly. "Let it go at that, anyway. But what have the Sturtevants of New York, got to do with the West Point hop?" "It's simply that this cousin of mine, you know, has a friend up here, a first-class man, an adjutant or sergeant quartermaster, or some such deuced animal, I forget just what, bah Jove. Anyway, I've an idea he got me the invitation." Mark let himself down to the ground on his back and lay there for a few moments after his friend's explanation, while he thought over it and incidentally kicked a tree trunk for exercise. Chauncey waited anxiously, wondering what sort of an effect his announcement of his influential friends would have upon Mark. "Those yearlings," began the latter at last, in a meditative, half soliloquizing tone, "have never yet lost an opportunity to annoy us." "What's this got to do with the hop, bah Jove?" interrupted Chauncey. "Lots. It's simply this. You have been just as fresh as any of us, Chauncey. With all your aristocratic blood, you know. I saw you nearly whip half a dozen of them one day when they wouldn't stop hazing Indian." "I didn't whip them, bah Jove," began Chauncey, modestly. "Well, anyhow, they couldn't whip you, and so it was all the same. The point is that they have never done anything to be revenged for the insult. I have an idea that this may be an attempt." "This?" echoed the other in surprise. Pray how? Simply that they'd like to see you come to the hop and have nobody to dance with, for no girl will dance with a plebe, you know, I don't care who he is, and so have to go home feeling pretty cheap. Then you'd be the laughing stock of the corps, as the plebe who wanted to dance at the hop. It was Chauncey's turn to be thoughtful then. And to his credit be it said that he recognized the truth there was in Mark's explanation of that surprising card. For Chauncey was no fool, even if he was dudish and aristocratic. "I'm afraid that's it," said he. "I'm deuced glad I thought of asking you, Mark. No. I'll not go tonight. And we'll let the matter drop, by Jove." "Let it drop," echoed Mark, and then he added, with emphasis, "not much." "What'll ye do?" "Do? What's the use of having a secret society for the purpose of avenging insults, if you don't avenge 'em? And don't you call it an insult that the yearlings should suppose us big enough fools to take that bait and go to their old hop?" "It was rather insulting," admitted Chauncey. "It was," said Mark. "And what's more, I move that we retaliate this very day. Let's go up and find the rest of the 7, and by jingo, perhaps we'll bust up their plaguey old hop." With which words Mark slammed his book to and arose to his feet and set out in a hurry for camp. They entered Camp McPherson and hurried up the A Company street to their own tent. They entered without ceremony, and Mark scarcely waited to greet the rest before he plunged right into the subject in hand. "Fellows," he said, "the yearlings have tried a new trick on us, and Chauncey and I have vowed to get square, right off." Texas sprang up with a whoop that scared the sentry on the path nearby, and a wow, scarcely less voluble. He demanded to know instanter what was up, and danced about anxiously until he managed to learn. When he did learn, he was more excited still. The parson forgot his fossils, and even his Dana, when he heard Mark's news, and he rose up and stretched his long, bony arms, inquiring with almost as much anxiety as Texas. In fact, the only one of the three who was not excited was Sleepy. His state was that of the tramp, who answered, "Why did you come here?" "To rest." "What made you tired?" "Get in here." The two other members of the Bandit 7 popped into the tent just then, and Mark sat down and told them all of the yearlings' plan, as soon as he could manage to get the excitable Texas quiet enough. He passed around the invitation, which the rest stared at as incredulously as Mark had, and then he offered his explanation, and finding that they all seemed to agree with him, stated his purpose to retaliate, with which they agreed still more. "Yes," cried Texas. "Come on, let's do it. Let's bust up their old hop. Let's raise a rumpus and scare 'em to death. What do ye say?" "I don't think we had better do that," responded Mark, laughing. "Whatever trick we play has got to have something to do with hop, so as to let them know why we did it. But we broke up one entertainment not a week ago. I think it had better be a quiet trick on some of them, for you know they say that a man may play the same trick once too often." "Let's hold up their old band," suggested Texas, "and run 'em into the woods and hide 'em." "Or else," laughed Mark, "we might dress up in the band players' uniforms and go in and play hymns for 'em." "But I think somebody ought to suggest something that's possible." "Let's put glue on the floor," hinted Indian. "Let's dress up as girls and go," laughed Dewey. "Or make the parson put in some of his chemicals, and smoke 'em all out, by Jove," put in Chauncey. "BG," cried Dewey. "That reminds me of another story. You fellows needn't groan," he added, "because this is a good one. And I'm going to tell it whether you like it or not. It's true, too. There was an old professor of chemistry gave a lecture, and there were whole lots of ladies present. We might work this trick sometime. A good many of the complexions of those ladies weren't very genuine, BG, and not warranted to wear. And some of the chemicals the professor mixed made a gas that turned 'em all blue." Dewey breathed a sigh of relief at having been allowed to deliver himself of a whole story without interruption, and the parson cleared his throat with a solemn ahem. "The chemicals to which you refer," he began, were probably a mixture of hydrofluosilicic acid with bitartrate of potassium and dephlogisticated oxygen, which produces by precipitation and reduction a vaporous oxide of silicate of potassium and combines. "We've only half an hour left before drill," interrupted Mark solemnly. "I move that the parson discontinue his lecture until he'll have time to finish it." The parson halted with an aggrieved look upon his face, and after remarking the surprising lack of interest in so fascinating a subject as chemistry, buried himself in silence and Dana's geology. "It seems to me," continued Mark, after a few minutes' pause, "that we haven't gotten very far in our planning. Now I have an idea." The effect was that of a rainbow bursting through a stormy cloud. The seven were all smiles in an instant, and the parson came out of his shell once more and leaned forward with interest. "What is it?" he cried. "It won't take long," said Mark, "to tell it. You may not like it. It'll take lots of planning beforehand if we do try it. It seems to me that the yearlings have set a trap for us, and want us to walk into it. Now, I think we might bid them defiance, and show how little we care for them, by going in right boldly and outwitting them in their own country. That's the plan." The six stared at him in amazement. "You don't mean," cried Dewey, "that Chauncey ought to go to the hop?" "That's just exactly what I mean," was the answer. "And I mean, moreover, that we ought every one of us to go with him." "But nobody'll dance with us, man." "They won't?" "That's just exactly the part we ought to fix. Grace Fuller will, for one, I'm sure. And I'm also sure she can find other girls who will. What do you say?" They scarcely knew what to say. The proposition was so bizarre, so altogether startling. Plebes go to the hop? Why, the thought was enough to take a man's breath away. No plebe had ever dared to do such a thing in West Point's history. One might almost as well think of a plebe's becoming a captain. And here was Mark seriously proposing it. They had a perfect right to go. They had an invitation, and no one could ask for more. But the freezing glances they would get from everyone. The stares, and perhaps insults from the cadets. Still, as Mark said, suppose Grace Fuller, the belle of West Point, danced with them? Suppose all the girls did? Suppose, swept away by the fun of jollying the yearlings, the girls should even prefer plebes? The more you thought over that scheme the better you liked it. Its possibilities were so boundless, so awe-inspiring. And suddenly Master Dewey leaped up with an excited BG. "I'm one," he cried. "I'll go you." "Wow," roared Texas. "Me too." And in a few moments more those 7 BJ plebes had vowed to dance at the hop that night if it was the last thing they ever did on this earth. "By George," cried Mark, as they finished, leaping up and seizing his hat, "I'm going over to see Grace Fuller about it now. Just you wait." Chapter 15. The Plebes Plot, 2. Mark found the object of his search on the hotel piazza, looking as beautiful and attractive as his mind could imagine. As it proved, she was fully as anxious to see him as he was to see her. She was curious to hear about Texas. "So he has promised never to do it again," she said, when Mark had told her of Power's reformation. "I thought he would do anything for you. Poor Texas fairly worships the ground you walk on." "He has promised never to drink, anyhow," responded Mark. It was very funny to see how long it took him to get the idea into his head that it was wrong. "It's just as I told you, and as I told the superintendent, too. Down where he comes from it's the custom when a man wants to have fun he drinks all the whiskey he can to start him. And Texas thought he'd try it up here." "He certainly did have fun," exclaimed the girl, breaking into one of her merry laughs at the recollection of the scene. "I had been having a pretty exciting time myself," he said, trying to keep Texas quiet. "And when those huge horses took fright and started to dash into the crowd, I had still more of it." "I think you were perfectly splendid," cried the girl, clasping her hands in alarm even as she thought of the occurrence. When you came dashing down on your horse and sprang in to head them off, my heart fairly stopped beating. But I knew you would do it. I have always said you would never stop at any danger, and father agrees with me, too. There was a moment's silence after that, and then Mark, who was anxious to get at the important business of the morning, thought it a good time to begin. I've something more interesting to discuss, anyway, he added. And I've only a very few minutes before drill in which to talk it over with you. I've taken the trouble to get a permit from headquarters and all to run over and ask you, so you mustn't delay me by compliments. That's my province, anyway, and duty. That was a very neat one, laughed Grace Fuller. I declare, you are quite a cavalier. But excuse me for wasting the valuable time of the house. What is the matter? I've a scheme, responded Mark. The girl lost all her bantering manner in a moment. She saw the twinkle in Mark's eyes, and knew that some fun was coming. Is this another plan for worrying the unfortunate yearlings? She inquired. It is, said he. I've no time to think up any other kind of plans just at present. You see, they get up so many against me that I am busy all the time holding up my end. If it were not for your aid, I am afraid I should have failed before this. Have they prepared a new one already? By way of answer, Mark took out the invitation. Read that, he said, and see. Grace took it and glanced at it, a look of surprise spreading over her face. Why, I have one just like it, she cried. But where on earth did you get this? It was sent to our friend Chauncey, answered the plebe. You see, the yearlings thought he would take the bait and come. Being rather weak on the point of his aristocracy, he was supposed to fall right into the trap and consider it a recognition of his social rank. Then when he came, he'd have no one to dance with, and would be a laughing stock generally. I see, said the girl. It was a nice tribute to our common sense. Ours, laughed Mark. The yearlings have small idea that you are sympathizing with the plebes. Well, I am, vowed the other. With you, anyway, and I do not care in the least how soon they know it. I told father, and he said I was quite right. I don't like hazing. You may have a chance to let them know it publicly very soon, responded Mark, gazing at her sweet face gratefully. That's what I came over to see you about. You see, we want to accept the invitation. Accept it? Why, that would be walking right into the trap. That's just exactly what I mean to do. Only I mean to put a hole in the other side first, so that I can walk out again and run off with traps and trappers and trappings and all. How do you mean? You are not as acute as usual, laughed Mark. I had expected that by this time you would have guessed the secret. You don't mean to go and dance? Exactly, said Mark. Grace Fuller glanced at him in horror for a moment, and then as she saw his merry eyes twinkle, a vague idea of what he meant began to occur to her. She began to see the possibilities of the affair, just as Mark had seen them. He might get all the girls to dance with him, he might have the yearlings perfectly furious, raving, he might dump West Point traditions all at once, all in a heap, and with a dull, sickening thud at that. As she began to realize all this, Mark was gazing into her eyes. He saw them begin to dance and twinkle just as his had. And he laughed softly to himself. Our angel has not failed us, he whispered. I knew she would not. Will you help us? And Grace answered simply that she would. But she set her teeth together with a snap that meant much. It meant that Mark Mallory was to be the first plebe ever to dance at a West Point hop. Chapter 16. Setting the trap. The dinner hour had passed, likewise the second policing of the day had been attended to by the humble plebes. The afternoon's drill was over, it was time for full dress parade. Company streets were alive with bustling cadets. Officers were winding themselves into their red sashes, privates were giving the last polishing touches to spotlessly shining guns. And the plebes, lonely and disconsolate, were watching the preparations for the ceremony and wondering if the time really would ever come when they too might be esteemed handsome enough to be put on parade. There was one plebe, however, to whom no such foolish idea occurred. For indeed, he was quite convinced that he was better looking in his new uniform than most of them, and a great deal more aristocratic than all. He was, at the moment we stole in upon his thoughts, marching with much dignity down the street of Company B. He carried his hands at his sides, palms to the front, little fingers on the seams of the trousers, as plebes used to be obliged to do whenever they walked about in public. But even with all that stiff and awkward pose he could not lose the characteristic dudish Fifth Avenue gait without which our friend Chauncey would not have been himself. For it was Chauncey, and he was bound upon an all-important duty. He stopped at one of the tents. There was only one occupant in it, a yearling, red-headed, hot-tempered looking chap, with a turned-up nose and a wealth of freckles, Corporal Spencer, known to his classmates as Chick. Master Chauncey Van Rensselaer Mount Bonsall stood in the doorway and bowed with his most genteel, perfect, and inimitable bow. He would have knocked had he seen anything but canvas to knock on. "Mr. Spencer?" he inquired. The yearling stared at the plebe in amazement, but Chauncey's politeness and urbanity were contagious, and Corporal Spencer could not help bowing, too. "May I have the privilege of a few moments' conversation with you?" the plebe next inquired. "Ahem," said Mr. Spencer. "I suppose so. Corporal Spencer, I have a favor to ask of you, don't chair no, bah Jove." Corporal Spencer was silent. "I do not know why I should look to you for it, except you know, you were my drill master, and so I look to you as my superior, my guardian, so to speak." "That's a little taffy for him," Chauncey added to himself. "Bah Jove, I think the deuced idiot has taken the bait." The plebe lost no time in taking advantage of his opportunity. He opened an envelope he held in his hand. "I received today," he began, "a card, an invitation to the hop. I do not know who sent it, bah Jove, but I'm deuced grateful, for I'm awfully fond of dancing. I need scarcely tell you that I shall hasten to accept it, don't chair no." The look of delight which spread over the yearling's face was not lost upon the plebe. "So the idiot is going to fall into the trap," thought the former. "So the idiot thinks I'm idiot enough to be fooled," thought Chauncey. Chauncey continued, delighted with his success, no less than the corporal was with his supposed one. "Now, I have two friends," he said, "plebes, don't chair no, who are deuced anxious to come with me. And I wanted to ask you, bah Jove, if you could get me 2 invitations. I know it is a great deal for one to do for a plebe, but—" Corporal Spencer was in such a hurry to assent that he could not wait for the plebe to finish. "Not at all," he cried. "Not at all. Why, I shall be most happy to do it for you, Mr. Mount Bonsall. Really, it is a very small favor, for I have plenty of invitations at my disposal. Wait just one moment, and you shall have them. The yearling class will be delighted to welcome your 2 friends." A minute or two later Master Chauncey's Fifth Avenue gait was carrying him swiftly up the street again, with 2 more of the much coveted invitations in his hand. And Chick Spencer was rushing into another tent to seize his friend Corporal Jasper wildly by the arm. "What do you think? What do you think?" he cried. "The plebes are coming to the hop." "What? Why? That fool dude has fallen into the trap. He's coming to dance, and bring 2 more plebes with him. Oh, say. The whole yearling class knew of it a few moments later when the companies fell in for parade. And the wildest hilarity resulted. "A plebe at the hop! A plebe at the hop!" was the cry. "A plebe without a soul to dance with him! Oh! But won't there be fun?" There was indeed to be fun. The yearlings would have thought so if they could have seen Chauncey and read his thoughts. Oh, yes, there was fun. But the question was, who was to enjoy it? Chauncey, when he reached his own tent, found Mark standing in front of it, and Mark was dancing about with excitement, too. "Did you get them?" he cried. "Yes, I did, yeah no, and where are you going?" Mark had started hastily down the street. He stopped long enough to shove a note into his friend's hand and give a warning word as to secrecy, then he turned and was gone. "Read it? Read it," was echoing in Chauncey's ears. He did, and this was what he read. "Dear Mr. Mallory, I am writing this in great haste. Come over to see me at once, things are coming out beautifully. Did you get the extra invitations? Your friend, Grace Fuller." And Chauncey nodded his head in delight, gave vent to an extra bah jove, and then dived into his tent to talk it over with the others. What the others had to say is of little moment. The all-important person was Mark, and Mark was hurrying over to the hotel, keeping step to the tune of the band that was just then marching across the parade ground at the head of the battalion. He found Grace waiting for him. "You got the invitations?" she inquired. "Yes, Chauncey did," responded the other, laughing. "I told you," said the girl, "that Corporal Spencer would do it. I knew his handwriting on the envelope at once, and I was sure that he was in the plot to fool Mr. Chauncey. And I'd just love to outwit him, too." "You say you were successful?" inquired Mark. For answer Grace Fuller presented 3 dance cards, at which Mark glanced with amazement and delight indescribable. "Why, they're full," he cried. "You've gotten someone for every dance." "Yes," she said, laughing gleefully as she went over the names with him. "I put your names over the top, you and Mr. Dewey and Mr. Chauncey. That last name of his is too long to say. And I could have filled a dozen just as well, only you said that you 3 were the only ones who cared for dancing. I hope you all dance well. Mr. Dewey looks as if he might, and our Fifth Avenue friend I'm sure is a perfect SYLPH. I think you do everything gracefully. I hope you have a chance to find out," laughed Mark. "I hope you have put yourself down on my card." "I have put you down for the very first dance," said she, simply. "You told me to fix it all the way I liked." "But who are the other girls?" inquired Mark. "I haven't met any of them." "You will in plenty of time. I'll introduce you to them. They're all friends of mine, you see. I know nearly everyone about the post. And I picked all the very prettiest and nicest girls of them all, too. And arranged them in order of merit," added Mark, slyly glancing at his own card, whereat the girl shook her fan at him. "But tell me," he continued, in perplexity, after a few moments' pause, "how did you ever manage to get so many girls into the conspiracy?" "Why, I had no idea that 1/10 as many cared anything about plebes. I used a little diplomacy," laughed Grace. "I made myself as charming as I could. I found 2, 3 in fact, whose brothers are plebes, and one whose brother will be next year. I think most of the girls really sympathize with the plebes, and then, too, I'm sure all of them like to tease. Did you ever know one who did not? And this will make the yearlings fairly wild. But the chief reason I urged I can't tell to you, you wouldn't like it." "Why not?" "It would make you conceited, as you say. You must know you ought to if you don't that you're a regular hero among West Point girls. In the first place, everyone knows how you saved me, and then all of them saw you the other day stop that runaway. You're famous, besides, as the boldest plebe that ever came here. The yearlings are the laughing stock of the place because of you. And that makes you a sort of romantic creature, a Sir Galahad in disguise. To dance with you is a whole fairy tale." Mark laughed heartily over this description, which he chose to consider exaggerated. But whatever might be the cause of Grace Fuller's success, he was heartily and undisguisedly delighted at the success itself. Here were 3 dance cards, one for each of the conspirators, and all of them were full, which meant that there were a score or more of girls who had pledged themselves to join in that plot. It was a triumph indeed, and Mark thanked Grace for it most heartily. And when he left the hotel and hurried over to camp again, his chuckles of delight were audible and numerous. Chapter 17. The result at the hop. Everyone goes to hops promptly on time at West Point. In select society it is the thing nowadays to go late everywhere, so Chauncey assured his friends. But at the academy relentless tattoo sounds on hop nights at 9:30 as usual. The cadets have to be in line at camp 5 minutes later. And so, anxious to dance all they can, everybody who intends to dance is on hand by the hour of 8. The dances were held, in Mark's day, in the academy building, in 2 big rooms on the 2nd floor. Those rooms are used as examination rooms. Luckless and frightened candidates were sent there to show what they do not know. This evening, however, it was gay and festive. The West Point military band, in full plumage, occupied a small platform and dispensed an overture previous to the first waltz. The walls were gay with flags and an abundance of decorations in general. And the floor and seats about the room were still more beautifully adorned. A person who knew the ropes, who was familiar with hops and hopways, would not have failed to notice that there was something unusual going on that night, that everybody seemed to be waiting for something. Cadets talking to damsels could not keep their eyes from straying to the doorway, while at the doorway sauntered about, waiting, a considerable group of anxious cadets. There was one thought in the minds of all of them. Will they come? Oh, say, will they come? And then, suddenly, a ripple of excitement ran around the room, cadets crowded to the doorway, girls strained their necks to get a view, the leader of the band in all his finery nearly let his orchestra run wild in his interest. And across the floor rushed Corporal Spencer, hop manager, and grasped his friend Jasper by the arm. They're here. They're here, man, he gasped. Oh, say. And the next instant the bandmaster waved his baton, the music crashed all at once, and the first dance was begun. A dance with plebes present. To say that the 3, Mark, Chauncey and BG, were the cynosure of all eyes would not begin to express the situation. Everyone's glance was fairly glued upon them. Girls forgot their dance partners, cadets stopped still in their tracks. Not a soul offered to dance. Not a soul did anything but stare at those 3 idiots. They did not seem the least bit ill at ease. All of them seemed quite in their element. Their attire was surely immaculate. Chauncey was fairly radiant in an elegantly handled monocle. And they did not seem to notice the stares, intentionally rude, that came from the cadets. They knew just what to do, and they did it, while the whole room watched and gasped. Grace Fuller, belle of West Point, sat in one corner of the room, a perfect vision of loveliness indescribable. About her were half a dozen cadets. Her stern old father sat nearby, with Mrs. Fuller beside him. And toward that group those idiotic plebes were going. The yearlings gasped in horror, bit their lips in vexation. For Judge Fuller arose from his seat and welcomed Mark Mallory heartily, his wife did likewise. The 3 sat down and began to talk to them and to Grace, at which the cadets with that party went off in horror and amazement. Well, there was no use staring any more, for the 3 plebes were safe behind that bulwark, and vexed and aggravated, the cadets went their ways and began to dance. They kept their eyes on the 3, however. They saw Mrs. Fuller rise suddenly and cross the room, with Chauncey and Dewey at her side. And then what must she do but introduce them to 2 girls? Oh! This was terrible. Bull Harris, Mark's old enemy, was in the very act of asking one of the girls, a tall, stately creature clad in pink, if he might have the pleasure, etc. "I'm sorry, Mr. Harris," said she. "But I'm already engaged for this dance." And then up stepped Mrs. Fuller. "Miss Evans," she said, "allow me to present Mr. Dewey, with whom I believe you have promised to dance." A moment later, to the indescribable horror of the cadets in the place, 3 plebes set out upon that floor to dance, each of them leading girls with whom to dance was a privilege that came only to the best. And how those plebes did dance! The yearlings had never seen better, they could not but acknowledge that. For the plebes were on their mettle then, and if ever they danced in their lives, they did then, radiant with triumph, swept away by the excitement, distributing benignant smiles upon every one. There is only one heaven that lasts an eternity. All others, that dance included, have their finish. The three plebes returned the delighted girls to their seats, and the cadets, excusing themselves from every one, rushed out into the hall, there to hold an angry and excited consultation. For this was indeed a desperate, a terrible thing. Evidently 3 girls, relying upon their charms, were going to insult the corps wantonly, dance with some beastly plebes. They shall pay for it, was the cry. Not a man shall dance with them. Cut them dead. But if the yearlings supposed that Mark and his friends proposed to dance with just 3 girls all that night, they were woefully and badly mistaken. The fever had spread in the interim, introductions had been going on. When the yearlings returned, behold, Mark was making himself charming to another girl, and Chauncey, perfectly in his element at last, was busily engaged in describing the streets of Paris to a group of half a dozen. Cut them all, whispered the yearlings. Well, they tried it. To be brief, Grace and the other 2 danced with no one that next dance. But 3 more girls went down on the blacklist, and the plebes' triumph was yet greater. We'll leave 'em no one to dance with, chuckled Mark. We'll send them all home. The next dance was a Lancier's. 3 couples joined the groups upon the floor, and lo and behold, from the spot where the plebes stood every cadet fell away with obvious meaning. The rudeness was seen by everyone in the room, it was the worst insult of all. The 3 couples stood lost for a moment, and then, suddenly, red with indignation, the dignified judge sprang to his feet. He and his daughter made up that set. And once more the yearlings fairly ground their teeth with rage. They did not know what to do then. They were fairly baffled. The plebes had entered the trap, and here was the result. Oh, if we only hadn't been fools enough to send those invitations, was their thought. Meanwhile dance after dance passed, girl after girl was out of it. There is always a scarcity of girls at a place like West Point. There are always sure to be more cadets at every hop than there are partners, and with those 3 vile plebes sending 3 to the wall every dance, and the prettiest and most liked ones, 2 things soon began to arrive at a crisis. It looks funny to see the pretty girls sitting and the ugly ones dancing, and everyone began to see that the plebes were having decidedly the best of the bargain. They were dancing with whom they pleased. Most of the cadets were soon unable to dance at all, finding it necessary to hang about the doorway and discuss the situation. It was a distinct triumph for the plebes, even the yearlings could not deny that, and that made them all the angrier. 10 dances had passed, by actual count there were 30 girls out of it, and something less than 20 still left to the cadets. And then the matter came to a head. Cadet Lieutenant Wright, a first-class man, captain of the football team, and a hop manager for his class, caused the trouble. Urged by all his desperate classmates, and urged still more by the spectacle of Mark's dancing with a certain sweet creature who had hitherto devoted all her energies to making herself charming to him, he stepped forward in the middle of the dance, and with his badge of manager upon his coat, touched Mark upon the arm. Mark halted abruptly. The whole room stared. "Mr. Mallory," said the lieutenant, "the cadets who are giving this hop request you to leave the floor." Mark's face turned white, he bit his lip savagely to choke down his anger, and when he spoke at last his voice was hard and calm. "The cadets who are giving this hop," he said, drawing the invitation from under his coat, "invited me by this to come. I shall consider your remark, sir, as a personal insult, for which you will be called upon to answer at Fort Clinton. And do you refuse to leave? As an invited guest and a cadet of this academy I most decidedly do." And the whole room heard him, too. Wright returned to his classmates, a brief consultation was held, ending in his stepping across the room and speaking to the leader of the band. The music stopped abruptly. The hop was over for the night. 3 heartily delighted plebs escorted 3 heartily delighted damsels home that night. And wild indeed was the hilarity of them and of the banded 7. Victory! Victory! Was the cry. We danced and we have conquered. Chapter 18. A strange announcement. Hey, fellows. What do you think? Mark Mallory's in disgrace. In disgrace. Yes, and he's going to be fired. Whoop. The first speaker was Bull Harris. At the moment he was red in the face and breathless as the result of a long run across the parade ground. At the end of it he had burst suddenly into the midst of a crowd of his classmates with the excited exclamation above. The effect upon them of the startling announcement was electrical. To a man they had leaped to their feet, with expressions of delight they made no effort to conceal. How do you know it, Bull? Demanded one of the crowd. The superintendent has sent for him right in the middle of drill, cried Bull. What for? I don't know. It's something he's been doing. One of the orderlies told me he heard the old man say he'd fire him. And that's all I know. The babble of confusion and excited voices that resulted from this bit of news lasted without interruption for several minutes. It's too good to be true, they vowed. By George, just as we were talking about him, wondering how we could get square with the confounded plebe, for his tricks. And now he's going to be fired. And then suddenly Bull's voice rose above the excitement again. Look! Look! He cried. If you don't believe me, look and see for yourselves. There he goes now. The cadets stared across the parade ground and then shouted aloud for joy. Down on the road by the cavalry plane a single lone figure was walking, a figure clad in the plebe uniform. And the figure was that of Mallory. Mark as he walked did not observe the group of cadets who were glaring at him so angrily. It would not have worried him if he had, for he had something a good deal more important to occupy his mind just then. He was racking his brains to think of some plausible reason to account for his errand at the moment. He had been, along with the rest of the plebe company, lined up on one side of the camp for drill. A tactical officer had been rigidly putting them through the manual of arms, with half a dozen yearling corporals and file closers aiding him. And then, breathless with running, an orderly had burst upon the scene. He had a note in his hand, and he handed it to the tac. The latter read it, then read it aloud again. Cadet Mallory will report to the superintendent at once. That was all. The rest of the class stared and wondered, and Mark stepped out of the line, handed his gun to the orderly, and strode away from the scene. The yearlings, as we have seen, had a good deal clearer notion of why Mark was wanted than he had himself. To Mark it was an absolute mystery. He knew no reason on earth why the superintendent should want him, and he quickened his pace so as to get there and find out the sooner. Erect and firmly stepping as was the plebe's habit by this time, he marched down the road toward the academy building, between the parade ground and the cavalry plane. He passed the chapel, and then the headquarters building. His destination lay before him. Mark had entered that building just 3 times before this. He could not help thinking of them then. The first time, he had felt, was the most momentous moment of all his life. Months of struggling were there crowned with a triumph that had seemed to leave no more worlds to conquer. For he had entered that building then to take the oath of allegiance as a duly certified and admitted conditional cadet. What that had meant to Mark only those who have followed his history can appreciate. Poor and friendless, he had seen West Point as a heaven, the object of all his future hopes, an object far away from his home in Colorado, but one to be struggled for and hoped for nonetheless. He had earned the money to come by a sudden stroke of cleverness one step. After that he had striven for the appointment, a step far longer and harder, yet one that must be taken. The congressman of that Colorado district had held a competitive examination. Mark had tried, and also his deadly enemy, one Benny Bartlett, a rather weak, malicious youth, spoiled by the old squire, his father. Benny had sworn to win, and was desperate when he realized he couldn't. He had bribed a printer's devil, gotten the examination papers, and so passed ahead of Mark, who was made alternate. But Mark had afterward beaten Benny at the West Point examination, where cheating was impossible, and had thus secured the long-coveted cadetship. While we are talking about him, he has gone inside. It would be well to stop and follow him, for momentous things were destined to result from that visit, too. It was indeed true, as the yearlings so joyfully learned, Mark Mallory was in deep and serious danger. An orderly showed him promptly to the office of Colonel Harvey. Mark found that gentleman alone in the room, the same room where he had been received so kindly before. But this time the stern old officer seemed less cordial. There was a chilly air about it all that made the plebe feel rather uncomfortable. Colonel Harvey did not speak, he did not even look up from the paper on which he was writing, and Mark stood by at attention, waiting respectfully. The first movement did not come from either of them. Mark strove to keep his eyes to the front, which was in accordance with orders. But he could not help glancing about the room a little. And to his surprise he saw a side door open and another figure enter the room. Mark did not see that just at the moment the colonel's glance was fixed upon him steadfastly, he was too busy staring at the stranger. The stranger was a young fellow with coarse features, evidently a working man. He twisted his hat in his hand nervously, obviously ill at ease. He stared at Mark and at the officer alternately. Mark, who did not know him from Adam, turned away after the first glance, giving no more thought to the intruder except to wonder what he was doing in that office. When Mark turned his eyes upon Colonel Harvey again, he saw then that the latter was watching him. And a moment later the colonel laid down his pen and spoke. "Cadet Mallory," he said sternly, "I wish you to observe this man. Do you know him?" Mark stared at the stranger in amazement. "No, sir," he said. "I never saw him before, to my knowledge." "Are you sure?" "Perfectly." There was a moment's pause after that, and then the superintendent tapped a bell upon his desk. It was answered at once. The same door opened again, and two persons entered suddenly. Mark knew them, and he knew them well. He stared at them incredulously, gasping, and he sprang back in amazement. "Benny Bartlett," he cried. "You here? And the squire?" It was Benny Bartlett sure enough. Mark knew his sallow deceptive look too well to be mistaken. And the squire was the same stout and blustering, self-assertive old man. He banged his cane on the floor as he heard Mark's exclamation and saw his look of surprise. "Yes, sir," he cried. "It is the squire. And I observe you start with guilt when you see him, too." Mark stared at the two all the harder then. And there was a brief silence during which everyone stared at everyone else. Mark thought he saw the stranger twist his cap yet more nervously. "Mr. Mallory," began the superintendent at last. "Mr. Mallory, do you know why these three are here?" "No, sir," said Mark, with evident emphasis. "Is this upon your honor as a gentleman?" "It is," was the answer. "Humph," snorted the squire. "Your word of honor isn't worth much." "If you please," interrupted Colonel Harvey with dignity, "that question is for me to settle. Mr. E.R., what did you say this man's name was?" "Nick," put in the squire. "Nick," said the superintendent, turning toward the strange youth, "will you please have the goodness to tell again the story which you told to me?" Nick looked frightened and hesitated. Come," cried the squire, impatiently. "Out with it now, and no lies about it." Thus enjoined, Nick cleared his throat and began. "I'm a printer's boy," he said, "and I works for the Roberts in Denver. I was walking along the street one day, and up comes this feller," indicating Mark, "and he says he to me, 'Your people are printing the examination papers for Congressman Wheeler, ain't they?' 'Yes,' says I, and then after that a little while he says that he wants to win them examinations, 'cause there was a feller trying that he wanted to beat. So he gimme $100. That was the next day. He said he'd earned it in a railroad smash up, or something, and then I got them papers and gave them to him. And that's all I know." "Very good," commented the squire, tapping his cane with approval. "Very good. And what did he say about these West Point examinations?" "He says he, if I win these here and get the appointment, I ain't going to do nothin' but skin through the others with cribs." "That's right," cried the squire, triumphantly. "There now. What more do you want?" He glanced at the superintendent inquiringly, and the superintendent gazed at Mark. As for Mark, he was simply too dumbfounded to move. He stood as if glued to the spot and stared in blank consternation from one to the other. "Well," said the colonel at last, "what have you to say for yourself?" Mark was too amazed to say much. "So that is their plan," he gasped. "So they seek to rob me of my cadetship by this. He stopped then, unable to express his feelings. "Colonel Harvey," he inquired at last, "may I ask if you believe this story?" "I do not see, Mr. Mallory," was the response, "what else I am to believe. I do not like to accuse these three gentlemen of a plot to ruin you. And yet. "May I ask a question or two?" inquired Mark, noticing the puzzled and worried look upon his superior's face. "Most certainly," was the answer. "In the first place, if you please, according to this story, if I gave this man $100, why did he tell about it afterward?" "His conscience troubled him," cried the old squire excitedly. "As yours would have if you had any. He knew that he had done wrong, robbed my son, and he came and told me. And I was wild, sir, wild with anger. I have brought this man on all the way from Colorado, and I propose to see my son into his rights, if I die for it." "Oh," said Mark. "So you want Benny made a cadet? But tell me how, if I had the papers, did Benny beat me so badly, anyhow?" "My son always was brighter than you," sneered the old man. "And all the examinations weren't from printed papers," chimed in Benny's crowing voice. "There was spelling and reading and writing, that was where I beat you." "I see," responded Mark. "It is a clever scheme. And I'm told I passed here because I cheated. How came you to fail?" "My son was sick at the time," cried Squire Bartlett, "and I can prove it, too." Mark smiled incredulously at that. Benny Bartlett nodded his head in support of his father's assertion. "Well," inquired the squire, "is there anything more you want to know?" "No," said Mark. "Nothing. Satisfied now, are ye?" sneered the other, and then he turned to Colonel Harvey. "I think that is all, sir," he said. "What more do you want?" The colonel stood gazing into space with a troubled look. He did not know what to say, he did not know what to think. He could not call these three men conspirators, and yet the handsome, sturdy lad who had done so much to win his approval, surely he did not look like a thief. "Mr. Mallory," he inquired at last, "what have you to say to this?" "Nothing," responded Mark. "Nothing, except to denounce it as an absolute and unmitigated lie from beginning to end." "But what proof can you bring?" "None whatever, except my word." After that there was no more said for some minutes. The silence was broken by the superintendent's rising. "Mr. Mallory," he said, "you may go now. I must think this matter over." And Mark went out of the door, his brain fairly reeling. He was lost. Lost. West Point, his aim in life, his one and only hope, was going. He was to be dismissed in disgrace, sent home branded as a criminal. And all for a lie? An infamous lie? A few minutes later Benny and the printer's devil, his accomplice, came out of that same door. But it was with a far different look. Benny was chuckling with triumph. "It worked," he cried. "By heaven, it worked to perfection. Even the old man hasn't caught on." "Squire Bartlett's as blind as Mallory," laughed the other. "And Mallory'll be out in a week. Remember, you owe me that $100 today." Chapter 19. Texas turns highwayman. There were 6 terrified plebes up at Camp McPherson, when Mark rushed in, pale and breathless, to tell them the reason for his summons to headquarters. The banded 7 had not had such a shock since they organized to resist the yearlings. "Benny Bartlett," cried Texas, springing up in rage. "Do you mean that little rascal I licked the day he got sassy during exams?" "That's he," said Mark, "and he's come back to get his revenge." "And you don't mean," cried the 6, almost in one breath, "Colonel Harvey believes it?" "Why shouldn't he?" responded Mark, despairingly. "I cannot see any way out of it. The whole thing's a dirty lie from beginning to end, but it makes a straight story when it is told, and I can't disprove it." "But I thought you said," cried Texas, "that you saw Benny himself cheating, or trying to, at the examinations, right higher?" "So I did," said the other. "But I cannot prove that. I know lots of things about him, but I can't prove one of them. They've simply got me, and that's all there is of it. There are 3 of them, and it's almost impossible to make the superintendent think they're lying. Think of a rich old man like the Squire's doing a trick like that." "Perhaps he ain't," suggested Texas, shrewdly. "Perhaps not," admitted Mark. "Benny would not hesitate to lie to his own father. But all the same I have no proof. And what in heaven's name am I to do?" Mark sat down upon the locker in his tent and buried his face in his hands. His wretchedness is left to the imagination. The whole thing had come so suddenly, so unexpectedly, right in the midst of his triumph. And it was so horrible. The 6 could think of no word of comfort, for they were as cast down, as thunderstruck, as he. Their regard for Mark was deep and true, and his ruin they felt was theirs. They sat or stood about the tent in characteristic attitudes, and with dejection written upon every line of their countenances. First to move was the wild Texas, ever impulsive and excitable. And Texas leaped to his feet, with a muttered whoop. "I may go in to prove them 'ere fellers are lyin', by thunder, if I have to resign to do it." By the time that brief resolution was finished, Texas was out of the tent and gone. The 6 glanced up as he left, and then once more resumed their dejected and bewildered discussion. "I can see no way out of it." "No way," groaned Mark. "I am gone." And the others could see no other way to look at it. Texas was rather more bizarre and unconventional, more daring than his companions from the effete East, and his detective efforts were apt to be more interesting for that reason. He paced up and down the company street, hearing and seeing no one, thinking for all he was worth. "Proof. Proof," he kept muttering to himself over and over again. "Proof. Proof." Perhaps it was 10 minutes before he did anything else. Texas was like a fisherman waiting for a bite during that time. He was waiting for an inspiration. And then suddenly the inspiration came. He stopped short in his tracks, opened his eyes wide and staring, and his mouth also. His fingers began to twitch with a sudden wave of excitement, his face flushed and he trembled all over. The next moment, with a joyful durnation, he had turned and was off like a shot down the street. "I've got it! I've got it!" Whoop! And then suddenly he halted again. "I won't tell em," he muttered to himself. "I'll keep it for a surprise. But then, I'll want someone to help me. Who'll I owe? Yes." Texas had turned and started with no less haste the other way. "I'll get one o' them ol' cadets," he chuckled, "someone the ol' man'll believe. I know." At the eastern side of the camp, in a company street, and facing the sentry post of number 3, stood a single spacious tent. It belonged to the first cadet captain, Fisher by name. And at that tent, trembling with impatience, the plebe halted and knocked. "Come in," called a voice, and Texas entered. There was but one occupant in the tent. The first captain has a tent to himself, if you please. It was Fisher, tall and stately and handsome as usual, with his magnificent uniform and sash and chevrons. He was engaged in writing a letter at the moment. He looked up and then arose to his feet, a look of surprise upon his face as he recognized the plebe. "Mr. Powers," said he. Texas bowed, and then he started right into business. "Mr. Fisher," he began, "I know it ain't customary for plebes to visit first-classmen, and especially BJ plebes. But I got something to say right now that's important, more important than ceremonies and such. Will you listen?" The officer bowed courteously, though he still looked surprised. "It's about Mr. Mallory," said Texas. "I reckon you've heard the stories about him." "I have heard rumors," said the other. "I shall be glad to hear more." Texas told him the story then, just as Mark had told it a few minutes ago. And the look of surprise on the captain's face deepened. "This is a serious business, Mr. Powers," he said. "It's one lie from beginning to end," growled the other. "Now look a-yer. You been a pretty good friend o' Mark's, Mr. Fisher. You're the only man I know of in this place that's tried to see fair play. When Mark had to fight them yearlings, it was you saw he had his rights. When they tried to get him dismissed on demerits, you were the one to stop 'em. Now, I don't know why you did it, 'cept perhaps you're an honest, fair and square man yourself, and saw he was, too. Anyhow, you been his friend." "I have tried to see fair play," responded the other, slowly. "I have not approved of many of his acts, what he did last night at the Hop, for instance. But still—" "If you knew this your plot was a lie, would you say so?" interrupted Texas. "I most certainly should. And if you saw a chance to prove it, knowin' that Mark'd be dismissed if you didn't, would you?" "It would be my duty, I think, as captain of his company. I should do it anyway, for I respect Mr. Mallory." And Texas seized the surprised Fisher by the hand and gave him a mighty squeeze. "Wow," he cried. "I knew you would. Whoop. We'll fool them old liars yet." Then, to the still greater surprise of the cadet captain, who wasn't used to Texas ways, the plebe dragged him over to the corner of the tent and whispered in a trembling, excited voice, "Don't you tell a soul, Nao, not a soul. SSH. Do you want to turn highwayman?" Fisher stared at the other in alarm. "Turn highwayman," he echoed. "Yes," whispered Texas. "Don't you know what a highwayman is? He's a man what robs folks at night." Fisher gasped and looked dumbfounded. The day that Texas had gone on his spree and tried to wreck West Point, he had been reported by the surgeon on the sick list for temporary mental aberration due to the heat. "This is an awfully hot day," thought Fisher. "I hope to gracious he hasn't got any guns." Texas waited a moment longer, and then he went on to whisper. He had lots to say, and one would have been interested to observe its effect upon the officer. His look of consternation faded, one of interest, doubt, and then finally of delight replaced it. And by the time the other was through, he had forgotten the lad was a plebe. He seized his hand and slapped him upon the back. "By George," he cried. "I'll do it. It's a slim chance, slim as thunder, but if it'll clear Mark Mallory I'll try it if it costs me my chevrons." At which Texas gave vent to a whoop that awoke the echoes of the Highlands. Chapter XX. 2 Midnight Prowlers. On the night of the day we are writing about, there was something unusual happening. It was neither a sentry nor an officer, this stealthy figure that stole out of a tent in the street of Company A. He waited cautiously until the sentry behind his tent had passed on to the other end, and then with the slyness of an Indian he crept down the path. And when he disappeared again, it was the big tent of the first captain that swallowed him up. Fisher was expecting that visit. He was up and dressing, and ready for the other. "There are the clothes, Mr. Powers," he whispered. "Leave your uniform here and slip into them quickly." The captain's voice was trembling with excitement, and some little nervousness, too. This was a desperate errand for him. It might cost him his chevrons, if not worse, for he had desperate deeds to do that night. "Have you got the guns?" he whispered. By way of answer, Texas slipped two shining revolvers into the other's hands. Fisher gripped the cold steel for a moment to steady his nerves, and then thrust the weapons into the pocket of the rough coat he wore. "Come on," he said. "I'm ready." He stepped out of the tent, Texas close at his heels. The two crept around the side, then crouched and waited. Suddenly Fisher put his fingers to his lips and gave a low whistle. The effect was instantaneous. Sentries number 3 and 4 promptly faced about and marched off the other way. It was contrary to orders for sentries to face in opposite directions at the same time. But it was handy, for it kept them from seeing anyone cross their beats. Texas and his companion had sprung up and dashed across the path and disappeared over the earthworks of old Fort Clinton. "That was neatly done," chuckled Texas. "We're safe now." "It would be a sad state of affairs, indeed," laughed the other, "if a first captain couldn't fix 2 sentries of his own class. We're all right if we don't make any noise." A person who glanced at the two would not have taken them for cadets. They were clad in old dilapidated clothing, with collars turned up to increase the effect. To complete this disguise, they took 2 black handkerchiefs from their pockets, and in a few minutes more were as desperate-looking burglars as ever roamed the night. "Burglary's not much worse than conspiracy, anyway," muttered Fisher, as he hurried along. "I wonder what time it is." 12 o'clock and all's well, rang the voice of the sentry from camp just then in answer to the question. And the 2 villainous-looking men crept on in silence, gripping their weapons the tighter as they went. The hotel lies very near the camp. It was only a short walk for the two, even creeping and dodging as they were, before they were safely hidden close to the porch of the building. The house is in colonial style, with big, high pillars, painted white. It was a difficult climb, but the two lost not one moment in hesitation. They evidently knew just why they came, and had planned their task beforehand. Texas sprang up on the shoulders of the other, and a short while later was lying breathless upon the tin roof of the piazza. Fisher had dodged back into the shadow to wait. The other lay where he was for a short while, to glance about him and recover his breath, then he rolled over and crept softly and silently along until he reached one of the windows. Texas had found out which one beforehand. He could afford to waste no time now, for this was a state's prison offense he was at. He raised himself and glanced over the sill of the open window. He glanced hastily about the room inside, and then dropped down again and crept to the edge of the roof. "They aren't there," he whispered. "SSH. Not there," echoed the other. "Then they haven't come home yet. Drop down." Texas slid down that pillar with alacrity that would have scared a cat. And the two were hiding in the bushes a moment or two later. "Gee whiz," muttered Fisher. "Just think of the risks we took. They might have come in on us." "Where can they be?" whispered Texas, anxiously. "I hadn't any idea they wouldn't be in by 12. "There's nothing they can be doing around here," said Fisher. "I don't know." "Look-a-here," muttered Texas, excitedly, as a sudden idea occurred to him. "I saw Ma goin' down to Highland Falls this evenin', and—" Fisher gripped him by the arm. "Jove," he cried. "We'll go down and lay for 'em. It's a faint chance, but if we catch 'em there it'll be 1,000 times less dangerous for us. And if we miss them we can come back. Let's hurry." It was a dangerous business, that getting down to Highland Falls. There were the camp sentries and the sentries of the regular army, besides, patrolling most of the paths. And any of them would have stopped those 2 rough-looking men if they had seen them skulking about the post. But Fisher had been there 3 years, and he knew most of the ropes. He dodged from building to building, always keeping the road in view so as to see their victims if they passed, and finally came out upon the road just at the beginning to cadet limits. Here they hid in a thick clump of bushes and lay down to wait amid the silence of that dark, deserted spot. "I wonder if they'll come," whispered Texas. "I wish I had one of 'em by the neck. The rascals." The words were choked in their utterance, for the officer suddenly nudged his companion and pointed down the road. "Look." That was all he said. Texas turned and glanced as he directed. There were two figures, clearly outlined in the moonlight, walking slowly up the road. "It's they," whispered Fisher. "Shall we try it?" And Texas gripped the two revolvers in his pocket and muttered, "Yes, we shall." The two came nearer and nearer. Out of the black shadows where they lay, the cadet stared hard, watching them anxiously, waiting, panting with impatience and excitement. The strangers were slightly built, both of them, and young. Texas recognized one of them plainly. It was Benny Bartlett. That the other was the printer's boy, he took for granted. Then suddenly he noticed one of them stagger. "That solves it," whispered Fisher. "They been down to Cranston's getting drunk. The beasts." That last word cut Texas like a knife. He had been that way not a week ago himself. Texas was slowly learning the civilized view of drunkenness. He forgot that in a few moments more, however. There was excitement, plenty of it, to fill his mind. The pair drew nearer still in the bright moonlight, and the time for their desperate deed was almost upon the cadets. "For heaven's sake, don't let them get away," whispered Fisher. "If they cry out, make a break for camp, and I'll fix it." That word was the last to be spoken. They lay in silence after that, listening to the others. Benny Bartlett, it appeared, was the more hilarious of the two, as such feeble hilarity goes. The other was trying hard to keep him quiet. The bushes that hid the cadets were right beside the road, and as Benny drew near they made out that he was trying to sing. "We won't go home till morning, we won't go." "Shut up, you fool," the other muttered, shaking him by no means gently. "You'll wake the old man," and the two watchers rose upon their knees. Two revolvers clicked gently, which made the printer's boy start in alarm, and then came a subdued "now." Before the victims could move or utter a sound, two stalwart, roughly dressed, black-masked figures sprang out into the road. And the half-drunken pair found themselves gazing into the muzzles of two glistening revolvers. "Hold up your hands." Half dead with terror, the printer obeyed. The other sunk in a heap to the ground, his teeth fairly chattering. "Not a sound," was the next gruff order, obeyed equally well, and then the robbers got quickly to work. It was all done so expeditiously that the victims scarcely realized it. One of the men covered the two with his weapons and the other went swiftly through the pockets of both. He did not seem to care for watches or money. It was papers he looked for, and he glanced at what he found with feverish impatience. He had a matchbox in his hand, and he turned away from the party as he struck a light and read one after the other, tossing them aside with an angry exclamation. He searched the printer first and seemed to find nothing. Then he went for Benny, tumbling him about the ground and not forgetting to administer sundry vigorous kicks. He had almost searched Benny, too, without success, when suddenly he gave an exclamation of joy, an exclamation which almost caused the other to drop his revolvers. The searcher had put his hand into a small, out-of-the-way pocket, and found a bit of carefully folded paper. "This'll do it," he whispered. "Come on." Texas' heart began to throb with joy. Texas was the one with the gun. "Victory! Victory!" he muttered. "Wow!" Ready to shout with excitement at his success, he started to follow the other, who was already making for the dense woods at the side of the road. He backed away slowly, still facing the two horrified lads, still leveling his weapons at them. "Not a sound," he muttered gruffly. "Remember." He reached the edge of the shadow in safety, and then suddenly a noise caught his sharp ear. It was not from the two, but from up the road. It was the sound of a horse's hoofs, accompanied by a jingling of sword and spur. Texas glanced around quickly. It was a horseman trotting up the road, an officer from the cavalry post. And in an instant more Texas had sprung into the woods and was dashing away with all his speed. "Run, run," he whispered to the cadet just in front. "Somebody's coming." Benny Bartlett had not nerve to give an alarm, but the printer's boy had. The fleeing pair heard his voice shouting, "Help! Help! Murder!" And an instant later came a clatter and thunder of hoofs as the soldier dashed up. "What's the matter?" he cried. "Robbers!" shrieked the two. "We been held up. They ran in there. Help! Help!" The rescuer wheeled his horse sharply about, he whipped his sword from its scabbard and plunged furiously into the woods. The two heard his horse dashing up, and they knew their danger was great indeed. Texas was flying on ahead, running for his life, but Fisher, who was a good deal the cooler of the two in the emergency, seized him by the arm and forced him into a clump of bushes on one side. "Lie there," he cried. "SSH. Not a sound." The wisdom of the ruse was apparent. Crashing footsteps gave the officer something to follow, without it he might not find them in the black woods. They heard his horse thrashing about in the underbrush. The man was evidently afraid of nothing even in the darkness, for he plunged through it furiously, riding back and forth and beating the bushes. Once he passed so near to them that Texas heard the sword swish and felt for his revolvers instinctively. But that was the best the man could do, and finally he gave it up in disgust and rode out to the road again. Then the two highwaymen arose and stole softly away in the darkness, congratulating themselves upon that narrow escape and still more upon their success. When they reached the camp, which they did in a great hurry, for they knew the officer would alarm the post, they passed the sentry in the same way, and separated, Texas hurrying into his own tent. To his amazement he found his tent mates awake and sitting up, for what reason he had no idea. "What's the matter?" he cried anxiously, for he saw at once that something horrible had happened. "Matter enough," cried Mark in just as much anxiety. "It's not enough for me to get dismissed, but you have to go to work and get yourself in the same scrape." "I dismissed?" echoed Texas, in amazement. "How?" "Your absence has been noticed," groaned Mark. "Lieutenant Allen has ordered an inspection of the tent every half hour until you return. They've been here twice now, and you're a goner. And what makes it 10,000 times worse, I know it's on account of me. You've been doing something to clear me." All this was said in about as lugubrious a tone as one could well imagine. But as for Texas, he merely chuckled as if he didn't care in the least. "I reckon it'll be all right," he chuckled, as he began to shed his sit's clothing. "Jess, you fellers go to bed and be good. I reckon it'll all come out all right. Good night." Chapter XXI. Benny is exposed. "Well, sir, I've come to ask what you propose to do about it." It was the pompous old squire, and he stood once more in the superintendent's office, impatience written in every line of his face. "Yes, sir," he continued, "I should like to know your decision." "But, my dear sir," exclaimed Colonel Harvey, "I have not made up my mind entirely. It is only yesterday you stated your case. What is the hurry?" "Hurry, sir," returned the squire, "I am in a hurry for my rights. I mean that my son shall have the cadetship he has earned." "Where is your son?" inquired the other, after a moment's thought. "He is up at the hotel," answered the squire. "Why?" "I should like to see him for just a moment. I have one question to ask him, if you please." "I'll send an orderly for him." The old man bowed stiffly. He sat up very straight in his chair and waited with dignity until his young hopeful appeared, wondering meanwhile what more the obdurate officer could want. Master Benjamin entered the room obviously pale and flushed. He did not feel very well as the result of his last night's manliness, and he had dim visions of robbers and stolen papers besides. He bowed to his father and the grave superintendent. "Take a seat," said the latter. "I shall not keep you long. Take this pen and paper. I am anxious to see your handwriting. Please write these words as I dictate them." Benny, puzzled and alarmed, prepared to obey. He saw that the army officer was watching him narrowly, which did not increase his ease of manner. "Right," said Colonel Harvey, "I promise to pay to Nick. What's the matter?" Benny had begun to write promptly. At the sixth word he had turned pale as death, and his hand was trembling. "What's the matter?" thundered the colonel again. "Why don't you write?" I stammered Benny. "I'm not very well." "I should say not," responded the other, angrily. "Let me see that paper." He took it from the trembling lad's hand. "Is that your son's handwriting?" he demanded, turning to the squire. Old Mr. Bartlett glanced at it quickly, a look of amazement upon his face. "No," he said, "it isn't." "Benny, why don't you write in your usual way? Why don't you do as the gentleman tells you? And what's the meaning of this, anyway?" Benny took the pen again, this time weakly. "I'll write it," he said. "Here." Colonel Harvey dictated it again relentlessly. "I promise to pay to Nick Flynn $100 when M. is fired. Benjamin Bartlett. Received payment July 13. Nick Flynn." The officer took the result, laid it on his desk and took another from his pocket to compare. "That settles it," said he, looking up at last. "Conspiracy." "What does this mean, sir?" demanded the angry old squire, who had been waxing more and more impatient under the ordeal. "Why should my son be insulted like a common criminal?" "Why?" "Because he is one," responded the other, just as warmly. "Look at those two papers, sir. Your son wrote both, and I know it." "Where did you get that other?" "The story is briefly told," said Colonel Harvey. "Two cadets of my academy turned highwaymen yesterday and held up your son at the point of a revolver. I presume he has told you." "So that's who it was," cried the furious squire. "So that's the kind of cadets you have. I shall have them both in jail." "You will not," laughed the other, "for several reasons. In the first place, you do not know who they are, and I do not propose to tell you. In the second, if you do, your son is guilty of conspiracy, and I shall see him punished for that." "This is preposterous," exclaimed Squire Bartlett. "That paper proves absolutely nothing. His manner when I asked him to write it, and his attempt to disguise his hand, prove a good deal to me. It proves to me, sir, that he is lying, and that you are a very foolish and indulgent father to believe him as you do. He has lied to me and to you, and he lies still when he denies it. Look at him cower now, sir. I knew that this whole thing was an outrageous plot the very moment the cadets showed me that paper this morning. One of them is one of my most trusted officers, and I believe his account. And what is more..." Here the colonel stopped and glared at Benny. "I say this for the benefit of your son, who evidently hates Mark Mallory. I believed and was glad to believe, that Mallory, who is the finest lad I had seen for many a day, is as honest as he is brave. And I shall take great pleasure in telling him so, and in apologizing for my doubts. And in conclusion..." Colonel Harvey arose to his feet and bowed. "I bid you a good day, Squire Bartlett. Cadet Mallory will not be expelled from this academy, if I can help it." And Benny and the squire left West Point that morning, which was the end of Mark's peril in that direction. Chapter XXII. Mark receives a committee. "Oh, say, Mark, I wish you'd fight that old cadet. And if you do, just won't we hoop her up? Gee whiz." The speaker was Texas. His quiet gray eyes were glistening as he spoke, and his face was alive with excitement. The two were resting from the morning's drill, and were lounging about a shady nook in the corner of the siege battery enclosure. Grouped about them, and equally interested in the important discussion were 5 plebes, the other members of the Banded Seven. It will be remembered that one of the hop managers, a first-classman and an officer, Cadet Lieutenant Wright, had ventured in behalf of his class to request Mark to leave the floor. Mark, who was in the midst of a dance at the moment, had been justly indignant. He had informed the other that an apology would be demanded, and that as a cadet, having an invitation, he proposed to stay and dance. Whereupon the hop managers had stopped the music and busted up their old hop and gone home in a rage. That was the end of the matter, except that there was a fight on between Cadet Mallory and Lieutenant Wright. It was to that fight that Texas was alluding. "And if you lick him," he repeated, "won't we hoop her up?" "There will certainly be a fight," responded Mark, after a moment's thought. "That is, unless Wright apologizes, which he will not do, of course. I do not like to fight. I'd a great deal rather get along without it, for it is a brutal sort of an amusement at best." "Rats," growled Texas. "But it's necessary all the same," continued the other. "I do not see how I can keep my dignity otherwise. The notion that a plebe is a creature without any feelings who may be slammed about at will is altogether too prevalent to suit my taste, and I propose to have the cadets understand once and for all that they may haze me all they want to if they can, but that when they insult me they are going to get hurt." "Bully, BG," chimed in Dewey, with a chuckle of delight. "Do you think you can do him?" inquired one. "I don't know," said Mark. "And what is more, I don't want to know. If I knew I could whip him I wouldn't want to fight. I mean to try." "Wow," growled Texas, angry at the mere supposition of Mark's not being able to thrash anyone on earth. "Didn't he whop Billy Williams? And ain't he the best man in the yearling class?" "They said he was," said Mark. "And I had a hard time with him. But Wright's been here 2 years longer and is trained to the top notch. He's stronger than Williams, but I doubt if he's so quick. And still he's captain of the football team, which means a good deal, I'll tell you." "I wish 'twere my chance to fight him," exclaimed Texas. "Say, Mark, you always were lucky." "I don't even know if he'll fight yet," laughed the other. "BG," chimed in Dewey, "I think it's about time you began to think of getting ready to start to send over and find out." "Reminds me of a story I once heard, BG." "Good heavens," groaned Mark, with a look of anguish, "I'll send at once. Everything I do seems to remind you of something." "I'll send." "You will, hey?" laughed Dewey. "BG, that reminds me of another. There was a fellow lived in Kalamazoo, and he—" "You go," said Mark. "I'll make you my ambassador to keep you quiet. Or at least you can tell your stories to the enemy. Hurry up now." Dewey arose from his seat and prepared to start upon his errand. Texas was on his feet in an instant. "Now look a yer, Mark," he cried. "Why can't I go? I want some fun, too. You wouldn't let me go that time to Billy Williams." "I won't let you go now for the same reason," laughed Mark. "You'd be in a free-for-all fight in half a minute yourself. You go ahead, Dewey. Tell Mr. Wright that I demand an apology or else that he name the time and place. Throw in a few BGs for good measure, tell him a yarn or two, and make yourself charming and agreeable and handsome as usual. Tra-la, L.A." Dewey tossed him an effusive kiss by way of thanks for the compliment, and then vaulted over the embankment and set out for camp, marching right merrily to the tune of "The Girl I Left Behind Me," hands at the side, chest out, palms to the front, little fingers on the seams of the trousers. The remainder of the banded seven waited in considerable anxiety for the return of the ambassador. They were one and all of them interested in their leader and hero. His triumph was theirs and theirs his. "He'll take half an hour, anyway," said Mark. "So there's no use beginning to get impatient yet. Let's take it easy." "Yeah, by Zeus," said the parson. "And in the meantime allow me to call your attention to a most interesting and as yet unclassified fossil which I unearthed this very morning." The parson cleared his throat with his usual ahem, and Mark cast up his eyes. "I wish I had found an embassy for the parson, too," he groaned. But there was no necessity for Mark's alarm, as it proved. The parson had barely time to give a few introductory bits of information about the pteroreption genera of the Triassic and Jurassic periods, when "The Girl I Left Behind Me" once more made herself audible and Dewey appeared upon the scene, obviously excited. "What are you back so soon for, inquired Mark. I hadn't anything to do, responded the other, hurriedly. Wright wouldn't see me. What? Why not? He says there's a committee from his class coming to see you about it, BG. A committee, echoed Mark. I've got nothing to do with any committee. It's my business to challenge him. I know. But that don't make any difference. He wouldn't talk about it, he just said the committee would see you about it and explain the situation. And to make it more exciting, BG, they're coming now. How do you know? Inquired Mark. I saw M, answered Dewey, and I told M where you were and, BG, they're on the way in a hurry. Something's up, BG, and I'm going to be right here to see it, too. Dewey dropped into his corner once more, and after that the seven said nothing, but waited in considerable suspense for the arrival of the distinguished first-classman, wondering meanwhile what on earth they could want and why on earth they found it necessary to interfere in Mark's quarrel with the officer. They came, 3 of them, in due time. The parson immediately arose to his feet. Hoi presbystou basileos, he said in his stately tone, and with his most solemn bow. That's Greek, he added, condescendingly to the 6, he took it for granted that the learned cadets knew what it was. It's a quotation from the celebrated comedy, The Acharnians, and it. They were shockingly rude, that committee. They paid not the least attention to the parson and his classical salutation, but instead, after a stiff, formal bow, proceeded right to their business with Mark. The parson felt very much hurt, of course, he even thought of challenging to a duel at once. But a moment later he found himself listening with rapt attention to the amazing information which that committee had to give. Mark did not know the names of the 3 cadets who confronted him. Their faces were familiar and he knew that they were first-classmen. That was evidently all that the committee considered necessary, for they did not stop for an introduction. All of the banded 7's fun had, up to this point, been manifested against the yearlings, and it had been the yearlings, chiefly, whose wrath they had incurred. But that hop was too much, that had been an insult to every cadet, and Mark knew that he had made new and more powerful enemies. He could see that in the looks of the 3 stern and forbidding cadets who glared at him in silence, with folded arms. Mr. Mallory, said the spokesman. Mark arose and bowed politely. What is it you wish? Said he. We have been sent to say a few words to you from the first class. Another bow. In the first place, Mr. Mallory, the class instructs us to say that your conduct at the hop the other night deserves their severest censure. You had no business to go. As a cadet of this academy, responded Mark, calmly, I considered it my right. It has not been customary, sir, said the other, for new cadets to go to the hops. Precedent may be changed, was Mark's answer. It should be when it is bad. There was a moment's silence after that and then he continued. Let us not discuss the point, he said. I always consider carefully the consequences of my acts beforehand. I am prepared for the consequences of this one. That is fortunate for you, returned the committee, with very mild sarcasm. To proceed, however, Lieutenant Wright, one of our hop managers, acting, please understand, in behalf of the class, requested you to leave. To continue the story, said Mark, keeping up the sarcastic tone, I was naturally insulted by his unwarranted act. And I mean to demand an apology. And if you do not get it, inquired the other. Then I mean to demand a fight. Which is precisely what we were sent to see you about, responded the cadet. Mark was a trifle surprised at that. I thought, he said, that my second should arrange the matter with Mr. Wrights. However, I shall be glad to fix it with you. You will fix nothing with us, retorted the other. The class has instructed me to tell you that most emphatically you will not be allowed to fight with the lieutenant. Mark stared at the 3 solemn cadets in amazement, and Texas gave vent to a muttered wow. Not be allowed to fight, echoed Mark. No, sir, you will not. Mr. Wright was the class delegate. Your quarrel is with the class. BG, put in Dewey, wriggling with excitement. Let's lick the class, BG. Mark was silent for a while, thinking over the strange turn of affairs, and then the committee continued. Mr. Wright will not do you the honor of a fight or of an apology. Mark flushed at that stinging remark. The speaker never turned a hair, but stared at him just as sternly as ever, seeing that his thrust had landed. Mark had a way of saying nothing when he was angry, of thinking carefully what it would be best to do. And now he gazed into space, his brows knitted, while his 6 friends leaned forward anxiously, wondering what was coming next. Suppose, the plebe inquired at last, suppose, sir, I were to force a fight with Mr. Wright. If you do, said the other, the class will take it upon itself to prevent that fight, using brute force if necessary, and punishing you severely for your impertinence. And moreover you will be required to defend your right to resist their authority, to defend it against every member of the class. All at once, inquired Mark, with a tinge of irony. No, sir. Separately, and in fair fight. Mark was thoughtful and silent again. The consequences, he said, at last, are unpleasant. The consequences of swallowing so gross and unmerit an insult as Mr. Wright's, given before hundreds of people, are more unpleasant still. Dewey. That young man sprang to his feet with an excited BG. Dewey, said Mark, in slow and measured tones, and never once taking his eyes off the 3 stern cadets, Dewey, you will return for me, please, to Mr. Wright's tent. Tell Mr. Wright for me that I demand an apology by this evening or else that he name a time and place. And tell him finally that if he refuses I shall consider myself unfortunately obliged to knock him down the first time I see him. Bully, BG. Wow. The 6 plebes had leaped to their feet as one man, with a wild hurrah. Oh, could anything have been better than that? Those 3 cadets had fairly quailed before Mark's bold and sudden, yet calm defiance. I think, gentlemen, said he, that my purposes are clear to you now. And I bid you good morning. Half a minute later Mark was buried in the wild embraces and congratulations of his hilarious friends. Texas was dancing a Spanish fandango about the enclosure, and Dewey, red and excited, was on his way to camp as fast as his delighted legs could carry him. BG, he kept chuckling. BG, we'll wipe the spots off of em, BG. Whoop. The more excited Dewey got the more BGs he was accustomed to put in. He was back again at the siege battery 10 minutes later, this time even more excited, more red, more breathless than ever. BG, he gasped. I got it. He'll BG, he'll fight. Whoop, roared Texas. Yes, continued Dewey, and BG, you can bet there'll be fun. You see, he wants to fight. He's no coward, I could see that, and he's mad as thunder because the class won't let him. And BG, I chucked in a few hints about his being afraid, which made him madder still, so that when I fired out that last part about knocking him down if he didn't, BG, he was wild. Oh, say. He hopped about that tent like Texas is doing now, and BG he wanted to have it out right away. Whoop, roared Texas. Let's go up now. I'll help. Let's. Sit on him and keep him quiet, laughed Mark, shoving Texas into a corner. Now go on. We couldn't fight at Fort Clinton, BG, continued Dewey still gasping for breath, because the cadets would have learned. And so finally, BG, he said we'd get a boat and cross the Hudson. How's that? When? Cried Mark. Tomorrow morning first thing, BG. Texas had escaped by this time and was dancing about once more. And the rest of the 7 were about ready to join him. This was the greatest bit of excitement of all. The most BJ thing they had ever done, defying the whole first class and going out of cadet limits besides. There never were 7 lads more full of fun than these boys, and never had they seen a chance for quite so much fun as in this daring venture. The 7 adjourned for dinner soon after that. As they fell in on the company street, it was evident to Mark that the story of his bold defiance, his desperate stroke, was all about the place even then. It was known to the first class, and to the yearling enemies, and even to the plebes, who stared at him in awe and wondered where on earth he had gotten the nerve to dare to do what he had. For Mark Mallory stood pledged by his defiance to fight the whole corps of cadets. He bore his notoriety easily, he returned the stares of his enemies with cool and merry indifference, and as he cleaned his musket and turned out for drill, or made the dust about the camp fly while on police duty, there was nothing about him to lead anyone to suspect that he was, of all West Point's plebes and even cadets, the most conspicuous, the most talked of. The story spread so far that it reached the ears of a certain very dear friend of his. An orderly handed him a note late that afternoon. He knew the handwriting well by this time, and he opened the letter and read it hastily. "Dear Mr. Mallory, please come over to the hotel as soon as you can. I have some important news for the 7, and for you particularly. Your friend, Grace Fuller." Mark went, wondering what could be up, and he found that it was about that same all-important affair that Grace wanted to see him. "I hear you are going to fight," she began as soon as she saw him. There was a worried smile on her face which made Mark smile involuntarily. "It's nothing very desperate," he answered. "So you needn't be alarmed. You see, it's necessary for me to fight once in a while, else you and I couldn't play all our beautiful BJ tricks." "I guess you'd better go then," she laughed. "But I don't like it a bit. You'll come home all bruised up and covered with court plaster, and I shan't have anything to do with you until you get handsome again." "Thanks for that last word again," responded he with a laugh. "Then," he added, more seriously, "how did you find all this out? I thought none of the cadets were going to speak to you since the hop." "Pooh," said Grace. "You didn't suppose they meant that, did you? Half of them are beginning to capitulate already. I knew they wouldn't hold out." "I knew it too," thought Mark to himself. He was watching the girl's beautiful face, with its expression of action and life. "It seems then that all my rivals are back again," he said, aloud. "None of them are your rivals," answered the girl, and then she added, quickly, "but that wasn't what I sent for you to tell you. I have been finding out some more secrets. I think if I keep on practicing on the cadets I'll be quite a diplomatist and confidence man by and by." "What have you found out now?" "Simply that the whole first class proposes to keep you from fighting." "I knew that before," said Mark. "Yes," answered Grace. "But you didn't know that they knew you and Wright were going to cross the river to settle it." "Do they know that, too?" cried Mark. "They do, and moreover they intend to keep watch on you, and if you leave camp tonight you'll have the whole class to follow you." Mark looked interested at that. "I can see," he said, "that I am going to have no small amount of fun out of this business. I wish you could manage to use a little of your diplomacy in helping me escape." "And I wish," added Grace, gazing at him with the same anxious look he had noticed before, "I wish I could help you do the fighting too. I hate to think of your being hurt." "It hurts me to have you look so unhappy," said Mark, seriously. "I can stand the other. As a fighter I don't think you would make much of a success. This is a case of angels for counsel, devils for war." "Go ahead," sighed Grace, "if you have to go to hospital I'll come over and nurse you." Mark took his departure soon after that. He set out for camp, revolving in his mind all sorts of impracticable schemes for outwitting the first-classmen that night. His thoughts were interrupted by hearing his name. He looked up. A cadet was addressing him. "Mr. Mallory," he said, "good afternoon. My name is Hardin. Mr. Wright has asked me to be his second." Mark bowed. "Also to say that if you will be outside of your tent, dressed, at 2 tomorrow morning he will have a boat ready to take us to a quiet place." Mark bowed again. "Bring 1 second with you," the cadet continued, Mr. Wright will have but one. And keep this very secret, tell no one, for the cadets will surely stop us if they learn. Mr. Wright has great doubts of our success anyway. I shall do my best, answered Mark. I am as anxious to succeed as he. And I'm much obliged to you for your trouble. Mark turned away and entered his tent. There'll be fun tonight, he muttered, plenty of fun tonight. There was. Chapter XXIII. A fight, and other things. Are you ready in there? SSH. Yes, I'll be out in a moment. 2 o'clock and all's well. The first speaker was Hardin, the first classman, the second was Mark, and the third the sentry, calling the hour. The moonlight, clear and white, shone down on the glistening, snowy tents. The camp was almost as bright as day. 2 figures who stood crouching in the company street were plainly visible, dressed in old contraband CIT's clothing for disguise. And presently 2 more appeared, similarly clad, Mark and his old friend, the learned and pugilistic parson. The 4 said not a word, but stole silently down the street to the park that bounded the camp on the east, the riverside, the beat of sentry number 4. One of them gave a low whistle, a signal to the sentry to face about so that he might not see anyone cross his beat. The 4 sped across the line and were lost a moment later in the shadow of the woods. The sound of their whistle had an echo, though they did not know it. It came from another tent and was the signal for a strange scene, one that probably that camp had never before witnessed. In an instant, it seemed, the white ground was alive with dark figures and black hurrying shadows. 1/3 of the whole cadet corps, all the first class, in fact, were about to engage in the perilous task of dodging camp. There was no delay, no hesitation, the whole crowd fell in under one leader, stole down the street, signaled the sentry, and then came a dash and a tramp of feet that almost shook the ground. The class was gone. Gone to stop that fight or die? One hates to tax a reader's credulity. To say that that sleepy moonlit camp was once more a witness of the same unusual scene not half a minute later seems beyond the possibility of belief. Yet so it was. There was no signal this time, they simply met, 5 of them, all plebes, 2 from an A company and 3 from a B company tent just in the rear. They, too, fell in under a leader who punctuated his orders with a whispered wow. And they, too, crossed the sentry post and vanished in the woods. There was someone to trail the trailers. We shall skip forward to those in advance. The 4 would-be duelists had no idea of their detection. They thought that their early start had done the work. They climbed down the bank of the river, past the riding hall, and came out on the railroad track below, just at the mouth of the tunnel. The boat is down near Highland Falls, said Hardin, briefly, and then there was silence again. Wright had not said one word since the start. They set out down the track. They stole by the little station, with its single light and its half-sleeping telegraph operator. And then hark! What was that? Tramp, tramp. The 4 turned in amazement. Great heavens, they were followed. Clearly visible in the moonlight, their white trousers glittering, the company was marching steadily behind them. They were in line and had a captain. At concealment there was no attempt, they seemed to say, every one of them. Well, here we are. Now what are you going to do about it? And the 4 stared at each other in amazement. Shall we resort to flight? Inquired the learned parson. They're too many, they'd catch us, said Hardin, emphatically. I don't know just what to do. I rather think we're outwitted. What's that? Ding, dong. Whoa. A train, exclaimed Mark. That'll scatter 'em. But it'll do us no good. A moment later there was a glare of light in the tunnel, light that shone upon the figures on the track, and then the heavy train shot out and came rushing down upon them. The cadets scattered of course, and in the temporary confusion Mark saw a golden chance. It was a slow train, he could see. A freight. and a moment later as the engine rushed past them, he shouted to the other three. "Catch it! Catch it as it passes!" It was all done so quickly they had scarcely time to think. They saw the last car whirl past the cadets, they saw the company reforming to march. And a moment later all four of them leaped toward the train and flung themselves aboard the last platform of the way car. It was going faster than they had thought. The sudden jerk they got nearly tore their arms from their sockets, and the parson's loose joints cracked ominously. But they hung on, all of them, with a grip like death. And they had the intense satisfaction of hearing a yell of rage from the cadets in the rear, and of seeing, as they clambered up and looked behind them, the whole crowd break into a run and set out in furious, though vain pursuit. "That settles it," said Mark, joyfully. "We're safe, now then." But his words were just a trifle premature. The cadets were fast being left behind, running though they were, but there was a new danger hitherto unthought of. The car they were on was the caboose. The door was flung open, a rough figure strode out. "Hey, there, get off o' that. What the devil are yez doin' there?" The four stared at each other in consternation. Here was a rub. They looked for all the world like tramps, to be kicked off unceremoniously into the hands of the enemy again. But before the man could move, Hardin thrust his hand into his pocket. "Here," he said. "Take that, and shut up." The man gazed at them dubiously. They might be burglars, robbers, but then it was good money, and nobody the wiser. That was none of his business anyhow. He muttered an apology and slammed the door again, while the four sighed with relief. "I wonder what next," said Mark. There was nothing more. The long train rumbled on down the river bank and the party waited in silence until Hardin gave the signal. Then they made more or less ungraceful and uncomfortable leaps from the platform, sprang down the bank into the rushes, and a moment or so later were on their way across the river in a rowboat. "Which means," whispered the parson to Mark, "that we'll have our fight after all." Mark had thought of that. He was already calculating the chances. Wright had a great, powerful frame, with massive, bull shoulders and a face that showed no end of grit. That much Mark could see. He knew, too, that the man was a gymnast of 3 years' practice under a master as skilled as Uncle Sam could find, that every muscle had been worked and trained, that he was lithe and quick and active, skilled with foil and bayonet and broadsword, a perfect horseman, and the captain of West Point's crack 11 besides. Mark thought of all this, and then he clenched his own broad hands and gritted his teeth and waited. There was not a word said on the trip, all were too solemn and anxious. Hardin rowed, working silently and swiftly. The waves lapped against the boat, and the ripples spread out in long, silvery, moonlit trail behind them. And then the boat sped in under the shadow of the trees on the eastern bank, and a moment later grated on the pebbly beach. Hardin sprang ashore and drew up the boat. The rest landed and he went on into the woods. The three followed him a short ways, and then at a little clearing he stopped. "Here," said he, "is the spot." Mark halted and gazed about him. He saw a small turf-covered enclosure surrounded by the deep black shadows of a wall of trees. The moon strayed down through the center, furnishing the only light. It was not 3 o'clock yet, and the sun was far below the horizon. Mark whipped off his coat. "I am ready," said he. "Let us lose no time." Wright and his second were just as prompt and businesslike. The lieutenant stripped his brawny frame to the waist and bound his suspenders about him to hold his trousers. Mark was ready then, too. "It is your choice," said he to the other. "How shall we fight?" "By rounds," he answered simply. He was a man of few words. "My second has a watch," he added. "Mr. Stannard may look on if he cares to, though we shall each have to rely upon the other's honor mostly. We have no referee." "I am willing," said Mark. "Let Mr. Hardin manage it. And let us be quick. Will you shake hands?" They shook. And then the referee pronounced the word. "Go." And they went, hammer and tongs. A man who chanced to be strolling along the river bank in the moonlight at 3 o'clock that July morning would have met with a startling scene. Just picture it to yourself, a quiet glade in the deep shadows of the trees, and in the center of it two white half-naked figures battling to the death, landing blows that shook the air. And all in silence and mystery. The 2 seconds, kneeling in the shadows watching anxiously, feverishly, were hidden from view. Wright had one advantage over Mark. He had seen him fight, and he knew his method. He knew that in skill and agility Mark was his equal. It was agility that had beaten Billy Williams, the yearling's choice. And so Wright, relying on his strength and training, pitched right in, for he and his second had agreed that a slugging match was the best way to beat Mallory. Mark was willing to have it so. Time was short, and they might be interrupted any moment. The sooner that unpleasant episode were over the better. And he answered the officer's forward spring by another no less sudden and fierce. A fight such as this one could not last very long, for human bodies cannot stand many blows as crushing as human arms can deal. The two had leaped in, each bent on forcing the other back, and for a moment they swayed, as in a deadlock, landing blow after blow with thuds that woke the stillness of the forest depths. The 2 seconds sprang forward, staring anxiously. They could scarcely follow the flying white arms, they could not see the effects of the crashes they heard, but they realized that any one of them might end it all, that their man might go down at any moment. The end came, however, sooner than either had thought. Hardin, glancing feverishly at the watch, had counted off the first minute, was counting for the end of the second. He had opened his mouth to call time, when he heard the parson give a gasp. He looked up just in time to see one of the white figures they had been bounding all about the enclosure, and he knew not which it was, tottering backward from one mighty blow upon the head. A moment later the figure was lying gasping upon the ground, and Hardin sprang forward to see who it was. But he had hardly moved before he heard a shout, and glancing about him, saw a sight that made him start in alarm. The Blackwoods were fairly alive with flitting white figures. And the figures with one accord were rushing wildly down upon the group. "Kill 'em! Soak 'em!" was the cry. "Where's that plebe?" Hooray! It was the baffled first class. Chapter XXIV. 6 to the rescue. Be it said in the first place, for the reader's comfort and relief, that the figure who lay upon the ground stunned and gasping was not that of Mark Mallory. Hardin saw that as he turned again, and he groaned. The parson saw it, too, and uttered a geological and classical exclamation of satisfaction, completely forgetful of his peril at the present moment. And as for Mark, he had known it long ago, he had meant that it should be just so. The first-classmen, as they poured in upon the scene, furious and out of breath, took in the situation in one glance. They saw their friend and classmate, the mighty Wright, stretched helpless on the turf, and they knew that Mark Mallory, the hated plebe, had defied them successfully, had outwitted them, and stood now in all his impudence, his purposes completely achieved. And their rage rose to bounds beyond the possibility of description. But they had him now. Though triumphant, he was in their power, alone with no soul to help him in all that lonely forest. And like so many wild animals they leaped upon him. You have read of the fury of a mob. And you know what a mob may do? It is far more than any single one of them, any half-dozen of them, would ever dream of doing. This mob had everything to urge them on, nothing to restrain them. Had not this plebe tormented their very eyes out? Had they not sworn to punish him within an inch of his life if he dared to fight with their lieutenant? And was not the lieutenant lying there now, half dead, calling upon them for vengeance? One and all they sprang upon him. The leader seized him roughly by the shoulder, flung him backward. The next moment Mark's arm shot out and the man went down like a log. That made the crowd still more furious. A dozen of them reached the bold plebe at once, and then there was the wildest kind of a time. Mark could not tell very clearly what happened. He was vaguely conscious of shouts and imprecations, of flying arms and closely pressing bodies, of blows and kicks that blinded him, stifled him. He himself was striking out right and left, and he felt that he was landing, too. He saw another figure beside him doing likewise, and he knew that the gallant old parson was at his side. And after that his head began to swim, lights danced before his eyes, and his strength began to fail him. He went down, and that was all he knew. There was no restraining those wild cadets, though fully half among them were manly enough to try. The brute passions of the rest were let loose and there was no stopping them. They still pressed about the two struggling plebes, a crowd roaring for vengeance and satisfaction. And they meant that nothing should prevent their having it, either. Something did, nonetheless. And it was something startling and unexpected. The reader will remember that we left the five hot upon the trail. The five were upon the trail still. They had followed the crowd down the railroad track. The crowd had hired a schooner the day before, having learned that Mallory and Wright were going to attempt to cross the next morning. They had followed in that, and the five under the leadership of Texas had broken the lock on a rowboat they found and had pursued the cadets across. They had landed a few minutes later. They had heard the shouts of the crowd, and now, wild and reckless with rage at what they saw, they were rushing from the woods to the rescue. To the rescue. It bid fair to be a weak attempt, for there were just 5 to attempt it, and of the others there may have been 50. No one could count them. They were a mob, a wild-eyed, furious mob. But of the unevenness of the conflict the gallant 5 never once thought. They knew that their leader was in peril, and that it was their business to rescue him. And that was all. Foremost among them was the wild Texan, and he was a sight to put 100 in a panic, a sight to rival Hercules and his club. Texas had snatched an oar from the boat, and as he ran he was brandishing that. His hair was ruffled, his face was red, and his eyes staring and wild. From his mouth came a series of yells and whoops that made the forest echo. And a moment later he struck the crowd of cadets. How that mighty oar did cut the air! If it had been a broadsword it could not have swept a clearer furrow. And behind it came the other 4, all armed with clubs, making a V formation that was simply irresistible. So long as the cadets were unarmed the fight was very one-sided, indeed, and the 5 might have rescued Mark in no time. But quick as a wink one of the cadets stooped and seized a stick. His example was followed instantly, and in half a minute the gallant rescuers were confronted with a score of clubs and assailed by a shower of stones that beat them back in confusion stalled. No, not quite. There was one rescuer left, a resource that Texas alone had. Texas had received a cut across the face that made him simply crazy. He dropped the oar, slung his hands around to his hip pockets, and a moment later with 2 huge 6-shooters opened fire point blank at the crowd. It happened that those revolvers held only blanks. Mark had insisted upon that beforehand, for he knew his friend's sudden temper. But that made no difference to the cadets. When they saw those weapons flash in the pale moonlight, saw them in the hands of that wild-haired, wild-eyed figure, heard the deafening reports and saw the powder flash blindingly in their faces, they turned as one man and fled in terror to the cover of the woods. And they left their victims lying on the ground. Texas was not so mad but that he had some cunning left. He saw his chance, and shouted to his companions. The 4 seized the half-unconscious, sorely battered pair in their arms, and whirling suddenly, made a dash for the shore. Texas himself scorned to run. He gazed about him defiantly, balancing his revolvers in his hands, and when he saw that the alarmed cadets did not contemplate a sally, he backed slowly through the woods and rejoined the other plebes. The cadets had not the nerve to face those revolvers again, at least not at once. They had a moment later when they discovered to their horror what the plebes were going to do. It was a horrible revenge. Instead of going to their own rowboat, the crowd deliberately marched out upon a little dock where the schooner lay. They put their charges into that, and then while the big Texan coolly faced about with his guns, the others seized the 2 rowboats and deliberately proceeded to tie them on behind. They were going to leave the whole class stranded. A yell of fury, of horror, A fright went up from the crowd. Leave them. Impossible. It lacked then 2 hours of reveille. And for them to be absent meant disgrace, court-martial, dismissal. Wild with alarm, the crowd made a dash for the schooner, leaping into the water, running for the dock, shouting and yelling. And Texas calmly raised his revolvers, and stood thus, firm and terrible in the clear moonlight. Before that figure they quailed an instant. That instant was enough. The big vessel swung off from the dock, the night breeze filling her sails. And Texas turned like an antelope and made a leap for the boat. The crowd saw him land on the stern, they saw the white glistening track bubble up as the vessel glided away, then in blank horror they turned and gazed at each other lost. Texas meanwhile, soon as he saw the boat clear, had but one thought in his devoted mind. He made a dash for Mark and staring in horror and anguish at his white and bloody face, fell to flinging water upon him. And he gasped with relief when he saw Mark open his eyes. Mark's body was still stripped, and Texas, even Texas, shuddered as he saw the bruises upon it. There was one that made the victim cry out as his friend touched it, and Texas started back in alarm. "Good heavens," he cried, "his shoulder is broken." Mark smiled feebly, and at the same instant a chorus of cries arose from the despairing cadets on the shore. "Tell Mallory we'll leave him alone if he'll come back," was one of them. "BG," cried Dewey, "did you hear that? What do you say?" And Mark raised himself with a struggle. "No, no," he gasped. "Don't. I mean to fight them." "Fight them? How can you fight with a broken shoulder?" I won't tell them it's broken," panted Mark. "Wow," roared Texas, wildly. "If you don't lick 'em I will." "Whoop. And as fo them cowards on the shore, let 'em get fired and bust." "Bully, BG," echoed Dewey. And the battered old parson chimed in with a feeble and gasping "Yeah, by Zeus," while the schooner sailed on in disdainful triumph. The first class, as it seemed, did not get fired. They ran all the way to Garrison's, the town opposite the point, and there begged a boat secretly to cross. But the news when it spread next morning made them the laughing-stock of all creation. And Mark, in the hospital, was the hero of the whole cadet corps. Chapter XXV. Mark in the hospital. "General Miles here? Who told you so?" "I saw him myself. He just got off the train. And there's going to be a review of the corps and a whole lot of stuff. Don't you hear those guns? That's the salute, BG." Texas and Dewey paused in their excited conversation to listen to the booming of the cannon to the west of the camp. And scarcely had the sound ceased before the roll of a drum was heard coming from the guard tent at the head of the A Company street. "That's the call to quarters, BG," continued the bearer of the news excitedly. "I bet we're going to see some fun, Texas." That call to quarters brought cadets from every direction hurrying into camp to spruce up, and fall in, but the two, who were seated on a bench over by Trophy Point, did not even offer to move. For that call to quarters had nothing to do with them, that was for old cadets, the first-classmen, and the yearlings. When the battalion turned out for review in honor of its distinguished guest, nobody thought of putting them on exhibition. The two sat looking at the line forming over by camp, and also at a group of figures way down at the other end of the parade ground, a group of blue uniformed officers, with the West Point band at the head. It was evidently the superintendent and his staff and the distinguished visitor with him. "Looks as if there's goin' to be hijinks round hyar," observed Texas. "It's a shame Mark ain't hyar to see it." Dewey assented to that emphatically, and Texas, after a few moments of moody thoughtfulness, continued. "Hang them old cadets," he growled. "It makes me want to get up and slash round some whenever I think of half o' that whole battalion pitchin' in to punch a feller, because not one of 'em was man enough to lick him in a square, stand-up fight. Tell you, it makes my blood boil. And they broke his shoulder, and sent him to hospital, and he too much of a man to tell on 'em at that. The cowards! That's what I say, 2, BG, chimed in Dewey. Mark's the spunkiest man that ever they laid eyes on. That's what he is, growled Texas. Just think o' war we'd be F-20 for him. We'd be letting them cadets haze us, that's what we would. Never mind, said Dewey, prophetically. Just wait till he's well again, BG. And we'll stick by him meanwhile. Will we? Echoed Texas. I couldn't tell in 1,000 years what that air feller's done f***o me. And I know one other besides us that'll stand by him, too. Grace Fuller, you mean? That's what I do. Ever since Mark swam out and near killed himself savin' her from drownin', that girl's been the best friend ever he had. You just ought to go over to the hospital and see how she sends him flowers and fruit and things. They let her in to sit with him and talk to him where they won't let us plebs near him. BG, I don't blame 'em, laughed Dewey. They're afraid of you over there, since they had to nurse you after you rode out and held up the artillery squadron at drill. But I tell you, Mark's in luck to have Grace Spoony over him. She's the most beautiful girl I ever saw, and she's the belle of this place. I declare I can hardly believe it, that she's joined with us plebs to fool the yearlings. She's just full o' fun, laughed Texas, but I reckon the great reason's 'cause she's so fond o' Mark. I wish I had his luck. I just stand off, and look at her and wonder s'posen 'twas me doggone it. Texas saw an amused smile begin to flit about his companion's merry face. He suspected he was about to remind that cheerful recounter of a yarn, so he stopped. Tell you what, he continued after some more thinking. I know 'nother girl that's dead gone on Mark. BG, cried Dewey in surprise. Who's that? Moll Adams. Who on earth is she? I reckon she came in afore you met us, mused Texas. Yes, 'twas 'fore you joined the Bandit 7. You know Bull Harris. BG, laughed Dewey. Didn't I lick the cuss once? That's so, said Texas. I forgot. Well, Bull 'twas just like him was both and this girl down on the road to Highland Falls one day. He had hold of her arm and she was fightin' to get away or somethin'. Anyhow Mark knocked him down, which was the beginnin' of all this hazin' business. Bull got all his yearling gang after Mark. After that Mark did her another favor, got her brother out of a terrible scrape. And I think she's been mighty fond of him ever since. BG, laughed Dewey. This is real romantic. What makes you think so? I've seen her hangin' round the hospital inquirin' f***o Mark. And I can tell by the way she looks at him. I don't think she likes to see him so chummy with Grace. That's more romantic yet, chuckled Dewey. Why don't Mark care for her? You see, said Texas, some o' the cadets, one of 'em a pretty decent feller, a friend o' Mark's, told him that she weren't quite right. She's somethin' of a flirt, you know. I don't like girls that kind much myself, and I'm sure Mark don't. He's kept pretty shy o' her, and I kinder think she's noticed it. Is she pretty? Inquired the other. She's mos' as pretty as Grace, responded Texas. And that's sayin' a deal. She's what you call a brunette, black hair and eyes. There's some girls a feller feels are all right, he feels he's a better feller when he's with them. Grace Fuller's one of 'em. She's just the angel we call her. Then there's some that ain't, and this girl's one of them. Quite a character analysis, laughed the other. But I guess, BG, you're right, all the same. And speaking of unpleasant characters, there's that Bull Harris. We haven't heard from him for a long time. I reckon, said Texas, Bull's been wantin' to see what the first class do to Mark since he'd failed to haze him. I reckon the diddy ol' rascal's right well satisfied now. You don't love him much, observed the other. Why should I? Ain't he tried every mean kid trick he could think of on Mark and me, too? He's all right to bully girls, but when he tried Mark now, he found he'd hit a snag. He's been doin' nothin' ever since but tryin' to get us into scrapes. And I was thinkin' today, 'tain't he no lucky sign he's quiet. I just reckon he's plottin' some new darnation trick. I wish he'd come on with it, laughed Dewey. Life is getting really monotonous the last 2 days since Mark's been in hospital. We been having so many lively and interesting brushes with the cadets, BG, that I can't get along without some excitement at least every day. I reckon it'll come soon enough, observed Texas. And they say when you speak of angels they flap their wings. I wonder how about devils. There's old Bull Harris now, the third feller from the right in the front rank of A. And he's going out to salute the general, observed Dewey. I wish we had another bloodhound now so's we could put it on his trail the way we did once. BG, but he was mad. As the two had been talking, the battalion had formed on the company ground, roll call had passed quickly, and the cadet adjutant had turned the parade over to the charge of the tactical officer, Lieutenant Allen. The latter's sharp commands had rung out a moment later, and the firmly stepping lines had swung around and were now well on their way down the parade ground, at the other end of which stood the famous general and his staff. It was an inspiring moment. The air seemed fairly to shake with the gay music of the band. The cadets' uniforms and equipments were glittering in the sunlight, their banners waving on the breeze. They wheeled like so many splendid pieces of mechanism, and in a few moments more were standing at present arms in one long line that extended the width of the field. The officers brought their swords up to the salute, and the spectators cheered, as a handsome figure rode out from the group of officers and cantered down the line. It was General Miles himself, a fine military figure, striking and imposing. The cadets would have cheered him, too, if they had dared. During this interesting ceremony our two friends of the plebe class had gotten up and started on a run for the scene. They had been so much interested in their discussion of Meg Adams and Bull Harris that they had forgotten all about watching this. But by the time they got there the review was over, and the cadets had scattered once more. This time to prepare for exhibition drill of the afternoon. The two wandered about disconsolately after that, Texas growling at Dewey for having talked too much. And then suddenly the former stopped short and stared at his friend. "I know what I'm going to do," he declared. "What?" "I may go in to see Mark." "I thought they wouldn't let you in," laughed Dewey. "I may go in all the same," vowed the other. "If they won't let me I'll make 'em. Jess, you watch me." And with that the impulsive Texan faced about and set out for the hospital in a hurry. Chapter XXVI. Texas has an interview. Texas promised fun in the effort to see Mark did not, as it proved, materialize, because, whereas Texas had expected to be refused admittance and to raise a rumpus about it, he was allowed to enter and was escorted to Mark's room with all politeness. Well, thought Texas, I reckon he must be gettin' better. This eventually proved to be the case, and Texas shrewdly guessed the reason for it as he approached the room and heard the sound of voices through the open door. With her to talk to, he muttered, anybody could get well. Grace Fuller was sitting by the window, dressed in white, an angel of loveliness, as she appeared to Powers. She was reading aloud to Mark, but she stopped suddenly as Texas burst into the room. And a moment later the newcomer had seized his chum by his one well arm and was shaking it vigorously. "Hello, old man," he cried. "I can't tell you how glad I am to see you." "Take it easy," said Mark, smiling. "I've got better news still. They found that my shoulder was only dislocated, and I'll be out today." Texas uttered a whoop that brought the attendants in on a run. He subsided after a threat of expulsion and sat down by the bedside and stared at Mark. It was still the same old Mark, handsome and sturdy, but just a little pale. "Say," growled Texas, "you've got no idea how lonely things are 'thout you. There's nobody to lick the cadets, or anything." "What's all the fuss I hear?" inquired Mark. Texas explained to him what was happening, and went into ecstasies when he was told that Mark would be out to see that afternoon's drill. With just the same startling impulsiveness as that which had led him to pay his brief visit, Texas sprang up again and made for the door. "Wow," he cried. "I may go in out to tell the fellers 'bout this." "Whoop." See you later, Mark. I reckon you're in pretty good company. Mark reckoned so too, and said so, as he laughed over his friend's hot-headed manner. Texas in the meantime was bounding down the hall and out of the door of the building. He meant to turn up toward camp on a run, and he had even started up the street. But something happened just then that made him change his mind in a hurry. In the first place he heard someone call his name. Mr. Powers. Oh, Mr. Powers. It was a sweet girlish voice, and Mr. Powers faced about with alacrity, to find himself, to his infinite surprise, face to face with Mary Adams, the girl he had not long ago been discussing. Hello, thought he, what on earth's up? His surprise was the greater because he did not know the girl, he had never been introduced to her, and he wondered how she even knew his name. She was indeed a beautiful girl, with a full round figure, deep black hair and eyes, and a complexion that was warm and red. There was a look of anxiety upon her face that the cadet did not fail to notice. Tell me, she cried. Mr. Powers, how is he? Why stammered Texas, adding, bless my soul, after the fashion of his fat friend Indian. He's all right. He'll be out this afternoon. I thought he was nearly killed, said the girl. I have been so worried. There was a brief silence after that, during which Texas shifted his feet in embarrassment. Tell me, she exclaimed, suddenly. Do you think he would like to see me? Why, stammered Texas. To be sure. Why wouldn't he? The girl noticed his hesitating tone, and her dark eyes flashed as she spoke again. Answer me, she cried. Is she there? If by she, answered the other, you mean Miss Fuller. Yes, I mean her. Then she is, said Texas, defiantly. He said that with a dogged, none of your business sort of an air, though rather sheepishly for all that. The girl stared at him for a moment, and then to Texas' indescribable consternation and bewilderment, she buried her head in her hands and burst into a passionate flood of tears. My lord, gasped the astounded plebe. Poor Texas wasn't used to girls, the only things he knew of that cried were babies, and a baby he would have taken in his arms and rocked until it stopped. But he had an instinctive impression that that wouldn't do in this case. Beyond that he was at a loss. Bless my soul, Miss Adams, he cried. No exclamation seemed to do quite so well as Indians in that case. Please don't do that. What on earth's the matter? Texas had a vague idea that someone might come that way any moment, and he wondered what that person would think to look at them. Texas just then wished himself anywhere on earth but there. In response to his embarrassed pleading, the girl finally looked through her tears. And her eyes, red with weeping, gave her beautiful face a look of anguish that touched the Texan's big heart. Lord bless me, said he. Miss Adams, is there anything I can do? She looked at him for a moment and then she answered yes, and turned slowly down the street. Come, she said. Mr. Powers, I want to talk to you. If he had wanted to, Texas could not have disobeyed. The fact of the matter was that Texas was too bewildered to have any wants. The true state of affairs had not dawned upon his unromantic mind. The two hurried down the road toward Highland Falls, the cadet following meekly. They came almost to cadet limits, to an old lonely road that turned off to the right. Up that the girl turned, and when she was well out of sight of the main road, turned and faced her companion. Now, she said, I will tell you. Oh, why is it you do not see? The look upon her face made Texas fear she was going to burst into tears again, and he shifted about uncomfortably. And just then came the crash. Tell me, Mr. Powers, demanded the girl, with a suddenness that almost took the other's breath away, tell me, Mr. Powers, do you think he likes me? Texas started, he stared at the girl's anxious face, a sudden light breaking in upon him. And the girl gazed into his deep gray eyes and saw she knew not what. Why stammered Texas. I have thought so much of him, cried Mary Adams, pouring out her feelings, in a passionate flood of words. I have followed him about, I have watched him all day. Ever since he befriended me so that night when he saved my brother, I have thought of no one but him. He is so splendid and brave and handsome. He never even looks at me. The girl's last words were said in a tone of anguish and despair, and she buried her head in her hands once more. It is all that other girl, she continued, after a moment's pause. He thinks of no one but her. Oh, how I hate her. He is with her all the time, he asked her to join that society. How on earth did you know, gasped Texas. Do you think I am blind, cried the girl, fiercely. Do you suppose I cannot see what Mark Mallory is doing? It is all that Grace Fuller all. And, oh, what shall I do? In a perfect convulsion of sobbing the girl flung herself down upon the bank at the side of the road. And Texas stood and gazed at her in consternation and embarrassment, and vowing if the gods ever got him out of that most incomprehensible fix, he'd never look at a girl again. A dozen Comanches could not have inspired Texas with half the awe that this one passionate and beautiful creature did. Miss Adams, he said, at last, I really don't think Mark knows how you regard him. I know it, sobbed the girl, he doesn't. But I cannot tell him. A sudden and brilliant idea flashed across Texas' mind. I can, he exclaimed. I can, and I will. The girl sprang to her feet and stared at him. No, no, she cried, in horror. What would? But Texas had already turned and was striding off in excitement. Gosh, he muttered. That's just the thing. I'll tell Mark F.O. her, F. she can't. And anyhow, I couldn't keep a secret from Mark. Doggone it, I'd have to ask his advice. This yere's a 'portant matter. Texas heard Mary Adams crying out to him to come back, imploring him to listen to her. But Texas, once well out of that embarrassing fix and beyond the spell of the beautiful girl, had no idea of returning to his uncomfortable position. And to his rough old heart there was no reason on earth why he should not tell Mark. Who else ought to know it but Mark? And, muttered Texas, F. she ain't got sense not to tell him, I will. So, deaf to the girl's entreaties, he left her to bemoan her fate alone and set out in hot haste for camp. Chapter XXVII. A plot to beat the general. Now the adventures of Texas were wild and exciting, to him, anyway. But up at camp in the meantime another plebe was having adventures that fairly put Texas into the shade. The plebe was Indian, and you may listen and judge for yourself of the adventures. Indian had been rather less credulous of late, but the yearlings were still anxiously watching for another chance to have some fun with him. The chance came that day. Nelson A. Miles is a hero of 100 fights, and as Major General he commands the United States Army. The more they considered the importance of that mighty visitor, the more the yearlings began to think of that plan. There were a dozen of them got together that morning and swore they'd fool Indian or die in the effort. Indian of course had seen the review and had been mightily impressed in his innocent soul. From the distance he had admired the military figure and imposing features of the great man. And then, filled with resolves to fight loyally under him and perhaps some day to be like him, he had turned away and strolled solemnly back to camp. He entered his tent, still in that serious, that really heroic mood. There was no one in the tent, and so Indian had it all alone for his meditations philosophical. Oh, what a fine thing it must be to be a great hero like that, he mused. To gaze upon the world from a large, ethereal standpoint. An ethereal standpoint would have made unsteady standing even for a hero, but Indian did not think of that. I can have no higher ambition in life than to imitate that man. As the poet has said, lives of great men all remind us, we can make our lives sublime, and departing, leave behind us footprints. Bless my soul. Indian had stopped his meditations with startling suddenness, and this was the reason thereof. He had heard mysterious sounds in the Company B tent next door. It was a yearling tent. Two cadets had crept into it silently, and Indian heard one of them mutter a subdued SSH. Have you seen a pointer dog prick up his ears suddenly? That was the way Indian did. A plot, said one of the yearlings. A plot did you say? What is it? Tell me. I'll come in. SSH, said the other. Do you swear eternal secrecy? Swear it by the bones of the saints. I swear, growled the other in a low, sepulchral voice. Out with it? All the fellows know, continued the other. They'll all help. But not the plebs. Do you hear? Not a word to the plebs. If any plebe should hear, he'd surely tell on us, and that would ruin us. He might do it, you know, for he'd get no end of reward. They might even promote him, make him a yearling. Indian's little fat heart was bounding with delight. A plot? And he knew it? Ye gods! Bless my soul! He crept close to the wall of his tent, straining eyes and ears to listen, not to lose the faintest sound of this most important news. It must be something desperate, gasped the other. Yes, it is. SSH. You'll nearly drop, I know, when I tell you. We're. Indian's eyes were like walnuts, half out of his head. We're going, continued the yearling, slowly, we're going to beat the general. Beat the general, echoed the other. By George, I'll help. I'm glad of it. Indian heard no more. Quietly he had arisen from the tent floor, glancing about like a serpent rearing his glittering head from the grass. He arose, he crept to the tent door, and a moment later he was striding down the street as fast as his little legs could carry him. So that was the plot. Those wicked and reckless cadets who had hazed him so much were now going to beat the general. The general could, of course, mean only one general, the great general. There was no general at West Point but Major General Miles. Indian never once stopped until he was well out of camp, out of the enemy's hands. A man with so mighty a secret as that could afford to take no risks. He must lurk in the shadows until he saw his chance to reveal the whole daring conspiracy. Visions rose up before his delighted mind, visions of himself a hero like Mark, congratulated by all, even made a yearling as the cadets had hinted. Indian even imagined himself already as hazing the rest of the plebs. These thoughts in his mind, he was suddenly startled by seeing two yearlings coming near. Were they after him? Indian trembled. Nearer and nearer. No, they had passed him. And then, once more, he heard the words. Yes, yes. We're going to beat the general. What? Heavens, suppose someone should find it out. That settled it? Indian sprang up boldly and strode away, determination in his very waddle. He knew. And he would tell. At that moment Indian saw Cadet Fisher crossing the parade ground. Surely, thought Indian, so high and responsible an officer as this had nothing to do with the plot. Why not tell him? And so at him Indian made a dash. Mr. Fisher. Oh, Captain Fisher. The officer turned in surprise. Hailed by a common plebe. Mr. Fisher, gasped Indian. Bless my soul. I hear they're going to beat the general. Yes, said the other. In half an hour. But why? Good heavens, he knew it too. And like a flash, the frightened plebe wheeled and dashed away. There was only one resource left now. He would tell the general himself. Across the parade ground dashed Indian, panting, gasping. Down by the headquarters building, he saw a group of horses standing. One charger he recognized instantly. The general was inside the building, and a moment later a group of officers appeared in the doorway. The handsome, commanding figure in front. Indian's heart bounded for joy, and then suddenly the amazed General Miles was greeted by a gasping, excited cadet in plebe fatigue uniform. General, oh, General. Bless my soul. The officer stared at him. A plot, panted Indian. Oh, General, Please don't go puff near the camp, bless my soul. Applaud. Applaud, echoed the other. Applaud? What do you mean? They're going to hurt you, bless my soul. Hurt me? Who? The cadets, sir. Bless my soul, I puff heard them say, they were puffo. Going to be beat the general. There was a moment of silence, then a perfect roar of laughter came from the staff officers. The general laughed too, for a moment, but when he saw the plebes' alarm and perplexity he stopped and gazed at him with a kindly expression. My boy, he said, you've been letting the yearlings fool you. Fool me, echoed Indian in horror. Bless my soul. How? Beating the general means, answered the officer, beating the General Assembly, which is a drum call. The officers shook with laughter again, and as for poor Indian, he was thunderstruck. So he had been fooled again. So he had let those mean cadets haze him once more. And. Poor Indian's eyes began to fill with tears. And he choked down a great big sob. The old officer saw his look of misery. Do they fool you often that way, my boy? He asked, sympathetically. Yes, answered Indian, at the verge of a weeping spell. Yes, they do. And I think it's real mean. So do I, said the general, smiling. I tell you how we'll fix it. Don't you let on they succeeded. I can't help it, moaned Indian. They know. Look. With trembling finger he pointed across the street to where in the shadow of the sally port of the academy stood a group of hilarious yearlings, fully half the class, wild with glee. The general shook his head as he looked, and poor Indian got out his handkerchief as a precaution. Too bad, said the former. Too bad, I declare. We'll have to turn that joke on them somehow or other. Let me see. Let me see. How would you like it for me to help you get square, as you boys say? Indian gazed up at the stalwart and kindly form confidingly, he was all smiles in a moment. I'll tell you, said the general at last, you and I'll take a walk. And when they see you with me, they'll be sorry they sent you. Come on. He took the arm of the delighted Indian, who was scarcely able to realize the extent of his good fortune. You'll excuse me a short while, gentlemen, said General Miles to his military staff. I'll return shortly. And now, to Indian, where shall we go? I guess I'll let you show me about camp. And sure enough, pinching himself to make sure if he really were awake, Indian, on the arm of the mighty guest of West Point, commander of Uncle Sam's whole army, marched away up the road past the parade ground and all through Camp McPherson. The general was enjoying the joke hugely, but he affected not to notice it, and plied the plebe with questions. Why did the yearlings haze him so much? Was he BJ? Oh, it was because he was a friend of Mark Mallory's, was it? General Miles had heard of Mark Mallory. He was the plebe who had saved the life of the general's friend, Judge Fuller's daughter. A beautiful girl that. And a splendid act. Indian had seen it, had he? Colonel Harvey had described it to the general. The general would like to meet Mark Mallory. No, he was not joking, he really would. Mr. Mallory was in hospital, was he? Too bad. Had been to BJ, had he? The general liked BJ Plebes. He hoped Mark was not badly hurt. And then suddenly the conversation was interrupted by a cry of joy from Indian. There's Mark now. He's out of hospital. That handsome lad down the street there, inquired the general, let us go down by all means. A moment later, Mark, to his great amazement, was confronted by the curiously contrasted pair. Indian was beaming like a sunflower. Mr. Mallory, he said, with a flourish, allow me to present my friend, General Miles. Mark bowed, and the general took the hand he held out. Mr. Mallory, he said, I am proud to meet you. I have heard of what you have done. The service needs such men as you. And the whole corps heard him say so, too. The general had been very careful to say those words in a loud and clear voice that made the camp ring. Then he turned and spoke to an orderly who was passing. "Tell my staff to ride up here for me," he said, and added, turning to the two radiant plebes, "Now, my young friends, I must ask you to excuse me. I am very pleased to have met you both. Good morning, Mr. Smith and Mr. Mallory." With which he turned and strode away up the street again, smiling at the recollection of the incident. And Mark stood and stared at his grinning friend Indian. "Well," said he, "you blessed idiot, you certainly do beat the Dutch." And then he turned and went into the tent. Chapter XXVIII. Bull finds an ally. "For heaven's sake, man, you don't mean this for a fact, do you?" It was Mark who spoke. He sat alone in his tent with Texas late that evening, and Texas was telling him the story of Mary Adams and what she had done during the day. "And did she tell you to tell me this?" Mark continued, in amazement. "No," said Texas, "she didn't want me to a bit. I couldn't make her out at all. She wanted you to know it, but she didn't want me to tell it." "I'm afraid," laughed the other, "that you haven't a very delicate sense of propriety." "I'm afraid you're no ladies' man, Texas." "That's all right," answered Texas. "I think I managed this your affair right well. Now, what I want to know is, what you're going to do about it." "That's just what I want to know," said his friend. "I'm as puzzled as you. Why, I hadn't the least idea the poor girl felt that way about me." "Don't you care for her?" "Why, of course, man. I like her well enough, from what I know of her. But I don't want any of that sickly, sentimental business in mine, and especially about a girl like her. I'm afraid of her, and I don't know what on earth to say to her. I wish to gracious, old man, you hadn't said a word to me about it." Texas gazed at Mark with a grieved expression. That was a nice thing to say to a man who was just priding himself on having managed a delicate affair so nicely. And Texas arose to his feet. "Well," said he, "I'm sorry you don't like it. And if that's all I get, I'll keep out of it." With which he bounced out of the tent and strode away. Mark also left the tent for a walk a moment later, still thinking. The girl was sincere, that was certain. And he knew it all, and so did she. The question was, what could Mark do without hurting her feelings? She was wildly jealous of Grace. Now Mark had not the remotest idea of dropping Grace Fuller, his angel. He did not like even to think of her in connection with this girl. He knew in his heart it would be best to let Mary Adams alone from this time on. But what would she think then? Mark was weighing this question as he went. He was not noticing, meanwhile, where he was going. It was within half an hour or so of Tattoo he knew, and a dark, cloudy night. He had taken the path down through Flirtation Walk, heeding no one. He had strolled to the other end, and turned to retrace his steps when suddenly he halted in surprise. A dark figure was hurrying past him, and as he gazed at it and recognized it, he exclaimed aloud. "Miss Adams," he cried. "You here?" The girl turned and faced him, pushing aside the shawl she wore and disclosing her face in all its passionate beauty. "Mr. Mallory," she cried, in just as much surprise, and then gazed at him trembling. "Miss Adams," said Mark, quietly, after a moment's thought. "I want to have a talk with you, if you please." "May I?" "Yes," she cried. "Yes, but not here. I want to see you alone." She turned, and Mark followed her, almost having to run to keep up with the girl's excited pace. They descended the hill at the end of the path, and then on they went almost to the Hudson's shore. It was a dark, deserted spot, and there the girl halted. Mark stopped too, and she turned about and gazed at him. "Now, then," said she. Mark said nothing at first. He was watching her features, admiring them and at the same time wondering at the emotion they showed. Her cheeks became red as fire under his gaze. "Mr. Powers has told you all," she demanded at last. "He has, I can see it." Mark started as he noticed the tone of her voice. He had never heard her speak that way before. Usually her voice was soft and melodious, a voice with a hidden, musical charm. Now it was cold and harsh, and Mark knew at once what that meant. The girl was angry already. She saw that he was about to cast her aside, after all her passionate, humiliating confession. And she was putting a bold, brazen front upon it. "I can see," she cried, suddenly. "I can see it all in your face. You do not care for me." "Miss Adams," he began, quietly. The girl shook her head impatiently. "Call me Mary or Moll," she exclaimed. "Call me Mary and be done with it." "They all do." Mark was puzzled. He did not wish to call her Mary, he did not wish to indicate any familiarity. He saw on the other hand that to refuse would be to cut her to the quick, but he chose the latter course. "I shall call you Miss Adams," he said, decisively. "And I want to explain to you." The girl stamped her foot upon the ground. "There is no need for you to explain," she cried. "I know. I know it all. I have watched you, followed you, dreamed of you, and you have flung me off." As she spoke, the girl had been striding about the spot. As she finished she bowed her head and broke into a passion of tears. "But, Miss Adams," expostulated Mark, "you will not let me explain." "Explain." The girl raised her head and tossed her dark hair in anger, while her eyes flashed. "I do not want you to explain. Your explanations are simply honeyed words to hide the facts. I know the facts. You want to tell me why. I know why. It is because of her, of her. I hate her, the yellow-haired creature. And I hate you. Yes, I hate you. You have treated me as if I were a puppet, as if I had no right to live. And I do not want to live. I have no use for life. I wish I were dead." The girl had raised her hands to the sky, a weird figure. She gazed about her despairingly as she finished. "I wish I were dead," she cried, again. The wind whistled through the lonely trees as she spoke, and made a strange accompaniment to her impassioned voice. A steamboat, plying the river, was softly churning little waves that lapped against the shore and made a low, gurgling sound upon the rocks. The girl gazed over the steep, dark bank as she cried out in her wretchedness, and the next instant she sprang forward. The thought had flashed over Mark at the same moment. He saw the girl move, and seized her. She turned upon him with the fury of a tiger she was, with all a tiger's passions. For a moment they struggled and wrestled, the girl crying out all the time. And then she tore herself loose with one mighty effort. Mark had only one free hand and lunged down into the darkness. Mark heard a splash and a gurgle of the black invisible waters. And then all was silent as the grave. Mark Mallory hesitated for the first time in his life. One arm was bound tight in a sling and helpless. He was weak and faint yet from his maltreatment. Still he could not see her die without trying to save her. His hesitation gone, he took a step forward, but he was too late. There was a quick noise behind him, he heard the word "coward" hissed in his ear, and a white figure shot past him and dived out into the darkness. Mark gasped with relief, and quick to act, he turned, and helpless though he was, clambered down around the side to reach the spot. He heard sounds of a struggle out beyond him, he heard some whispered words, and a moment later the figure of the rescuer arose out of the water and confronted him, bearing the girl in his arms. It was Bull Harris. Mark started back instinctively, and Bull sneered as he saw it. "Coward," he repeated. "Coward. The Corps shall know of this." Mark knew that expostulation and explanation were useless and unnecessary. He said not a word, but saw the girl safely brought to shore. And then, sad and heavy at heart, he turned and walked back toward the camp. Bull Harris stayed, to reap the fruit of his labors. He held the half-fainting, half-hysterical girl in his arms and wiped her straying hair from her face and sought to calm her. He seemed to like his task, for when she was better he made no move to stop. "Did he push you over?" inquired Bull, insinuatingly. "No," cried the girl, with fierceness. "He did not. But I hate him." "You might say he did then," the yearling whispered softly. Mary Adams glanced at him with a sharp look. "I might," she said, "if I chose. And I may." "What's that to you?" "To me," cried Bull, clenching the girl's hand in his until she cried out. "To me. I hate him. I could kill him." "You were rude to me once," she muttered. "Yes," exclaimed Bull. "I was. You liked him, and I hated you for it." That was a lie, but the girl did not choose, for some reason, to say so. "Come," she said, striving to arise. "Help me home." "One moment," cried Bull, holding her back. "Promise me one thing before you go." "What is it?" "I know the whole story, Mary," he said. "I know how he has treated you, how he has cast you off, made a puppet of you, and all for that Grace Fuller. You say you hate him. So do I. Promise me to be revenged if you have to die for it." "I will," cried she, furiously. "Will you give me your hand on it?" "I will." Bull took her home that night, though he was in no hurry about it. He came in after taps, for he thought it would do him good to hand in his explanation that he had been saving a girl's life, and restoring her to consciousness. A girl, perhaps a girl upon whom murder had been attempted. He evaded all details, however, and went to his tent chuckling triumphantly at his evil work that night. He had laid a foundation for trouble, but would success follow? Only the future could tell. Chapter XXIX. Strange Conduct. "Say, fellows, what do you think?" "What's the matter?" "Mallory's given in." "Given in? How do you mean?" "He's going to let himself be hazed." "What?" Two more surprised cadets than the two who uttered this last exclamation it would be hard to imagine. They had been sitting on a bench near Trophy Point, and one of them had been carelessly tinkling a mandolin. He had dropped the instrument and leaped to his feet. Now he was staring with open mouth at the new arrival, who bore the extraordinary tidings. "Mallory given up?" "Gus Murray, what on earth do you mean?" The three were yearlings, all of them. The crowd which has usually been designated in these stories as Bull Harris's gang. There was Gus Murray, the new arrival, a low, brutal-looking chap. There was the sickly and disagreeable Mary Vance. And there was the little fellow Baby Edwards, the meanest of them all. "You surely can't mean," cried Vance, "that Mallory has consented to allow the fellows to haze him." "Better than that even," chuckled Murray. "Better than that." "For heaven's sake," gasped the other, "sit down and tell us what you do mean. What is the use of talking riddles?" Thus enjoined, Gus Murray explained, he was nothing loath to tell the tale. "I'll tell you how it was," he said. "I was never more astounded in my life. I saw that plebe strolling down the street a while ago, holding his head high as ever and looking as if he owned the place." "Confound him," muttered Vance. "You know," the other continued, "he's never done any work like the rest of the plebes. Usually we yearlings make them fix our tents and guns, and carry water, and so on. Mallory never has, and of course nobody's succeeded in making him. I thought I'd guy him a little just now and see how he'd take it. So I stopped and said, 'See here, plebe. Let me show you how to clean a gun.'" "And what did he say?" cried Vance. "Just as BJ as ever," growled Murray. "Thank you," he said, "I'll go get mine and let you do it." Of course he knew perfectly well that I wanted to show him on mine and let him do the work. I said to him, "I've a gun to show you on, if you please." And by George. You don't mean he cleaned your gun for you, gasped Baby. That's just exactly what I do. You might have knocked me over with a feather. He said, certainly, sir. Yes, by Jiminy, he actually said sir. And when I left him he was working away like a beaver. He had the gun half cleaned. What do you think of that? Gus finished and gazed at his two companions triumphantly. He felt that he had accomplished something that no other member of his class ever had. I'll bet Mallory was afraid of you, chirruped Baby Edwards. Don't you suppose that's it, Mary? Vance picked up his mandolin and resumed his cynical smile. I'll tell you what I think, he said. What? Demanded Murray. That you're a fool. What do you mean? Simply, said Vance, that Mallory was playing some kind of a joke on you. But he wasn't, cried the other. I went back after he was through and the gun was perfect. The wood was polished till it shone like a mirror. I actually did not like to touch it, it was so pretty. And how about the rest of the tent? Inquired Vance. He hadn't disturbed a thing. I looked particularly. I tell you, man, that Mallory has given in. It's not much like him, said Mary, dubiously. You don't have to look very far for the cause, began Murray. You remember how the first class gave him a licking the other day? Vance admitted that might have something to do with it. It's got everything, chuckled Murray. It's simply broken his spirit. Why look, man. He was black and blue all over. Even now one of his arms is in a sling. I tell you he's made up his mind that it isn't safe to carry on as he's been, and so he's decided to get meek and mild for a change. And, oh, say, if it's true, cried Baby, excitedly. If it's true. Gee whiz, won't we have some fun? Just won't we, responded Murray, doubling up his fists and glaring as if the hated plebe were really in front of him. I just tell you I mean to make him wish he'd never been born. I've been waiting for a chance to get even with that confounded beast, and now I'll have him. For the next half hour there was joy unbounded among those three young gentlemen. Only those who are familiar with their dispositions can comprehend the amount of satisfaction they felt, and only those who know our friend Mark Mallory's character as they did can appreciate their surprise at his flunk. I wish Bull were here to hear about it, remarked Baby at last. Where is Bull anyhow? Inquired Murray, who was chief lieutenant in Bull's gang and an invaluable assistant in all of Bull's schemes for revenge upon Mark. That question changed the topic of conversation for a few minutes. It was Vance who answered it. There's something mysterious about Bull, he said. I've been puzzling my head to think what it means. You know Bull was absent from taps last night. What? Yes, he was. And you know that's a pretty serious offense. It may mean court-martial, you know. Good gracious, gasped Baby. What would we do without Bull? I guess we won't have to, laughed Vance. You needn't begin to worry. I was corporal of the guard last night when Bull came in to report. It was way after 11. Where on earth had he been? He wouldn't tell me. He was very mysterious. It seems that he had been in the water somehow and was soaking wet. All I could get out of him was that the business had something to do with Mary Adams. Mary Adams, cried Gus. I thought she wouldn't speak to him. Well, I don't know, said Vance. That was what Bull told me. Anyhow he didn't seem a bit alarmed about his absence. The superintendent sent for him this afternoon, put in Murray. I suppose that was to give him a chance to explain the matter. Yes, and I saw Bull with Mary a while ago, added the other, shrewdly. I shouldn't wonder if Bull were getting up some scheme. He hasn't said much about Mallory today. He's been very mysterious. The mystery, whatever it was destined to remain unsolved, however, for just then the rattle of a drum echoed across the field, and the three sprang up hastily. It's dress parade, said Murray. Yes, responded Vance, dryly. And now you'll have a chance to show off that beautifully cleaned gun of yours. Come on. Chapter XXX. A surprise for Murray. Gus Murray went straight to his tent when the group broke up. He hastily dusted off his clothes and looked at himself in the glass to make sure that nothing was out of place. Then he took up his gun from the rack and hurried out to fall in. A moment later the order was given, "Tension company," and after roll call the battalion wheeled and marched out upon the parade ground. The ceremony of dress parade has been described in these pages before. The solemn cadet adjutant formed the parade and then turned it over to his superior. The gaily dressed band marched down the line and took its station. A few moments later the battalion was in the midst of its evolutions. It was not very long before they halted again, down toward the southern end of the plain, to go through the manual of arms. It was then that Gus Murray received a shock. The cadets had been marching with their guns at a carry. Gus had held his that way ever since he picked it up, and then suddenly the lieutenant in command gave the order. Present arms. In a carry the soldier holds his gun in the right hand, with thumb and first finger around the trigger guard. In coming to present he swings it up in front of him and seizes the stock in the left hand, at the same time letting go with the right and reversing his grip. The cadet lines work like a perfect machine in that drill. Every gun swings up at the same instant, every hand moves in unison, so that the sound of the many motions is but one. This time, however, there was a break, and the cause of it was our dear friend Gus. Gus got through the first part of the motion all right. On the second part he got stuck in more senses than one. When he went to let go with his right hand he couldn't. At first he could hardly understand what was happening. He pulled and tugged with all his might. But it did no good, his hand was fast. And in an instant the horrible truth flashed over him: Mallory, he had polished the gun with glue. Every spectator on the grounds was staring at Gus. As for him, he was still tugging and wrestling, blushing, and gasping with rage. Finally he saw that his efforts were useless, and he gave it up in despair. He stood silent and helpless, gazing into space. Lieutenant Ross was the name of TAC in command, and he was noted for being a crank. He gave no more orders, of course, but stood and stared at the offending cadet in horror and indignation, while the cadets, who did not dare to look, but who knew that something was up, waited and wondered. How long this suspense and torture would last no one could tell. The TAC broke in at last. "Mr. Murray," he demanded. "What is the matter?" "My gun," stammered Murray. Why that is." "Mr. Murray, leave the ranks." Blushing scarlet, the yearling obeyed, conscious of the fact that hundreds of eyes were upon him. He strode furiously down the line and once clear, set out on a run for camp, almost ready to cry with vexation. He reached his tent, rushed in, tore off his glove, and hurled his musket into the corner. And then he stood in the middle of his tent and clenched his fists until his nails cut the palms of his hands. "By heaven," he cried, "I'll be revenged on that plebe if I have to kill him to do it." He stayed in his tent, nursing his wrath and resentment, until the battalion marched back to camp. And he refused to come out then. His classmates who inquired as to what was the matter received angry replies for their pains. And when the corps marched down to supper, Murray still sat where he was. He didn't want any supper. He was in just the mood to welcome a visitor who came then. The visitor was Murray's chum and crony, Bull Harris. "Hello, old man," said he, pushing aside the tent flap. "What's up?" "Go to blazes," responded Murray, by way of answer. Come," said Bull, pleasantly. "You don't want to get mad with me, Gus. Tell me what's wrong." "It's that confounded plebe," snapped Murray. "I thought so," said Bull. "Well, that's what my news is about. I've got a plot." And the other's sullen glare gave place to a look of delight in an instant. He leaped to his feet with an exclamation of joy. "By George, I knew it," he cried. Quick. Out with it." Nothing's too desperate for me tonight. That's good, chuckled Bull. Very good. Come, let us go and take a walk. This is a long story, and no one must overhear it, either. Such is the effect of bad motives upon men. Those two precious rascals stooped instinctively as they hurried down the company street and dodged out of camp. Bull led his company down through Flirtation Walk and out to the far end of it. Here they scrambled down the hillside until they were in a lonely, deserted glen almost at the river's edge. It was already growing dark with the shadows of the evening. And here Bull stopped and took a seat. "I hope this is quiet enough for you," said Murray. "I had an especial reason for bringing you here," responded Bull. "All I've got to tell you about happened here. Do you know, old man, I jumped into the river off that high bank last night." "What?" gasped the other. "For heaven's sake, why?" "That's in the story," answered Harris. "I'll begin at the beginning. Listen. You remember how I told you a while ago when that plebe Mallory first came here, how Mary Adams and I had a quarrel and that fool came along and knocked me down?" "You never told me what you were doing," said Murray. "Never mind. I was a fool to try it, that way. Anyhow, she's hated me ever since. And oh, how she has struggled to get that plebe. Murray, I'm smarter than you think. I've been watching this business night and day, waiting for my chance. And now it's come. I found that plebe and Mary on this very spot just before taps last night." "What doing?" gasped Murray. Bull told the particulars. "And, by George, I'll be hanged if she didn't end it by flinging herself head first over that bank," he concluded. "What?" gasped Murray. "Yes, sir. And then I saw my chance. Oh, it was a bonanza for me, Gus. Mallory was lame, you know, and he hesitated. I rushed past him and saved her life. Throwing in some heroic flourishes, so's to have the right effect upon her. I carried her out, and upbraided him as a coward. He was lame, I knew, and couldn't do anything if he wanted to. And it made her hate him all the more. How did it turn out?" "Splendidly. He went back to camp, and I took her all the way home. And you can bet I fixed it all right with her on the way. I made up for what she was mad about before, and I talked about Mallory and that other girl until she was wild. And, Gus, we've got her." "Got her for what?" "Mallory. She's our tool, man, we can do just what we please. She'll do anything on earth for revenge. I almost think she'd kill him." "You don't mean," gasped Gus, "that she's going to swear he pushed her into the river?" "She wanted to," said Bull. "Oh, Murray, you can't imagine how simply desperate that girl was. She'd simply thrown herself at Mallory's feet, and he'd kicked her away. At least that was the way it seemed to her, and you can bet I didn't try to change her view. And she was crying with rage all the way home. Her face was simply scarlet, and she was trembling like a leaf. I was honestly afraid of her. She vowed she'd swear to anything I said if she could only ruin him, and to get that Grace Fuller away from him. She said she'd swear to it and stick to it that he tried to murder her. She was even mad because I wouldn't let her." "Why didn't you?" cried the other. "In the first place, I doubt if the superintendent would believe her. There have been several plots like that tried, but he has too much faith in that fool of a plebe. Then, too, I doubt if the girl's rage'll last that long. We must use it while it does. All we want to do is to get that plebe dismissed." "That's all," exclaimed Murray. "But in heaven's name, how? Didn't I tell you I had a plot?" "Yes, but what, and when?" "Tonight," cried Bull. "Tonight? And I want you to help us." Murray sprang up in excitement and joy. Bull hushed his exclamations, and after glancing cautiously about him to make sure that no one was near in that now black and shadowy glade, went on in a low, muttering tone. "It's very simple," he whispered. It's because it's so simple it's sure to work. It won't leave Mallory the ghost of a chance. I'm just as sure, man, sure as I stand on this spot of ground, that Mallory will be court-martialed in a week. What is it? Cried Murray. Listen. Mary's going to write him a letter tonight, send it to him about midnight, asking him to come to her. Then. But will he come? Certainly. We can make it strong. She will. She can say she's dying, anything to make sure. He'll go. She lives beyond cadet limits. Some of us'll be there, catch him, tie him, anything, I don't care. And I know the girl don't. I think she'd tear his eyes out. Anyhow, we'll fix him there, beyond limits, and then back to camp we go, make some infernal racket and have the tack out in no time. Then there'll be an inspection, and Mallory'll be hived absent after taps. They'll ask him next morning where he's been, and he'll tell. He may lie. He won't. He couldn't. I know him too well. And he'll be court-martialed, and there you are. And Gus Murray leaped up with a cry of joy. He seized his companion by the hand. That's it, he cried. That's it? By heaven, it'll do him. And if there's any blame to bear, that fool of a girl shall bear it. Chapter XXXI. The plot succeeds. That beautiful July evening, while those precious rascals sat whispering and discussing the details of their plan, while first-classmen and yearlings were all down in the academy building at the Hop, a certain plebe sat in a tent of Company A, all by himself. A candle flickered beside him, and he held a writing pad in his hand. The plebe was Mark, his clear-cut, handsome features shining in the yellow light. Dear mother, he was writing. It is hard for one to get time to write a letter here. We plebes have so much to do. But I have promised you to write once a week, and so I have stolen off from my friends to drop you a line. This is the 5th letter I have written now, the close of the 5th week. And I like West Point as much as I ever did. You know how much that is. You know how I have worked and striven for this chance I have. West Point has always been the goal of all my hopes, and I am still happy to have reached it. If I should forfeit my chance now, it would be by my own fault, I think. I know that it would break my heart. We plebes have to work hard nowadays. They wake us up at 5 with a big gun, and after that it is drill all day. But I like it, for I am learning lots of things. If you could see me sweeping and dusting, I know you would laugh. Texas says if the boys saw him they'd lynch him. Show. I told you a lot about Texas the last time I wrote. He is the most delightful character I have ever met in my life. He is just fresh from the plains, and his cowboy ways of looking at things keep me laughing all day. But he is just as true as steel, and as fine a friend as I ever knew. I believe I told you all about the Banded Seven, the secret society we have gotten up to stop hazing. Well, we are having hijinks with the old yearlings, as Texas calls them. We have outwitted them at every point, and I think they are about ready to give up in despair. We plebes even went to the Hop the other night. I can hear the music of the Hop now as it comes over the parade ground. It is very alluring, so you must appreciate this letter all the more. I shan't tell you about the fight I had, for it would worry you. And I haven't time to tell you how I saved the life of a girl last week. I enclose a newspaper clipping about it, but you mustn't believe it was so absurdly heroic. The girl's father is a very rich man here, and, mother, she is very sweet and attractive. She has joined the 7 to help me fool the yearlings. I guess I shall have to stop now. I hear some sounds that make me think it is time for tattoo, and besides, I am getting very homesick, writing to you way out in Colorado. You need not be fearing any rival to my affections, mother dear, even if I am fond of Grace Fuller. I wish I could see you just once tonight to tell you how much I miss you. And I am still your devoted son, Mark. Mark laid down his pencil with a sigh. He folded the letter and sealed it, and then arose slowly to his feet. Outside of his tent he heard quick steps and voices, and a moment later the rattle of a drum broke forth. "Tattoo," he observed. "I thought so." He turned toward the door as the flap was pushed aside and a tall, slender lad entered, a lad with bronzed, sun-tanned features and merry gray eyes. "Hello, Texas," said Mark. "Hello," growled Texas. "Look a yer. What do you mean by runnin' off and hidin' all evenin'? I been a-huntin' you everywhere." "I've been right here," said Mark, writing a letter home. "Did you want me to go to the hop?" "No, I didn't. But I wanted you to tell me all about that crazy Mary Adams last night and what you did. You ain't had time to tell me all day." Mark told him the story then. They were still discussing it when they turned out and lined up for roll call, and that ceremony being over, they scattered again, Texas still eagerly asking questions about the strange affair. Taps sounded half an hour later, 10 o'clock, lights out and all quiet. They stopped then. Sentry number 3 that night was Baby Edwards. His beat lay along the northern edge of the camp, skirting the tents of Company A. And Baby Edwards let quite a number pass his beat that night. For instance, he was on duty from midnight until 2. It was bright moonlight then, and Baby could have seen anyone who crossed his post, but he heard a signaling whistle and faced out in order not to see anyone. The person who entered was a boy clad in a blue uniform, an orderly, as they are called. He ran silently and swiftly in and made straight for one tent. When he got there he hesitated not a moment, but stepped in and crept up to one of the sleepers. It was Mark who awoke at his touch, and Mark sat up in alarm and stared at him. "SH," said the boy. "SH. Don't wake anyone." "What do you want?" Mark demanded. "I've a letter, sir, a letter from her again." Mark stared at the boy and recognized him at once as a messenger who had given him a note from Mary Adams about a month ago. And he sprang to his feet in surprise. "She writing again," he whispered. "Quick, give it to me." He broke the seal, stepped to the tent door, where, in the white moonlight, he could read every letter plainly. And this was what he saw. "Dear Mr. Mallory, oh, once more I have to write you to call upon you for aid. You cannot imagine the terrible distress I am in. And I have no one to call upon but you. If you respect me as a woman, come to my aid tonight and at once. And come alone, for I could not bear to have anyone but you know of my terrible affliction. Oh, please do not fail me. You may imagine my state of mind when I write you like this. And let me call myself your friend, Mary Adams." Mark finished the reading of that letter in amazement, even alarm. "Did she give you this?" he demanded of the boy. "Yes, sir, she did, not 5 minutes ago," replied the lad. "And she told me to run. She seemed scared to death, sir, and I know she'd been crying." Mark stared into his earnest face a moment, and then he turned away in thought. "You may go," he said to the boy. "I know my way to her house alone." The lad disappeared, and Mark, without a moment's hesitation, went over and woke one of the cadets. "Wake up, Texas," he whispered. "Wake up and read this." Texas arose from his couch in surprise and sleepy alarm. He read the letter, gasping, then he stared at Mark. "Do you think she wrote it?" he inquired. That problem was puzzling Mark, too. He had received 2 letters before from the girl, under exactly similar circumstances. One had been a trick of the cadets to lure him out. The other had been genuine, and had resulted in Mark saving the girl's brother from disgrace and ruin. But which was this? Mark made up his mind quickly. "I think she wrote it, old man," he said. "The drum boy who gave me this gave me the other she wrote, too, and he swears she wrote this. He said she was frightened and crying. Texas, she lives way off there with her old mother, who's blind and helpless. And there's no telling what may have happened to her. Just see how urgent that note is. I must go, old man. I'd be a coward if I didn't. She don't know a soul to call on but me. And Mark, generous and noble to a fault, had turned and begun to fling on his clothing. Texas was doing likewise. I may go in too, he vowed. She says not, whispered Mark. I know, was the answer. She ain't a goin' to know it. I may go in case it's them ol' yearlins. If I see it's all right, and she wrote it, I reckon I can sneak home. Nothing could deter the faithful and vigilant Texan from his resolution, and when Mark stole out of his tent his friend was at his heels. They passed the sentry, Baby Edwards, with the usual signal. Mark, fooled for once, was chuckling at his deception, thinking Baby thought them yearlings. But Baby knew who it was, and laughed. The two, once clear of camp, set out on a dead run. They dashed across the cavalry plain and down the road to Highland Falls. It was nearly a mile to where Mary Adams lived, but Mark never stopped once, not even when he came to the dreaded cadet limits, to be found beyond which meant court-martial and dismissal in disgrace. He took the risk grimly, however, and ran on. When they finally reached the girl's house the Texan was panting and exhausted. You stay there, whispered Mark, pointing to a clump of bushes nearby. Texas crouched behind them, and doubled his fists in determination. Mark just as promptly stepped up to the door and softly rapped. There was a light in one of the rooms on the ground floor. The curtain was carefully drawn, but Texas, watching closely, saw a shadow swiftly flit across. And just after that the door was flung open, and the girl stood before them. I knew you would come. Texas heard her cry. Oh, thank fortune. Then Mark stepped inside, and the door shut again. Texas waited in suspense and curiosity. He did not know how long Mark might be in there, but he was resolved to stick it out. Then suddenly, to his surprise, the door was opened again, and Mark and the girl stepped out. She was leaning upon his arm, and hurrying him forward quickly. She was evidently in great distress, and from what the hidden listener heard, Mark was striving his best to comfort her. The two figures hurried across the clearing and vanished in the woods. Texas arose from his position. I reckon it's all right, he muttered. It's blamed mysterious, but there's nothin' mofo me to do. And suiting the action to the word the faithful Southerner turned and set out rapidly for camp. Mark, when he entered Mary Adams' house, found her standing before him, a picture of misery and fright. He demanded to know what was wrong. Come, come, the girl cried. Quick. I cannot tell you. Oh. Come and see. She flung a shawl about her shoulders, seized Mark by the arm in a convulsive grip, and together they hurried through the woods. It was a little footpath they followed. Mark had no idea where they were going in the deep black darkness. He abandoned himself entirely to the girl's guidance, trusting that no slight matter could have taken her there, and he was right. The girl said not a word during the trip. She kept her face hidden in the shawl, and only a sob told Mark the state of her feelings. He was growing more mystified and curious every moment. On they went. They must have been hurrying continually for at least 5 minutes, the girl dragging the cadet faster and faster, when suddenly she turned and left the path. There was a dense thicket before them. She paused not a moment to hesitate, but plunged into the midst of it. The briars tore her clothing and hands, but she forced her way in. And when they were in the very center, without a word, she stopped and faced about. She pushed aside her veil and hair and stared wildly at Mark. He gazed at her blood-red, burning cheeks and saw her black eyes glitter. What is the matter? He cried. She made not a sound, but suddenly to Mark's infinite horror flung herself upon him and wrapped her arms about his neck. Why, Miss Adams, he gasped. His words stuck in his throat. His surprise changed to the wildest dismay and consternation. For he felt a pair of sinewy arms flung about his ankles, binding his feet together as in a vice. He had only one free arm, the other being bound to his chest with the bandages of the surgeon. The free arm was seized by the wrist with a grip that almost crushed it. And to his mouth another pair of hands were pressed, making outcry impossible as it would have been futile anyway. Mark was as motionless and helpless as if he had been turned to stone. The swift emotions that surged through his excited brain defy description. He saw the plot in an instant, apprehended it in all its fiendish heartlessness, and he knew that he was ruined. He could not see behind him, he could not identify his assailants, but he was sure they were cadets, Bull and his crowd leagued with this wretched girl to play upon his kind-heartedness. And that girl! Oh, what a figure she was! She made no attempt to hide herself, however much Bull Harris might. She stood before her helpless victim's eyes a perfect figure of vengeance and triumph. There is a famous painting by Sichel of the Grecian sorceress, Medea. The woman is standing clad in white that contrasts with her jet-black hair. In one hand, half hidden, she clutches a shining dagger, her mouth is set in a firm, determined way, and her eyes are dark and gleaming. Imagine that figure in the moment of victory, every feature convulsed with joy, with hatred gratified, and that is the girl Mary Adams. She was dancing about Mark in fury, flinging her hands in his face, taunting him, jeering at him, threatening him so as to frighten even the desperate cadets. They, meanwhile, were working quickly. They bound his legs together, his arms to his side. They forced a gag into his mouth, and then lastly shut off his view of the wildly shrieking girl by tying a handkerchief about his eyes. And then they tumbled him to the ground and turned away and left him. Mary Adams stayed behind them a moment to vent her fury upon the helpless prisoner. Satisfied, she cried. How do you like it? I told you I would have revenge. I told you I hated you. And now it is mine. You are mine, too. Do you hear me? I can do what I please with you. Mark could not see her, but he felt a stinging pain in his cheek and he felt the warm blood flow. The girl's sharp heel had cut his flesh. And a moment later he heard a low voice mutter. Come away, you fool. Come on. They dragged her reluctantly with them. Mark heard the steps recede into the distance, heard the silence settling down about the place. They had left him alone, deserted and helpless, lost in the midst of the woods, left him to die for all he knew, certainly to be missed, to be expelled, to be ruined. And the poor fellow groaned within him as he realized the triumph of his enemies. Chapter XXXII. Triumph Conclusion. Texas made his way back to camp in silence. Texas felt it was none of his business, and yet he could not help trying to guess the errand upon which those two had gone. It was certainly a mystery. Texas reached the camp without succeeding in forming the least guess. He raced past the same sentry in the same style as usual. He entered his tent and found the other two sleeping soundly, having not the least suspicion of the night's occurrences. I reckon, he mused, reflectively, there ain't much use o' my sittin' round. I'll go to bed. With which resolution he undressed and lay down to sleep. After such an exciting and lively half-hour as the one Texas had just spent, one does not usually drop off to sleep very easily. It was fortunate that Texas did not, wide awake as he was. He had a cooler and steadier head to think when the hour of trial came. For the hour of trial was coming very soon now. Bull Harris and his cowardly allies first took the precaution to calm the angry girl, and then set out on a run for camp. Their hearts were beating high with hope and triumph. Their time had come at last, their enemy was theirs, and theirs without any blame falling on them. It was a great day for the vengeful Bull. They passed their sentry ally in safety and vanished in their tents. In a minute more they were all safely in bed, as Texas was, and then the time had come. Texas, lying in his silent tent, was just beginning to doze, when suddenly came a wild yell that shook the air, that made the hills to echo. It rang through the sleeping camp, and it was followed by a series of shouts. Help! 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 The place was in an uproar in an instant, and Texas was almost paralyzed with horror. An alarm. The camp awake. Inspection. And Mark, his friend and hero, absent. He sprang to his feet with a hoarse cry. At the same moment the other two plebes sat up and stared about them wildly. "What's that?" cried one. "Mark's gone," fairly shrieked Texas. "Mark gone? How?" "He's out of bounds. Great heavens, he went to see Mary Adams. And he'll be found out." The two crowded about him, their faces pale with fright, their eyes staring. Mark gone. Mark, their leader. What on earth would they do? The Texans' wild exclamation had been heard in the Company B tent to the rear, and its occupants had rushed in regardless of rules, of discovery, of everything. An alarm. An inspection. And Mark beyond limits. Things were happening with incredible swiftness outside. The shouts had been echoed by excited inquiries from awakened cadets, by the cries of sentries for the corporal of the guard, and by the quick, sharp commands of officers. Lieutenant Allen, the TAC in command, had sprung up from his bed at the very first cry. And in half a minute more, dressed and with lighted lantern in hand, he was rushing down the company street. "What's the matter?" he cried. No one knew. He saw cadets gathered in almost every tent door, staring out anxiously. Thus he did not notice the state of affairs in Mark's tent, where 6 horrified, frightened plebes were huddled, gasping. Night alarms had been getting too frequent at Camp McPherson that year, and had excited the ire of the authorities. The lieutenant meant to find out the authors of this one, if such a thing were within the realms of possibility. First he thought of sounding the long roll, the fire or mutiny signal, summoning the cadets out on the street for roll call. Then it occurred to him that an inspection of the tents might do better. Another TAC, Lieutenant Ross, had joined him at this moment. And without a moment's delay, the two set to work. And Lieutenant Allen started with Company A, the very street in which Mark Mallory's tent stood. 1,000 wild plans had occurred to the 6, to Texas in particular. He might hold up the TAC, prevent the inspection. Or dress up as Mark and have himself reported. Great heavens! He must do something. The officer began at the head of the street. It was the work of but 1 second to glance into each tent. It would take but 5 seconds more to reach Mark's, to note the fact that there were but 3 in that tent, and that Cadet Mallory was absent out of camp, out of limits. Texas turned to his comrades as the officer drew near. There were tears in Texas' eyes, and his voice was choked. "You fellows," he said, to the 3 from the B tent, you'd better go back, or you'll get soaked, too." Nearer still came the officer. 1 tent more. The 3 had turned to go, and then suddenly Texas uttered a cry of joy and staggered back against the tent wall. An instant later he leaped forward, seized Dewey, one of the 3, by the shoulders and fairly flung him to the ground. "Lie there! Lie there!" he gasped, hoarsely. "Darnation!" Dewey, quick as a wink, saw the ruse. The other 2, confused and frightened, dashed across to their tent and hid, wondering what was up, what Texas was trying to do. But Dewey slid into the blankets that made Mark's bed, drew the sheet over him, all but his head, and then lay still, gasping and trembling like a leaf. Texas and the other 2 sprang for their places and imitated him. And an instant later the white light of the officer's lantern flashed into the tent. The 4 held their breath, their hearts fairly ceased to beat as the TAC glanced around. He saw a tent undisturbed, he saw Texas, and the parson and Sleepy, and he saw the brown curly hair of the 4th occupant, lying upon his stomach, his face turned away from the light. A second more and he passed on, and the 4 almost fainted with the reaction of relief. It was not over yet, though. Allen had 2 more tents to visit up that row, and then he would turn to B Company. Texas peered out and watched him reach the last tent, and then uttered a whispered "now." Quick as a flash, Dewey slid under the wall at the rear, whisked across the open space, and dived into his own tent safe. The camp settled down into quietness a few minutes after that. But the six never slept another wink. Mark had escaped that danger, he was safe for a moment. But another alarm might come any moment. And reveille was sure to come in a few hours. And where was Mark? Texas, ever sly, had become suspicious by that time, ever bold and faithful, he lost not a moment in hesitation. He left camp again. He ran straight to Mary Adams' house, and from it straight out the path he had seen the two take. It was a forlorn hope, but it met with fulfillment. Texas heard a low groan, the only signal Mark could make when he heard the step of a possible rescuer. And in half an hour more Mark Mallory was back in camp again, safe, telling to his furious friends the tale of his betrayal and hearing from them the tale of his escape. "We must get square, BG," cried Dewey. "Yes, we must get square, by Zeus," came from the parson. "Give me time, boys, give me time," put in Mark. "I will think up a plan." "Gosh, but it was a night o' nights," was the comment from Texas. "But we fooled them ol' yearlings nicely, didn't we?" "Oh, they can't down us," chimed in Dewey. "We'll go M1 better, BG, every time, BG." And the Bandit 7 agreed to a man. The end. The West Point Rivals. Mark Mallory's Stratagem. Chapter I. Accepting a Challenge. "Say, boys, listen to this." The speaker was a tall, gaunt cadet, dressed in the uniform of a West Point plebe. He was resting in a tent in summer encampment, and close at hand were two other plebes. "What is it, Texas?" asked one of the other cadets. "Goin' to be a circus down to Highland Falls." "Well, what of it?" "We can't go," came from a cadet known as Parson Stannard, a tall, thin fellow hailing from Boston. "Yes, but listen," went on the first speaker. "This air bill says as how they got a Texas bronco that nobody kin ride. Now, I ain't a-going to stand that, nohow. I'll ride the bronco or bust myself a tryin'. And Texas, otherwise known as Jeremiah Powers, from Hurricane County, Texas, leaped to his feet in his excitement. "What are you going to do about it?" "Do? I'm a-goin' to go down to town after dinner, and ride that bronco or. But it's out of bounds, I tell you. I'll get a disguise, that's what I'll do. I ain't a-goin' to spend a holiday afternoon sit and ruin this camp while there's a circus goin' on. You fellers kin if you want to. I ain't seen a circus only once, and that was the same day I went to church. I rode 56 miles cross-country to take in the both of 'em." After imparting that interesting bit of information, Texas seated himself on the platform of the tent once more and fell to reading assiduously the vivid program of Smithers Circus, with its menagerie, dime museum, and theater combined, to say nothing of Circassian ladies, tattooed South Sea Islanders, fat ladies, and living skeletons. The whole thing impressed Texas mightily, and when he finished he turned to the other two in the tent. "I'll bet you," he growled, "if Mark Mallory wore here he'd go with me. I dunno how I'd live in this high-ar place if Mark Mallory warn't in it. He's got more life than any dozen o' you fellers. The Bandit 7, that air society we plebes got up to stop the hazin', wouldn't ever do anything if 'twarn't for him bane leader." "When will Mark be out of hospital?" inquired one of the others. "I dunno," said Texas, "but I reckon it'll be pretty soon now. The burns air most all healed 'cept his hands, and durnation, they won't keep him in fo that. He always wore lucky," Texas continued, after a moment's pause. "Jest think. He won't have to do anything now but set roon and watch us plebes drill all day. And see how he's fooled them ol' cadets, too. He said he wouldn't let 'em haze him and he's licked every feller they sent to fight him. Then when they tried to make him fight Fisher, the one decent chap in the class and Mark's friend, he said he wouldn't. and after standin' all their abuse all day he pitched in and rescued that girl from the fire when they warn't a man of 'em dared it. They had to pull logs after that. He was quite a hero, wasn't he, Texas?" It was Mark Mallory's voice. Texas wheeled with an exclamation of delight, and the others rushed out of the tent and made a leap at the cadet who had thus laughingly spoken. He was a tall, handsome lad, with a frank, merry face. He had just entered camp and reached the tent as Texas concluded his discourse. "If it ain't Mark Mallory," roared the latter, dancing about him in an ecstasy of delight. "Whoop! Say, ol' man, I'm darnation glad to see ye. Gee whiz." These excited exclamations had brought the rest of the Bandit 7, Mark's secret society, out of their tents in a hurry. There were Parson Stannard, and Sleepy, the farmer, and B.G. Dewey, the prize storyteller, besides, Chauncey, the dude, who thought it undignified to hurry, brought up the rear, with Indian, the fat boy of Indianapolis. And the whole six got around Mark and fairly danced for joy at having their leader with them again. "And, B.G., he's all well, too," chuckled Dewey, "all but his hands." The hands of which this was said were for all the world like boxers' gloves, they were so wrapped with bandages. That was the only thing that kept the six from having a fight to get hold of them and shake. It was fully 10 minutes before they had managed to get enough of their congratulations expressed to satisfy themselves, and even then Mallory had to threaten to get mad if they didn't stop telling him what a hero he was. "I'll run away to Texas," he vowed, laughing. "Where there are broncos you can ride," put in Dewey, with a sly wink at the object of this illusion. "Wow," cried Texas. "That's so. I mos' forgot 'bout that 'ere bronco since Mark come." "Whoop! What bronco?" inquired Mark, curious to know what new excitement his wild friend had found. Texas told him, and as a clincher held the paper up before his eyes. "Thar 'tis," said he. "You kin read it and see smasher I'll smash him, doggone his boots." "Do Texas horses wear boots?" inquired Dewey, anxiously. "B.G., we never go better than plain shoes up our way." "Look a-yer, Mark," demanded Texas, scorning to notice Dewey's interruption. "I was jes' a-sayin' ef you were higher you'd go with me to that 'ere circus and bust up the old fake place." "Nay-o, will you?" "Of course I will," responded Mark. "So will the rest, too, I guess. I been penned up in that old hospital for an age, and I'm just dying for a lark." "But where'll we get disguises?" inquired the matter-of-fact parson. "I guess one of the drum orderlies can buy us some," laughed the other. "We ought to have some Sitz clothing handy, anyway, so that we can be ready for some fun any time. And we can keep it in that cave we found," chirruped Indian, happily. "Bless my soul, that'll be fine. I'll go. I think it'll be lots of fun to go to a circus in disguise." "Circuses are deucedly vulgar affairs," commented the aristocratic Chauncey, with a sniff. But even that young gentleman condescended to go when he found that all the rest were swept away by the prospect of seeing Texas ride Smasher. And as for Texas, he doubled up his fists and gritted his teeth and vowed he was going to smash that old show or get smashed doing it. Texas was destined to have all the fun he wanted that afternoon. Chapter 2. The Circus at Highland Falls. Drills were over for that day, and likewise dinner, and the corps had been dismissed, excepting members who had extra tours of guard duty to do by way of punishment. This included one of the seven, the unfortunate Granger from Kansas, Sleepy, who had forgotten to invert his washbowl at the a.m. inspection. Poor Sleepy was obliged to shoulder his musket with what grace he could and sadly watch his friends vanish in the woods. The wicked drummer boy, who was getting rich nowadays by furnishing contraband disguises for the yet more wicked Bandit 7, had designated a place where he would hide the duds, and for that place the six made with all possible speed. Some hour or so later there were three curious-looking couples strolling down the road to the falls. The drum orderly, with considerable appropriateness, had furnished a full-dress evening suit for Chauncey. It being afternoon, Chauncey had indignantly refused to dream of wearing it, and so the meek Indian had had his fat limbs crowded into the costume. Texas had a flaming red sweater and huge farmer's trousers with one suspender. Mark had the tattered remains of a tennis blazer and checkerboard pants. The parson was muttering anathemas at the facetious lad who had gotten, from somewhere, a clerical costume with a rip up the back, and Dewey was handsome and resplendent in one of the drum orderly's own cast-off uniforms. Poor Chauncey, having refused the swallowtails, was doomed to be commonplace in a white flannel costume last worn by a coal heaver. Do you wonder at the phrase "curious-looking couples" used above? It had been agreed that they would excite less suspicion 2 by 2. All in a crowd, they might be mistaken for the rear guard of the circus procession, which they could tell from the sound of the band had preceded them down the main street of Highland Falls. The 6 set out swiftly in pursuit. Texas was fairly boiling over with anxiety to catch a glimpse of Smasher. Texas had done nothing but talk about Smasher since he started. If there had chanced to be any officers from the post down there, they would probably have recognized their cadets, in spite of false mustaches and hair. For the plebes were so used to going behind a band by this time that the tune "The Girl I Left Behind Me" set them all to marching with West Point precision. Left, left. Eyes to the front, heads up, chest out, little fingers on the seams of the trousers. Left, left. Fortunately, however, nobody noticed their rather unusual style, and down at the far end of the long and narrow town they came upon the circus grounds. No small boy enjoying his holiday from school was gazing upon the scene with more interest than our plebes. There were 3 big tents in a vacant lot. The band had gone inside by that time, and a string of people were following, buying their tickets of a black and long-haired genuine Australian bushman who stood as a walking live hint to the wonders that were inside, and incidentally made change wrong and talked in Irish brogue to an invisible someone. Also worthy of mention was tent No. 2. We shall see a good deal of the contents of tent number 2. Tent number 2 was the Dime Museum tent, and varied and startling were its decorations. A 2-headed boy grinned merrily at a painted hyena on one side. It was a laughing hyena, but the boy got the best of him because he had 2 heads to laugh with. A Norwegian giantess had the next side to herself, and so tall was she that a sort of continued in our next arrangement was made with the roof, where a careful artist had painted half her head. There was a seal playing a banjo on the next panel, while a charmed boa constrictor listened. The boa constrictor's tail was traced to the other side of the tent, his body having extended all that way. So he was a pretty big snake. Texas vowed he'd never seen a bigger one. And after that the 6 made a stampede for the main tent. They stopped just long enough for Chauncey, the gent with the white clothes and black whiskers, to invest in peanuts. He told the man to keep the change with a haughty air, and then bid his friends help themselves. They took so many there wasn't any change, at which the man growled. In spite of jokes and peanuts they finally got into the tent. They bought their tickets separately so that their seats might be separate, and they found to their horror that the Australian bushman had sold them 6 in a row, and that everyone in the place was staring at their extraordinary costumes. This rather pleased them, but they tried to look as if they didn't care and stared around the tent. After some munching of peanuts and stamping of feet, a bell rang and the show had begun. A curtain opened at one side and in galloped a white horse and rider. Texas sprang up and started for the ring. Texas thought it was Smasher, and he grumbled some when he found it was only Madame Nicolini, the daring equestrienne. Texas admitted that her riding wasn't bad, but he vowed he'd make her turn pale with envy when he once set out on Smasher. Seeing that Madame Nicolini had a perpetual blush of red paint that beat her rival's sweater, Texas finally took back his rash threat and settled down to growl once more. Mr. Jeremiah Powers had to curb his impatience. The program wasn't going to be changed for him. There were daring aerial flights at which the old ladies gasped and the fair damsels shrieked. There were performing dogs at which everyone observed, "How cute," a safe remark which the most critical could not dispute. There were the Alberti brothers, who bowed whether you applauded or not, and the usual trick elephant who rang for his dinner when the clown told him not to, whereat the old gentlemen who had brought their little boys to enjoy the show laughed most uproariously and asked the doubtful little boys if it wasn't funny. And then came Smasher. The curtain opened once more and the little bronco, meek and gentle, was led out. He was nothin' much, so Texas said, "Orter see my tiger down home." Texas had been persuaded by Mark to wait and see what else would happen before he ventured down, and so Texas was silent though wriggling anxiously in his seat. A gent in full dress, just like Indian, was leading Smasher by the bridle. Having reached the middle of the ring he released the horse, who hung his head and looked like a poor, sleepy, half-starved little pony that would run from a mouse. Then the gent, who was Smithers himself, began thus. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness the most interesting event of the varied program of this marvelous and startling show. Behold Smasher, the world-renowned bronco. Now there must be gents in the audience who can ride, gents with sporting blood in their veins, gents who are willing, even anxious to show their skill. Ladies and gentlemen, Smasher challenges the world. Behold him." This masterpiece having finished, Smithers folded his arms. Mark was sitting on Texas meanwhile. "Somebody'll try it, old man," Mark protested. "Just keep quiet. He's not going away yet. It'll be more fun after he's thrown somebody there now." The last exclamation of relief came as someone did come forward to try. He was a country yokel in his best Sunday go-to-meeting clothes. Having brought his best girl to town, and being secure in his skill with his farm plugs, he strode forward timidly to make a name for himself in Highland Falls forever. "Ah," said Smithers, serenely. "One gent has nerve. I knew that America with her sons of freedom could produce one man bold enough to dare this feat." The country youth hesitated a moment in front of his mount, while the crowd leaned forward in expectation. Having petted Smasher in a professional way and observed that the horse still hung its sleepy head, the rider summoned all his nerve and straddled the pony. The pony was so small and the man's legs so long that his toes still touched the sawdust. Smasher never moved an inch, even his eyes never opened. The yokel took hold of the bridle, straightened himself up to a stiff and awkward position and gazed about him with an air of delicious triumph. The multitude began to cheer. "That's fine," said Smithers, smiling blandly. "Really fine. Now make him go." The hayseed laid hold of the bridle and gave it a jerk. "Git AP," said he. And the bronco got. He only moved one half of his body, his heels went up in one cataclysmic plunge, and the rider went through the air like a streak. He picked himself up with a good deal of sawdust in his mouth, way over in the opposite corner. The crowd simply howled with laughter and Smithers beamed benignantly. "The challenge still stands," said he, laughing at the plight of the farmer, who limped to his feet with a look on his face that led the facetious cornetist in the band to play faintly. "I'll never go there any more." Which made the crowd laugh all the louder. "Next," roared the proprietor. "Somebody else come try it now." "Next." At this stage of the game Mark unbottled Texas, and Texas arose slowly and made his way down to the ring. "I reckon I'll try that air critter," said he. Smithers' smile was as expansive as his shirt front. Two such fellows as this were a rare treat, usually everyone was daunted by the first failure. This fellow was evidently a regular hayseed, too. "Most charmed," said the proprietor. "Step right up, I pray you." Really, sir, there was something about his self-confident smile that riled our excitable Texan. "Look here," he demanded, angrily, when he reached the ring. "You think I can't ride this high-ar critter, don't you? Hey!" The whole crowd in that tent leaned forward excitedly. Here was fun, a chance of a quarrel. "Why, I'm sure I don't know," grinned the proprietor, suavely. "How should I know? Try it." "You got any money?" roared Texas. "Yes. A little." Mr. Powers jammed his hands into one pocket and yanked out some bills. Go you 100, I ride him, he shouted. Bully, BG, cried a voice in the crowd, and the rest roared in concert. Smithers looked embarrassed. That is, I've hardly got so much Shame. Shame, howled the delighted spectators. War's that air sporting blood ya were a talkin' 'bout, roared Texas. Wow. I thought nobody'd ever ridden the critter, doggone his shoes. Thought ya were so sure? 'Fraid, hey. I knowed it. The crowd howled still louder. Tell ya what I'll do, cried Texas, waving his bills excitedly. I'll go you this year 100 to 20. How's that? Who'll hold the stakes? Inquired the proprietor, weakly. Put 'em down there in the ring, said Texas. Let everybody see 'em. Smithers left the tent hurriedly, while the crowd roared with impatience. He came back with the money, which Texas examined cautiously, and then dropped with his own on the sawdust. And then he turned toward the sleepy bronco. I'm ready now, said he. Bring the critter higher. Chapter 3. Not on the program. You have perhaps read of Ben-Hur and the famous chariot race, and remember how General Wallace describes the staring crowds about that amphitheater. There was no one there a bit more thrilled and interested than the spectators of Smithers' world-renowned circus at this supreme moment. They were leaning forward, some of them having even risen to their feet. They were staring with open mouth, scarcely breathing. The sympathies of everyone were with that strange and outlandishly costumed stranger who seemed to have so much money and nerve. Texas meanwhile was proceeding with a business-like cautiousness. He examined the saddle girth and the stirrups and tightened both. Then after another survey he concluded that they didn't suit him, and flung them off altogether. He's going to ride bareback, gasped the crowd. That was the stranger's purpose, evidently. He next examined the bridle, giving Smasher's head a vigorous shake incidentally and making that wicked animal open one eye in surprise. And after that Texas was ready. He stood at the horse's head regarding him just one moment, and then seizing him by the mane, swung himself into the air and landed with a thud upon the pony's back. As usual, Smasher never moved. Texas did not wait for him to get ready to start, but dug his heels into his side with a crash that made the bronco leap 2 feet into the air, and gave a yank at the bit that made his head snap back. And then there was all the fun the most fastidious could want. The center of the ring was a perfect whirl of legs and bodies. The pony flung his hind feet into the air and then danced about on them. Texas simply dug his knees into his side and his heels into his ribs and sat up straight as an arrow, yelling in Texas dialect meanwhile. Then Smasher reared himself upon his hind legs, he bit and plunged, and he kicked, he whirled around in a circle, he flung himself on the sawdust and rolled about the ring. At this last move Texas had slipped off quick as lightning and stood calmly by, still holding the reins and yelling at the pony. The pony struggled to his feet again. While he was still on his knees Texas had thrown himself on his back and was once more kicking and shouting. Get up, dar, you vile critter, you. Get up, dar. Smasher got, and he started around that ring at breakneck speed, tossing his head and plunging, his body leaning at an angle of 30 degrees and the sawdust flying in clouds. Around and around he went. Smithers was staring in horror, the crowd was roaring with delight, and as for Texas, he was waving his hat and shouting triumphantly. Get up, dar, you old smasher. I'll smash you. That the fastest you can go? Whoop. Smasher tried a little faster yet, until the crowd got dizzy watching him. Then he tried one last resort more, stopped short as if he'd hit a stone wall. Texas simply clung and then gave him a whack that set him off for dear life again. Texas knew that he'd conquered then. Wow, he roared. Got any more OVM to break? Ain't had so much fun in a year. Whoop. You circus folks think you can ride, don't you? I'll show ya something. Suiting the action to the word, Texas, still lashing the horse to keep him going and still roaring to keep him straight, got upon his knees and then on his feet. Having stood on one leg for a couple of turns, he dropped the reins, turned over and flung his heels into the air. After that he dropped his hat and swept it up on the next turn around. Then seizing hold of the horse's mane, he slid under his belly and a moment later appeared on the other side, and jerked himself up, Smasher meanwhile going at railroad speed. Nobody in the crowd saw how he did it, but they roared with delight all the same, and Smithers gritted his teeth with rage. But Texas was by no means through yet. All his cowboy ingenuity had gone into the task of thinking up a suitable punishment for that fresh circus feller who had ventured to insult the nationality of cowboys. And Texas was getting ready to put a scheme into practice, while he still thumped merrily on the ribs of the dizzy bronco. He was fumbling about the pockets of his voluminous trousers, and suddenly the crowd, divining his intentions, let out a roar of delight. "He's got a lasso." Texas did have a lasso, a rope, he would have called it. If there was anything on earth he prided himself on, it was his skill at throwing a rope. He had an arm half a foot thick as a result, and had half murdered several venturesome yearlings with it, as our old readers know. Texas was going to show some of the dexterity of that arm right now. Of course the crowd was simply wild with expectation and curiosity. Even Smithers, from his position in the center of the ring, forgot about his lost 20, and began turning around and around to see what the rider was doing. The rider was unwinding the lariat from his body. That did not take him very long, and then he flung it into the air and began to whirl it gracefully about his head. "Whoop!" he roared, getting faster and faster, and driving Smasher at a perfect tear. "Whoop! Hooray!" howled the crowd. "Hooray!" And then suddenly, having gotten his distance and aim, Texas let drive that lasso. The result electrified and horrified every person in the place. For the noose sailed through the air, and before the amazed Smithers could even raise an arm it settled comfortably over his shoulders and the momentum of the pony jerked it tight as a vice. The circus proprietor let out a yell that drowned even the roars of the Texan. He imagined himself hurled to the ground and dragged head first about the place. That was what the frightened crowd thought, too, as they sprang up shouting. But Texas had arranged things more wisely than that. He had gauged the length of the lasso just so that the proprietor felt himself jerked forward and obliged to run to maintain his equilibrium. Onward rushed Smasher in a big circle, and onward also the reluctant, indignant, vociferously protesting Smithers in a little circle near the center of the ring. He could not stop, he could do nothing but run around and around with might and main, while the crowd fairly went into spasms of delight, and Texas roared whoops by the bucketful. This delicious game continued until the proprietor stopped from sheer exhaustion. He stood still, panting, and before he could move again Texas had worked one more scheme. Around and around he swept in a fast narrowing circle of rope, while Smithers found, to his horror, that his arms were bound tight to his sides, he being swiftly reduced to the state of a mummy or an Indian totem pole. In vain he howled. Texas had the hilarious crowd with him, and he didn't care. He finished the job neatly and then brought Smasher to a halt, and, dismounting, bowed with mock ceremony to the imprisoned proprietor. Then he pocketed his money with a flourish and marched back to his seat, the cynosure of every eye in the place. The sputtering victim he left to be unwound by one of the circus hands. It was fully 10 minutes before the show could go on. Texas was obliged to get up and bow to an encore 3 times, while Smithers shook his fist in impotent rage. Smasher was led off meekly. As to him, it may be said here that he never again went on the stage. The poor beast was sold to an itinerant peddler, for he was so docile that a child might ride him after that. But meanwhile, there was more excitement at the circus. Texas, having satiated the applauding multitude, turned to receive the congratulations of his delighted friends. To his surprise, he found that 2 of them, Mark and Dewey, were missing. "Where's Mark?" he cried, anxiously. "Mark," echoed the other 4, in just as much surprise. They had not noticed that in the excitement Mark and his friend, the prize storyteller, had gotten up and slipped away. But gone they were, after some fun, so Texas surmised, and vowed it was mean in them to leave him. As if he hadn't had fun enough already. We shall follow the mischief makers, for they were destined to meet with some interesting adventures before they returned to their companions. Mark had a definite reason for stealing away thus unceremoniously. He had a scheme he meant to put into effect, but as it happened, all thought of it was driven from his mind by something he chanced to notice a few minutes later. At the rear of the circus tent was Smithers' magnificent menagerie. Persons who had tickets to the circus were allowed to visit that menagerie and gaze upon its treasures. These included a single lean buffalo which was subsequently led out into the ring to perform, a single elephant which did likewise, the aforementioned laughing hyena, whose laugh had been somewhat embittered by bad treatment, and the world-famous Smasher. Toward this part of the show Mark and Dewey were leisurely strolling, chatting merrily as usual. And then suddenly from inside the tent the band struck up a tune. Now there was nothing startling about that. The band was accustomed to herald the entrance of each performer in that way. It was a very unmusical band. Dewey said it was cracked into 4 pieces, BG, he added. The band apparently knew only 3 or 4 tunes, one of them being The Girl I Left Behind Me, the song of Custer's famous 7th. That was where the excitement came in. The West Point band had often played that tune and the cadets were used to marching to it. Mark had noticed 4 young fellows strolling just ahead of him. At the very first notes of that tune the 4 straightened up as one man and stepped forward. Left. A moment later they recollected where they were and resumed their former gait. That little incident was not lost to Mark's sharp eyes, however. He turned and nudged Dewey on the arm. "Did you see that, old man?" he cried. "Yes, BG, I did," responded Dewey, "and I know what it means, too." The 4 were cadets. Our 2 friends fairly gasped with delight as they realized that. The strangers had disappeared in the tent by that time, and quick as a wink Mark sprang forward. "Let's see who they are," he cried. The 2 hurried up to the tent door and peered cautiously around the edge of the canvas. They could plainly see the backs of the others as they strolled away. An instant later Mark started back with a cry of delight. One of the 4 had turned around and shown his face for one instant. It was Bull Harris. And the rest were his gang. Mark and Dewey stole away to a safe corner and sat down to consult. Of course there was but one thought in the minds of both of them. It was a chance for a joke, a superb one. Bull was in disguise, and would run for his life at the least suspicion of discovery. It was a golden opportunity, and such a one must not be allowed to pass, for anything in the world. Our readers of course understand what were Mark Mallory's feelings toward Bull Harris, the yearling. Bull was Mark's deadliest enemy in West Point. Bull hated him with a concentrated hatred that had grown with each unsuccessful attempt to outwit Mark, to disgrace him, to get him expelled. As for Mark, he did not hate Bull, but he loved to worry that ill-natured and malignant youth with all kinds of clever schemes. That was the reason why, the very instant Mark recognized the yearling, the thought flashed over him, what a chance for some fun. "We mustn't let him see us," Mark whispered to Dewey. "He'd recognize us in spite of our disguise." "What shall we do?" "Let's go in and follow them," chuckled Dewey. "See what they're doing, BG." This suggestion was acted upon instantly. The 2 conspirators got up and stole over to the tent door, slid in, and dodged behind one of the wagons. It was a very small tent, and they could almost have touched their victims with an umbrella. Yet the victims had not the least suspicion of any danger. "They are feeding the elephant," whispered Mark. "Sh." Bull and his 3 friends had their dockets stuffed with peanuts and were amusing themselves immensely. The single elephant was chained to the back of the tent. There was a small railing in front of him to keep people from going too near. That did not prevent them from throwing peanuts, however. It is a lot of fun to get a big elephant to raise his trunk in eager expectation and then to torment him by not giving him anything to eat. It is fun, at any rate, if you like to tease. Bull liked to, and the madder the elephant got the better he liked it. An elephant is a peculiarly intelligent-looking animal. He can indicate his feeling very well with those twinkling little eyes of his. And the two conspirators chuckled as they noticed the way the animal was regarding his four tormentors. And then suddenly Dewey, chancing to put one hand in his pocket, gave a gasp of delight. "By jingo," he cried. "I've got it." Mark stared at him in surprise as he drew forth from his pocket a small bottle of whitish substance. "What is it?" he inquired, whispering low. "Something I got for the parson," chuckled Dewey. "It's caustic potash. Watch." Dewey took the cork out of the innocent little bottle and sprang out from behind the wagon. It was all done so quickly that Mark scarcely had time to realize what was up. There was no one else in the tent to see, the four were too intent upon their fun. Dewey crept up behind them, and with as much deftness as if he had been a pickpocket, dumped the contents of the bottle into Bull's peanut pocket. A moment more and the excitement began. Bull did not notice the substance when he reached for another peanut. He took it out and deftly chucked it into the elephant's mouth. Concerning the action of caustic potash when moistened, there is no room to write a treatise here. If Parson Stannard had been there, he would doubtless have explained how the latent heat of the substance is released by decomposition, etc., a process known as slaking, and so on. Suffice it to say that it gets hot. Bull noticed the elephant look funny, he didn't know why. There was a pail of water at the infuriated animal's side, and he thrust his trunk into it and drank a huge draught to relieve the pain. And then he raised his trunk, full of water as it was, and to Bull's horror and consternation, deliberately blew a heavy column of it straight into his tormentor's face. Chapter 4. Bull Harris beats a retreat. The scene that resulted is left to the reader's imagination. Bull was simply drenched, he was sputtering and gasping with rage. As for the elephant, he set up a terrific trumpeting, which, together with the cries of the cadets, brought the circus attendants in on a run. The circus men had expected some danger from the cries they heard. When they discovered what was really the matter, they broke into roars of laughter, for they were only human. That made Bull all the madder. "You shall pay for this," he shouted, furiously. "Why don't you keep that beast where he can't hurt anything?" "What made you tease him?" retorted one of the others, shrewdly suspecting that the meek old elephant's act was not uncaused. "I wasn't teasing him," roared Bull. "You lie if you—" Bull was red with rage, but he turned a little pale as one of the men sprang toward him. "Shut up," said he, "or I'll dump you in the rest of that water and roll you in the mud besides." It was at least half an hour before Mark and Dewey managed to recover. The whole affair was so utterly ludicrous. Such a tale it would make to tell the rest of the seven. "Gee whiz," cried Mark, suddenly. "I forgot all about that. Let's hustle over and tell 'em now." "BG, that's so," cried Dewey. "I never thought of it, either. Reminds me of a story I once heard, BG. That was a very funny story, it was one of Dewey's very best, and I wish that I could repeat it. The only trouble was that it was never finished." For, standing where they were, near the menagerie tent again, they heard two voices in conversation. What they heard completely drove from Dewey's mind all thoughts of jokes and stories. It suggested a prospect of sport that knocked all previous adventures into the shade. This was the conversation. "Mike drunk? For heaven's sakes, man. That's the second time this week. How on earth will we ever do without him?" The voice was that of the proprietor, all his anger at his treatment by Texas having left him at what was evidently some bad news. "We'll have to miss showing the Dime Museum tent again," he groaned. "And it'll mean $5 out of my pocket, after I've just lost it 20, too. Confound it. Can't you get somebody to take his place?" inquired another voice. "No. How can I? I couldn't do it myself, for I can't remember half the jokes and things Mike used to get off in his speech when he exhibited the freaks. He kept the people laughing and they never saw how rotten the confounded exhibition is. And now what on earth am I to do? This dialogue was not meant for Mark and Dewey, but they heard it in passing. Now they were out for fun, bold and daring, both of them. And to each at the same moment those words suggested a wildly delicious idea. They turned and stared at each other with a look of inspiration on their faces, gave one gasp of delight, and then Dewey seized Mark by the shoulders. "BG, old man," he cried, "I dare you." An instant later Smithers felt a light tap upon the arm. He turned and confronted a tramp in a torn yellow and red tennis blazer, with hands bound up in rags. "What do you want?" "I was just going to say I'd exhibit your museum freaks for you." "I and my friend there." "You," gasped the professor. "Who are you?" "I'm a professional stump speaker," said the tramp, winking knowingly. "And my friend here's a professional joke writer. And if you'll just show us the freaks and give us a while to think up jokes, we'll make you famous." "How much do you want?" inquired Smithers, suspiciously. "Nothing. We'll do it for love, to get you out of a scrape." The man gazed at them in doubt for a moment more, and then he turned upon his heel. "Come," he said, briefly, and led the way out to the gaily painted tent mentioned previously. The 4 members of the Bandit 7 who had stayed behind to see the rest of the show wandered out disconsolately after it was over. Mr. Smithers had previously announced from the ring that the marvelous museum was now on exhibition for the purely nominal sum of 10 cents, also that Professor Salvatore would be on hand to deliver one of his famous addresses, assisted by Mr. So-and-so. Finding that this bait had been taken by most of the crowd, and not knowing what else to do with themselves, since their leader had deserted them, the 4 strolled into the much-painted tent. They were but little prepared for the amazing sight which greeted them after a few minutes' wait. In the first place there were a number of glass cases with little platforms upon which the professor was to mount, and in the second there was a crowd of people wandering about staring curiously. Then suddenly the trumpet blew a blast, and with Mr. Smithers at their head, in strode good heavens, Mark and Dewey. The plebes could hardly believe their eyes, they stared and gasped, and then gasped and stared. They rubbed their eyes and pinched themselves. And meanwhile Professor Salvatore beamed down on them benignly as he stepped lightly up to the platform. "Wow," gasped Texas. "He's a-goin' to make a speech." "Bless my soul," muttered Indian. "What an extraordinary proceeding." Meanwhile Mr. Smithers had stepped out upon the platform with his best professional style. "Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that it gives me the greatest of pleasure to present to you this afternoon my distinguished friends, Professor Salvatore and his able and witty assistant. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Salvatore is so well known to you all that I am sure it would be a presumption on my part to tell you of his history. The address which he delivered before His Royal Highness, the Duke of Bavaria, was published in all the leading scientific reviews of the day, and I am sure was appreciated by you all. It was during his remarkable trip through the wilds of Central Africa that most of these extraordinary specimens were collected, notably that magnificent painting of a polar bear devouring a walrus which you doubtless observed upon the outside of the tent. Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you you have a treat in store. Listen, all of you. Professor Salvatore." During this most original and startling introduction, Professor Salvatore had been bowing right and left, and the 4 had been staring their eyes out. In the midst of it the fun-loving Texas seized the others and drew them to one side. "Fellers," he whispered, "Mark's a-goin' to make a speech. He didn't tell us. Let's get square." "How?" "Let's guy him." And in half a second more those 4 rascals had vowed to bust up that speech. Truly there was fun in store when once Professor Salvatore got started, and the conspirators fairly danced about with impatience. Professor Salvatore meanwhile had not been hesitating, but with a jaunty stride had stepped to the fore. He wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Why should a man who had lectured before the Duke of Bavaria care for country bumpkins like these? He wiped his brow with a graceful flourish and cleared his throat pompously. "Ladies and gentlemen," said he. That was a fine starter, and the professor gazed at the crowd as much to say, could you have done any better? The four fellows chuckled. After the most embarrassing eulogy which my old friend, General Smithers, has given me, I am sure I need say nothing more about myself to you. It would be presumptuous, and therefore I shall proceed immediately to the business in hand. Now then. This graceful introduction over, the professor signaled his assistant in a superior way to lift the curtain of a glass case, disclosing the huge boa constrictor some 5 feet long. In the words of the poem, "Ladies and gentlemen," said the professor. "Oh, here's your anaconda boa constrictor. Oft called anaconda for brevity. He's noted the world throughout for his age and great longevity. He can eat himself, crawl through himself, and come out of himself with agility. He can tie himself in a double bow knot, and undo himself with the greatest facility." This masterpiece could not prevent a groan of disgust from the crowd, who were disappointed at the size. Texas saw a chance to begin right there. "'Tain't he so big as the picture," he roared, and the spectators murmured approvingly. They thought the bold fellow was out for more fun, and they meant to back him up. "That picture," returned Mark, smiling, "is the exact size the boa constrictor would have been if he hadn't died some 50 years ago, a misfortune for which I cannot be to blame. At present he is stuffed. The whole show's stuffed." It was the parson who said that. Mark stared at the clerical and classical gentleman until he saw that everyone in the crowd was likewise taking in that lank burly form. And then he remarked dryly, "You'd look a sight better if you were stuffed, too." That brought down the house, and Professor Salvatore knew that he had won the crowd over. He beamed upon his chagrined friends benevolently and went on. He narrated several marvelous tales of his adventures with large snakes in Africa, the province of Farina land. And then Dewey was promptly reminded of one of his yarns, B.G., which he told in his inimitable way and made everybody laugh. Then they moved on to the Siamese twins. "He's dead, too," observed Mark. "He died in jail, poor fellow. He'd committed a crime, one half of him, and it was quite a problem how to keep in jail without keeping the other one in too. He had committed a horrible crime." "What was it?" cried Indian, innocently. "Bigamy," said Mark, calmly. "He'd been leading a double life." By this time things were progressing with delightful smoothness. The crowd was in good humor, laughing at everything. When you once get people in a laughing mood, they do that. Mr. General Smithers was beaming serenely, thinking of offering a permanent job to these two quick-wit unfortunates. And in the meantime they were still talking. "And now we come to the India-rubber man," said Mark. "A little of this India-rubber man goes a very long way, and therefore I shall move on to this next curious and most interesting specimen, the man with the iron jaw. He is indeed worthy of notice." Texas and his mischievous friends ventured yet one more effort then. "Where's the iron jaw?" they shouted, all in a breath. "Where's the jaw?" echoed Mark, indignantly. "Why don't you use your eyes and see? It's lying right there in his lap for you to look at." The crowd roared with delight at that. Sure enough, the man held up a bit of rusty iron in the shape of a human jaw. As for Texas, he started back and stared about him in bewilderment. And then suddenly came a most amazing development. The spectators could put but one construction upon it: the savage Texas was enraged at having been laughed at. With a muttered exclamation he leaped forward, sprang at a bound to the platform, and rushing at Professor Salvatore dealt him a blow upon the face. There was the wildest confusion in a moment. The crowd hissed and shouted indignantly. Smithers rushed forward. The rest of the banded seven gasped. As for Mark, he started back white as a sheet with anger. "Why, Texas," he cried in an amazed whisper. "You chump," muttered Texas under his breath. "Don't you understand? Fly for your life. Chase me." Mark gazed about him in bewilderment. An instant later he caught sight of something that told him all. Just entering the door of the tent, a lady leaning upon his arm, was a blue uniformed figure, a tactical officer, Lieutenant Allen. And quick as a flash Mark saw the ruse, and with a cry of mock rage made a savage leap at Texas. Texas sprang to the ground, Mark at his heels, and carefully looking away from the distant tack. Texas plunged through the crowd, Mark following at full tilt and shouting for vengeance. Texas slid under the tent wall, Mark after him, and then Dewey and the other plebes in full hue and cry. A minute more and they were flying across lots to the shelter of the woods, General Smithers, all his patrons, and in fact all Highland Falls gazing at their flying figures in amazement. A lunatic asylum broke loose, was the ultimate verdict. The banded seven, once in the woods and alone, seated themselves on the ground and stared at each other and roared with laughter for an hour. Then they slipped back to camp fully satisfied with the fun they had experienced that day. Chapter V. Another escapade is planned. Garrisons, NY, August 11, 18. Miss Fuller requests the pleasure of the Banded Seven's company at an informal party to be given any time they please tonight. Such was the invitation, a rather curious and unconventional one. But that gave it no less interest in the eyes of the seven lads who were all gazing at it at once. The one who was reading the note was Mark Mallory. Next to him was Texas, and Texas was dancing about in excitement. "Wow," he roared. "Say, fellers, ain't that great? Think o' gettin' an invitation to a party, and we only plebes. Whoop. And won't we have fun, though?" "Shall we go?" inquired someone. "Go," cried Texas. "O' course we'll go." "But it's out of bounds," protested Indian, the fat and timid Joseph Smith. "It's way across the river at Garrisons, and if we're found out we'll be expelled." "Bless my soul. 'Tain't the fust time we been out o' bounds," observed Texas, grinning. "And ef I thought 'twor the last, I don't think I'd stay in this high stupid old place." "But we've no clothes to go in, ba Jove," objected Master Chauncey Van Rensselaer Mount Bonsall, of Fifth Avenue, New York. "We can't wear our uniforms, you know, for someone would recognize the deuced things, ba Jove, and we have nothing else." "Nothin' else," exclaimed Texas. "Ain't we got the ones we wore this very Saturday afternoon when we ran off to see the circus down to Highland Falls? Can't we wear them?" "Wear them," gasped Chauncey, the prim and particular dude. "Ba Jove, I should like to see myself going to call on a girl, why no, in the horrible rags we wore." "I guess we know Grace Fuller well enough to make allowances," put in Mark, laughing. "You know she told us she was going to ask us to steal over and pay her a visit some night. She said the cadets often do." "But not in such costumes as we wore," protested Chauncey. "I don't imagine they had much better," answered Mark. "They'd hardly wear their uniforms through Garrisons, and up the road we'd have to follow. And if they had CIT's clothing smuggled in, I doubt if it was much of a fit. However, we've got till taps to talk it over." Thus enjoined, the seven resolved themselves into a business meeting, to discuss the important question whether they should accept that invitation from Judge Fuller's daughter. It is not the purpose of this story to report the discussion, but simply to say that they decided emphatically in the affirmative. They were going to that party. Grace Fuller was a member of the Banded Seven, which under its full and complete title was known as the Banded Seven and One Angel. She was the angel. Mark Mallory had swam out and rescued her from a capsizing sailboat, and as a result of that the girl, though she was the belle of West Point, and considered the most beautiful girl about the post, had declared her sympathies with those desperate plebes, and vowed to aid them in the fight against hazing. There was much talking necessary to settle the details of that most important excursion, and incidentally quite some laughing over the adventure which had caused so much excitement that afternoon. The costumes and disguises they had worn were still lying in the woods where they had left them. They were impatient plebes who went to bed that night, and blew out their light to wait. 4 of them slept in an company tent, and the other 3 were in Company B, just across the way. When the watchful tack went the rounds with his lantern, they were all snoring diligently, but in their haste they barely gave him time to get back to his tent and extinguish the light, before they were up again and in their uniforms, and stealing out to the side of the camp. They passed in safety one of the sentries, a plebe whom they had fixed beforehand, and then the whole 7 set out on a run for the woods. It was then about 10:30, which Chauncey, their authority upon etiquette, assured them was the correct time for a party to begin. Just then they came upon the hiding place of the cit's clothing, which gave Chauncey something still more important to think about. Chauncey had been planning all the way how he was going to have that full dress suit and be the one aristocrat in the crowd. He knew it would never enter poor Indian's head to protest. But when Chauncey tried it, the rest merrily vowed that a man who disowned a suit in the afternoon had no right to wear it in the evening, and the result was that the grumbling plebe donned his graceful white flannels again and Indian's bulging figure was crammed into the evening suit. The black-robed parson stood by in solemn state meanwhile, and remarked occasionally that, as my friend Shakespeare observed, "Consistency, thou art a jewel, yeah, by Zeus." Though, the parson added, I am by no means convinced that William Shakespeare was the author of the words. I find that. The parson found that he was talking to the woods by that time, for the rest of the crowd had fled in mock terror, setting out for the river and leaving the solemn lecturer to follow at his leisure. His gigantic stride soon brought him up with them again, however, and the address was continued until the party had reached the Hudson's shore. Plebes were not supposed to hire boats, but they can very easily manage it if they have only the money. There was one lying in a designated and secluded nook for them, and a few minutes later the 7 were out in the middle of the river. The old tub was nearly under water with the load, but there was no one willing to stay and wait for a second trip. That of course excludes the frightened Indian, who was clutching the gunwale and gazing at the gurgling black waters in mortal terror. Poor Indian's peace of mind was not added to by the remarks he heard passed round. He was the heaviest in the crowd, and the cause of all the trouble. If the boat began to sink, over he'd have to be thrown. He was a regular Jonah anyhow. Dewey wondered if there were any whales in the Hudson, b.g. He heard a story, b.g., etc. Indian wouldn't sink anyhow, for he was too fat, and therefore there wasn't the least bit of reason for his moaning in that way. That only brought the sharks around. This kept up all the way across. The boat grated on the beach just as Dewey was observing that Indian, in his full dress, was such a heavy swell that it was a wonder he hadn't swamped them, and that the reason it was called full dress was because it was so full of Indian. Then the crowd clambered out and made their way up to the road on which Grace Fuller's house was known to be. There were not many people about at that time of night, but the few there were stared in unconcealed amazement at that strangely accoutred group. That did not tend to make them feel any more at ease, for they were desirous of attracting as little attention as possible. Mark soon discovered that they had made a blunder which was destined to cause them quite some inconvenience. In order to have as short a row as possible, they had headed straight across the river and landed north of Garrison's. Grace Fuller's home lay below the town. The result was that the 7 masqueraders found themselves under the unpleasant necessity of passing completely through it in order to reach their destination. The class of persons who hang about the streets at 11 o'clock at night are not the very best. The plebes soon discovered that all the young hoodlums of the place were apparently abroad and waiting for a chance to annoy someone. It is needless to say that many comments, more or less witty, more or less loud and coarse, were passed upon our queerly dressed friends. To Mark this was a cause of no little alarm. He wished himself anywhere on earth except upon those streets. For he knew the excitable temper with which his wild Texas friend was blessed, and he feared a volcanic eruption any moment. Mark could restrain Texas up to a certain point, beyond that point a regiment of soldiers could not stop him. They were passing at one time a saloon toward the lower end of the town. It was the lower part in more senses than one, ill-smelling and generally unpleasant. In front of this saloon 3 or 4 young fellows were lounging. No sooner did they catch sight of the plebes than instantly there was a cry. "Hey, fellers! Come out and see de guys!" Gee whiz, what togs. In response to this shout, a rude crowd of nearly a dozen tumbled out of the door to stare, taking no pains to conceal their amusement at the extraordinary sight. Say. "Dy ever see the beat?" roared one. "Go on, dems mugs from de circus," laughed a second. "Hey, sonny, does your mother know you're out?" cried another, at which Old and Senseless remarked the crowd had a fit of laughter. During this rather unpleasant chaffing, the seven had quietly crossed over to the other side of the street. For obvious reasons they were not seeking a quarrel, least of all would they have sought it here. This move was promptly noted by the gang. There is nothing a tough likes better than to see some sign of cowardice in an adversary, especially if he be a weak-looking adversary, a sure thing. There was a howl from the crowd. "Hooray! Look at 'em run! What yer 'fraid of, kids? Nobody wants to hurt yer. Come over and have a drink. Let's see you run." To this the seven answered not a word, but merely hurried on. Mark wished that both his hands had not been done up in bandages, however. It was not that he wanted to fight, but that he wanted to hold Texas. He was on one side of this excitable youth and Dewey had him by the arm on the other. The timid Indian, who would have gone around the world sooner than look at a fight, was behind, pushing Texas along as if he had been a baby carriage. In this peculiar fashion they were getting past admirably, though the Texan's fingers were twitching rather ominously, and his eyes were dancing with half-suppressed excitement. The gang, however, had no idea of losing some promised sport in that way. The guying grew louder and more plentiful. "Look at the babies run. Gee. Dey re 'fraid to look at us. Come on, boys, let's foller 'em. Let's see where dey re goin'. Look here, Mark," began Texas, at that point. "Look here. I ain't goin' to stand this higher." "Go on," said Mark, sternly. "Hurry up, fellows." "But, man. You'll have us all in jail, Texas." "Not a word, I tell you." Hey, dear, kids. Some o' you come back and we'll learn you how to fight." By this time the cadets were well started down the street. Beyond talk the crowd had done nothing, except to fire one pebble, which had hit Indian. Poor Indian hadn't made a sound. He was afraid of making Texas madder still. Indian regarded Texas about as one would a ton of dynamite. Mark had managed his friends so diplomatically, however, that he thought the danger was all over. It never once entered Mark's head that anybody else in the seven would lose his temper. That proved to be the case, however. Chauncey, the dude, and Parson Stannard, both of whom considered it undignified to hurry, were lagging somewhat in the rear. The contrast of that white flannel and black broadcloth was too much for the hoodlums. "Look at de blackbird. Ray for the preacher. Bet he's from Boston. Hey, dear, Beans, where's your specs?" Now it was right there that the trouble began. As we all know, Parson Stannard was from Boston. Moreover, as a true Bostonian he was proud of his native city, the center of American culture and refinement, cradle of liberty, etc., etc., etc. Parson Stannard was a very meek and scholarly gentleman. But there are some things that even a scholar will resent. The proverbial worm will turn, as anyone who has ever baited a fishhook can testify. As Webster has put it, there is a limit to human endurance at which patience ceases to be a virtue. To that limit Parson Stannard had come. Willingly he would have let them poke fun at him. Perhaps even if they had seen fit to ridicule his wondrous iathophiloid coral he might have stood it in silence. They might have insulted the immortal Dana's geology unharmed. But Boston and Bostonians. Never. Quick as a flash the parson had whirled about. "By the gods," he cried. "This is indeed intolerable, and by no means to be suffered unrebuked. Ray. De preacher's goin' to make a speech. Let her rip, Boston. Fire away, Beans. Hit 'em again. Gentlemen." That was as far as the parson got. Mark had wheeled in alarm and dashed back to him. "For heaven's sake, man," he cried. "Stop! Can't you see?" "I see," responded the Boston geologist, with dignity, "that these persons are altogether devoid of respect for my native city, the home of freedom. And I mean right here and on this spot to administer to them a rebuke that will last them until their dying day. I mean to summon all the power of my ancestors' eloquence, all the weight of learning and logic I can command. I mean, whoop, speech, ray for Boston. Get away, there, and let him go on." The parson had turned to continue his remarks. Mallory was still trying to stop him, however, and the crowd didn't like that. Neither did the parson. In the words of the immortal Hamlet, he cried, "I command you, unhand me, gentlemen. I will go on." When an orator, burning with the Promethean fire of inspiration, feels surging up within him immortal words that clamor for expression, when he feels wild passions thronging in his breast, passions that cry to be out and smiting the hordes of iniquity, then I say, in the words of the immortal Horace. Here the parson raised his hands solemnly and put on his best Latin accent. "Non civium ardor provigibentium. Non vultus inst antis tyrannies. Ment quaedi solita." The parson got no farther than that, though if it had been necessary he could have chanted the whole of the famous ode. Just then the affair came to a climax. The tough gang, of course, understood nothing of this classical oration, which ought to have moved their souls to tears. All they knew was that that crazy guy was making a speech and promising no end of fun. It would be great sport to have a scrap and push his slats in at the end of the proceedings. And accordingly they raised a shout of delight, interspersed with many encouraging comments, swearing with no mild profanity at the rest of the seven, who were trying to stop the speech. And then suddenly from the rear a decayed potato came flying and struck the learned parson full in the mouth. Can you imagine a marble statue turning red with rage? That comes about as near as anything to describing what happened to the scholarly and solemn orator at that outrageous insult. 1,000 things contributed to his anger. The pain, the disgrace, the rudeness in interrupting him in the midst of that wonderful poem. Truly it was enough to make the very dogs of Rome rise up in rage and mutiny. The parson was not a dog, but he arose, and he arose with a vengeance. In fact, he seemed fairly to tower up before his startled enemies. He drew one deep breath, raised his hands to the stars and invoked the aid of his 9 Olympian immortals, and then with a roar of fury shut his fists and plunged like an angry bull into the very midst of his astounded assailants. Parson Stannard had had one fight before this, as history records it. A few cadets, no more respectful of his genius and learning than these young toughs, had tied him in a sack and dragged him about the cavalry plain. The parson had gotten out of that sack and employed his geological prehensile muscles to just the same effect as he was employing them now. The result was a sight for the edification of those immortal gods of his. The parson really could hit, and was well up in the theory and formulas of boxing as he was in everything else. And every time he smote his adversaries, whom he termed Philistines, he called to witness some new deity of old. Finally, having exhausted his available stock, he was forced to content himself with Hercules, Achilles, and the rest of the demigods and heroes. But he still whacked just as hard as ever. Of course the rest of the plebes had not been slow to rush to his aid. Mark could do nothing, for his hands were hors du combat. But as for the rest of them, it would have been hard to find much better fighters in the academy. Texas, of course, was a perfect giant. He plunged back and forth through that crowd, sweeping everything before him. Indian's method was exactly similar, except that the terrified lad shut his eyes and hit anything he met, from trees to posts. Chauncey adopted his usual tactics of leading half a dozen of the enemy to chase him, and then getting them all breathless from trying to follow his dodging figure. As for the rest of them, Sleepy backed himself against the wall and thus kept his assailants at bay, and lastly, Dewey hovered around Mark to protect him from danger. Mark was like a huge battleship without any powder. Sometimes we wish that history were different and that we could fix things as we like. It would have made excellent reading if the gallant parson had been a second Samson among these new Philistines, and if the gallant plebs had put the rowdies to flight. But they didn't. The first savage onslaught came very near doing this, but the crowd speedily rallied, and being of far superior numbers, soon turned the tide. Roughs are by no means inexperienced fighters, and moreover, they do not scorn the use of sticks and brickbats when obtainable. Things began to look very squally indeed for the cadets. The parson was down and being sat on, walked on, and danced on. Indian had gotten off the track and was still blindly fighting the air half a block up the street. Chauncey was breathless, and Sleepy was tired. Moreover, one of the cowardly gang had discovered Mark's plight, and having subdued Dewey, was punching Mark at his leisure. Texas alone was unconquered. Texas hadn't had half enough fight to suit him, and was still merrily plunging about the scene and through the crowd, working those cowboy arms like windmills. But Texas, alas, wasn't able to hit everyone at once, and so the plot continued to thicken. An interruption, when it came a minute later, was very welcome indeed to the plebs. Somebody started a cry that brought confusion to the loafers. It was police, police. The scrap terminated abruptly, the scrappers got up on their feet, and after that there was a wild scurrying in every direction. 3 watchmen, attracted by the noise, had suddenly appeared upon the scene. Now the bandit 7 were, for obvious reasons, as much afraid of cops as their opponents. Texas did everlastingly hate to stop right in the midst of the fun, but he was the only one that shared that feeling. The rest sighed with relief when they realized at last that they were far out of town and beyond danger. Then they sat down by the side of a little stream and began to wash away the signs of their injuries, wondering what else would happen before long to render them still less fit to pay their visit. And that was the end of Parson Stannard's battle. Chapter 6. The long-delayed visit. Oh, but Grace Fuller's was an imposing house, when finally the plebs managed to find it. It was big and brilliantly lighted, with high, old-fashioned porticos. There were spacious grounds about it, too, and tall, menacing iron gates in front that made the dubious-looking plebs feel very dubious indeed. As for poor Chauncey, he was simply floored. "I'll not go in," he vowed, indignantly. "Bah Jove, I look like a coal heaver. Suppose there should be a lot of people there, don't chair no." That suggestion was a new one for the rest, and it made them gasp. They hadn't counted on seeing anyone but Grace, and the idea that she might have invited a lot of girls to entertain them was indeed startling, and they talked it over for at least 10 minutes before they ventured another move. The final decision was that the fate of the nation should be left to Indian, the only respectable man in the crowd. Indian was to go, and if he found that anyone else had been invited to that party he was to make a break for the door and fly. Otherwise, why then they might be induced to show themselves. Indian didn't like the idea a bit, but the rest threatened him with horrors unamiable until he consented. Then he crept up timidly and rang the bell while the others lay in the bushes and hid. The sight of the man who came to the door reassured the trembling young hero somewhat, for it was George, the butler, who had once set off some cannon for the bandit 7 and turned West Point topsy-turvy. A moment later Grace Fuller herself appeared in the hallway, a vision of loveliness that made the rest wish they were Indian. The 6 heard her inquire anxiously for them, and then they heard Indian begin to stammer and stutter furiously, putting in a "bless my soul" every few syllables and making the others grit their teeth with rage. "Plague take him," muttered Mark. "He'll give it all away." He did that in a very short while, for a fact, he had not found out who was inside at all when suddenly Grace Fuller sprang out upon the piazza. "If you boys are out there," she called, "you might as well come in and make yourselves at home. Nobody cares how you're dressed." After that, of course, there was nothing for them to do but come, as gracefully as they could, which was very ungracefully indeed. They marched sheepishly up the path in single file, each trying to be last. How they ever got the courage to get into the door nobody knew, but they did somehow, making a group which almost caused the dignified butler to commit the heinous sin of smiling, and which made Grace Fuller fairly go into hysterics. However, they were in, which was something. And that memorable party had begun. It wasn't much of a party, fortunately for the Bandit Seven's peace of mind. As it turned out, Grace Fuller hadn't half expected them to come. She was afraid they wouldn't dare take the risk. Here Master Chauncey Van Rensselaer got in a Chesterfieldian compliment, the drift of which is left to the reader's imagination. Then the girl went on to explain the dilemma she had been in, not knowing whether to prepare for them or not, which promptly reminded Dewey of a story. "Story," said he, "about a tenderfoot who went hunting out west, BG, and he came across a beast that he thought was a deer, and then again he had half an idea it was a calf. So he looked at his gun and at the beast, and didn't know what to do. That was the dilemma, BG, and the way he got over it was a way you might have tried for the party. He shot to hit it if it was a deer, and miss it if it was a calf, BG." Told in Master Dewey's interesting way, that broke the ice, and then everybody settled down to have a good time. Judge Fuller came downstairs a few minutes later and was introduced to the seven, who had, so he surmised politely, expected a masquerade ball. That made them more at ease. They wondered why they hadn't thought of that excuse themselves, and Parson Stannard promptly corralled the judge up in one corner and started him on the subject of the substance and attributes of Spinoza, and the transcendental analytic of Kant. Meanwhile Grace Fuller was entertaining the rest. As Dewey had predicted, she wanted to thank Mark, though she didn't fall on his neck. She must needs have the story of the gallant rescue told all over again by the rest of the seven, a proceeding which so embarrassed Mark that he went over to learn about Spinoza and Kant. He would not return until Grace went to the piano to sing for them. After that Texas hauled out a mouth organ, and gave a genuine cowboy jig which moved the parson, at Judge Fuller's invitation, to render Professor So-and-so's latest theory as to the tune in the parabasis of a Greek comedy. That scared them all away from the piano, and Dewey told the story of the circus, which he did so vividly that Texas got excited and wanted to lasso something, even starting to undo the rope at his waist and show Grace how it was done. He was finally persuaded that there wasn't room in the parlor, and then to cool him off they went in and had some ice cream. At last somebody discovered that it was late, and time for that curious visit to terminate. Perhaps it was Judge Fuller, who hadn't been able to escape from the tenacious parson all evening. Anyway, they started on their return trip, which was destined to prove momentous, after a leave-taking which was affecting all around. We shall not stop to follow them to the boat, but move on to another place where more lively things were happening, things that were going to cause the Bandit Seven no end of excitement before they were through. For out in the middle of the Hudson in a leaky tub is by no means as safe a situation as in bed at Camp McPherson, as the plebes were soon to learn. They had their night's fun before them. Smithers' world-renowned circus was the cause of all the trouble. Smithers, it seemed, was just then engaged in getting out of Highland Falls. It was rather late at night, in fact Sunday morning, but a circus is a thing that has to keep moving. It was scheduled for a place way up the state on Monday, and so everyone was hard at work. There was a long railroad train drawn up at the station a short way from the circus grounds. The big tents were all aboard and likewise the most of Mr. Smithers' world-renowned performers. The magnificent menagerie was being moved when the trouble began. The wonderful Trick Elephant was safely shut up in his corner of one car, and likewise Smasher, the fierce untamed bronco ridden by no man except Jeremiah Powers, son of the Honorable Scrap Powers, o' Hurricane County, Texas. The single degenerate specimen of a laughing hyena, too hungry and disgruntled to laugh at anything, had also joined the family party. Last of all was the solitary and stray specimen of a buffalo, making up the quartet which composed that much advertised menagerie. One would not have thought that buffalo had in him the capacity for causing any trouble. He was a very lean old buffalo. In fact, everything about Smithers' circus was lean. Even the living skeleton used to complain of hunger. This buffalo bull was old and ragged, reminding one of a moth-eaten rug, and he had a very mild and subdued look about his eyes. Nobody thought him capable of a rebellious action, for he used to trot around the ring daily for the edification of the country people, and occasionally he submitted to a yoke and helped the wild elephant get some one of the circus wagons out of a muddy place in the road. Animals are wily, however. Perhaps this beast had just been acting to get a reputation for harmlessness, so that when he did come to rebel he might be sure of success. For to put the whole matter into a nutshell, that buffalo ran away that night. He took matters into his own hands during the course of the move to the train. They wheeled his cage to the boxcar and put the door up close and then prodded him to make him move. He moved, but he did not go into the car. Instead he poked his shoulders in between the car and the cage and pushed. Before the sleepy circus hands could realize what had happened, he was standing in the middle of the street, waving his tail with much friskiness and gusto. Of course there was excitement. Smithers came up hot and panting, and after having first sworn at the beast, got an armful of hay and tried to steal a march on him. The beast waited just long enough to show his scorn for such artifices, and then, with a bellow of defiance, wheeled clumsily about and started on a trot up the track. There was more excitement then. Of course Smithers had to shout, and likewise the other circus men, and ditto the loungers in the neighborhood. That woke up the town, and when a country town wakes up at night there is no telling when the thing will stop. Some people solace themselves by shouting murder under such circumstances, others prefer fire, but however that may be, there are sure to be bells ringing, and everybody peering out of their windows to find out if by any chance they had been murdered without knowing it. Anyhow, that was the way it happened in Highland Falls. Smithers leaped upon a horse and started to lead in the chase. It was a cloudy night, but the moon came out on occasions, and just then Smithers could very plainly see the much accused buffalo trotting serenely, head up, along the railroad track. Behind the proprietor were the rest of the circus performers, professors and madams, and likewise all the freaks except the fat lady. Behind them was a nondescript mass of townspeople, farmers, and small boys, all out to see the fun and all shouting so as to assure themselves they were having it. That was about as strange a procession of humanity as the West Shore Road had ever seen, but the buffalo knew nothing about it. His mind was filled with the indescribable joy of freedom, a sensation which we Americans are supposed to have at all times. He was shaking his head and his tail defiantly, and also shaking a leg as he scurried on up the track. The proprietor never gained an inch, though he kept his horse going for dear life. It is less than a mile from Highland Falls to West Point. The buffalo put that distance between him in no time, but not long after that he struck a snag. The road enters a long, black tunnel at West Point. The bull didn't like the looks of the tunnel, neither did he like the looks of Smithers, who was sweeping up in the rear. To make matters worse, there came a roaring sound from the tunnel and a glare of light, the night express. That was too much. The bull plunged down the bank and into the river. A few minutes more and he was far out from shore and a mere black spot upon the water. Having deserted our friends the Banded Seven, we thus find our way to them again. For the plebes, you remember, were pulling their heavy old tub across that river when we left them, and their course was such that it took them very near to that buffalo indeed. And that was how the fun began. Chapter 7. Excitement on the river. The Banded Seven were having a first-rate time just then. In the first place, they were returning in triumph from a daring venture, about which to tell the angry cadets next morning was a delight to look forward to. Then, besides, Master Dewey had hit upon a scheme for their edification. Indian, the fat boy, so Dewey vowed, was taking up more room and sinking the boat more than anybody else. It was only fair that Indian should be made to row. That terrible sentence was now being carried into effect, and poor Indian was in the last stages of perspiration and exhaustion, when the shores of the river echoed with the shouts of encouragement from the others. It was because they were making so much noise that they did not at first perceive the excitement that was taking place on shore. They heard the roar of the train as it came through the tunnel, and they watched it whirl from the station and around a bend in the river. But Smithers and his circus hands they did not observe for a long time after that. They were too busy exhorting poor Indian. By the time that buffalo had been in the water some 10 minutes, however, the crowd had increased in number to a mob, and then all the banded seven's hilarity could not drown their shouts. The rowing stopped abruptly, and the plebes turned in surprise and alarm to stare at the spectators who lined the shore, just barely visible in the half-hidden moonlight. And a moment later a loud snort and a splash was heard in the water very near them. Mr. Smithers' buffalo had not quite calculated on the size of that river, and he was beginning to get tired. He dared not go back to the shore, and so when he made out a black object in front he made for that in a hurry. The object was the banded seven's boat. The state of mind of the latter may be imagined. They saw the crowd, and they heard them shouting warnings to look out. "It's something from the circus," cried Mark. "Something's got away." "Row for your lives," roared the people on the shore. All possibility of that was gone, however, for the simple reason that the rower, the timid and terrified Indian, had dropped his oars into the water, leaped up from his seat and began to howl. The others, uncertain as to what the rapidly approaching animal could be, only added to the excitement. Texas at the first shout had hauled out a huge revolver and was standing in the bow with a desperately tragic air ready for anything in the whole realm of nature. "Oh oh oh oh," howled Indian. "It's the elephant." That caused still more alarm, so that the heavily weighted old boat began to ship water rapidly. But just then the suspense was ended by the moon's appearance from behind a cloud, that showed them the huge buffalo, a sight by no means comforting, even if it was better than an elephant run amok. The bull was a huge one even if he was thin. He swam with his head way out of the water, tossing his shaggy mane angrily. Having been hunted and shouted at for some time, the ugly beast was beginning to get mad now, and his little eyes were gleaming. When he saw the boat and its crowd he turned and started away with all his might, for he saw in them only new enemies trying to capture him. At that the plebes sighed with relief, you may readily imagine. They were helpless prisoners on that boat, and if the bull had come for them they would have been in danger. The danger was past now. There was one factor, however, that the seven had not counted on. They forgot that they had a wild Texas cowboy on board, a cowboy with sporting blood and a tendency to hunt for excitement. Nobody had been watching Texas since that bull hove in sight. Nobody saw that he was dancing about, his fingers twitching and his eyes sparkling. Nobody had seen him thrust the revolver into his belt and begin fumbling about his waist. Nobody saw him fling his favorite rope to the breeze and begin to whirl it about his head. The first inkling they had of any danger was when to their indescribable horror they saw the new sail through the air, hovering and twisting, saw it settle comfortably about the huge beast's neck, and saw the mighty Texan yank it tight with a whoop of triumph. Things happened after that. Those on shore could not make out just what, though the moon was still bright, but they saw the occupants of the boat rush forward into the bow and a moment later saw the boat whirl around and set out downstream in pursuit of the buffalo, seemingly propelled by some magic hand. It was exciting for the banded seven. The bull was wild with fury, and was plunging through the water at a great rate. Texas had wrapped the rope about the bow, and was playing his fish something after the fashion of the lineman in a whale boat. As for the boat itself, it was mostly underwater, splashing and plunging dangerously. But Texas didn't care for that, he only yelled the louder and scared his prisoner into still greater exertions. The others who were not quite so much infected with the excitement, looked to see their heavily laden boat founder any moment. Mark even went so far as to inquire who could swim, a question which set poor Indian into howls. Indian was sure that his time had come, that the others would go off and leave him to perish beneath the gurgling black water. He took a preliminary hold on the parson's coattails to make sure that he was not deserted. The interesting trip did not last very long, however, for the simple reason that the buffalo got tired. His speed relaxed, and finally he stopped entirely and turned around to glare at the boat and his captors who were in it. Texas, without a word, removed the rope from where he had fastened it, and calmly proceeded to haul the animal in. He didn't pay a bit of attention to the remonstrances of the others, whose aim it was to keep the creature away. Texas was managing this, he told them, and he was going to finish that job if he had to drown the buffalo and them, too. Nearer and nearer came the savage beast, bellowing furiously, churning the water all about him, and shaking his head like an angry pickerel might do under similar circumstances. There was never a fisherman cooler than Texas, however, and there were few of them ever caught a stranger fish. Texas was handicapped, however, by the fact that though he had plenty of strength to draw his prize to him, he had none to keep it away. And the whole business failed because of that. When the bull got within a few feet of the boat he lowered his head and made one more dash. This time he rushed toward the boat instead of away, and he met with more success. The 7 scattered to the bow and stern when they saw their danger. An instant later one of the sharp horns of the enraged creature struck the side and crushed through the wood with a snap, keeling the boat over and sending its occupants flying through the air. And that was the last the shouting spectators on the shore could see, for the clouds swept over the moon again, and nothing was audible but the hoarse bellows of the buffalo and a few smothered cries from the water. Chapter 8. 7 Lunatics and a Reporter. There was not a boat to be seen anywhere, so the crowd was helpless and terrified. The only thing that prevented a serious accident was first, the fact that the boat was very near to the shore, and second, that the furious beast had gotten his horns well wedged into the wood so that he could not chase the plebes if he had wanted to. Mark Mallory was a strong swimmer, as those who remember his rescue of Grace Fuller can testify. His hands were all bandaged up, which interfered with him considerably, but he had gotten off his coat in expectation of some such smash-up as this, and so he was able to take care of himself. The only person who needed help was Indian. As Dewey had said, Indian was too fat to sink. He fairly bounced about on the top of the water, something after the fashion of a bubble. He was scared, nonetheless, however, and his yells and gurgles made the horrified people on the shore imagine he was being gored to death. Several of the plebes got him by the hair of his round little head and towed him in, where he was pulled ashore by someone. The others straggled in one by one, Mark and the dignified Chauncey, who considered it bad form to hurry, coming last. Once on land they stared at each other in disgust, while the crowd gathered about them to ask questions, and then suddenly Mark gave an exclamation of alarm. He noticed that one of the 7 was missing. "Where's Texas?" he cried. That was the first time anyone had missed the gallant cowboy, for, sure enough, he was not there. "That rope was tied about his waist," shouted Dewey. "He couldn't get away." Dewey made a dash for the water, several of the others at his heels. But at that moment a voice was heard from the darkness that made them stop in surprise. "You fellers needn't be a comin' out high rfo me," said the voice. "I'm a gettin' in all right, only it's slow. Get up, dar, you old coyote of a buffalo, you." The sight which loomed up in the darkness a few minutes later was rather a startling one. There was the huge, shaggy buffalo, exhausted and subdued, but still swimming, and there was the hilarious Texas mounted on his back. That insult and indignity had taken all the spirit out of the beast. He was allowing himself to be steered meekly by the horns, and when he scrambled up the bank he allowed Smithers' men to tie him up without a word of protest, the triumphant cowboy still keeping his seat. And that was the end of the excitement. The amazement of Smithers, the proprietor of the circus, may be imagined. The last time he had seen Texas was while Mark Mallory had been making a speech to the crowd in the Dime Museum tent, when Texas had made an attack upon the professor and been chased out of the town. Here he was again, driving a buffalo in the Hudson. And there was Professor Salvatore, too, still in his old tennis blazer, talking to the cowboy without a trace of anger. Truly it was puzzling. There were other people thought that, too, as the 7 outlandishly costumed creatures turned and started to hurry away. Nobody there had the least idea who they were. The idea of their being cadets had never occurred to a soul, that is, except one. It is our purpose to tell about him now. He was a young man, spry and chipper. In one hand he held a rather portly notebook and in the other a fountain pen. He had been making all sorts of inquiries of Smithers and his men, assuming the killingly business-like air always worn by young reporters, who think thereby to hide the fact that they are young. This young reporter thought he had right here the chance of his lifetime to make himself famous. He saw a chance for 3 columns on the first page about the things that had happened to Smithers Circus that day, and he meant to work that chance for every word it was worth. As we have said, a vague sort of an idea had flitted across his mind that they were cadets. If they were, they would not want to tell, but also if they were, it would mean a still bigger chance for him. And he registered a solemn vow that he was going to trace this mystery up if he died for it. So when he saw the 7 sneak away, he followed and spoke to them, notebook in hand. "Gentlemen," he said, "I wish you would let me have your names and full particulars about this matter. I'm a reporter, from the New York Globe, and I must get the facts." The alarm which his announcement created served to increase his suspicions. The 7 held a consultation, at the end of which one of them, evidently their leader, responded, "We can't give our names." "Why not?" inquired the reporter. "We don't want to." "Well, I've got to get them, that's all." "But you won't." "Well, you watch me and see." "Do you mean you're going to follow us?" "That's exactly what I do." "What?" "You little coyote, you, doggone your boots, I'll—" "Shut up, Texas. Come here." After that there was another consultation. It ended in a most surprising and, to the reporter, unexpected move. The 7 wheeled about and dashed away at top speed into the woods. The reporter saw the ruse, and he chuckled merrily to himself. 2 can play at that game, he thought, and set out in pursuit. We who know who the 7 were can readily understand that he had no trouble in keeping them in sight. Indian would have made a first-rate center rush on a football team, but as a long-distance runner he was no go. So the 7 gave up in disgust and despair, and let the reporter catch up to them again. Texas' temper had been rising during this brief sprint, and when he stopped he reached for his wet revolver. "I'll stop him," he muttered. "Hang him, I'll scare him till he's blue." "It won't do any good," said Mark, holding his excitable friend back. "He's got an idea we are cadets, and he'll say so in the paper anyhow. Then there'll be an investigation, and out we go." Oh, wailed Indian, still gasping for breath. "I wish we hadn't come. Bless my soul." "What'll we do, then?" growled Texas, speaking to Mark, who still held him back. "We've simply got to fool him," declared Mark. "We've got to make him think we're somebody else. It's going to be hard work, too." The reporter had been watching them from the distance during this. He saw them talking together in consultation for some 10 minutes more, and then one of their number, the one with the bandaged hands, stepped out and spoke to him. "I suppose there's no use trying to fool you," said he. "Come up here and we'll tell you who we are. You may be able to help us, anyway." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Extract from the New York Globe, a special late edition on Sunday morning. Extra. Extra. Brutality in an asylum. Inmates driven to desperation by outrages. Special to the Globe. The harrowing tale of 7 escaped lunatics. Garrisons, NY, August 11. The Globe is enabled to present to its readers today a tale of official cruelty such as has seldom been known in this state. This extraordinary series of incidents was discovered by the matchless enterprise and indomitable persistence of the Globe men and will be found in this paper exclusively. Read the Globe. This was in big type across the top of the first page. Below it was a huge picture, labeled, "Faces of the 7 Lunatics." Sketched by a Globe artist on the spot. After that were about half a dozen columns of the news. The adventures of the 7. Wild doings of the escaped lunatics which led to their identification. A raid upon a circus. There was intense excitement in Highland Falls today. Driven to desperation by the excessive cruelties, all of which are described in another part of the paper in the very words of the unfortunate wretches, the latter forced their way from the asylum and took Highland Falls by storm. One of them, a lad from Texas, with a history that is perfectly harrowing in its details, ran amok and nearly killed the proprietor of the circus by lassoing him and dragging him around the ring. After that he released one of the buffaloes in the show and rode the animal out into the river. The 7 have now disappeared into the woods. The mayor of Highland Falls is organizing a searching party to recapture them. The lunatics have vowed to die first. They consented to talk to the Globe reporter only because, knowing the great influence of the paper, they thought that the outrages might be suppressed. This will surely be done. The Globe is already drafting a bill for the new legislature, abolishing the frightful house of torture. It is the New York home for the insane, its precise location being as yet unascertained. The officials of the place have kept the escape of the prisoners a secret through fear of having their nefarious practices made public. But the enterprise of the Globe has thwarted them. The tale told by the wretched prisoners is almost beyond belief. They are dangerous, all of them, showing their delusions in every act, though constantly protesting that they are not mad. One of them wears a dilapidated clerical costume and preached a most extraordinary sermon while the others were telling their stories to the reporter. Another wears a bellboy's uniform, and persists in running an elevator at all times, though he is the son of a prominent Washington official. The man from Texas flourished a lasso and a revolver and seemed under the delusion that the Globe reporter's notebook was meant for target practice. An idea of the risks run by those who procured this extraordinary news may be gained when it is said that it was only by the utmost cunning that the reporter managed to prevent this wild creature from shooting him. The maniac danced about and shouted strange cowboy exclamations during the whole proceedings. Still another of the 7 was a rather stout and seemingly harmless person who persisted in claiming that he was a head waiter. He wore a tattered dress suit and amused himself in collecting tips. The reporter could get no leisure to take notes except by fleeing this extraordinary character continually. Number 5 was clad in a most remarkable outing suit and spoke with a decided London accent. Apparently his only idiosyncrasy was the idea that he was a baronet. The rest informed the reporter that his father was a noted criminal and formerly a bootblack, but this was indignantly denied by the Englishman, who grew quite violent and vowed that he would not stand the insult. Another had perhaps the strangest delusion of all. He persisted in calling himself the Sleeping Beauty, though no one less beautiful could possibly be imagined. He dozed incessantly during the interview, and his companions stated that he seldom did anything else while in the institution where they were imprisoned. The unfortunates spoke mournfully of the frightful amount of work they had been compelled to do there. They are evidently fearful of having to return, but this the Globe is determined to prevent. The most horrible specimen among the maniacs is mentioned last. He is a tall and exceedingly handsome young man, and to all appearances is perfectly sane. He stated that he had been incarcerated in that institution by a cruel uncle, who has thus defrauded him of his rights. This uncle he continually referred to as Uncle Sam. This young man offered to show the reporter his back, which was bruised by blows inflicted upon him by cruel tormentors, his superiors who objected to some trifling acts of his. Also both his hands were completely bandaged, he had been tortured by fire. It makes one shudder to think that such things can be in this 19th century of ours. In concluding this introductory article, the Globe wishes to call the attention of its readers to its extraordinary enterprise in securing this absolutely first account. The paper's servants ran most terrible risks in venturing into the woods with these desperate maniacs. Yet such sacrifices the search for truth demands. The Globe intends to probe this matter to the very bottom. A special corps of detectives has been engaged, and our readers may rest assured that this first account will be supplemented by all possible details. Etc., 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 etc. ************** Can you imagine how the Bandit 7 howled when that paper arrived at West Point? The best joke yet, BG, said Dewey, and the rest agreed with him. But the end was not yet. Chapter 9. Discovering a plot. The cadets were building a pontoon bridge, the second one that summer. The cadets of the first class were the engineering corps and they were giving the orders. The plebes, quite naturally, were doing the work, carrying out the heavy logs and fastening them in place under the watchful eyes of their superiors. Cadets, when they leave West Point after their 4 years of drill and study, are supposed to be fully competent officers, ready to do their share of handling Uncle Sam's army. This, of course, includes the building of bridges upon which an army may cross a river or stream. It was that the Corps was practicing that day. Mark Mallory had been helping at that task all day, along with his chums and the other plebes. It was almost over now, and Mark was glad of it, for he was tired. Bridge building in army style may sound romantic, but it is no fun during August when the sun shines. There was only one redeeming circumstance to the whole thing that the plebes could see, and that was that on account of it they had been excused from no less than 2 inspections, 2 policings and 2 drills. A little later Mark and his friends were lying on the grass in a shady nook up by Trophy Point. We must go up there and listen to what they are saying, in order to appreciate the adventures in the following pages. They were just then discussing with much interest the adventure with the reporter. They were all anxious to know what the cadets thought of it, and this was the first chance they had had to compare notes. "Do you know," laughed Mark, "there's not a soul has the least idea it was we? Nobody seems to have thought for a moment that cadets were the cause of all the excitement. Just think of it. Lunatics." It was but little wonder that nobody connected the Bandit 7 with that band of raving madmen, so called. West Point was fairly on tiptoe with excitement concerning the creatures, who were supposed to be still loose in the woods. Naturally the 7 were hilarious over the state of affairs. Their discussion of the question was stopped, however, by the arrival of one of their number upon the scene. It was Texas, who had been over to the camp for a brief while. From his manner it was evident that Texas had some news. "Fellers," he cried, scarcely waiting till he was close to them before he began. "I've jest heard somebody talkin', and I've discovered a plot." "A plot? Whose?" There was no need of the 6 asking that so eagerly. One name rose up before all their minds. There was one yearling, and only one, who got up plots to discomfort them. "It's Bull Harris," continued Texas, hurriedly. "And he hasn't found out about last night," cried Mark. "No," said Texas, "'tain't he that. He's a-goin' to take that air crowd o' his and Gus Murray, and Mary Vance, and Baby Edwards, and them, up to our cave. And I want to know if we're a-goin' to stand that." "I don't think we will," laughed Mark, promptly. "At least not if I have anything to say in the matter. I been expecting just this for some time," Mark continued, after a moment's pause. "You see, ever since we found that secret cavern in the rock, and had the bad luck to let Bull see us go there, I knew he'd be taking his friends up there to spoil our fun. He probably expects to smash everything to pieces. BG, I say we lick 'em for daring to think of it, BG," cried Dewey. "That's what I say. Reminds me of a story I once heard, BG." "I'll tell you what we'll do," said Mark, interrupting the unfortunate rencontre. "How does this suit you? Let's follow them tonight, let them get inside, and then take them prisoners." Texas sprang up with a whoop of delight at that delicious program. "Whoop," he cried. "Second the motion. We'll hold 'em up, doggone their boots, and—" Texas felt for his revolvers instinctively as he danced about and thought of this. He had no revolvers on him, however, owing to the fact that they would have been visible in his uniform. So Texas had to content himself with squeezing the hands of the others and vowing by all things a Texan holds dear that he'd capture those yearlings for them that night or die in the effort. Now the plan for the circumvention of Bull Harris was all very well in its way. but there were certain all-important facts that those adventurous plebes forgot to take account of in their calculations. We must mention these at the start, in order that the situation may be appreciated. According to the New York Globe, there were 7 dangerous lunatics wandering about West Point. That fact everyone knew. The sheriff of the county was there to investigate the matter, for it was clearly his duty to arrest the fugitives. Also there were the constables from Highland Falls, the reporters from the New York dailies, and numerous private individuals out to see the fun. They had hunted all day, finding no one but 2 unfortunate tramps. They meant to hunt likewise all night. Now, as for the banded 7, their situation was just this: they were going out for a lark that night. They dared not wear their cadet uniforms, for fear of being seen by some sentry. The only clothes they owned besides these were the curious disguises already mentioned. Naturally, knowing nothing of the excitement they had created, they resolved to wear those. And that was the way the fun began. It was about 11 o'clock that evening, as soon as the last inspection was over and the camp quiet, that 4 figures crept out of one of the tents, dashed past the intentionally oblivious sentry and hid themselves in the shadow of old Fort Clinton. Those who have read these stories would have been quick enough to recognize them: the unpleasant features of Bull Harris, and likewise the sallow Vance, the brutal Gus Murray, and the amiable Baby Edwards. Those 4 were bound for the banded 7's den, and, in vulgar parlance, they weren't going to do a thing to it. They left the fort and made for the woods, stealing along in the shadow of the buildings so as to be observed by no one. It was a difficult task because unfortunately there was a bright moon in the sky. That moon gave our friends no end of trouble when they set out to follow. The 7 entered the fort just as the others left it. Like them, they stowed away their uniforms, and put on the cits clothing. As has been noted, it was no child's play, that task of following the 4 through the woods. Full-fledged Apaches would have found it hard, and, as you know, in our crowd, there was only one Indian, and that one as clumsy as a herd of elephants. The woods were bright, also there were dry leaves and sticks to be stepped on and slippery logs for Indian to fall off of. It was therefore to be expected that Bull would very soon discover he was being tracked, which was just exactly what happened. Bull Harris was no fool, he had plenty of sense, and he used it, too. In fact, he completely outwitted the unsuspecting plebes. And this was how he did it. Sundry curious sounds from the rear first attracted his attention. Bull suspected, of course, at the very start that it was Mark. He said that to Gus Murray, and also that he'd like to smash that confounded plebe for once and for all. Just then they came to a steep incline, which hid them from their pursuers' view, and, quick as a flash, Bull dodged into the bushes and hid. He lay there with the others, silent as so many mice. Pretty soon the plebes came along, creeping with stealthiness that was most laughable to the yearlings. You might hunt for 10 years without finding a sight more ludicrous than Parson Stannard in a ragged, black clerical frock, lanky and solemn, stealing along on tiptoe and glancing about him with cunning and wariness such as the villain assumes in a deep black Bowery melodrama. Indian's round body and saucer-like eyes, going through the same contortions, made a close second for humorous effect. If Bull hadn't hated the plebes too much he would have sneered at them as Vance was doing. As to the costumes they wore, Bull stared at them for some time before he realized the true state of affairs. Bull noticed their clothes, and he had read the description in the paper. But it was at least a minute before he could bring himself to comprehend what the similarity of the 2 signified. When he did, he seized Gus Murray by the arm in a grip that cut. "Great heavens, man," he gasped. "Don't you see? Don't you see? Those plebes are the 7 lunatics." The 7 saw no reason for stopping because the yearlings were lost to view for a moment. They knew where the yearlings were going, and all they had to do was to go there, too. In a minute or 2 more they were out of sight in the darkness, and Bull and his gang were left alone once more. Bull said not a word for some minutes. He was too busy thinking, trying to realize what that extraordinary revelation meant. So it was Mallory who had caused all this excitement. Mallory who had gotten up that gigantic hoax. Mallory whom the sheriff and everyone else were hunting for. Bull took in the situation in all its amazing details, and the more he thought of it the angrier he got. But then suddenly Bull got an inspiration. He leaped to his feet, whacked his knee with his fist, and with a whoop of joy seized his companions and forced them hastily along. It was back toward West Point he started, the rest were naturally mystified at that. "Where are you going?" demanded Vance. "You wait and see," chuckled Bull. "Wait and see, if you haven't got sense enough to guess." "By jingo, I've got him." "Got him? Who?" "Mallory, you idiot," roared the other. "Don't ask so many stupid questions, hurry up." After that the party pressed on in silence. The three were too much puzzled to say anything more or to do anything but obey. Their curiosity was destined to be set at rest very soon, however. They had not walked 100 yards before they caught sight of some dark figures walking about in the woods. There was a lantern, too, and then suddenly came a voice. "Hello, there. Here's somebody." "Who are you?" The yearlings shrank back in alarm, that is, all of them except Bull. Bull pressed forward eagerly, and a moment later found himself surrounded by a group of men, armed with sticks and all sorts of weapons. One of them, a tall man with the lantern and a shotgun in his other hand, walked up to Bull and peered into his face. "What are you doing?" he began, but Bull was in too much of a hurry to let him finish. "You the sheriff?" he demanded. "Yes, I am." "Hunting for those lunatics, aren't you?" "Yes." "Well, come on, then, quick as you can, for I know where they are." And then the yearlings realized what Bull Harris meant to do. "How do you know?" demanded the officer. "I saw them," declared Bull. "I was hunting for them, too. They were dressed just as the paper said. And you'd better hurry." Without another word he turned and started ahead through the woods, the sheriff and his excited posse followed at his heels. They hurried along rapidly, making for the cave. They went on for a mile, nobody saying a word, all watching eagerly. The mile stretched out to nearly 2 miles, and the sheriff began to get impatient. He stared at Bull doubtfully, gripping his shotgun. And then suddenly in the path ahead a wall of rock loomed up, just visible in the faint light. It was in that rock that the cavern lay. And backed up against the wall, staring at the party in amazement and alarm were 7 figures, the lunatics. The sheriff swung his gun up to his shoulder. "In the name of the law," he shouted, "I command you to surrender. Hold up your hands." Chapter X. The jail at Highland Falls. You may imagine the consternation of our friends, the plebes. The whole thing had come with such horrible suddenness that they were completely taken aback, and helpless. The sheriff's gun looked so huge and menacing that it took all their nerve. Even Texas, hero of 100 fights, did not dare to move an arm. Experience had taught Texas that a hold-up was a hold-up, a thing that could no more be resisted than a sudden stroke of lightning. And therefore, though he had a huge revolver in each hip pocket, he merely flung up his hands and stared. It was an awful situation. It took the unfortunate lads some time to realize it in its full horror. Here they were, cadets, wandering about during the forbidden hours of night. And here was a sheriff with all the power of the law at his back, arresting them as lunatics. He would take them to jail. Keep them there all night? And in the morning would come reveille, and then... "Don't you fellows make a move there," commanded the sheriff, sternly. "I won't take any nonsense. Get those handcuffs out." The wretched plebes were too dumbfounded to disobey the order. Indian had sunk down on the ground with a wail of agony, and the rest were in about as complete a state of collapse. As if the situation were not bad enough already, 2 men stepped forward to handcuff them, and the prisoners recognized the triumphantly grinning features of Bull Harris and Gus Murray. That was too much of an insult. Mark Mallory started back, his face flashing. "Don't you come near me, you wretch," he cried. "I'll." The sheriff swung his gun around until the muzzle stared full in Mark's face. "Steady," said he. "Don't be a fool." Mark saw that there was no use making trouble, and he bit his lip and was silent. He put out his hands meekly and let Bull snap the irons upon him. Bull hadn't had such a moment of joy as that in his whole lifetime before. The rest of the 7 gave up then and let themselves be secured, only Texas ventured further protest. "Look here, Mr. Sheriff," said he, "I ain't a lunatic. What's the use o' this hire-fool business? I'm a CA. Shut up." It was Mark who said that, and he said it with such vehement emphasis that Texas closed his teeth together with the suddenness of a steel trap. "You mayn't be lunatics," observed the sheriff, stepping forward to make sure that their hands were securely fastened. "But you certainly look a good deal like it. Say, Mr. Hamilton." The man who answered, the 7 prisoners recognized instantly as the reporter they had fooled. Their hearts sank within them at that. "Are these the fellows?" demanded the sheriff. "They're the ones, all right," laughed the other. "There's no mistaking such faces and clothes as those." "That settles it," said the sheriff. "Forward, march." It was 2 or 3 miles from where they were to Highland Falls, their destination. Fortunately they did not go through West Point, when the plebes were in dread of being recognized. The sheriff did not want to attract a crowd and so he kept in the woods, skirted the edge of the buildings and finally came out into the road below the post. The unfortunate plebes were very near the end of their journey then. The silent party tramped on rapidly. The buildings of the little town began to loom up in front. There were few lights burning then, but some stray passerby started a shout, "The lunatics," and almost instantly windows began to go up and staring faces to appear in the openings. But just then they came to a low square building back from the main street, and the sheriff sprang forward, unlocked the door, and pushed the prisoners in before him. A moment later the heavy door clanged, and that was all. The sheriff was considerate enough, now that he had them safe, to remove the painful handcuffs. This, however, he did not do until he had searched them carefully, removing the Texans' arsenal. After that he shoved them into the solitary cell in the jail, locked and barred the heavy door, and after warning them to keep quiet and behave themselves, went out and left them in silence and dismay. About the same time the young reporter hurried down to the telegraph station to send in his report, and Bull and his 3 friends, having been thanked by the sheriff, set out in high spirits for their favorite drinking place, where they meant to celebrate their glorious triumph. As for the sheriff, he warned the jailer to keep the strictest guard, and then, with a sigh of relief and satisfaction, went home to bed. As to the 7, it is still easier to say what they did. With one accord they sank down on the floor of the musty cell and stared at each other in complete and absolute consternation and disgust. Nobody said anything, because nobody knew of anything to say. They were simply knocked into a cocked hat, as the phrase has it. They were stumped, helpless and hopeless, and that was all there was to it. They sat that way for perhaps 2 solid hours. During that time Indian had gone to sleep, in which the farmer had set him a good example. The parson had been heard to give vent to one by Zeus, and Dewey a single disconsolate BG, which did not even remind him of a story. And that is the complete inventory of what happened during the desolate period. But such states of mind cannot last forever, especially in young persons. Mark made up his mind that at least it would be worthwhile to test the cell they were in, to make sure that the doors and windows were fast. This was a country jail. Country jails are often cheaply built, and often are still very old and unreliable. Mark got up and fell to pacing back and forth. His example aroused the rest, and pretty soon the place resembled a menagerie cage, with half a dozen wild animals sniffing at the bars. They shook the door savagely. It had a solid feel, and the only result of the effort was to bring the cross and sleepy jailer to the cell. "Keep quiet, there," he growled, "and go to sleep, will you?" The prisoners relapsed into silence again, and the man went away, after which the examination went on. The floors and walls of the cell were of solid masonry, which was uncompromising. Mark had heard of prisoners who dug their way out with such objects as spoons. But the unfortunate plebs had not even a spoon, and besides, that operation was apt to take longer than the time between then and the morning gun. It was just 2 o'clock by Mark's watch. The only other place where there seemed the faintest possibility of hope was the window. That was large, and it allowed the moonlight to stray into the cell, which was as light as day. But also there were heavy iron bars, which resisted firmly the most powerful efforts of Mark's strength. And so that hope, also, was futile. The 7 retired into a corner and discussed the situation in sad whispers. It was evident that they could not escape. It was equally evident that if they did not they would cease to be cadets on the morrow. Thus simply put, the proposition was startlingly clear and horrible. Hope springs eternal in the human breast, they say. Scarcely had they settled the argument thus, before Texas sprang up with a sudden cry. An instant later he fell to work unwinding himself from the lasso that was still about his waist. The sheriff hadn't thought it necessary to remove that lasso, he hadn't the least idea what use a prisoner could make of it. For that matter, neither had Texas' companions, unless he meant to hang himself. But Texas knew a trick worth 2 of that. Silently and rapidly he proceeded to uncoil it, and when he had done that, he doubled it once, twice, 3 times. "What on earth are you going to do?" whispered Mark. "Show you," chuckled Texas. "Look here." He sprang up to the window and slipped the rope about one of the bars. Then the others saw. One man couldn't pull out one of those iron strips, but the whole 7 men together? Ah! Quick as a flash they sprang forward to help him. Texas was very slow and methodical about it, exasperatingly so, for the jailer might peer in at any moment. Texas made the heavy rope fast, he tied knots in it for the plebs to take hold of, like a tug-of-war rope. Then he and Mark, as the strongest, braced their feet against the wall, the rest laid hold of the trailing end, and then 1, 2, 3 pull, there came a terrific strain that made the bars of the window creak. 4 times they put all their strength into it. Then Texas, reaching up, whispered the joyful news that the iron was tearing loose from its fastenings in the stone. Once more they laid hold of the rope, once more swung back with all their might, and then suddenly the bar gave way. It was as if a knife had cut the rope. The sudden release sent the unfortunate prisoners stumbling backward, tumbling with a crash into a heap in the corner. A moment later they heard a loud shout outside, heard the door creak on its hinges, as it was flung open. It was the jailer, dashing into the room, revolver in hand. "What does this mean?" he shouted. "Hold up your hands." Chapter 11. Bull Harris gets into trouble. It was a desperate moment. Things happened with such incredible swiftness that those who saw them could scarcely tell what came first. Texas had fallen just behind the door which the man had opened. Texas leaped up, his eyes blazing with fury. No risk was too great a risk to take now, for his cadetship was the stake. He was behind the jailer's back as he rose up, and with the swiftness and force of a panther he flung himself upon the man's back. There was a moment of struggle. Texas devoted every effort to but one thing, holding that revolver. A bullet, even if it hit no one, would give the alarm, prevent the escape. He had seized the man's hand in both of his, and he clung to that hand with all the strength that was in him. The others sprang to his aid an instant later. Before the jailer could cry out, Mark gripped him by the throat, and a moment later down he went to the ground, with the whole 7 upon him. The contest was brief after that. They got the revolver away, which was the chief point. The jailer was speedily choked into submission, bound and gagged. The 7 prisoners rose up triumphant and gazed about them in eager haste. But they were not safe yet by any means. They imagined that no alarm had been given, they had not calculated the effect of the first startled yell of the jailer, which rang and echoed down the silent village street. The plebs realized what was happening a moment later, as they paused and listened. There were sounds of hurrying feet, of men shouting to each other. The town was awake. The prisoners gazed about them anxiously, feverishly. They had yet a chance, a hope. But it would take them so long to unfasten that rope, tie it to another bar, and tear it out in the same way. The sheriff with his dreaded gun would surely be there before that. And they could not get through the window as it was. What then? The door. Mark thought of it an instant later. The jailer had left it open. A moment more and the plebs were in the hall of the jail. Texas had stopped just long enough to snatch up the jailer's revolver, and then rejoin them. There was still the front door, whether locked or not none of them knew. Mark tried it feverishly, shook it. It was locked. And as he tried it again, he heard a shout outside, felt someone on the other side trying it, too. A crowd was gathering. And what were they to do? The solution of the question flashed over Mark first. The key. The jailer. He sprang back into the room, rushed to where the man lay bound, and fell to rummaging in his pockets and about his waist. The others stood in the hall waiting anxiously, tremblingly. Would he find it? The noise outside swelled. There came blows upon the door, shouts to open. And then suddenly Mark reappeared, his face gleaming with excitement and joy as he ran, holding in one hand a heavy key. To thrust that key into the lock, turn it, and open the door was the work of but an instant. And then, in response to the quick command of their leader, the seven formed a wedge, Texas with the revolver in front. Mark flung back the heavy door and the seven made a savage dash through the opening. There were at least a dozen men gathered in front of the building. They recoiled before the unexpected apparition that met their gaze. The fiercely shouting lunatics with the wild-eyed cowboy and his gleaming weapon at their head. An instant more and the party had dashed through the crowd and went speeding up the street. Texas was last, glancing behind him and aiming his revolver menacingly to prevent pursuit. "Stop thief! Stop thief!" swelled the cry through all the village, but to the wildly delighted, hilarious seven, it was a cry that fast receded and died out in the distance. For no one dared to follow, and the lunatics escaped once more, were keeping up a pace that it would have been hard to equal. They counted themselves safe a very few moments later, when they were hidden from view in the woods up toward West Point. And then, breathless and exhausted, they seated, or rather flung, themselves on the ground to rest. Prudence did not long permit of their staying where they were, however. The escaped criminal knows no resting place. Already they were beginning to fancy that they heard shouts in the woods and sounds of tramping footsteps. Poor Indian would pop up his gasping head every once in a while and look to see if the sheriff wasn't aiming that gun at him. It was a terrible labor for Indian to look anywhere from his present position, because, as Dewey explained, he had to see over his stomach. All were ready to move in a short while. Indian alone had not recovered his breath, but he had fear to lend wings to his heels, so to speak. And thus pretty soon the party was fast making tracks for camp. They were very silent. The plebs were all thinking of one subject, and that subject made them grave and quiet. Mark touched upon this point when he spoke at last. He seemed to divine what was in their minds. "Fellows," said he, "what do you think of Bull Harris?" There was no answer to the question. The reason was that nobody could think of any word or combination of words quite adequate to express the fullness of his thought. "Do you know," Mark continued, after a few minutes' silence, "do you know Bull actually surprised me. Texas had something to say to that." "Nothin' that old coyote ever did would surprise me," said Texas. "Bull has tried many contemptible tricks," observed Mark, thoughtfully, as if speaking to himself. "He has tried some things that would make the old Nick himself blush for shame, I think. He has lied about me to the cadets and to the officers. He has enticed me into the woods to beat me, he has played upon my kindness to have me expelled. But he never yet has done anything to equal this. The silence of the seven as they tramped on expressed to Mark a great deal more assent than any words could have done. It was so utterly uncalled for, Mark went on. It was so utterly contemptible. And the brazen effrontery of it was the most amazing thing of all. One would have thought when he put the sheriff upon our track he would have kept his own identity secret. But to come right out before our faces and betray us his fellow cadets. I declare I don't know what to do about it. Texas doubled up his fists suggestively. He knew what to do. No, said Mark, noticing the unspoken suggestion. I do not think it would do much good to whip him. Bull would not face me in a fair fight, and somehow I can't make up my mind to tackle him otherwise, even if he does deserve it. It don't do any good to frighten him, either, or to treat him decently. Every effort seems to deepen his vindictiveness. I don't see, fellows, how we are ever to have any peace while Bull is in West Point. That just about expressed the situation, as it appeared to the seven. No peace with Bull Harris in West Point. BG, exclaimed Dewey, suddenly. I don't see any reason why he has to stay. How do you mean? Asked Mark, slowly. He knew what Dewey meant, and so did all the others, but none of them liked to say it. Simply, said Dewey as the parson always remarks when he starts one of his long chemical formulas, simply, BG, that Bull has tried to get us dismissed from West Point a few dozen times. I don't know how often it's been, but I know it's been at least 70 times 7 we've forgiven him. And now, BG, I say we get square, just for once. I see what you mean, responded Mark, shaking his head. It might be fair for me to get Bull expelled in some way, but I don't like that. Pshaw, growled Texas, angrily. I'd like to know why not. If we don't, Bull Harris will get us fired dead show, doggone his boots. And self-preservation is the first law of nature, chimed in Dewey, as the undertaker remarked when he swallowed his embalming fluid, BG. Mark laughed, but he still shook his head. The solemn parson cleared his throat. Ahem, said he, by Zeus. Gentlemen, this is no time for a scientific dissertation, or exemplification, so to speak. I was remarking ahem that no one would be less inclined to burden you with a lengthy discourse at this most inopportune moment. I shall, accordingly, confine myself strictly to a lucid exposition of the concatenation of complex circumstances involved, avoiding all technicalities. Dewey fainted here and had to be revived by an imaginary bottle of smelling salts. He refused emphatically to come to, but vowed he wanted to stay unconscious till it was over. All of which byplay was lost upon the grave scholar. What the parson meant to say was finally ascertained by the rest, who were now nearly restored to their usual gaiety, forgetful of all such details as sheriffs and shotguns. It appeared that the parson was quoting the law of self-defense, that a man whose life is threatened may kill the man who menaces him. The parson cited many authorities, legal, philosophical and theological, to prove the validity of that assumption. Then he proposed the question whether this case might not be an analog, as he called it, whether or not Bull Harris, who was threatening to have Mark dismissed, did not make himself liable to the same treatment. It was a nice point in casuistry, and the parson vowed that in all his investigation of theoretical ethical complications he had never met, etc., etc. The rest listened to all this with much solemnity. The parson was in one of his most scholarly moods that night, and it was a whole farce comedy to hear him. But, unfortunately, his discourse put a stop to the serious discussion concerning Bull Harris. That problem was to arise again very soon. During all this, of course, the party had been hurrying up toward the post, with as much rapidity as they possibly could. They knew that if once they could manage to reach Fort Clinton and get into their uniforms, they would be entirely safe. No one, not even a sheriff, would ever dream that those much hunted and dreaded lunatics were Uncle Sam's pupils. Still laughing and joking with the classic Bostonian, they had almost reached the southern buildings of the post, before anything else happened. For it is necessary to say right here that those plebes were not destined to reach camp that night, or rather morning, without further adventure. It was after one of the longest pauses in the parson's discussions of that casuistical complication. The rest were waiting for him to begin again, when suddenly from the woods to one side a sound of footsteps was distinctly heard. The plebes stopped short, as if they had been turned to stone. They were almost turned with alarm. They heard the step again, it was several people advancing, and as one man the seven crouched suddenly to conceal themselves in the shadow of the bushes. The folly of their recklessness flashed across them with horrible clearness at that moment. They had escaped from their danger, almost as if by a miracle. And then, instead of running with all their might for camp, seeking safety with all possible swiftness, here they were loitering along as if there were no such man on earth as a determined sheriff, and now. The noise of the advancing men grew louder every moment. It was evident that they were to pass almost over the plebes. There were several of them, tramping heavily, crashing the brush beneath their feet with a sound that to the trembling listeners seemed the advance of a herd of elephants. Then there came a voice. "Ho, ho! You bet we've fixed him. Hooray! I just guess. Say, but I bet those plebes are sick just now. I never saw a sicker looking plebe than that confounded Mallory in my life. By heaven, he deserves it all, though. I could kill him." The last speaker was Bull Harris. They had gotten very near, almost on top of the crouching listeners. Mark clutched his companions and whispered to them, "Not a sound. I can hardly wait for morning to come, to see what happens when that blamed cad isn't there at reveille. Say, isn't it great? Just think of their being shut up in jail all night, without a chance of getting out. And they'll be fired sure as good Lord." This last exclamation was a perfect scream of terror from Bull. He had started back as if he had seen a ghost, his jaw had dropped, his eyes protruding. The rest were no less pictures of consternation. With folded arms and a smile upon his lips, standing in their path as real as life, though shadowy in the faint moonlight, was the plebe they had left in the jail down at Highland Falls. Chapter 12. Revenge is sweet. The amount of alarm which that apparition caused to the yearlings it would be difficult to imagine. The idea of their hated rival escaping had never once flashed over them, and when they saw him it seemed like a visit from another world. It was so sudden that they had no time to think whether that were possible or not. Except for Bull's one frightened gasp, the four made not one sound. They stood staring, ready to drop from sheer terror. And as for Mallory, he, too, was silent and motionless. He felt that a word would have broken the spell. There was perhaps half a minute's wait, and then came another move. There was a waving in the grass behind Mark, and another shadowy form arose silently into view. It was the parson's solemn features, and the parson, too, folded his arms and stared. After that the rest appeared one by one, and at each Bull Harris gasped and trembled more. They seemed to him like the ghosts of men he had murdered. There was Dewey, not smiling for once. There was Indian, not scared for once. There was Sleepy, wide awake for once. There was Chauncey, dignified forever. And then last of all was Texas. Texas broke the spell. It was not the latter's features, though, as Dewey facetiously informed him, he had a face that would break anything from a spell to a bronco. But it was what Texas held in his hand. It was his usual style .44 caliber, and Texas was aiming it right at Bull's head. "Move one whisker, and I'll fire, you old coyote." That, quite naturally, proved that the plebes were of ordinary flesh and blood. There was nothing shadowy about the gleam of that revolver, and Bull started back in still greater alarm. It was the Bandit Seven's turn, after that. Mark always declared that it was perfectly safe to let Texas hold up Bull and his gang whenever it was necessary to capture them, for Bull and his gang never had the courage to blink one eye when Texas was waving his weapons. There are some advantages in being known as a bad man. It was so in this case, the seven sprang forward and flung themselves upon their tormentors and speedily had them flat on the ground, tied up with the remnants of the cowboy's most serviceable lasso. The question was then, what shall we do with them? The plebes retired to a distance to talk that over. They had a little more than 2 hours left, by the watch. During that time they were to devise and execute some act of retaliation. The council proceeded to discuss ways and means. Not to delay with details, suffice it to say that they talked for some 10 minutes and that then suddenly Mark sprang up and slapped his knee with excitement. "By jingo," he cried. "I've got it." After that there was excitement. Mark hastily outlined his scheme, the others chuckling and dancing about in the meantime with sheer delight. Evidently this was an idea. Bull heard the merry laughter in the distance, and he realized that it boded ill for him. Bull bit his lip with vexation and struggled with his bonds. His peace of mind was not increased in the least by the realization of the fact that everything that happened to him was richly deserved. He heard the hasty steps of the plebes as they approached him again. The plebes set about putting their plans into effect with all possible celerity, and it was just a very short while before he comprehended the horrible deed they were going to do. Bull kicked and fought till he was blue in the face, but it did him not a bit of good, and it seemed to amuse his captors. They untied him almost entirely. But he could not run because he was surrounded, and he dared not fight because Texas kept his revolver leveled. They removed Bull's coat and trousers, and in their place put on the outlandish rig that Mark had worn. Then they tied him up again and turned their attention to the others. Indian managed to pull himself out of the almost bursting dress suit he wore. The suit was put on Baby Edwards, and, so Dewey informed him, it fit him like der paper on der Wall. Chauncey, to his infinite relief, shed his smutty white outing costume at last. And Dewey came out of drum orderly uniform to furnish the fourth garment. After which the plebes put on the clothing they had taken from their prisoners, and everything was well. Having once realized the design of their enemies and likewise their own helplessness, the yearlings were completely subdued, even terrified. It was all very well to send some hated plebes to jail as lunatics, but to go themselves was horrible. They saw that was the ultimate purpose of the banded seven. After a brief consultation the latter picked up their helpless captors and set out in haste for the road, which lay about 100 yards to the left. They reached that, and after glancing about cautiously, hurried out and tied the yearlings tightly to conspicuous trees along the road. After that they had another whispered discussion, then turned and vanished in the woods. As to the rest of the banded seven's actions, suffice it to say that they hurried up to camp, which they reached in safety. They hid their clothing, the source of so much trouble, and then stole past the sentry and entered their tents. They were soon sound asleep and utterly oblivious to the troubles of their unfortunate rivals. "If they can have the same luck as we," said Mark, briefly, "they may get away, and welcome. If they can't, they must bear what would have been our fate. That is about as near to justice as I can come." Which summary contained the whole situation. Meanwhile exciting adventures were happening to Bull. It is presumed that the reader is interested, though so far as Mark and his friends are concerned, this story is already finished. The plebes had certainly not been gone 10 minutes before the excitement began. The horrified and hopeless yearlings got their first warning when they heard sounds of approaching footsteps and excitedly discussing voices. "They came up this way, I tell you. We ought to go up and hunt above the point, for the sheriff'll tend to this part. Are you sure that gun's loaded, Jack? This is no child's play, for one of those fellows is armed." There were a few more remarks of this kind and then the party came into view, almost in front of the prisoners. The latter were silent and motionless, for they hoped vaguely that somehow they might not be noticed. But, alas! The white flannel was like a torch in moonlight. The searchers stopped short and stared in amazement. "Good heavens!" exclaimed one, apparently the leader. "Here they are now." The surprise that the apparition caused can well be imagined. They counted 1, 2, 3, 4 of the very men they were pursuing, tied hand and foot to trees along the roadside. Here was a mystery indeed. This was a strange thing for even lunatics to do, and the crowd of men handled their weapons nervously as they stared. "I have it," cried one of them, suddenly. "I know." "What is it?" demanded the others. "The sheriff's caught and tied here for us." That was a likely conjecture, and it took with the puzzled crowd, who were glad for any theory. In vain Bull and his crowd protested, in the words of Poe's poem, "I am not mad." That was a likely story, coming from lunatics. And where did they get those clothes? None of the sheriff's posse chanced to be there, so there was no one to recognize Bull as the original giver of the information. And as for his own protests and cries, they were of course insane ravings, to be listened to with gaping mouths and some pity. There was nothing for the captors to do but march the yearlings down to jail. This they did with no little caution, and considerable display of firearms. There was not a man of them who did not feel relieved when the gates clanged once more upon those desperate creatures. There is no need of describing the sensations which that same clang produced upon the creatures. It has all been described in the case of the Bandit 7, it was just the same here, only aggravated by a feeling of baffled rage. It was Bull Harris's death knell, the clang of that gate. They were put in the same cell, but they were tied securely, and so there was no danger of their escaping again. Having seen to this, the party went out, paying not the least heed to Bull's frenzied entreaties to send for the sheriff. It was natural that a captured lunatic should rave and foam at the mouth a little. Darkness and silence having fallen upon the jail, the situation became clear at last to the wretched captives. They were tied hand and foot behind prison bars, it lacking then perhaps an hour and a half of reveille and dismissal. They had no watch to let them see the time, which made the situation all the more agonizing. If the sheriff came in time, though, there was not the least reason for supposing he would, they might get out. If he didn't, Bull ground his teeth with rage when he thought of it. It was perfectly clear to the yearlings how the former occupants of the cell had gotten out, the broken bar told the story. But the prisoners scarcely noticed that, so wild were they with excitement and suspense and dread. The time sped on. Nobody knew how much of it, and the four kept their brains busy disputing with each other, some vowing that it was an hour, some a half. It seemed as if Father Time were taking an interest in punishing these villains, for he went with agonizing slowness. Sometimes a minute may seem an age. After all, time is only relative, every man has his own time, depending upon the swiftness with which ideas are passing through his mind. It was thus a very long period, that hour and a half. The four knew not, as the end came near, whether it were 1 hour that had passed or 6. And they had almost given up hope and become resigned, when suddenly there came a step that made their hearts leap up and begin to pound. The outer door opened, then the door to their cell. A figure strode in. It was the sheriff. A perfect pandemonium resulted. It took the official but a moment to recognize that these were not the lunatics. From their excited and frenzied pleadings he managed to make out the story of their misfortune, their capture by the real lunatics. Also he made out that they were in a simply agonizing hurry to get out, to go somewhere. He knew that he had no right to hold them. He stepped forward and cut them loose, and showed them to the door. An instant later 4 figures were dashing up the street toward West Point at a speed that would have done credit to an antelope. This was a go-as-you-please race, each man for himself. They sped on, past the boundary of cadet limits, the officers' houses, the mess hall. They were careless of consequences, making no effort to hide from anyone. Time was too precious. A single glance at the parade ground ahead showed them that the gun had not yet sounded, that still there was hope. Their pace grew faster still at that. The academy building and the chapel they left behind them, and bounded up the road toward the camp. They saw, oh, horrors, the corporal and his single private standing in front of the morning gun, about to fire. And a moment later the 4, one after another, dashed wildly around the camp, past the astonished officer of the day, and plunged over the embankment of Fort Clinton, where their uniforms lay hid. Just then bang! Went the gun. And 2 minutes later, red and breathless, but still in uniform and safe, the four signaled the sentry, rushed into camp, and fell in for roll call with their classmates on the company street. The escape was narrow, but the miss was as good as a mile. Chapter 13. A visit to the cave. I don't think I'll ever rest quite easy again until I get these clothes hidden from sight. The speaker was Mark. There were quite a number of other plebes with him, 7 of them altogether. They were hurrying through the woods north of the post, and a stranger passing by would have been very much surprised indeed to notice that each one of them carried upon his arm a bundle of fantastically colored clothing. The 7 plebes would have been just as much alarmed, however, as the stranger. They were making desperate efforts to keep their curious burdens hid. "I'm afraid every moment that somebody'll step out and surprise us again," Mark said. "I know I shall die if they do. The reason for this desperate secrecy is not far to seek. They wanted to get rid of the telltale disguises. If we get it safely put away in our cave," chuckled Mark as he hurried on, "we may be pretty sure that all danger will be over." "I thought I'd die," remarked one of the others, "when I found that Bull had left it lying in Fort Clinton where anybody might find it. You know, when we fellows put the clothes on him so's to get him arrested for a joke, he must have gotten back to camp pretty late and just had time to peel before reveille in the morning. Bull Harris ought to have been more careful than to leave it there." "Doggone his boots," growled Texas. "Them ol' yearlings never did have any sense." The den, toward which the 7 were hurrying, lay about 2 miles away in the woods. A small hole in the side of a cliff was its only known entrance, discovered by the parson while geologizing. That den was a dark and mysterious place, the source of no end of strange adventures. As old readers know, it had originally belonged to a gang of counterfeiters some 50 years ago. They had been entrapped in a secret corner of it and accidentally suffocated. Their skeletons had remained there to horrify the plebes, when first they had the temerity to enter the place. A few days later a treasure had been found there. It proved to be counterfeit in the end, but not until it had given rise to considerable excitement. Altogether, that den was a delicious place in which to spend a holiday afternoon. You never could tell what might happen. "We haven't been near it for a week or 2, observed Mark. "I've had so much to do I haven't even had time to think of it. I wonder if anything has happened meanwhile." "Perhaps the skeletons have come to life," hinted Dewey, whereat poor Indian shivered and cried "Oh oh." By this time they had reached their destination. It does not need much describing. There was a tall surface of rock facing the river, which was only a short distance away. The entrance to the cave was completely hidden with a growth of bushes, and there was nothing but a few faint footprints to indicate that anybody ever came near the place. Such was the den from the outside. The 7 were climbing up and crawling in head first, so we shall follow them and take a look inside. By the light of the candles they had brought with them, the 7 gazed around. The place looked just the same as usual. There was a long dark vista stretching away in the distance, and gradually receding into darkness. And there were walls sculptured with deep indentations and long passages that crept away from the light. Altogether it was a very weird and awe-inspiring place, and as a general thing one did not feel like making much noise in it, especially since there were so many echoes to disturb. "Everything seems to be just where we left it since the night we hazed Bull Harris here," laughed Mark. "Poor Bull was about scared blue that day." "And there's the shovel the parson dug his treasure with," chuckled Texas. "What air we a-goin' to do now?" "Bury these clothes for the first thing," was the answer. "Then I can breathe freely again." This task was soon accomplished, and then Mark sat down in one of the chairs, for the counterfeiters had furnished their cave. "I'm thinking," observed Mark, meditatively, "that we might have a good deal of fun exploring all the passages and dark places in this cave. Who knows what we might find?" "Whoop!" cried Texas, springing up in excitement. "Sure enough. We might find a new entrance. Yes, and we might find some deuced pitfalls, no, bah Jove, observed Chauncey. Or bears, BG, chuckled Dewey. Oh, gasped poor Indian. Don't talk that way, please. Bless my soul, I know I shall drop dead with fright. At that same instant something happened so unexpected and so horrible that it struck them motionless and chill. A deep low groan, as if of agony, echoed through the lonely cave. For a moment the seven glanced at each other in consternation and dread. They were almost paralyzed by the sound, which had evidently come from one of the inner recesses of the cavern. Poor Indian had sunk down on the ground in a heap. "What's that?" they cried, and then listened. But the groan was not repeated. They waited in fear and trembling, but the rocks gave not another sound, and suddenly Mark sprang to his feet. "Fellows," he cried, "there's somebody in here. Who'll follow me?" The faithful Texas sprang to his side, and the rest followed, though trembling and quaking in every joint. Mark was as much terrified as any of them, but he shook it off with a powerful effort and gazed resolutely about him. "There's no use having any nonsense about this," he exclaimed. "None of us believes in ghosts, so what's the use of being scared? There's only one thing possible, there's somebody in here." "Who's afraid?" cried Texas. "Yes," echoed Dewey, boldly. "Who's afraid?" "I'm not." Who's afraid?" chattered Indian. To tell the truth, they were all very much afraid and were not at all successful in hiding it. The sound had been so weird and horrible. In such surroundings, it was small wonder that they stood in the center of the floor and trembled. Mark racked his brain to think what the strange development could mean. He hit on a solution at last which for a moment he thought to be correct. "By George," he cried. "Fellows, I believe it was Bull Harris." The effect of that remark was instantaneous. All the plebeians' fear went out of them at the sound, and anger came in. Yes, it must be Bull. The hated yearling knew of the cave, he and his 3 cronies alone. They had dared to come up here to fool them. Quick as a wink Texas clenched his fists and leaped forward. "Come on," he cried. "Wow, if I get a hold o' that feller I'll make him wish I hadn't." The rest had been no less prompt to follow Texas' lead. They could hardly wait to bring the candle before they plunged into the dark passageway from out of which the sound had seemed to come. The 7 were just as mad as hops. The very idea of Bull's daring to enter their cave, and trying to scare them out of it. The arm of the cave into which they had gone took them completely out of sight from the main room. The flickering rays of the candle were speedily lost to view and the place grew black as night. And at the same instant, treading lightly across the carpet, stealing along with the silence and swiftness of an Indian, a crouching figure swept across the room and vanished in the recesses at the other side. The plebeians would have been frightened indeed had they been there to see it. For the figure was not that of Bull Harris. It was an old man, with bent and stooping figure and a long white, flowing beard. There was a gleam of fury in his eyes, and in his hand he clutched a long, keen knife. Of him the plebeians saw nothing, for they were busily making their way through the passage. They were finding much in that to interest them. Their journey was made with all slowness and caution, and with no little trembling, too. What might be in the black and secret recesses of this mysterious cave no one dared to guess. Pitfalls must be watched for at their feet, and wild animals or yearlings ahead. The tunnel narrowed rapidly after a short distance, until the plebeians could hardly walk erect. Peering in still further they could see that it got smaller and smaller still, so that hands and knees would soon be the order of the day. The lads hesitated, but a moment later, Mark, peering ahead, caught sight of something in the dim candlelight that made him spring quickly forward. "By Jingo," he cried. "Fellows, they've had something to eat in here." The 7 stared in amazement and some little indignation. The impudence of Bull. Yes, it certainly was true, for there was a still smoking fire, and scraps of food scattered about. "Come ahead," exclaimed Mark, quickly. "I believe we've got M trapped in here." Mark stooped and hurried away through the narrow passage. "Say," growled Texas, "if we do catch M." And with that dire threat he followed. The journey came to a sudden end, however, a moment later. The tunnel broadened again into a sort of hollow dome, a little room. And in front was a wall of rock. Mark gazed about him. There was nothing in the place apparently except a pile of rags in one corner. It was simply a bare cell of rock with nothing whatever beyond it. The plebs were stumped, as the phrase has it, for they had imagined they had their victims penned up. "They've dodged us somehow," said Mark. "Let's go back and hunt again." Just then, however, another discovery was made, this time by the classic parson. The parson had the true scientific spirit of research, you must know, or what is known in newspaper circles as a nose for news. To put Parson Stannard where there was any possibility of acquiring new data on the subjects of geological formations and stratiological eccentricities was like putting a bloodhound on a fresh trail. During the plebs' whispered debate, the lanky and solemn scholar had been wandering around like a lion in a cage, peering at everything, punching and testing the rocks, even smelling them occasionally. And suddenly he gave vent to a cry of joy. "Yeah, by Zeus," he muttered. "By the 7 gates of Thebes and the 7 hills of Rome. I knew it." "What's the matter?" cried the others. "By Zeus," he cried. "Fellow citizens of Athens, I have discovered another entrance to the cave." The others stared at him in incredulity and amazement. "Another entrance," they echoed. "Where?" By way of answer the learned parson seized Mark by the shoulder and forced him over toward what seemed to be the blank wall of rock in front of them. Stannard pointed and Mark followed the direction of his finger and understood. A faint chink in the rock where the bright light of day strayed in told the story with all possible plainness. "It leads out into the open," Mark admitted, after a moment's thought. "Anyone can see that." "But how do you know it is an entrance?" "It is evident to the most superficial observation," replied the parson, "that the walls of the cave are of a different sort from the rock we have before us. The former is a species of sandstone of quaternary origin, while the latter is a kind of granite technically known." "What has that got to do with it?" growled Texas. Yes, yes," roared the rest. "Go on." "I am going," said Stannard. "Ahem. By Zeus. As I was about to remark, this boulder, for such it is evidently of glacial origin and therefore—" "For heaven's sake," cried Mark, laughing in spite of himself. "Do you mean to say that it's a loose rock?" "Precisely," said the geologist. "That is to say." Then the matter came to an abrupt end. Texas, who had been dancing about with impatience, caught the meaning of the words loose, and with a bound flung himself against the boulder. To his amazement it rolled easily away, leaving just room for a man to crawl out. Beyond lay the woods and the sky and the river. It was indeed another entrance to the cave. Chapter 14. Some fun with the yearlings. The reader of course knows that no cadets had been near the cave. But that the 7 did not know, they thought that the enemy had left by that entrance. Texas clutched his fist suggestively. Texas had been looking forward to a fight and some fun, and he was considerably aggravated at having been thus cheated of his prey. However, there was nothing to do now but draw in the stone and make the best of their way back to the main cavern again. Mark suggested that they go outside and let the learned parson display his skill by finding that boulder again. Then, too, they might fix it up so that no trespassers could enter in future. They hurried back through the narrow passageway and were soon on the very spot where that mysterious groan had scared them so. As to that groan they never gave another thought, for they imagined that its originators had fled. They would have been very much altered in their opinion, however, if they had only once looked behind them. Scarcely had they left the passageway before the same wild-eyed, crouching figure stole across in the shadow and disappeared. It was that mysterious old man returning to his lonely cell. With that stranger our story has at present nothing more to do. It is necessary now that we follow the bandit seven. For some 2 or 3 minutes later the seven were destined to find themselves involved in a most delightful adventure indeed. It was a very curious coincidence the plebs, as we know, were just then on the warpath for some yearlings, fully persuaded that some yearlings had had the temerity to enter their private cave and actually try to scare its owners away. Well, the coincidence was that at that very moment a party of yearlings was taking a walk through those woods. That was where the fun came in. Our friend Texas had gotten a chair and climbed up preparatory to squirming his way through the hole. He peered out just once and then popped back, fairly gasping with excitement. "Wow," he whispered. "They're there." "They," echoed the rest in amazement. "Who?" Texas answered, and then turned to stare again. It is needless to say that the rest wanted to see as well as he, and that chairs and tables were hastily dragged up. A minute later 7 eager heads were peering out through the bushes at the forest beyond. Sure enough, there were some yearlings, and over a dozen of them at that. Now our plebe friends were no fools. If they had been they would never have had the fun they did. As we know, those yearlings knew nothing whatever about the existence of the cave. The plebs thought otherwise, but they speedily discovered their mistake. In the first place Bull and his gang were the only ones who knew of the cave, and they were not in the crowd. These yearlings were none of them friendly to the seven. All yearlings hated Mallory's gang. But theirs was not the malignant anger that Bull had chosen. In the second place they were walking along, laughing and talking, as if nothing were farther from their minds than the thought that the high cliff which towered above them contained a dark and mysterious cave. Mark turned suddenly and stared at his companions. "Fellows," he said, "do you know, I don't believe those chaps know anything about this place." "All the more reason for keeping it secret," responded Texas, "that is, less you want to go out and lick 'em." "Hey." Oh, gasped Indian. "I don't want to fight." This scheme did not take, and so Texas subsided. "I wish we could play some trick on 'em, BG, chuckled Dewey. Just at that moment one of the cadets chanced to shout out a word or two to his companions. The next instant he turned and pointed straight at the plebs. The latter dodged down in trepidation, for they imagined they had been seen. Their alarm was unfounded, however, as the bushes in front made a perfect screen. The cause of the yearling's surprise was something entirely different. "Oh, say, did you hear that echo?" the 7 listeners heard him call. Our friends' hearts began to beat once more at that, and they resumed their watch. An echo was what the yearlings were noticing. It was but natural, so the parson whispered, that the cliff should return an echo at certain distances. Evidently this one was a very strong echo, for it was delighting the yearlings considerably. Everybody knows how people amuse themselves with an echo. The cadets were bawling all sorts of nonsense at the top of their lungs. Mark listened to the shouts and joining in the merriment of his friends. But suddenly he started back with a perfect gasp of delight. "What's the matter?" cried the others. By way of answer Mark turned and whispered. "Not a sound now," he cried. "Do you hear me? Gee whiz, what a joke." He raised himself upon his elbows and drew a long, deep breath, then he waited. One of the yearlings, a big, burly fellow named Rogers, was just at that moment doing likewise, drawing his breath for a shout. He had come a little closer to test the effect. "Hello," he roared, at the top of his lungs. And a moment later Mark answered him. "Hello." Rogers started back and gazed at his companions in amazement. "Good heavens," he cried. "Fellows, did you hear that?" The other had heard it, of course. How could they help hearing it? And they were simply dumbfounded. "Why, it's a double echo," cried one. "And it sounded even louder than your voice," added another. "What on earth do you suppose it can be?" Rogers didn't know, but he hazarded a guess. It must have been where I was standing, he said. This is the place. I'll try it again. Then he took another deep breath, while the rest waited anxiously. Hello, he roared. There was not a sound. Mark kept as still as a mouse, though he and his friends were ready to burst with laughter. The yearlings gazed at each other in amazement. Jove, I missed it that time, exclaimed Rogers. I wonder what's the matter. Perhaps you aren't in just the same place, suggested one sage logician. That's so, admitted he. I think I've stepped forward some. No, I think you jumped back, objected a third. There was much learned discussion of this point. Finally they tried both. There wasn't a sound. Of course they were puzzled. Who wouldn't have been? They wandered all about the clearing, roaring at the top of their lungs, hello, 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 hello. But Mark only kept still and chuckled, until he saw that they were about to give it up. Why don't you answer, shouted one. You answer, replied Mark, in just as loud a voice. The yearlings sprang as one man to the spot where this lucky individual had been. We've got it, they cried, and a moment later a perfect chorus of hellos, and how do ya does, and whoops, and so on, came to Mark Mallory's ears. They were so many of them that Mark couldn't attend to them all at once, and had to call in the rest of the 7 to his aid. You may readily believe that the yearlings were paid back with interest. Texas even tacked on a few whoops for good measure. The reader may imagine the hilarity of the mischievous plebes during this. The upturned, open-mouthed faces of the unfortunate and astonished victims were enough to make a sphinx laugh for a century. At least, that was what the parson said. The 7 were dancing about and chuckling with glee. Mark had the greatest difficulty in keeping them from breaking out into a chorus. That seemed to be the next joke on tap. Mark whispered his instructions, nudged the others in the ribs, and waited. Hello up there. Hello, roared Rogers. And the next instant came a sound louder than a trumpet blast and so startling that it nearly knocked the big yearling over backwards. Hello up there. Hello oh. It was a confused medley of shouts and yells in one promiscuous chorus. Assuredly no such echo has ever been heard in the history of mankind. Irish hills and Swiss mountains would have given up in despair before such a many-throat arrangement as that. The yearlings gazed at each other in still greater consternation. They did not know what to think at that stage of the game. Hello, cried Rogers, boldly trying it once more. And to his amazement there was not a sound. This is the most uncanny thing I ever heard of in my life, he whispered to his companions. It almost makes me think of spirits. Hello up there. This last was yet one more attempt. Its result was, if possible, still more unexpected. The echo actually stuttered. Hello, up th there. Good Lord, what next, gasped one of the yearlings. Gg good Lord, wh what nn next t, muttered the cliff. But that time the matter had gone just a little too far. Human credulity has its limits, you cannot fool all the people all the time has crystallized into a proverb. And so just about then some of the shrewder of the crowd began to get a little bit suspicious and to look around, either for a hiding place for that mischievous echo maker or for a ventriloquist among their own party. This Mark did not fail to observe. He turned to his companions. See here, he whispered. Fellows, they'll soon be onto this. Do you know, he continued, there's no use in our trying to keep this cave a secret, anyhow. Bull knows of it and he'll be sure to tell in the end. I say we have some more fun now. Yes, cried Texas. I say so, too, whoop. Doggone their boots. Let's climb out and go for I'm just itching for a rousin' old scrap. Mark smiled at his wild chum's excitement. Let's keep on with this echo for a while, said he, until we work that out. Then perhaps we'll show ourselves. Or send them out our cards, BG, chuckled Dewey. Come ahead. During this the yearlings had been holding a consultation. They were gathered together in a group, whispering about the mystery, and occasionally staring at the trees around them and at the top of the cliff far above. It is needless to say that they saw nothing suspicious. Finally they turned to test the echo some more. "Hello," cried Rogers. "Hello. Say, you fellows, whoever you are, I wish you'd come out and quit your fooling." That was from Rogers. And right then came the climax. The echo started to repeat that sentence. "Say, you fellows, whoever you are." And there it stopped stuck. It had forgotten the rest of what it was to say. The yearlings stared at each other, and finally began to laugh. An echo that forgot was indeed a strange variety. Suddenly it spoke again. "Hello, there. Will you kindly repeat that last remark of yours? I couldn't keep it all in my mind." And this was followed by a perfect roar of laughter from somewhere, it seemed fairly to shake the hillside. The yearlings realized how they had been duped, and you can just guess that they were mad. Chapter 15. A battle with the enemy. Now, the first thing for the crowd to do was to locate that echo. If they found it, they were mad enough to make trouble for its originators. The originators did not seem to be the least bit afraid of that, however, for they kept up a merry chaffing from their hiding place. "Hello, down there. You needn't be looking for us in the trees, because we aren't crows. We nest in the rocks. What are you going over that way for, stupid? Can't you hear my voice? Ah, now you're warm. Keep on hunting. An echo is an awfully hard thing to find. You're looking a little too high up now. Go home and get a ladder. Go home and get a cannon and lay siege to us." During all this, which was in a disguised voice, the exasperated cadets had been staring helplessly about them. They heard the voice, but, to save their lives, they couldn't tell where it came from. In fact, they were on the point of giving up in despair when something else happened. There was a plainly visible movement in one of the bushes that grew on the side of the rock. A moment later a bit of white cardboard sailed down. Rogers made a leap for it and picked it up. His companions rushed to his side. "What is it?" they demanded, eagerly. By way of answer the cadet held it out to them to read, his face a picture of disgust as he did so. For this was what the card said. "Mr. Chauncey Van Rensselaer Mount Bonsall. 5th Avenue. By heaven," shouted Rogers, "it's that Mallory and his gang again." "Right you are. Bet your life, BG. Yeah, by Zeus. By Jove." There was no misunderstanding these voices. It was Mallory's gang for a fact, hidden in that hole in the rock and making fools of their superior officers. The effect of that discovery upon the angry cadets may be imagined. It was as a match to a powder magazine. The yearlings simply went wild. "Storm the place," yelled one. "Drag M out," shouted another. "Wipe the spots off of M," cried a third. And then as one man they made a leap for the entrance. There was no end of fun after that. The attack had, of course, not been unexpected by the plebes. Mark had prepared for it carefully and the cadets were destined to get a very warm welcome indeed. It was a welcome of a most unexpected variety, too, for during the interim Texas had rushed back into the cave and come back with an armful of curious white weapons. The reader may guess what they were. Billy Rogers had been the first man to reach the foot of the cliff. The hole from which the card had come was about 10 feet from the ground, but a ledge made it an easy climb. The yearling leaped up and without a moment's hesitation flung himself in at the entrance. His head and shoulders were lost to view for just about 1 second. Then they reappeared, as the owner gave a cry of horror and started back. He tumbled backward to the ground and would have been badly hurt if his companions had not caught him. His face was as white as a sheet. "What's the matter?" cried they. "Good heavens," gasped the terrified Rogers. "It's a skull. A skull. Yes. I saw it staring at me, all white in the darkness. Ugh! Just at this moment there was a movement in the bushes. The yearlings glanced up, just as a face protruded. It was Parson Stannard, peering down. The parson's cadaverous, bony features shone out pale and white, and but one idea flashed over the badly scared Rogers. "There it is again," he yelled. "The skull." The roar of laughter that followed defies description. Even the yearlings joined in. They imagined that their classmate had originally seen the parson's head and taken it for the skull. Of this idea, however, they were speedily disabused. For the parson stretched out his long, bony arms, and the next instant the yearlings found themselves half buried beneath a shower of clattering white objects, the skeletons of the counterfeiters. When the yearlings looked up again, Parson Stannard was gone. The cadets were too much amazed and horrified to say anything. They could only stare and listen. They heard a loud voice inside, and this was what the voice said. "By the bones of my ancestors, was there ever such an outrage? Yeah, by Zeus. By Apollo and the Heliconian muses. Unhand me, gentlemen, I say. I will not stand it. I will out and at them. I will scatter them to the six winds of Aeolus. The very idea. My head a skull. What is there to warrant so outrageous an insinuation? Why, it is enough to make the ashes of my noble grandfather burst forth into flame. And am I to stand it? No, by Hercules. I feel the might of a centaur rising within me. Like Hector of old, will I sally forth from my citadel and smite the insulters of my race. Just think of it. My head a skull." There was a brief silence after that, succeeded by the sounds of a struggle. "Steady, parson," said a voice. "You don't want to go out there. Take it easy now. Let me go, I say, let me go. I demand the right of every gentleman to defend his honor with his life. I do not propose to submit to this outrage. I swear it by the terrible Styx. This is enough to enrage a subcarboniferous plesiosaurus. It is enough to make an ornithorhynchus rise in wrath. And I have the blood of Boston in my veins. My ancestors were among the warriors of Bunker Hill and Lexington. My ancestors smote the tyrant and fought for the right and liberties of man. Yeah, by Zeus. And shall I, with such examples as that before me, allow my head to be mistaken for a skull? By Melpomene, my very capillary ducts cry out for vengeance." This last bit of information was succeeded by another movement in the bushes. The parson's head and shoulders appeared again. The parson was a red skull now. His cheeks were blazing with wrath and his long hair bristling. He sought to fling himself upon the enemy. This, however, he was unable to do, for the reason that someone had hold of him by the feet and wouldn't let go. In the entrance accordingly he stuck fast, and from that strange position, poured out his impetuous wrath in burning words. As his friend Homer somewhere describes it. "Yes, scoundrels," he began, shaking his fists in impotent wrath. "Scoundrels, I say, for what better term can I use than the one so often employed by the wise and respected Dr. Johnson, a man before whose classical attainments my own meager Latinity shrinks, but, by Zeus, I am wandering from my theme. Scoundrels, I say. I would call you Philistines, but the Philistines would rise up in wrath. I would call you vulgus, but you wouldn't have sense enough to know what it meant. And so I say, scoundrels. By the far-darting Apollo, I demand satisfaction. Do you hear me? Do you understand me? I will not mutely and ingloriously swallow your outrageous insinuations. My blood boils with wrath. I am not a skull. I do not look like a skull. And, by Hermes, I challenge any one of you to come forward and prove that I do. By the heroes of the Trojan cycle, I defy you. I demand. During the first part of this truly extraordinary outburst the yearlings had been staring in open-mouthed amazement. As it continued, however, the absurdity of the situation overcame them and they fell to howling with laughter. The abrupt pause on the parson's part was caused by a new development. Rogers saw an opportunity for vengeance. He stooped, picked up one of the skulls and let it drive at the orator's head. The two objects met with a hollow crack and Parson Stannard set up a howl. The rest of the cadets, laughing uproariously, seized whatever came to their hands. From the shower that resulted our friend, the parson, was glad to be dragged ignominiously in by the feet. And thus ended his famous oration. Chapter 16. Abandoning the fort. Having rescued their gallant Patrick Henry, the 7 defenders of the cave held a council of war. "It's plain as day," Mark laughed, "that they can never get in here at us. There's room for only one man at a time through that opening, and it's only another case of Horatius at the bridge." "Hang it," growled Texas. "Ain't we goin' to have any fun, then? Doggone their boots, I say we go out and wallop 'em." "Yeah, by Zeus," echoed the parson, who was striding furiously up and down the cave, thirsting for gore and incidentally rubbing his sore head. "Yeah, by Zeus. For I feel that I could go forth against the Philistines like Samson of yore, and slay 30,000 of them." "With the jawbone of a counterfeiter," chuckled Dewey, B.G. "It is sad to think," Mark went on, after the laugh was over, "that those yearlings will get in here finally." "How's that?" roared Texas. "We can't be here to guard it all day and all night," answered Mark. "They are bound to get in some day." He was silent for a moment, lost in thought. And then suddenly he gave an exclamation of delight. "By jingo," he cried, "I have it." "What?" "We'll let 'em in now." "Wow, yes," roared Texas. "And lick 'em when they get in." "Whoop." "No," laughed Mark, "that's not what I mean. Let us go out by the other entrance." "Yes. And don't let 'em get out again." It was truly a fine idea. The more the delighted plebes thought of it, the better they liked it. It would be far more exciting to trap the enemy than simply to keep them off. Even Parson Stannard was dancing about with delight. A few moments later the crowd was hurrying at full speed up the narrow tunnel toward the back door. Whatever mystery that tunnel may have contained, the plebes got no inkling of it. They did not stop to strike a light, but simply dashed wildly ahead in the darkness. Mark thought once that he felt a figure brush past him, but he scarcely gave it a thought. The party reached the rock at the end of the passage, pushed it hastily away, and after glancing about them, stole out and vanished in the woods. As we know, the 7 had never used that entrance before, and, at first, they did not know just where they were. They ascertained, however, that the spot was on the hillside around to the south of the cliff. They were completely out of the view of the cadets, but the voices of the yearlings could be plainly heard. "We've got quite a task," Mark whispered to his companions. "We've got to manage to creep around where we can watch them and their hide." Finally, however, they found a place where they could peer through the bushes and watch the foe in safety, and there they huddled down and waited impatiently. It was quite funny to watch the yearlings. The latter, of course, did not know that the fort had been deserted. They imagined that its defenders were silently awaiting another attack. The yearlings were determined to capture it and were holding a consultation. The first scheme that they hit on was this: everybody gathered some stones in his hand and at a given signal let them drive through the entrance. The missiles were expected to create havoc among the watching plebes, a sort of artillery bombardment previous to an infantry attack. You may imagine how the watching lads laughed at that trick. Naturally the shower of stones produced no result, and so there was another consultation. At the end of it Rogers, somewhat bolder than the rest, volunteered to risk the climb once more. It was a very heroic resolve, and it took the hero no little time to get up the nerve. Finally, however, he stepped forward and sprang up the ascent. Our friends, the 7, almost burst with laughter to see him duck and dodge, as if expecting another shower of bones every moment. When he reached the entrance his behavior was more ludicrous still. Can you imagine a soldier peering over the top of a breastwork when he knows that sharpshooters are near? That was Rogers. He would raise up his head and then duck down again. Next time he would raise it a little more, and then duck down further still. At last he managed to get his eyes up to the level of the entrance and peered in. He saw nothing suspicious, and so finally he took to exploring with one hand. This he did in exactly the same way. He would thrust his arm into the dark hole and then jerk it out again as if it had been bitten by a snake. Then after a while he would put it in again. Meeting with no resistance only made him the more cautious, for it convinced him that the plebs were working a plot of some kind. They were doing that for a fact, but not in the way Rogers suspected. He soon got tired of that kind of attack. Reflecting that in all probability the plebs wouldn't hurt him much if they did capture him, he suddenly sprang up and plunged head and shoulders through the hole. A moment later his feet shot in, too, and he landed with a crash upon the floor. The anxiety with which those outside waited and listened may be imagined. What would happen next they had no idea. Their comrade might have been seized and gagged in an instant, he might have tumbled into a barrel of water, or even paint, he might have broken his neck. "Hello," shouted the yearlings outside, "who's in there?" The answer came a moment later. "Confound it, not a soul." "What's it like?" "Black as pitch. I can't see a thing." "Come in here, some of you fellows, and bring a light." Encouraged by their leader's boldness and the fact that he had not yet been attacked, several of the yearlings sprang up the cliff. One of them slid in and a moment later the listening plebs heard an exclamation of surprise. "Have you got a light?" they cried. "Yes." "What's it like?" "It's a great big cave." "Good heaven! And it's all furnished up like a house." "Where are the plebs?" "Don't see them anywhere." "Come on in, and we'll hunt for 'em." The yearlings couldn't tumble in fast enough. And pretty soon the majority of them were inside the cave, and running around with shouts and exclamations of amazement. "We've got 'em," cried Mark. "Forward." You may imagine how hilarious they were. It was a case, if ever there was such a case in the world, of "we have met the enemy and they are ours." Inside the victims never once suspected the plight they were in. They were roaming about the cave, exploring everything and becoming more and more enraptured. It made Texas mad that they should dare thus to take liberties with his cave, and he seized a thigh bone of a counterfeiter in his hand and vowed tragically that he'd smash the head of the first villain who dared to appear. This fate the villain was apparently by no means anxious to hurry toward, for the yearlings made no effort to leave the cave. They would probably have stayed inside for the rest of the afternoon had it not been for a sudden and truly startling development. Texas had mounted to do guard duty. That is to say, he had seized his white club and posted himself at the entrance, ready to whack at the first sign of a yearling, when all of a sudden he and his friends were horrified to hear a wild shriek from inside. "Help! Help!" It was Roger's voice, and a perfect babel of yells and cries succeeded it. "Look out! He's hidden in there! Fly, fly for your lives! He's got a knife! Help! Hold him there! Grab that arm! Look out! He's loose again!" A moment later a scared white face appeared in the opening. It was one of the yearlings, and he glanced about him in alarm. A moment later he swung himself out, dropped to the ground, and fled wildly into the woods. He had scarcely emerged before another followed, equally as scared. The cries and shouts ceased as abruptly as they began, and the astounded plebs stood by and watched one by one the almost hysterical cadets leap out of the black cavern. Without a single exception they stopped to speak to no one, to look at no one, but dashed away into the woods as if they had but one thought on earth: to get away from the spot. Their terror was so great that nobody stopped to help anybody else. As for the plebs standing nearby, nobody seemed even to see them. It was all over in a very few seconds. Mark tried to stop one of them, but the frightened cadet wrenched free and dashed on. They were battered and cut, their uniforms in tatters. Rogers was bleeding from a wound in the arm and almost blind with fright as he darted away. After he was gone, the place grew as silent as a grave. The amazed plebes huddled together and stared at the hole, racking their brains to think of what that most extraordinary occurrence could mean. They half expected something to emerge, a wild animal, perhaps, but nothing of the kind took place. The cave was black and still as ever. The woods grew silent, too, as soon as the frightened yearlings had disappeared. Nothing more occurred to explain the uncanny adventure. Mark had been staring at his companions with a puzzled look upon his face. They might have sat thus and stared at each other for an hour, such was their consternation, had it not been for the fact that it was then late in the afternoon and very near the time for dress parade. Accordingly, they had to set out for camp, which ended the matter for that day. "But I'll tell you this much," was Mark's verdict, "there's a good deal more mystery about that cave than you and I have the least idea of." And there was, as it came to pass before many days. The mystery of the cave was destined to form one of the most important incidents of Mark's stay at West Point. Chapter 17. Mortar Practice at West Point. "A very good shot, Mr. Bryce. A trifle high, though. Correct your elevation for the next shot." "Yes, sir." "Number 2 ready. Fire." The scene was West Point, and the place was the target practice ground. Over on the opposite side of the West Point inlet, stood a post with a barrel upon it. That was the target. The fondest hope of every cadet heart was that some day he might hit that barrel. With a mortar that is no easy task, but it has been done in West Point's history. The cadets were grouped about the guns, under the command of one of the tactical officers. In response to his order to fire, a cadet pulled the lanyard and with a flash and a roar the second of the heavy cannon was discharged. A white cloud of smoke ascended, half hiding the battery. There was an anxious wait, and then a splash far out on the water. It was followed by a murmured cheer from the spectators, for the aim was so close that the barrel was half hidden from sight by the spray. "A little to the right, Mr. Thompson," said the imperturbable tack. "Number 3 ready." Such is mortar drill at West Point. It gets to be very exciting at times, for there is no end of rivalry among the young gunners, and there are fair partisans to look on sisters, and some who are not sisters. Cadets always look forward with pleasure to the hours for mortar drill. It is a pleasure vouchsafed to first-classmen alone. Gazing wistfully at the scene during half an hour of liberty that morning were certain members of the plebe class with whom we are acquainted. Plebes or new cadets, are far, far away from such a delightful function as mortar drill. It takes the 3 years to get to that honor, 3 years of work. The road that leads to it is blocked with much debris, there are fallen logs, and many bad places, ruts and mud holes, there are drills and examinations by the dozens, and the wayside is strewn with the corpses of unfortunate plebes and yearlings who get left during the journey. Some such train of thought was wandering through the minds of the aforementioned interested plebes. 3 years does seem a dreadfully long time, with such chances of failure. "It is a case of many are called," began one of the plebes. "And the arithmetical ratio," put in another, "of those who successfully achieve the ultimate object of their concentrated endeavors, and of those who are compelled to relinquish their efforts owing to unprognosticated circumstantialities, is so excessively diminutive that—" Another gun went off there and put a period to the discourse. It is quite needless to say that the person last quoted was our genial friend, Parson Stannard. There dwelt no other human being in all West Point who could have delivered such an address as that. There were probably no others who would have taken it more as a matter of course than did the 6 who were with him then. They were used to the parson. The party strolled back toward camp, after drill was over, internal conditions reminding them that they might soon expect to hear the drum that summoned them to dinner. As the plebes entered the camp, the members of the guard were being turned out for inspection. Mark recognized one of them and he turned to his companions. "There's our old friend, Echo Rogers," said he. The rest were tickled by that nickname, for they broke into a laugh, in which even Dewey joined. The cadet himself, a tall, heavily built yearling, was standing at attention, eyes to the front, chest out, and so on. But he heard the remark and an angry flush swept over his face. Echo doesn't like his name, observed Mark, as the party went on down the company street. You could tell that, anyhow, from the fact that he and his crowd haven't told a soul about their adventures. I wish I knew about that mystery, put in Dewey. BG, there's something the matter up at that cave. The yearlings have kept pretty mum. We'll find out tonight, muttered Texas. That is, if you fellers don't get scared afore that and go back on our bargain. Haven't forgotten, have you? I haven't, laughed Mark, an assurance which the others were just as prompt to give. And you ain't afraid, be you? Texas added. No, answered Indian, dubiously. I'm not. What had caused the flight from the cave the plebes had not the slightest idea. They had walked home somewhat frightened and subdued, and sought out the yearlings, who had fled so wildly back to camp. The latter had, strangely enough, refused to answer any questions. They had turned angrily away upon the slightest mention of the matter, and what was still more strange, they had even gone to the length of refusing to explain to the authorities how their clothing had been torn or how Rogers had gotten the severe cut which he bore on his shoulder. Naturally, this behavior had puzzled the plebes. It puzzled them still, and made them think that there was some terrible mystery back of the matter, some mystery connected with that dark and uncanny cavern. It was their cavern, too, and they didn't relish the idea of having any secret danger to make them afraid to go near it. The upshot of the whole matter, to put it briefly, had been just this: the wild and woolly Texan had vowed that morning, after having been tormented by the mystery for 2 whole days, that down where he came from men weren't afraid of anything man, beast, or devil, and that he was going to go up and find out about that air business, if it was the last thing he ever did in his life. The audacity of the proposal had rather taken the bandit 7 aback. The idea of daring to enter that cave, after the horrible danger into which the yearlings had gotten, had never quite occurred to them. But Texas vowed he was going to do it alone, if he couldn't get anybody else, that he would be ashamed to call himself a son of his father, the Honorable Scrap Powers, o' Hurricane County, Texas, if he didn't. And so that settled the matter. When are you going? Mark asked him. And Texas answered promptly. Tonight. The result of which startling announcement had been that the 7, as appeared from the conversation previously mentioned, stood pledged by a solemn promise to probe that mystery to the bottom that very evening. The thing that puzzles me so much about this matter, Mark observed to his friends as they strolled down the street, is the fact that Rogers and his crowd are unwilling or afraid to tell anybody about the cave and what happened. I can't to save my life conceive why they should be so quiet. That was a strange state of affairs for a fact. The plebes talked it over nearly all day, without coming to a conclusion. The cave was within bounds, and the yearlings had a perfect right to go there that Saturday afternoon. So they need not have feared to tell the authorities for that reason. Questioned they certainly must have been, their wounds and torn uniforms must certainly have made the superintendent inquisitive. But they had stuck tight to their secret and apparently told not a soul. The matter would have been the talk of the post if they had. It may be they're ashamed of how we fooled 'em, was Dewey's suggestion. That did not seem at all probable, but it was the best the 7 came to, and finally they were compelled to adopt it. Perhaps we'll know tonight, they said. The reader must not suppose that the plebes were going to set out upon this expedition haphazard or recklessly. That was hardly like a man who had learned his lessons in Texas. Cadet Powers, as we know, had, when he came to West Point, no less than 17 revolvers stowed away in his trunk. These he had hidden safely, and though they had been somewhat reduced in number by excessive use, he still had enough to go around. There was one for each, except Indian, who vowed that he'd die before he'd touch one. Thus armed, the plebes fancied they'd be able to receive warmly anything the cave might hold. And yet, even armed as they were, it was a mighty scary business. They found that when they came to start that night, wandering through a forest about midnight is a very dubious sort of an occupation, anyway. And when you have continually before your mind the image of a deep black hole in the mountains with all sorts of possible and impossible horrors lurking about inside, dragons and demons and bears and snakes, to say nothing of a few stray ghosts and rattling skeletons, it was no wonder Indians' knees gave way occasionally. At West Point the drum sounds tattoo at 9:30 in the evening. That means that the battalion lines up for roll call and then breaks ranks for bed. Tap sounds half an hour later, and means lights out, all quiet. After that everyone is supposed to be asleep in his tent, and there is a watchful tack who goes around with a lantern to make sure. The tack himself goes to bed, however, by 11 at the latest. Then, the cat being away, the mice sometimes come out for a little fun. Stealing out of camp was what our plebe friends were doing. They dressed softly and silently, and then after signaling the sentry, a member of their own class, swept across his post and vanished in old Fort Clinton. Something like half a minute later a very startling incident happened in camp. At least it would have startled the plebes if they had seen it. A figure, all dressed, crept swiftly out of one of the tents and across the street. He stole into another tent and awakened its inmates. "Fellows," he whispered, "they've gone." "Who?" "The plebes." "Up there, do you mean?" "Yes, I think so." "Come on, hurry up." The cadets leaped up as one man and hastily slipped into their uniforms. A few minutes later they, too, stole out of camp. But it was in the opposite direction. They were going to Highland Falls. It is needless to say that the cadets were Rogers and his crowd. It is likewise needless to say that their action meant trouble of some kind for our friends, the plebes. The latter, of course, were altogether unaware of that. Having safely reached Fort Clinton, they stole across the enclosure and made their way swiftly around past Trophy Point and the old graveyard, and so out into the woods beyond. Once there they stopped just long enough to light 2 or 3 lanterns they had and then hurried on their journey. It was quite a silent party. The plebes felt rather solemn on the whole, for there was no one of them who failed to realize that a very serious adventure might result from their trip. How many of them wished they hadn't come may not be said, but it is certain that Indian whispered "bless my soul," at least a 34 to the minute stroke, as Dewey phrased it, also that Dewey himself got off no more than 2 jokes all the way. In fact, the only person who seemed at all inclined to talk was our old friend, the parson. The parson was a man who felt with real earnestness that he had a serious duty to perform during this life temporal. That duty was the dissemination of knowledge, and the parson never lost a chance to work in a few instructive remarks, philosophical, moral, or scientific, upon every possible occasion. So when other people were quiet the parson saw a chance that he never failed to utilize. The subjects for that night's discourse chanced to be geological. The parson talked on the question of alluvial deposits, the forces of denudation and sedimentation, etc. He gave very accurately the various authoritative hypotheses as to the thickness of strata in the Hudson River Valley. In fact, there is no telling what knowledge he would not have imparted by the end of the trip if it had not been for an unforeseen occurrence which deprived the 7 of the parson's company for the rest of that night. It appeared that when they had come to about halfway to their destination the parson, who could not lose his habits of observation even in the night time, suddenly stopped and with a startled exclamation pointed to the ground at one side. The rest looked, but at first they could distinguish nothing. The parson approached the spot and then they saw a most interesting sight. An unfortunate bullfrog, hopping about country during the night, had gotten into trouble. A garter snake had him by the leg and was slowly swallowing him. It was rather an interesting sight, and ordinarily the plebes would have been glad to watch it, but now they were in a hurry. "I wish we had time to stop," said Mark. "Come on." And Stannard turned and gazed at him in consternation. "Come on," he echoed. "Come on." Do you actually mean to say that the scientific spirit has burned so low in your breast that you will not stop to witness a process of such extraordinary interest as this? Why, sir, a man might not see it once in a lifetime. I would stop an express train to watch it. I'm sorry, laughed Mark, but we're in more of a hurry than an express. Come on. By Zeus, gasped the parson. I will not go for one. You may stay if you want to, said Mark, good-naturedly. But I'm going. He started away, the rest following. Do you mean, roared the parson, gazing at them indignantly, that there is no one who cares to stay after all the scientific interest I have striven to awaken in you? I think I'll stay, stammered Indian, who was really scared to death at the mere thought of the cave. I am very much interested. But the Dodge didn't go. Poor Indian was dragged off, protesting at the outrage, and the solemn parson was left alone with his lantern and his snake. I'll join you later, he called, and then settled himself into a meditative pose, a la Hamlet. His friend's footsteps died away in the distance and he was left in silence to observe and study that process of deglutition. We must follow the plebes, in the meanwhile. A few minutes later they reached the cave, where momentous things were destined to occur. Chapter 18. A moment of deadly peril. You can have no idea what a forbidding task it was entering that cavern. The plebes only began to realize it when they got to the place. Why, the very sight of that yawning, black hole made them shiver. Indian was so overcome that he had to sit down and fan himself, at the same time he raised his stroke to 42. The six gazed up at the entrance, which it will be remembered was an opening some 3 feet square up in the side of the cliff. A picture rose up before them, the picture of the horrified and terror-stricken yearlings tumbling out through that hole. At the same time the yells and cries for help seemed to echo yet. The plebes trembled. Fortunately the bold Texan was along, which precluded all possibility of hesitation. It was all very well for tenderfeet to be frightened. That story being over, Texas went on to say that it was expected of tenderfeet to be afraid, but of a wild cowboy never. He had come up there to go into that cave and he was going. He would have gone if he had seen the devil's own 2 horns sticking out at him. Accordingly he felt his 2 revolvers to make sure that they were in position to slide out easily, and then seizing a lantern sprang swiftly up the ledge to the entrance. It was not like Texas to hesitate. He plunged in head and shoulders at once. There he stopped and held out the light to gaze about him. Then he slid in all the way and the anxious plebes heard him drop lightly to the ground. A moment later his cheery voice was heard. Come on, you fellows, he called. There ain't nothin' in hyar. Mark had already climbed up to the hole and was crawling in. He dropped to the ground inside and the others followed rapidly. Poor Indian was last of all, for Indian put off the agony as long as possible. Strange to say, Indian's share of that night's peril was destined to be greatest of all. The lion's share, so to speak, went to the lamb. The plebes, having entered, stood huddled together at the end of the cave, staring about them and at Texas. Texas was a truly startling sight. He had set the lantern down on the ground and drawn his huge, glistening revolvers. He had them ready for instant use. He was peering about him with the stealth and quickness of a mountain panther. Truly anything short of a ghost that attacked Texas in this uncanny cavern might have cause to look out for trouble. The 6 gazed about them at their den. They saw much to alarm them, much to remind them of what had occurred. Chairs were overturned, and scattered about the place. Curtains were torn from the walls. In fact, there was every sign of a deadly struggle. Mark pointed in silence to a stain of blood, a deep, red splotch on the carpet. That was Roger's blood, thought the frightened lads. Also, upon one of the broken chairs was a mark of blood that seemed to indicate that the chair had been used as a weapon. Altogether the place had about as uncanny a look as one could imagine. Texas broke the silence at last, his voice startled everyone. Well, said he, what next? and he gripped his revolvers with a determined air. "We might just as well set out to hunt this cave right through from beginning to end," Mark answered, speaking firmly. "That's what we came up for, and now let's do it. Are you ready?" Mark's voice was clear and unfaltering. It put some life into his trembling companions. They answered that they were, and Mark stepped promptly forward. "We'll start here, on the right," said he, "and we'll hunt every single passage to its end. Bring the lanterns there." The command was obeyed, and the party hurried down through the cave, Texas examining the wall as they went. About 20 feet ahead was the first branching tunnel. Without a word the six turned and entered, the ex-cowboy with his guns in the lead. They left the cave in darkness and silence behind them. The moment they had gone, the moment the light of the lamp was lost to view, a strange and terrible thing happened. A silent figure swept across the room. The figure was one that would have paralyzed even the bold Texan if he had seen it. A more horrible figure human imagination could not picture, certainly this pen is not adequate to describe it. It was a man, and an old man. That much was clear, even in the shadowy darkness of the cave. He was nearly naked, a rag about his waist was all he wore. A long, white beard half hid his face and his matted hair nearly covered the rest. The hair was bloody, and the face was cut and bruised as well. There was an expression of savage ferocity upon his face as he stole across the floor. His eyes were gleaming with fury, and the gleam shone on the blade of a long knife which the creature grasped in one hand. Such was the figure. It glided out into the center of the cavern, it raised its weapon on high with a menacing gesture in the direction of the unsuspecting lads, and then swiftly and silently crept back and hid in the deep, dark shadows. A moment later the nervous explorers came into view. They were soon in the center of the room again, and the fiery eyes were glaring out at them. "Nothing in that place," said Mark's voice, cheerily. "Let us try for the next. Forward." And then once more the main part of the cavern was deserted, but the horrible old man did not reappear. He still lurked in the shadows and watched and waited for a chance to wield his bloody knife. The unsuspecting lads grew more and more reassured as they searched and found nothing. Texas, with his two revolvers, in front, was a bulwark to give courage even to Indian. They came out of the second short hollow and hurried on down the room. There were only 2 passages of any size branching off from that side. The rest were simply irregularities in the walls, cracks and niches. The plebes explored every one of them with the lantern's light, however. Finally they found themselves at the far end of the den. Here there was a secret room, which requires to be described in detail to those who have not read the other stories in this series. That secret room had proven the death of its builders, the counterfeiters. There was a heavy wall of masonry, and a heavy iron door with a spring lock that could be opened from the outside only. The counterfeiters had evidently gone in there for some purpose and failed to make fast the door. It had swung to and locked. The skeletons of the victims had lain in that vault for 50 years before the plebes found them. The place was felt to be dangerous by the 7. In fact, they had made it a sworn rule that never were they all to enter that room at once. Someone must always stay outside for safety. And they did not break their rule in this case. Indian remained to guard the door. The party had felt that it was necessary to search that fatal trap most carefully. They thought that it would be a hiding place for anyone who inhabited the cave. Accordingly, after some little hesitation outside, the bold Texas leaped in, lantern and revolver in hand, the rest followed, and the trembling Joseph stood and held the heavy door. The moment of peril had come. Scarcely had the figures disappeared before a lurking shadow crept stealthily down the cave. The mysterious old man was crouching low, moving with the swiftness and silence of a tiger upon his prey. His eyes gleamed, his white teeth shone, and the flashing knife was still clutched in his hand. He crept in the shadow of the wall, and there was not a sound to warn his victims. Poor Indian did not see him, for his back was turned. Indian was staring, watching his friends and trembling as he did so. If Indian had only cast one of his frightened glances over his shoulder, he would have seen something to scare him, indeed. For the wild and savage figure was creeping on. Nearer and nearer the old man came. Swifter and swifter grew his pace, for he saw that no one suspected his approach. He reached the end of the cave and crouched for one moment. He heard a voice. "Hang it, there ain't a thing in here." The old man straightened himself up. He raised his knife on high and extended it. Stretching out his long, hairy arm, he could almost touch the back of his victim. One spring would do it all. One spring. The old man nerved himself, gathered his muscles for the leap. His eager hand was trembling. His breath, so hot and fast, stopped for one moment. His knife flashed in the lamplight. And at that instant poor Indian turned and saw his deadly peril. His eyes seemed to glaze with horror. He sprang back from the door with one shrill scream of fright. And the maniac leaped forward with the swiftness of a panther. It was not at Indian he leaped. It was at the door. He flung all his weight against it. The next instant the heavy barrier swung to and shut with an iron clang that echoed down the silent cave. Trapped. Chapter 19. Indians fight for life. The feeling of horror which overwhelmed the helpless prisoners at that awful moment exceeds the possibility of description. They heard their comrades scream, and that told them that no accident had caused the shutting of the door. An enemy had done it. They were lost. But terrible though their agony was, it was nothing to that of the unfortunate Indian. For Indian was alone in the cave with the frenzied maniac. The timid lad had shrunk back in alarm before the hideous apparition with the upraised knife. Then he stood staring helplessly, trembling like a leaf. He was unarmed, flight was impossible. What should he do? The old man flung his weight against the door to make sure that it was really shut. And then he whirled furiously about and faced his one remaining victim. Revenge and fury gleamed in his eyes as he stared. And the knotted muscles stood out on his clenched and eager hands. There was to be a desperate battle in that dark and silent chamber. Perhaps if the creature had made even one sound to show that he was human, the lad might have suffered less concentrated terror. But the man was as silent as the tomb he dwelt in. No cat could have crept more stealthily than he did when he began to advance. He was in no hurry to do that, no hurry to relieve the frightful strain upon his trembling victim's mind. He crouched low and glared furiously, as if meanwhile calculating his next move. Then silently he put out one foot and stole forward. Indian's eyes were fixed upon him, as if held by some uncanny spell. As the man advanced, Indian shrank back instinctively, his movement almost keeping time with the maniac, though his knees trembled so that he nearly fell to the floor. The man crept forward again, one step, and again one step. Indian shrank back. He was so stupefied with terror, poor lad, that he could not even think that such a method could not save him. The wall of the cave was behind him. One step must soon prove his last. They say that when a man is drowning he lives his life in the seconds in which he dies. The whole past rushes up before him as if the book of life was held before him. Nothing like that happened in Indian's case. He seemed to have but one thought, his fascinated gaze was fixed upon his steadily advancing foe. The old man was a terrible sight to look at. His fierce, exultant look of triumph made him doubly hideous, if such a thing could be. His bright eyes flashed and his teeth gleamed, as a savage tiger's might. Set in the mass of clotted and tangled bloody hair, it made a face that might well cause the bravest to tremble. And certainly our timid and helpless Joseph Smith shook with terror. Indian had another thought to overcome him at that time of terror. Not only his own safety, but his friends. All rested with him. He alone could help them. Loud sounds rang deafeningly in his ears from behind that iron door. Cries of terror, voices pleading for help, all of them shouting his name. And in front of him, between him and the door, was the advancing maniac and his ever-gleaming knife. A wild and desperate thought flashed over the agonized lad. One dash for the door. He might succeed in turning the fatal knob before the knife struck. But as Indian looked, the fierce old man seemed to comprehend his purpose. His knotted muscles settled into a firmer and more tense position, as if he were nerving himself to be ready to spring at the move. At the same time he crept on still faster, and poor Indian shrank back in dread. Indian gazed about the cavern helplessly, his glance roamed over the floor and the walls, as if searching for something to aid him. But what could he hope to find? And then, suddenly, as his glance returned to the maniac, the lad sprang back with a shriek of terror. The man had leaped forward. Indian turned wildly as if to flee. He struck against a chair that lay in his path, and then half instinctively he seized it, and as he felt his foe's hot breath behind him, faced about and raised the slight weapon on high. The old man made a savage spring and closed with his victim. The plebe brought the chair down with a desperate effort, all the strength that was in his body. A moment later he uttered a gasp of joy. He had struck the descending knife. The shattered blade was falling to the ground. But Indian's triumph was for but a moment. With a hiss of rage, the savage creature leaped forward again. Indian turned once more and fled at the top of his speed. An instant later he caught sight of a black tunnel looming up before him, the passageway that led out to safety. To friends. With redoubled speed, the lad plunged in. He ran as never had he run before in his life. For behind him he heard the quick, pattering footsteps of his pursuer, and the panting breath. It was a race for life, and it was short. Indian reached the end, flung himself against the rock that barred the entrance. And the next instant he felt a heavy body leap upon his back, felt two griping, claw-like fingers close upon his gasping throat. And then down he went, kicking, struggling, gasping, suffocating. Then all grew dark before him. A minute or two later the maniac crept softly out from the entrance of that black tunnel. There was yet a fiercer gleam of triumph in his eyes, and he raised his clenched hands above him as if in frenzied joy. Then he turned and shook them menacingly at the dungeon where the rest of his prey were lying. What of them, meanwhile? Nothing much, except that they were suffering agony that cannot be described, agony of dread, suspense, uncertainty. Everything was hidden from them. Who had shut them up? And what of Indian? His silence surely boded no good. And would they suffocate? Or starve? Or what on earth would happen next? They stood and stared at one another in helpless dread. Even the bold Texan was unnerved by his awful situation. They remembered that the parson had said a man would suffocate in that vault in half an hour. Was that to be their fate, then? They waited, counting the seconds in dread. But the fates had not, it seemed, meant them for so kindly a death as that. The air in the room did not grow close, though they waited and waited, wondering why it was. They realized at last. They had once dug several small holes in the top wall of masonry to further a practical joke of theirs. There was also a crack between the iron door and the bottom of the cave. The combination was all that saved the 5 captives from asphyxiation. And yet that might have been better than what stared them in the face. They had no implement to pierce the wall. The floor of the cave was rock. The fiend who had shut them in would surely never let them out. And what then? Starvation. Thinking over that horrible prospect, a sudden idea flashed over Mark. It made his heart bound with sudden hope. The parson. He may come in, gasped Mark. Heaven help us, we may be saved yet. If Mark had only been able to see the savage figure that was dancing like a caged hyena swiftly and silently up and down the shadowy cave, he might have doubted his last living hope. At any rate, the crisis was soon to come. The prisoners were lying on the ground, with staring eyes and ears intent, listening for the faintest sound. The dreadful pattering steps they heard plainly and wondered what they meant. A moment later came another sound. Hello. By Zeus, where are you and what are you doing? The footsteps ceased abruptly. It was the parson at the entrance of the cave. The shouts and yells that followed his voice must have scared the learned scholar out of his boots. Go back. Help! Help! Run and get somebody! Look out! Fly for your life! There's somebody in the cave! Help! These and 1,000 other warnings the agonized plebes were shrieking at the top of their lungs. Oh, so much depended on the parson. If he, too, were overpowered. If he, too. Hurry back to camp, roared Mark, at the top of his lungs. Don't lose a moment. Fly. By Zeus, gasped the astonished parson. By the 9 immortals, the inhabitants of the many-peaked Olympus. By Apollo and Hercules and the followers of Neptune. Run. Run. Run for your life. Don't you hear me? But wherefore should I run? By Zeus, this is altogether the most extraordinary condition of affairs that has ever come under my cognizance. By this time the prisoners were nearly hysterical. Run. Run, they kept shrieking. Don't come inside. But, by Zeus, gasped the parson, who it must be said was leaning halfway through the hole in the rock and peering into the darkness, listening to the medley of muffled voices in consternation. But, by Zeus, why should I run? In the name of Pallas and her distaff, I demand. There's somebody in the cave. They've shut us in here. We'll die. Oh, oh. And you'll be killed. By Zeus. Run. Run. Get help. Don't come in. Do you hear? By this time the puzzled scholar began to comprehend. His friends, and he, too, perhaps, were in peril. If he could have seen the horrible figure that had been stealing upon him with the stealth and swiftness of a panther, he would have realized his danger, indeed. By Zeus, he called. I begin to perceive. Forsooth, I will immediately hie myself, good heavens. The maniac had made the fatal leap. Chapter XX. The Parson's Battle. The prisoners heard the parson's startled cry, and they staggered back overwhelmed. They were lost. As for Stannard, he was having a yet more terrible experience. His exclamation had been caused as he felt 2 claw-like hands seize him and fasten to him with the grip of a vice. An instant later he felt himself jerked into the cave as if he had been a child and flung violently to the ground. Now, the parson had considerable muscle, geologically developed. Also, as we know, he was capable of getting mad in genuine Boston Tea Party style. He was mad then, and he made a fight with every bit of strength that was in him. He fought all the harder for realizing that the lives of his friends were the prize of the battle. Writhing and twisting, he managed to struggle to his feet. With one desperate effort he flung off his assailant, and then, realizing that every second was precious, he turned and bounded away down the cave. The place was as black as midnight, and the cadet had not the slightest idea what sort of a man his foe might be, or what sort of weapons he might have. But he heard the bounding steps behind him as he rushed toward the door, and fear lent wings to his pace. The parson's mightiest efforts, however, were in vain compared with the speed of the savage wild man. The parson felt a hand clutching at him, catching under his coat, dragging him back, and reaching for his throat. He whirled about and struck out with all his power. A moment later there was another hand-to-hand struggle. Powerful though Stannard was, and strain though he did in desperation, the horrible fact was speedily forced upon him that his sinewy foe was too much for him. The terrible battle was so quickly over, and its result so overwhelming, that the cadet nearly swooned as he fell. 2 crushing arms had seized him about the body in a grip that never weakened, and half a minute later he was flat on his back with 2 griping hands fixed on his throat. Was it all up with the plebes then? They thought so, for they knew that the death-like silence boded no good for them. They knew from the sounds they had heard that their friend had been attacked, and they lay and waited in agonized dread to learn what had been the issue. They heard not a sound to tell them, though at least a minute passed. And then suddenly, great heavens! What was that? Hold up your hands! The voice was a perfect roar that filled the ghostly cavern with echoing noises. The prisoners sprang up and stared at each other in amazement, in delirious joy. It was a rescue. But where? And how? Who could it be? The voice was not the parson's, it was not Indians. Outside of the vault there was a dramatic scene at that critical moment. The actors in it were all of them no less amazed than the plebs inside. The maniac had been completing his ghastly work. His knee was on his victim's chest, and the victim, blue in the face and gasping, was growing weaker every instant. And suddenly, just in the nick of time, the cavern had seemed fairly to blaze with light. The old man sprang up and gazed about him wildly, his victim staggered blindly to his feet, clutching helplessly at the air. And then loud and clear had rung the order. "Hold up your hands." It came from the entrance to the cave, the hole in the side of the rock. A figure was leaning in. In one hand he clutched a blazing torch and in the other a revolver that was pointing straight at the maniac. It was the sheriff from Highland Falls. The maniac's answer was swift to come. With one wild, despairing cry, the first sound he had made that night, he whirled about and made a dash for the shadows. Quick as a wink the sheriff pulled the trigger of his weapon. There was a deafening report that seemed to shake the rocks. But it was a moment too late, for the old man had vanished in the passage. With a cry of rage the sheriff leaped into the cave. At the same moment the parson, who had been gazing about him in consternation, gasping and striving to recover his wits, sprang forward in pursuit. "He'll get out," he shouted. "There's an entrance out there." The sheriff was at his heels as they bounded through the narrow tunnel. On they dashed. Rapid footsteps ahead urged them forward. The sheriff in his haste leaped past the half-blinded cadet and plunged on ahead to the end of the passage. There he stopped in dismay. The entrance was in front of him. The cool breeze from the mountain was blowing upon him. But the game had escaped, without sound or trail to follow. All thought of pursuit was driven from his head an instant later. For from a dark corner in the passage came a low groan. The sheriff thought it was his prisoner, wounded. He made a dash for the spot. Then he started back with a cry of amazement. Meanwhile the parson, filled with a vague dread, had dashed down the tunnel and picked up the torch the sheriff had dropped. He rushed back and gazed about him. His worst fears were confirmed. It was Indian. Stannard sprang toward him with a cry of alarm. But already the sheriff was on his knees beside the unfortunate lad. Indian was a sight to behold. Evidently the maniac had taken the first thing that came to hand to make his captive safe. This was a pile of rags that had lain in the corner. Indian was wrapped and tied in them almost from his head to his feet. They were stuffed into his mouth, too, and he was bound so tight that he could not move a muscle. The sheriff cut him loose and the dazed lad staggered to his feet. He remained thus barely long enough to see where he was. Then a sudden idea flashed over him and he turned and dashed away toward the main room of the cave. The sheriff and the parson followed at his heels. A sight met the eyes of the two when they reached the scene which nearly knocked them over. Their comrades were staring in consternation at a group of half a dozen lads who were facing them. They were cadets. Yearlings. Rogers and his crowd. "By the 9 immortals," gasped the astounded parson. "By the 100 hands of Giz and the 100 gates of Thebes. How on earth did you come here?" The yearlings, on their part, were likewise amazed, too much amazed to answer. It was the sheriff who spoke. "We came up here to arrest you," he said. "Arrest us," gasped the parson. "Arrest us," echoed the others. "Thank heaven that you did," Mark added. "For you saved our lives." "Yeah, by Zeus," added the parson, feeling his throat. "Bless my soul, yes," chimed in Indian, spitting a few more rags out of his mouth. "Look here," demanded the sheriff, "who was that crazy man, anyhow?" "How should we know?" cried the plebs. "Do you mean," put in Rogers, in amazement, "that you didn't set him on us?" That cleared up the mystery. Mark saw it all in the twinkling of an eye. "I understand now," he said, turning to his friends. When this crazy man attacked them the other day they thought we told him to. Of course, cried Rogers. Weren't you in the cave? I understand, laughed Mark, not stopping to answer the question. And you were so mad that you didn't tell a soul but watched and brought the sheriff up here to catch us with him. You never did us a better service in your life. That wild man would have murdered every one of us. And my esophageal and laryngeal apparatus feels as if it had been through a cloth espress, observed the parson. By Zeus, let us go back to camp, I'm in no mood for hunting lunatics. And they started for camp before anybody could stop them. All had had enough of the wild man and were content to let the sheriff do the rest of the searching alone. Chapter XXI. A Camp in the Woods. Rat-tat-a-tat. Rat-tat-a-tat. It was the sound of a drum, echoing through Camp McPherson and proceeding from a small-sized drum orderly at the head of the company street. A stern and handsome lieutenant was standing nearby, and the cadets were pouring out of their tents and forming outside. It was the forenoon of a bright August day and the white tents were shining in the sunlight, except for where they were darkened by the shadows of the waving trees. The sound of the drum ceased abruptly. A moment later the officer strode down the line and faced it. Then came the order. Attention, company. A silent, motionless line of statues the cadets became on the instant. And then, in obedience to further orders, they wheeled and marched by force down the company street. Those who are familiar with the appearance of the battalion under ordinary circumstances would have gazed in some perplexity at the lines that morning. They were very differently arrayed, for some reason. In the first place as to the camp they left. Usually when the corps marched out to the parade ground they left their tents in spick and span order, nothing short of perfection itself. Now the tents were empty, there was nothing but the bare wall tent standing, and not a thing of any sort whatever inside of it. In fact, the camp was a deserted village. More strikingly true was this of the guard tent. The guard tent had never before been left alone all summer. No matter where the battalion marched or what they did, the members of the guard always had stayed by that tent, and those who were on duty, the sentries, never ceased to pace their beats. But now the sentries had joined the rest of the guard and fallen in behind the cadets, marching swiftly out of camp. That was a very unusual procedure. The appearance of the cadets was very unusual, too. Their handsome dress uniforms were nowhere to be seen. They wore their fatigue dress, even the officers, the plebes, or fourth-classmen, had their close-fitting shell jackets and grey trousers. Each cadet, be he plebe or otherwise, had a heavy knapsack strapped to his shoulder, and also his share of a shelter tent. Thus equipped and with glistening rifles in hand, they were turning their backs upon the silent camp. It seemed as if all the visitors on the post had turned out to see them march. They crossed Trophy Point and started up the road to the north, between two lines of cheering spectators, waving handkerchiefs and calling, "Goodbye." A few minutes later the last line had swung around the turn and the post was silent and deserted. Where were they going, you ask? There is no very great mystery about it. The corps was on its way to Camp Lookout, in the mountains. That move is one of the events of the summer season to the cadets, for then they play real soldier. They go into rough camp, or bivouac, and altogether have quite an exciting time indeed. That morning they had visited the trunk room and stowed away all their belongings, dress coats and hats, white trousers, and so on. And now they were marching with nothing but knapsack and tent into the woods. The band was in front, and behind a big mule wagon with camp utensils. Getting through the mountain forest in that order was quite an interesting task indeed. One may readily imagine that the novices who had never taken part in such an adventure as this before were head over heels with excitement, figuratively speaking. One might look forward to any amount of fun during the 10 days that were to follow. Our friends, the Bandit 7, were fairly ready to dance for joy. When the battalion once got fairly into the woods it was found that a regular order could not be maintained. The band gave up playing then and a loose order of marching was adopted. That enabled the 7 to get together in the rear, where they fell to discussing the prospect. "There's one good thing," Mark said, after they had been wondering if there was any prospect of meeting bears or wildcats by way of excitement. "We'll have a great deal more liberty. There won't be any delinquency book." "Good," growled Texas. "Who told you so?" "Everybody," responded Mark. "We're going to live in army style, and they don't have anything like that in the army." Texas chuckled gleefully at the information. "Make believe I ain't glad," said he. "We won't have that ol' yearlin' Corporal A comin' in to boss us and raise a rumpus 'cause there's dust on a feller's lookin' glass and freckles on his nose. Doggone them yearlin's boots." "And, BG," put in Dewey, the raconteur of the party, "BG, we'll have army rations, hardtack and water for 10 days. "Bless my soul," gasped the fat and rosy Indian. No more terrible news on earth could have been given to Indian than that. "Bless my soul," he repeated. "What on earth shall I do? Hardtack and water. It is terrible," observed Dewey, solemnly. "Why, they gave me better than that when I was in prison last time." Indian gazed at his friend in alarm. The others spoiled the joke, however, by laughing. "You're only fooling," the fat boy observed, wisely. "I think that's mean. Anyhow, I'm sure I shall starve." "It won't be quite as bad as it's painted," Mark laughed, by way of consolation. "They'll probably give us something better than tack." "And if they don't, BG," put in Dewey, "we can bite our fingernails." The plebes had plenty of time to do their joking that morning, for there was a long, dreary walk ahead of them. In fact, they marched steadily for between 3 and 4 hours, with but few halts for rest. One may readily believe that the cadets were glad when it was over. The young soldiers got so tired that toward the end they relapsed into silence of their own accord. Nobody said anything more, except the learned parson and the lively Dewey, both of whom saw an excellent opportunity to talk all they wanted to without interruption. When Dewey once got started at his jokes, a whole express train full of air brakes couldn't have stopped him. He explained the matter to his meek and long-suffering companions by singing the verse from Alice in Wonderland. "In my youth," said his father, "I took to the law, and argued each case with my wife. And the muscular strength which it gave to my jaw has lasted the rest of my life." In Dewey's case, at any rate, it lasted until the welcome order was given. "Company, halt." Which meant that the battalion was at last upon the scene of their home for the next 10 days, Camp Lookout, 12 miles back in the mountains from West Point. Poor Indian, who was exhausted and breathless by this time, expected that he would get a chance to sit down and rest. But Indian was destined to learn that that is not the army way of doing business. He was obliged to content himself with a few longing glances at the inviting scene about him. Then he got to work. The first order was to stack arms, the second to unsling knapsacks and deposit them near the guns. After that the corps pitched in to unload the mule wagon. Under the direction of the officers, the plebes set to work to lay out the campsite. The small shelter tents were then pitched. They are known as a tents, from their shape. A person who is curious for a more exact description of them may care to peruse that of the solemn parson, who assured his friends that each was a regular prism or parallelepipedon reclining upon one of its rectilinear facets and having for its base an equilateral triangle, whose vertical angle subtends an arc of 45 degrees. While the parson was saying this, most of the tents had been spread. The next duty was to dig a trench around each one and then to cut boughs upon which to sleep. By dinner time most of the work was done. The cadets were then on the verge of starvation. The army rations which were issued proved to contain more than hardtack, after all, much to the joy of our friend Indian's soul. There was a generous allowance of fresh meat, and 3 or 4 campfires already blazing by which to cook it. Everybody pitched in with avidity, and soon there was a lively scene indeed. As usual, the parson, who had, as we know, taken all knowledge to be his province, was right on deck with information upon the art and science of culinary practice. The parson gave the history of cookery from the time Abel roasted his sheep to the 20th century. Very soon he wished he had kept quiet, for several mischievous yearlings promptly suggested that since he knew so much about it, would he be so kind as to do their cooking for them? And so the unfortunate parson was soon standing with a frying pan in each hand and with a facetious youngster urging him to hold a third one in his teeth. Such is a picture of perhaps the most enjoyable day in all the season of summer camp, the beginning of the bivouac in the mountains. Whether the practice is maintained at West Point to the present day the writer is not certain, but in Mark's day it was a regular and much enjoyed custom. The site of the camp is between two small lakes, Long Pond and Round Pond. Drinking water is obtained from one, the other the cadets use to bathe in. During the 10 days of the stay they live in army style, and when not on duty have the freedom of the woods. They learn guard duty, cook their own rations, and sleep on the ground. Incidentally, it may be mentioned that the plebes who during the whole summer long had been compelled to march with hands at their sides and palms to the front whenever they appeared in public were now for the first time allowed to walk as ordinary mortals and slap at the mosquitoes that bite them. One may imagine that this is a privilege that is profoundly appreciated. While we have been talking about them, the cadets had gotten to work at their midday meal. Indian had started long ago, for he was so hungry that he had scarcely waited for the meat to cook. It was rarer than a missionary, as Dewey observed, a remark so disgusting that the fat boy vowed he wouldn't eat another mouthful, a resolution to which he bravely stuck, having licked the platter clean before he made it. Dinner was eaten and everything cleaned up. Then the guard detail for the day was assigned to duty, and after that the cadets scattered to amuse themselves as they pleased. Our friends, the 7, went off straightway to find the swimming place. For some reason not essential to the story, B.G. Dewey lingered behind at the camp. Some half an hour later he rejoined the party, and they noticed to their surprise that he was out of breath and excited. His eyes were dancing merrily. Dewey was the delighted bearer of the information concerning the banquet. "B.G.," he gasped. "Fellows, the greatest B.G., the greatest news of the century." "Hooray!" His friends gazed at him in surprise and curiosity. "What's the matter?" demanded Mark. "Yes, what's up?" chimed in Texas, his fingers beginning to twitch at the prospects of fun. "Anybody to lick? Any fights?" "Any." "It's Bull Harris," panted Dewey. "B.G., it's the chance of a lifetime." "Whoop," roared Texas. "Out with it?" "Doggone his boots, I'm jes' a-layin' fo another whack at that 'ere ol' yearlin'." "Whoop." If it had been Parson Stannard who had gotten hold of that news which Dewey was breathlessly trying to tell, he would have kept the crowd upon the tenterhooks of expectation while he led up to the subject with sequipedalian perorations and scholarly circumlocutions. But the true storyteller's instinct was not in Dewey, he was anxious to be out with it. The secret was too good a one to keep, and the only reason he delayed for even a moment was that he was trying to regain his vocal powers, a process which was very much impeded by the number of BGs he felt duty bound to work in during the time. "BG," he gasped, "it's the greatest thing out. Bull's going to give a party." "A party?" "Yes, BG. It seems somebody's sent him a box of eatables from home. He got it on the sly and none of the authorities know anything about it. Reminds me of a story I once heard, about—" "Go on. Go on." "Oh, yes, I forgot. Well, it seems he's invited half a dozen of the yearlings, his gang, you know, to help him eat 'em, BG." Indian smacked his lips and looked hungry. "Whereabouts?" inquired Mark. "And when?" "They're going to steal out into the woods tonight," continued Dewey. "One of the drum orderlies is going to have the box there for them." "How did you learn all this?" "I heard 'em talking about it. And, BG, they're expecting to have a high old time. What I want to know is, BG, are we going to allow it?" "Wow, no," roared Texas, indignantly. "The idea of their daring it. I say, we must bust up the whole business. Yeah, by Zeus, echoed the parson. Mark cleared his throat at this stage of the proceedings and began solemnly. Fellow citizens, he said, this matter has gone too far. What matter? The presumption of these yearlings. Such a thing has never been known in the history of West Point before, and I move, gentlemen, that we do not tolerate it for a moment. The very idea. Has it not been our special and exclusive privilege, disputed by no one, to leave camp at night whenever we want to? And are we to surrender our immortal rights as plebes to a handful of impudent yearlings? Gentlemen, I say no. Why, pretty soon they'll be objecting to our hazing them. Think of their daring to talk of leaving camp. And without our permission at that. And of their daring to get up a feast without offering us any. Why, such outrages are enough, as my friend, the parson, here has so often said, to make the very dogs of Rome cry out in rage and mutiny. Yeah, by Zeus, said the parson. Bless my soul, gasped Indian, who didn't exactly perceive the humor of the matter. Indian couldn't see but that the yearlings, from time immemorial the hazers of the plebe, had a perfect right to hold a feast if they wanted to. However, he appeared to be the only dissenting member of the party, the rest were hilarious over Mark's speech, and the minority report cut no ice. Gentlemen, said Mark, still laughing, and then in imitation of the parson, he added, fellow citizens of Athens, I move that we swear a solemn oath upon this sacred spot where so many of our noble ancestors went in swimming, suggested Dewey. Yes, said Mark, that'll do, won't it, parson? A solemn oath, I say, that, in Texas vulgar parlance, we bust up that banquet tonight. What do you say? All in favor? Amendment, BG, chuckled Dewey. I move, Mr. Chairman, that we say eat it instead. Bless my soul, chimed in Indian, suddenly taking an interest in the proceedings. Bless my soul, yes. That's what I say, too. Let's eat it. Amendment accepted, laughed Mark. All in favor, please say aye. And the roar that resulted shook the woods. It boded ill for Bull Harris and his yearling crowd. Chapter XXII. A desperate conspiracy. As Dewey said, this was a rare chance. Bull Harris was going to act as host and commissary at one of those surreptitious feasts so common among the cadets. Now for plebes to do such a thing had always been against the law, consequently the yearlings had no right to do it in this case. You may not see the argument very clearly, but it was plain as day to the seven. You see, they had conquered the yearlings and put the yearlings just where the plebes had always been. Ergo that feast must be stopped. The party forgot all about swimming and speedily dissolved itself into a committee of ways and means to consider the problem. The suggestions were various and interesting, as usual. First on deck was the worthy cowboy. Anyone could have guessed in a moment what his advice would be. He wanted to sail right in and wallop 'em. Look-a-yer, fellows, he said, I ain't had a first-class rouse in ol' scrap for weeks. Now, you know I can't stand a thing like that very long. I'm a-goin' to have to lick somebody or bust. I say we jest sail right in and drive 'em off. Bet your life, BG, observed Dewey. Objection, Mr. Chairman, said the parson, gravely. There'll be a good many of them, and the mo the merrier, cried Texas. I want to fight. Bless my soul, gasped Indian's little voice. I don't say to. We'll spoil all the goodies. I say let's scare 'em off and eat the supper. That was the first time the timid fat boy had ever been known to offer a suggestion in council. But this was a very grave matter for Indian. The picture of so many goodies being trampled upon by the ruthless combatants was indeed a terrible one. And so Indian ventured a word for peace, even in opposition to that dreadful Texan. It happened curiously enough, however, that Indian's suggestion was the one adopted, after all. A little sober discussion soon brought out the fact that Dewey hadn't the least idea how many yearlings Bull meant to have, and while on paper several plebes might very easily drive off a dozen or two yearlings, it was quite another matter when one came to the actual combat. Therefore, in spite of all the Texans' indignant protestations, it was agreed that strategy alone was to win this battle. Or, in other words, we've got to scare 'em off, BG. But that, too, had its difficulties when you came to carry it out. The first suggestion was that somebody dress up as a ghost and scare the yearlings away. It seemed as if Providence had lent its sanction to this idea, for the parson was truly just built to play the ghost. In fact, so Dewey said, he was such a fine specimen that it was a miracle that Beelzebub hadn't appeared and carried him off to Hades before this. The only possible supposition was that he was waiting for the parson to train down a little for the journey. All this was irrelevant, and irreverent besides. The ghost idea was squelched by Mark's observation that the yearlings would probably get onto the scheme and go for the ghost. The parson therefore declined to serve. Dewey suggested that a few horrible groans from the dark woods might do the work. It was argued, however, that they'd hardly run away for that. Indian vowed that it would take more than a groan to scare him away from a supper, and the seven could not but admit that what wouldn't scare Indian would surely not do for the yearlings. Quite a long time was spent in fruitless discussion. It is not necessary to repeat it all here. Suffice it to say that nobody thought of anything that seemed just quite right to do for so important an occasion, and that the unhappy plebes were still discussing the matter when they strolled back toward camp that afternoon. It lacked then still half an hour before the drum sounded the call to quarters, and so there was no use entering the enclosure. The party sat down on a fallen log nearby, and lazily watched the doings of the plebes who were on guard and the corporal who was testing them. Meanwhile they still discussed the all-important problem. It did seem then as if they'd have to fall back on the original Texas proposition, a desperate charge, a hand-to-hand conflict, and to the victor belong the spoils. But it'll be all spoiled, wailed Indian. Yet, what else was there? The parson had left all his chemicals behind, and so he could not devise any pyrotechnic effects to frighten them. As to bribing the drum orderly, that was impossible, because the yearlings would make it hot for him, if he turned traitor. And that was about all that had so far been suggested. While they were discussing it, one of the tactical officers came out of his tent and strode past the sentry. He came toward the plebes, and they stopped talking, arose, and saluted him as he passed. A moment or two later he had gone into the woods and they sat down again. That may seem to be a very trivial incident. The reader is probably wondering why on earth it is mentioned here at all. Great happenings, however, depend very often on the most trivial circumstances. It was Erasmus who observed that if Cleopatra's nose had been just a little shorter, the whole history of the globe would have been changed. You may dispute that if you choose, but at any rate, it is most certain that a very desperate and daring scheme was destined to grow out of this incident, the passing of the blue-uniformed lieutenant. The seven were silent for a few moments after having resumed their comfortable attitudes. Then Texas spoke. "Do you know, Mark," said he, "somehow or other when I look at that tack I always think of you." "Why's that?" laughed Mark. "You look so much like him," was the answer. "I shall be glad," Mark responded, "if I can always make as soldierly an appearance as Lieutenant Allen does." "Well, you look just like him," said Texas. "Your figures are alike and your faces, too, a little." After that there was another silence. But it was the silence before the storm, such a silence as you might suppose would occur when a man was about to drop a match in a keg of powder. And then suddenly Mark leaped up with a cry of surprise, of delight, of what shall I say to describe it? "By Jingo," he cried, "I've got it!" The rest, stupid idiots, stared at him in amazement. "Got it," echoed Texas. "Got what?" Mark was too busy dancing about with delight to answer. But suddenly he stopped and stared at his friends. "Do you mean," he demanded, "do you fellows mean that you actually haven't guessed it?" What? The crowd only stared at him in all the more perplexity then. I haven't, for one, said Texas. Mark gazed at him quizzically. I must say you're very dull, he said. I expected better things from my old chum. See here, I'll explain it for you. Mark sat down again, after executing another delighted fandango. Then he sat and eyed his companions. I'll help you to guess what I mean, said he, smiling. Listen, my children, and you shall hear. Pay attention, and no peeking on your neighbors' slates. Go on, growled Texas, who was somewhat piqued at not having seen the mysterious joke. Go on and quit yo foolin'. All right, laughed Mark, you said I looked like Alan, didn't you? Yes, what about it? I'd look a good deal more like him if I had his uniform on, wouldn't I? Yes, but... And more yet if it was at night. Of course. But what? Oh, pshaw, cried Mark. How much longer must I wait? Do you want me to tell you the whole thing? Look here. Suppose you were off in the woods, eating a supper, beyond limits at night, and should meet with a blue-uniformed officer who looked like the dreaded Lieutenant Allen, would you run? The 6 idiots saw it then. With one whoop of joy that fairly shook the camp, they had leaped to their feet and made a spring for Mark. After that you would have called them idiots no longer, but ordinary maniacs. For they were dancing about, laughing, hurrahing, slapping each other on the back, rolling on the ground for joy. They had the plot at last. They were going to masquerade as officers and fool those yearlings. There never were 7 such hysterical plebes since the founding of Rome, when plebes first began to exist. They were incoherent and breathless for at least 10 minutes after Mark's revelation. At last, however, Texas managed to gasp. Where are you going to get a blue uniform like Alan's? And Mark, equally out of breath, managed to answer. I'll take his. His. For heaven's sake, how? Run off with it? He never uses it at night. And then there were more hysterics. Chapter XXIII. A Midsummer Night's Feast. 11 o'clock and all's well. It was the call of the sentry ringing through the silent woods and still more silent camp. The sentries that night were marching under very different circumstances from the usual ones. No broad paths and moonlit, tree-shaded avenues, no gas lamps and spacious tents, but, instead of these, a small clearing, with the smallest of small shelter tents lit only by smoldering campfires, and beyond these a dark wood with sentry beats that ran uphill and down, over fallen logs and brush. Guard duty in the woods was a far less pleasant business than at Camp McPherson. It was easier, too, for a person to pass one of the sentries here, for the latter could not see from one end of his beat to the other. Small though it was, the orders of the night had accordingly called for extra watchfulness. However, as we know, cadets have ways of getting the better of official orders. A certain merry crowd of yearlings who were just then stealing silently about the grounds were not the least alarmed for fear the sentry might challenge them. They had it all arranged beforehand and they vanished silently into the woods without their comrade on duty even seeing them. The reader scarcely needs to be told that it was Bull and his friends. There were fully a dozen in that party. A very few moments later another party, 7 in number, were creeping about the camp just as the yearlings had. They did one thing, however, which the yearlings did not do. That one thing we must notice before we follow them into the woods. 2 of them crept down the main street of the camp to one tent, a rather large tent at its head. The 2 were trembling quite a little as they went. Why shouldn't they tremble? I guess this is the most daring thing we ever did, one of them whispered. If we should be found out there'd be a war for fair. SH. I wonder if he's asleep. It seemed that he was, for as the 2 paused and listened at the door of the tent they could distinctly hear a loud breathing. Considering the rank of the personage it would scarcely seem right to call it a snore. However that may be, let us go on with the story. It is not the writer's intention to have anybody shivering in suspense at this critical moment, dreading lest the hero's wild prank should arouse the sleeping ogre. Suffice it to say that after a brief space of time devoted to whispering and hesitating, one of the two figures knelt down and gently, very gently, slid one arm in under the canvas. Then gently, still more gently, he drew it out again. No disciple of the genuine Fagin himself could have done the act more silently, or gotten up and stolen away more swiftly than did those conspirators too. Half a minute later the seven were flying past the sentry beat and into the woods beyond. The sentry did not see this party either, he'd have jumped with surprise if he had. For while 6 of the party wore the regular plebe gray, one of them was clad in a uniform that was blue. We must leave them now to the guidance of the merry BG, and hasten on ahead to the scene of that long-delayed Bull Harris's banquet. The conversation of the plebes would not interest us anyway, for all they did was to chuckle in wild delight over the success of their plot. If those lads could only have foreseen the result of their foolhardy act, it is safe to say that they would have been considerably less hilarious and considerably more alarmed. The yearlings were no less merry. By this time they had reached their destination, which was only a very short ways off from the camp, just far enough for safety. Here they found the drum orderly awaiting them. That youngster was seated on a box, mounting guard. The contents of the box, we are sure the reader will agree, were enough to justify the cadets in all their happiness. The first thing to do was to light a campfire. Everybody pitched in to help gather wood under the direction of the officious Bull, who, as host, naturally felt duty-bound to boss everything. Pretty soon there was a merry blaze that lit up the little open space in the woods and the jolly party of lads who were gathered within it. The latter had by this time seated themselves about on the ground, chatting and joking, while they watched the all-important operation of opening that box. In order to appreciate what follows, it may be well for us to take a glance at the faces of that crowd and see how many we can recognize. It is safe to hazard a guess in the first place that a crowd whom Bull selected to aid him in his festivities would not include very many of the better element of the class. Bull was not very popular among such, as anybody might guess by a glance at his decidedly coarse features. His particular cronies, who had aided him in all his efforts to torment Mark, were a very unpleasant crowd of persons indeed. They were all there tonight. There was the brutal Gus Murray, the sallow and sarcastic Vance, the amiable baby Edwards, and Rogers, the big chap whom Mark had made a fool of a few days previously. In fact, there was scarcely one member of that crowd of 12 who had not some grudge against our plebe friends. And so it is not to be wondered that the conversation turned upon them before very long. By this time the cover had been pried off of that box, and Bull proceeded to spread out its contents, amid general interest and excitement. The crowd moved up closer instinctively and conversation was unanimously suspended. Bull's parents, or whoever had arranged the contents of that highly interesting package, had evidently known their business. They had wasted no room on ham sandwiches and such nuisances, which nobody wanted, but had filled the case to the brim with every kind of pie and cake that a hungry cadet could wish for. The piece de resistance, a huge fruit cake, which came out last, would most certainly have called for 3 cheers if it had not been for the proximity of the camp. As it was, there was a murmur of pleasure, and then Bull gave the signal. "Pitch in," said he, "and help yourselves." Nobody waited to be asked twice. Everyone in the crowd soon had a handful of something, and the conversation, which had been hushed in mock suspense, broke forth merrily again. The momentous banquet had started at last. People who have been to picnics and similar affairs may imagine how the cadets were enjoying it. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. It was perhaps just as well that the cadets were ignorant in this case, ignorant of certain malignant villains who were wandering about the vicinity, bent, like Sir Hudibras, on interrupting all the fun they saw. For the 7 wicked plebes were flitting about in the woods by this time, only waiting for a favorable opportunity to spring their coup d'état. They didn't mean to wait very long. Anyone could see that after the yearlings were once let loose at the provisions, it was the matter of only 5 or 10 minutes before there would be nothing at all in sight. but something happened just then which made Mark very loath to interrupt the proceedings. That something has already been hinted at before, it was simply that the conversation had turned upon Mark and his friends. And it did seem to be too good a chance to waste, to hide in the woods and listen to a dozen of your enemies discuss you. The subject was brought up by way of our old acquaintance, Rogers. Rogers had had a dispute with Mallory a day or two ago which he had never yet told his classmates about. They urged him to, then, but he only shook his head. That, however, turned the talk to the banded seven. Parson Stannard had the pleasure of hearing himself referred to as a crane, a goggle-eyed pile of bones, etc. Baby Edwards cheerfully remarked that he thought Texas was a bluff from start to finish, and that baby could lick him in a minute. It took all 6 of the plebes to choke Texas and prevent his giving a yell of indignation at that insult. Cheerful though these remarks were, nobody was touched up in quite such style as Mark, the chief offender. The whole 12 vied with each other in thinking up epithets to apply to him. In this Bull Harris, the host, set the lead. "I'll tell you what, fellows," he said, after Gus Murray, amid great applause, had announced his intention of thrashing Mark in a few days. "I tell you, we've got to subdue that fellow some way. He's succeeded in spoiling our fun all this summer. He's ruined every bit of hazing. And if we don't get rid of him somehow he'll keep up his tricks through the winter. There's nothing we attempt that he don't spoil. It's a wonder that he hasn't found out about this affair tonight and tried to drive us off." "I wish he would," put in Mary Vance. "By heaven, he'd regret it." "You bet he would," roared the crowd. "There are enough of us here to handle him," Bull went on. "That's the reason he don't dare try it, for he's nothing but a blamed coward. He wouldn't dare show his face." It was just here that Bull Harris stopped. Do you ask why? Perhaps you remember the story of Belshazzar's feast and the proverbial handwriting on the wall. There is a very famous painting of that scene, which it will do no harm to describe. It represents the banquet hall of the king. There is a magnificent room and a table loaded with every conceivable delicacy. A rollicking, feasting crowd is grouped about it, with the king in state at the head. And on the wall behind them is the dreadful hand and its warning of destruction. The king is like a man who has seen a ghost. His trembling finger is pointing, and his eyes are glazed with terror. And that is the best description that can be said of the boastful yearling, Bull Harris, at that moment. The laughter had ceased in one instant, as if every man in the crowd had been struck dead. They were all of them staring, panting with horror no less than bulls. Standing in the shadow of the trees was a figure that seemed fairly to have paralyzed them. In the darkness they could not see his face, but his uniform and figure they knew. It was Lieutenant Allen. And in his hand he held a notebook, upon which he was calmly jotting down the names of the cadets he saw. It was all over a moment or two later. The horrified lads realized their ruin, and one idea flashed over every one of them. Perhaps he hasn't recognized me yet. And then as one man they leaped to their feet and made a dash for the darkness of the trees. Their feast they left half finished behind them. And a minute later 6 chuckling plebes came forth and joined Allen in capturing the spoils. Chapter XXIV. A terrible revenge. You could not imagine 7 more altogether delighted lads if you tried for a month. Once they had made sure that the enemy was gone for certain they swiftly went wild. Their plot had worked so perfectly. And so suddenly and completely. They danced about and hugged each other and yelled for joy, all of them but the frugal Indian, who was busily stowing away his double share of the provisions. "We're perfectly safe," laughed Mark. "For the yearlings won't dare return." That proved to be a correct guess. Bull and his crowd were so horror-struck and subdued by that terrible ending of their fun that they stole back to camp like so many whipped curs. And meanwhile just make believe those wicked plebes didn't go for the victuals. There was enough left for twice as many, even if they had all been like Indian. Even the parson, who usually didn't believe in irrational gourmandizing, forgot his dignity so far as to take a pumpkin pie in one hand and a piece of fruitcake in the other and try to eat them both at once, which he found almost as difficult as the impossible feat of drinking 2 glasses of water together. For the next 5 minutes everybody devoted himself strictly to the duty of eating, excepting when some one of them would find it necessary to sink back on the ground and explode in laughter. In that condition we must leave them and return to camp, where interesting things were happening, things which were destined to reproduce on that ill-fated picnic ground another exact reproduction of Belshazzar's feast. Bull Harris and his companions stole into camp about as disgusted and frightened a lot of yearlings as ever were anywhere. They hurried past the sentry without even stopping to signal him. For what did they care now? They were expelled, all of them. They stood by the campfire for a few moments disconsolately, whispering together. And then they scattered to their tents and proceeded to pass the long, weary night as best they could. Each of the tents in Camp Lookout held 2 occupants. Bull and Gus Murray tented together, and they went in, sat down and then stared at each other lugubriously. Neither of them said anything for some time, for neither had anything to say. "How do you suppose Alan found it out?" whispered Bull, at last. "I don't know," growled the other. "He saw us go out, I guess. Or, perhaps somebody told him, Mallory for instance." "It would be just like him," returned Bull, though he knew that Murray didn't mean that remark seriously. "Confound it, Gus, do you know what makes me dread to get fired for this is that idea of having that confounded plebe gloat over it. Plague take the luck. I could." Bull stopped just then. There was a startling interruption. Mary Vance's sallow face peered into the tent, and Mary was panting with excitement. "What's the matter?" cried Bull. Alan, man." "What about him?" "He's in his tent." "What?" "Yes. I heard him. I went and looked in. He was asleep. It wasn't Alan that we saw." "For heaven's sake," gasped Bull. "What do you mean?" "I tell you that it wasn't Alan." "What are you gaping at me that way for?" "Alan hasn't been out of his tent. The sentry told me so." Bull and Gus Murray were thunderstruck. If the world had been coming to an end just then they couldn't have been more confounded. "Not out of his tent," they gasped. "Then, in heaven's name, who did we see?" "I don't know, but it wasn't Alan." "But he had his uniform, man. And none of the other tacks have come up from the point yet. He's the only one here, it must have been Alan." Vance was just as much puzzled as his friends. But suddenly a ray of light struck him. He leaped up with a furious imprecation. "What is it?" cried Bull. But Vance was gone. He had dashed away in the darkness, through the camp. A second later he bounded up back, and wild with rage. "It's Mallory," he exclaimed. "Mallory?" "Yes. He's not in his tent. He's stolen Alan's clothes and fooled us." And as Bull leaped to his feet, his face was livid with passion. He shook his fist at the sky. "By heaven," he cried, "he'll pay for this if I have to kill him. Call the fellows. Quick! Quick! Asterisk 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 asterisk. We must go back to the scene of the feast." The incidents narrated above had taken but a very few minutes indeed, and the feast was still underway. In fact, the parson had scarcely finished his pumpkin pie and Indian had eaten but 3 of them. So you may guess that the banquet had barely gotten started. Mark got up to propose a toast. They had no wine, but fruitcake was just as good for toast, so Dewey said. Mark was as unsteady on his legs as if he had been drinking. It was all from too much laughing, however. "Fellow citizens," he began. "Fellow citizens of Athens, we have assembled upon this most auspicious occasion to consummate one of the most glorious deeds ever signed by a notary public. Fellow citizens." "Hooray!" roared Texas. "Not so loud," laughed Mark, "or you'll have the camp awake. And if that should happen while I've got Alan's uniform, there'd be a terrible. And then Mark stopped just as Bull Harris had done. He started back in just as much horror, too. His companions leaped to their feet in consternation. It was the second handwriting on the wall. The cause of the alarm came in the form of a noise. It came from Camp Lookout. "Help, help!" And a moment later a perfect roar that shook the woods, seeming to come from 100 throats, broke on the ears of the horrified seven. It was the yearling's revenge. Mark sprang forward with a cry. "They've alarmed the camp," he shouted. "The camp will be discovered. We're lost. Good heaven!" It was a terrible moment. The lads gazed at each other in dismay. They were paralyzed. There would be an inspection in camp. And they would be missed. And Alan's uniform. A second later Mark whirled about and dashed into the woods. "Come on," he cried. "Come on. We may not be too late." It was a faint hope, but they tried it. Over the ground they flew like mad, stumbling, plunging. Shouts and yells still came from the camp to urge them to yet greater haste. And then suddenly they burst out of the woods and Camp Lookout lay before them. There was visible then a scene so utterly extraordinary and incomprehensible that it taxes the pen to describe it. Surely never at a military encampment had such a sight been beheld before. Terrified though those seven plebes were, they could scarcely keep from roaring as they saw it. The yells which, of course, had come from Bull and his crowd had created the wildest imaginable confusion. Cadets had leaped up and rushed out of their tents. And Lieutenant Allen had sprung to his feet and began groping about in the darkness for his clothing. Naturally he had not found it, and hence the extraordinary scene. His cries of rage, for when he realized that someone had had the audacity to steal his clothing and then awaken the camp, you may guess how he raved, had brought cadets and officers to his tent flying, in their underclothes. And there they stood huddled together in amazement, while the furious officer, torn between a desire to rush out and murder someone and a sense of dignity which forbade him to appear before his cadets as he was, raged in his tent like the wrathful Achilles and howled for vengeance. Meanwhile what were the plebes doing? Can you guess? The sentries had all deserted their posts and rushed to see what was the matter with the tack. Those seven mischievous plebes dashed into camp with the speed of a whirlwind, plunged into their tents and flung off their clothes. And now there remained only the telltale uniform, the uniform which had caused delay and saved them so far. Mark's tent lay right behind the officers, and suddenly when no one was looking a gun was poked out. On the end of the gun a bayonet. On the end of the bayonet a uniform. And it was quietly tossed over against the back of the tent. A moment later someone saw it. "It's poking under the canvas of your tent," was the cry. And Allen, red with rage and chagrin, yanked up the cloth and pulled in his mislaid clothing. A minute later the long roll sounded. The cadet adjutant called off the names and faced and saluted as the unfortunate tack appeared. "All present, sir," said he. The banded seven were safe once more, but it had been a close shave. Chapter XXV. In Camp Lookout. By Jingo. It certainly was the closest shave that I ever had. I hope I'll never get another such scare. The speaker was Mark. It was early in the morning, and the plebes were gathered about Mark's tent, awaiting the signal for inspection. There were the members of the famous Bandit Seven. That crowd, so it appeared, was not the only crowd that was gathered in the streets of Camp Lookout that morning, for the purpose of discussing things. In fact, a stranger passing through the place might have thought it a sewing school, a town pump or an afternoon tea. These places are quoted as the ones where gossiping is most likely to occur. It seemed as if every cadet in the camp knew no better occupation in life than talking. Evidently something had happened to create excitement among the lads. "We ought to thank our stars we got out of the scrape as we did," one of them added. "Do you suppose any of the cadets have an idea that we had anything to do with the affair?" "I don't," said Mark. "That is, of course, excepting Bull Harris, and his friends among the third-classmen. I overheard one of the first class talking of it a while ago. What did he say? Asked one, eagerly. He said, answered Mark, that he didn't know what to make of the matter. All he knew was that a frightful lot of yelling had awakened the camp during the night, and that when Lieutenant Allen, the tactical officer in command, jumped up to find out what was wrong, he discovered that someone had stolen his uniform. Of course he couldn't come out without it, and he raged and stormed about for nearly 5 minutes inside. Then he discovered his clothes lying outside of his tent. When he came out and ordered a roll call, he found everybody in and nothing wrong. And what does he suppose was the cause of his uniform being mislaid? He doesn't know what to think. He doesn't know whether it was a prank of some kind or carelessness on his part. Isn't that a rich joke? Bet your life, BG. The reader does not need to be told that that observation came from Dewey. I wonder what Allen would say, chuckled that youngster, if he only had any idea of the real way the accident happened. If he knew that a certain plebe by the name of Mallory had swiped his uniform, BG. SH, not so loud. Sure enough, remarked Dewey. I forgot that. Reminds me of a story I once heard, BG told me by my great-uncle on my father's starboard side. What's that? You don't want to hear it? Well, who was going to tell it? I never said I was, did I? I was just going to say when you interrupted me last that I wonder what Allen would think if he knew that Mallory had borrowed his uniform and had gone off in the woods to play lieutenant and scare Bull Harris and a party of yearlings away from a feast they were eating. Hey! He would in all probability be aggravated to a considerable degree, observed Parson Stannard. He would doubtless be in the condition of mind which was so accurately, scientifically, and at the same time poetically, described by the immortal Homer in the 463rd line of the 11th book of the imperishable Iliad, beginning and ending, observed Dewey, whereat the indignant parson stopped his discourse and went back into his shell like a sulky oyster. Allen would be mad fo a fact, remarked Texas. But, hang it, I don't think he'd be half as mad at that as if he knowed how that air noise came to be made, if he learned that there were some yearlings in his company so mean as to raise a rumpus when they knew we were out o' camp and would be missed and expelled. I reckon that air's bout as ornery a trick as I ever heerd bout. Hey! It's hardly as bad as that, Texas, laughed Mark, generously. You see, Bull and the crowd were pretty mad that we plebs had dared to fool them and spoil their feast. And Bull always has hated me, you know. I guess I do know it, growled Texas, angrily. I'm a-goin' to punch his ol' head fo him pretty soon if he don't stop them coyote tricks o' his. We'd a been fired show last night if you hadn't had Allen's clothes so's he couldn't leave his tent to inspect. Bull Harris's LL try that air thick once too often, doggone his boots. Mark laughed gently, and then sat down in front of the tent. Fellows, he said, after a moment's thought, I've got something to say to you. Texas' last remark made me think of it. This is a matter of business for the Banded Seven to decide on. The seven looked important at that. Indian opened the round little saucers which did him for a frightened pair of eyes and leaned forward to listen. Master Chauncey Van Rensselaer Mount Bonsall bowed with dignity, and Methusalem Zebediah Chilvers, farmer and populist from Kansas, who had been lounging as usual at the back of the tent, opened one eye and waited. Having thus obtained attention, Mark began. Texas observed, he said, that Bull would try that trick of raising a row while we were out of camp at night once too often. Now that's a fact, he may. And you know as well as I do that to be caught outside of the sentry lines at night would mean court-martial and dismissal for every one of us. I'm beginning to think that it's hardly worth the risk. You know how Bull hates us, our cutting up as we did last night is lots of fun, but it only gives him a weapon to hurt us with. It? Say, look-a-yer, cried Texas at this stage of the game. Do you mean to say that you're drivin' at advisin' us to stay in camp every night? Yes, said Mark, I am. Well, I jest tell you I ain't, growled Texas. No, sah, I ain't. Why, what fun would there be? Life wouldn't be worth livin'. I won't do it. You might lick Bull Harris instead, laughed Mark. That would be exciting. Texas admitted that that was a mitigating circumstance. You see, Mark continued, we're safe if we stop now. Alan hasn't the least idea that we've been cutting up, and none of Bull's gang dare tell him, because, you see, they were out of camp, too. And I think we've gone far enough for a while. I don't want any more such scares as I had last night. Me neither, wailed Indian. Bless my soul. And the parson added. Yeah, by Zeus. It is now necessary for the sake of the story that the banded seven be left where they were, discussing that problem. The reader must be introduced to another personage. Lieutenant Allen, tactical officer in command of Company A in the West Point Battalion, was just then standing in his tent, buckling on his sword preparatory to the morning inspection. Lieutenant Allen was very thoughtful that morning, he had been very thoughtful during the night also. But he had recovered his dignity and equanimity since the adventure, outwardly at any rate. The lieutenant had gone to the back of his tent for a moment, then he stepped to the entrance and suddenly stopped. An envelope was lying at his feet. He gazed at it in surprise and then stooped and picked it up. There was an address upon it which he read. Lieutenant Allen. That was a strange way to get mail. The tack went to the tent door and glanced about him. But he saw no one, and so he went back into his tent and tore open the letter. He read it. And as he read it his face seemed fairly to turn blue, whether with anger or amazement, or excitement, no one can say. He dropped his hands and gazed about him as if to make sure where he was. Then he raised the letter and stared at it again. To Lieutenant Allen, the lieutenant may be interested in knowing who it was that stole his uniform last night. It was Cadet Mallory. And if the lieutenant doubts this, he has only to watch and he will see Cadet Mallory go out of camp tonight also. A word to the wise is sufficient. And as Allen finished the reading of that note he crushed it in his hand. By Jove, he muttered. It was a dirty brute who wrote that. I'll catch him as well as Mallory. And then he strode out of his tent to begin the morning inspection. Chapter XXVI. A trap for Mallory. It's settled now, is it? The speaker was Mark again. He was standing in just the same position as when we left him for the brief glance at Lieutenant Allen. And he was addressing the same six plebs as previously, their weighty discussion being now about over. We've agreed, he said, as I understand it, to stop cutting up monkey shines for a while. We're going to stay in camp and devote our nights to sleeping. Except, put in Texas, by way of reminder. Of course, assented Mark. Except, as we said, something extraordinary should happen. There's no use making any resolves that we won't keep. If we should find, for instance, that Bull and his crowd were giving another party. Wow, cried Texas, excited at the very mention of such a possibility. Why, of course, we should have to stop it, laughed Mark. But that is something not liable to happen. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't stay in camp and amuse ourselves in legitimate ways for a while. Such as walloping Bull, suggested Dewey, whereat the ex-cowboy smacked his lips. Bull is a-goin' to get walloped pretty soon, observed the latter, if he don't stop his tomfoolery. Bull has no idea of doing that, said Mark. His enmity is of too long standing for that. And there goes the drum, by the way. Bull Harris had tried one trick more, a trick the most contemptible of them all. The reader has of course been discerning enough to guess the authorship of that anonymous note. If he has not, he has only to read a short way further and see the new method by which Bull proposed to achieve his villainous desire. About the same hour that the plebs were discussing their new resolution, certain other cadets, 4 in number, were also holding a council. They were yearlings, all of them well known to us. They were very much excited over something just then. Did he get it? Vance was eagerly inquiring. He did, said Bull. And he read it, too. Did you see him? Yes. I watched him from the tent across the way. And was he mad at all? Mad? I guess. By George. He was red as a lobster. Do you suppose he'll do anything about it now? Bull sneered as he responded. Do you suppose I was such a fool as to fix it that way? Not much. He's going to wait to get his proof tonight, that is, if he's got any sense at all. What kind of proof will he get? You're worse than a catechism, Vance, chuckled Bull. He, chimed in Baby. A catechism. Pretty good. See that, Mary? A catechism asks questions, you know. Oh, shut up, snapped Vance. You ought to be minding your own business. See here, Bull, I want to know how you're going to manage this. What's the use of being so secret about it? How's Alan going to catch Mallory tonight? He's going to find him out of camp, answered Bull. But how do you know Mallory'll go? I'll fix that, laughed Bull. I'll tell you about it. But here comes Alan now. Wait till after inspection. The four precious scamps scattered to their respective tents at that, and there was a brief cessation of the plotting while everyone attended to business. Pretty soon, however, the wheels began to turn again and the little drama to hurry on. It was after the ceremony of guard mounting and inspection had both gone by. The plebes who were so unfortunate as to be assigned to the duty of policing lined up for work. The rest of the corps was at liberty to roam the woods as they pleased after that until dinner time. And then it was that things began to happen again. Our friends, as it chanced, were curious and eager to see what happened to the remainder of the feast left behind them so hurriedly last night. It had occurred to them that it might not be a bad idea to clear away the debris, in case Alan should chance to stroll over that way. Accordingly they set out through the woods, all of them together. They did not reach their destination, however. They heard a voice behind them calling, "Mr. Mallory! Oh, Mr. Mallory!" To their amazement, when they faced about they found none other than our worthy friend Vance following them. It must be something unusual to make their deadly enemy call after them in that way, and so they waited in puzzled surprise. Evidently Vance had not come to propose a treaty of peace, for there was the usual sneer upon his curling lip, and his sallow face was as ugly as usual in consequence. He strode up with a kind of careless insolence and without saying another word placed himself squarely in front of Mark and stared in his face. "What is it?" inquired the latter quietly. Vance answered nothing just long enough to make a rude silence, then he was satisfied to begin. "Mr. Mallory," said he, "I've something to say to you. I want to get it done in a hurry, too, because my reputation would be injured if I were seen talking to plebes." Vance was finely sarcastic as he said that. Mark responded nothing, but someone behind him ventured a retort. "Bet your life, BG, observed that young person. Someone might think you were learning a little decency." Vance started to answer to that, but Mark checked him. "If you've got anything to say," he commanded, sternly, "say it." And for some reason Mary thought it best to obey. "I've come from Mr. Harris," he began. "Mr. Harris wishes me to say that he is sick and tired of your nonsense." "I don't doubt it," smiled Mark, "and Dewey came in with a bully, BG. Mr. Harris says," continued Vance, angrily, "that he proposes to put a stop to your insolence at once. Do you understand that? He has asked me to be his second, and he intends to give you the worst thrashing you ever got in your life." Whoop! By Zeus! Bless my soul! The exclamations which resulted from Vance's unexpected announcement fairly shook the woods. In an instant the yearling found himself surrounded by an eager, delighted crowd of lads, rubbing their hands gleefully and all talking at once with excitement. Truly this was a delicious turn of affairs. Bull driven to fight? And coward though he was. Gee whiz! "Won't I do instead, oh Mark," cried Texas, who was already dancing about and twitching his fingers furiously. "When is Bull anxious to have this fight take place?" Mark inquired as soon as he was able to get the rest quiet enough for Vance to hear him. "Tonight," answered Vance. "But why put it off till tonight?" "Mr. Harris has his own reasons," was the yearling's stately reply. "I reckon he has," growled Texas. "He wants to get us out o' camp so's he can raise another yell and get us caught. Do you think I'm such an idiot as that, you white-faced old coyote you?" "Take it easy, Texas," laughed Mark. "This is my quarrel." "But how about that objection, Mr. Vance?" "I don't want to walk into any trap, you know, and I know that Bull Harris is afraid of me." "If you are coward enough to refuse his challenge," snarled Vance, "say so and don't try to make up excuses. Mr. Harris is not afraid of you, and if he cannot give you the thrashing you deserve for your contemptible tricks, by jingo, I don't mind saying that I will. Do you understand that, confound you? And not only you, Mallory, but that crazy idiot of a Texan, too. Wow. Whoop. You." 5 members of the banded 7 sat on Texas just then. And Vance went on with his address to Mark. The reader will, of course, perceive that the yearling was playing a part and playing it well. The angrier he got Mark, the more apt his plot would be to succeed. He knew that Mark was too honorable to strike him now, whatever his insults. "That bluff about suspecting us is pretty hollow," he continued. "You don't need to go away from the camp. If you weren't too much of blamed coward and stuff, you'd not offer the excuse. You can meet us just beyond the sentry line and go with us. And if there's any yelling done, we'll be caught as well as you. Do you see? If you're afraid of a crowd's pitching in, let that fool of a Texas bring his guns. You bring some, too. We aren't afraid of the whole 7 of you." "Very bold indeed," laughed Mark, "for once. What time shall we meet?" 11 o'clock. "And where shall we go?" "Anywhere you say. Make it the scene of our banquet." "Our banquet, you mean," observed Mark, slyly. "We ate it. However. Will you come? Or are you going to play the coward as usual?" "I'll come," said Mark, simply. "And meanwhile you go on about your business." This last sharp command rather took Vance by surprise, it was so in contrast with Mark's previous calm and cool manner. It showed him that he was really mad, after all. And Vance, as he turned and strode away, was all aglow with triumph. "We've got him," he chuckled. "It's all over now." Chapter XXVII. A strange discovery. The banded 7 walked on through the woods in silence after their disagreeable enemy had left. They were all of them thinking over the strange turn of affairs. It was Mark who broke the silence at last. "I wonder what can have happened," he said, "to cause Bull to turn about so suddenly." "I don't think he has," growled Texas. "But he seems to have gotten up courage all of a sudden. I never thought he'd dare fight us." "I don't believe he is," was the ex-cowboy's answer. Texas was less disposed than Mark to take a charitable view of his enemy. "I just tell you it's nothin' but a bluff, and there's mystery behind it, too. That 'ere old coward ain't a-goin' to take a lickin' from you." "I don't see how he can do otherwise," mused Mark, slowly. "He can't get us caught if we keep inside of camp. And he can't trap us where you've got your guns, can he?" "Wow," gasped Texas, in horror. "Bet you boots he can't." "Well, then, what can he do?" demanded the other. "I dunno," was the answer, very dubiously. "But I'll bet it's somethin', and somethin' mean, too. Anyhow, I want to suggest somethin'. Let's us fellers swear the 7 of us right high are that no matter what he does do and no matter what he does try, he gets that 'ere lickin' and gets it in a hurry." "Hey! Bet your life, BG," cried Dewey. "And if Mark gets hurt, one o' the rest of us gives it," added Texas, excitedly. Which sentiment the parson echoed with his usual solemn "Yeah, by Zeus." That idea just caught the 7 plebes in the right spot. They shook hands on it then and there, and swore a solemn compact. The form of it was this. Whereas, Bull Harris is a villain. Resolved, that if he don't fight Mark tonight, which he won't, we give him a licking tomorrow. And that incidentally BG we also wallop Mary Vance and the other two. That interesting resolution having been unanimously adopted by a majority of 14, for everybody was eager to vote twice, the 7 agreed to drop the unpleasant topic from their minds and proceed to the business for which they had come up, the clearing away of the remnants of their banquet. Accordingly they hurried on through the woods. Even if they had not dropped the subject voluntarily, they must speedily have forgotten it. For something very exciting was destined to occur in a few minutes. It requires a brief digression from our story to mention. The scene of last night's feast was only about 200 yards from the camp, and so the lads had not very far to go. Reaching it, they pushed the bushes aside and hurried out into the clearing. A moment later, with one accord, they halted and gave vent to a cry of surprise. The reason was very evident. When they had left that spot in their terrible haste the night before, they had left the ground plentifully bestrewn with victuals. And now there was not a trace of anything to be seen, not even so much as a crumb of pie crust. The 7 were so taken aback that for a moment they could not even guess at any explanation. "Can someone from camp have been up here," inquired Mark at last, "and eaten everything up?" "But they wouldn't have eaten everything," objected Texas. "There were all sorts of scraps and crumbs and—" "Bless my soul, yes," interrupted Indian. "Because I had almost finished a pumpkin pie when I had to drop it and run. It was awfully good pie, too." "Perhaps it was some kind of animal," observed Mark, smiling at Indian's melancholy observation. "Perhaps it was squirrels and birds and so on." "Or perhaps a mountain panther," suggested Texas. Indian turned pale at that horrible idea and muttered, "Bless my soul. Are there any panthers around here?" he added. "Lots of 'em," answered Texas, with a wink. Then he turned to Stannard. "How about that, parson?" he inquired. The parson cleared his throat with a grave and thoughtful ahem. "I must confess," he said, "that my information as to the zoological distribution in this particular locality is considerably limited. The habitat of the animal, however, includes many regions of similar latitude and physical characteristics." "But the Felis pardus?" "The what?" "I mean the panther," stammered the lecturer. "Ahem. What was I saying? Oh, yes. The Felis pardus is a digitigrade mammal and also carnivorous. Consequently I should hardly support the hypothesis that he would disturb the various vegetable products which we left behind us." "Do you mean," queried Dewey, solemnly, "that panthers don't eat pumpkin pie?" "Exactly," said the parson. "That was just what I was trying to say." "BG," chuckled Dewey, "no one would ever have guessed it. But as you say, panthers eat meat. If one had been wandering about last night, therefore, it is probable that he'd have taken Indian instead of his pie." "Bless my soul," gasped Indian. "Please don't talk like that." "As to the further characteristics of the quadruped," said the parson, continuing his lecture, "I may say by way of an introduction to the subject that scientific research has disclosed." Whoop. There is no telling when the parson would have stopped talking if it had not been for that sudden exclamation, which made the 6 jump in surprise. It is needless to say that it came from Texas. During the conversation Texas had started on a private investigation, rambling around the clearing, like a bloodhound on a trail. The result had been his cry. His companions, even the parson, made a dash for the spot, demanding eagerly to know what was the matter. By way of answer Powers pointed to the ground. It was small wonder that he had exclaimed aloud, in the soft earth there was a deep footprint. It was of a human foot, and it was bare. Robinson Crusoe was not one whit more amazed at his discovery than were the 7 cadets over this exactly similar one. They stood and gazed at it in silent astonishment, and then suddenly the meaning of it flashed over them all and they glanced about them in terror. "By George," cried Mark, "it's that wild man." "He must have been starving," said Mark, lowering his voice instinctively. "By George, this isn't a very pleasant state of affairs." "Oh oh oh oh. Let's run," gasped Indian. "Bless my soul." None of them ran, but it would be only fair to say that all of them wanted to. And it was noticeable that nobody offered any objection to returning home very soon. After all, why should they stay? All traces of their feast were gone. "I'll feel a little more comfortable in camp," observed Mark, "where my musket and bayonet aren't so far away." "Come on." "I reckon," chuckled Texas, triumphantly, "you won't be so 'fraid o' letting me carry my guns after this." "Hey. I shan't mind tonight, anyway," was the answer. "We'll probably have more than one enemy to watch out for. But we'll fool 'em all, I hope." "How about it, Texas?" The question Texas answered by offering to bet his boots on it. "Jess, you wait till night gets higher," he said, "then we'll see." Which they did, for a fact. Chapter XXVIII. Caught in the trap. SH. Everything's quiet. "Are you sure the guns are loaded?" "Yes." "Don't you know me better and that?" "Stick that one under your jacket and keep it ready, too." The two speakers were crouching in the moonlight behind one of the tents of Camp Lookout. The reader scarcely needs to be told that they were Mark and Texas on hand, true to their promise. The place was as silent as a graveyard. There was nothing moving but the flickering campfire which cast weird shadows on the tents. The two plebes were motionless, listening. 11 o'clock and all's well. It was the sentry's call. "We're on time," whispered Mark. "Do you see any signs of Bull?" "I ain't seen anything movin' yet," was the Texan's answer. "I ain't expectin' to see much, either." "Perhaps he's waiting for us out in the woods," suggested Mark. "Likely, I must say," growled the other. "What'll we do now?" "Let's cross the sentry line and wait at the edge of the woods," said Mark. "If there's any noise we can skip in from there." "Come ahead," answered Texas. The two stole silently down the company street to the end, and there halted. They waited until the sentry was at the other end of his beat. "He can't see us now," whispered Mark. "There are too many trees." "Quick." The two sprang forward, and silently dashed across the line and vanished in the woods. There they stopped and crouched to wait. "We're here, anyhow," said Mark. "And now we'll see what happens." "And keep yo' eyes open, too," muttered the other. The bushes concealed the two, but they could see the camp plainly. Every move of the enemy would be open to them, except, of course, in case the latter were already in the woods, which didn't seem likely. The plebes waited anxiously, they saw nothing. The camp was motionless and silent, while fully 10 minutes sped away. "Told you 'twas only a bluff," growled the Texan. "Anyhow, the delay makes it less likely they'll try the trick of yelling to arouse the camp," observed Mark, thoughtfully. "They'd have tried it long ago, if they meant to. This delay'll make us suspicious." "It does that with me," chuckled the other. "Doggone that air Bull Harris." "Perhaps they're up there by the place where the feast was," said Mark. "But I'll admit that doesn't seem likely. I guess it was a bluff, after all, though still I can't see what Bull hoped to make by it." "Sh. What's that?" The startled exclamation came from Texas. Mark bent forward eagerly, half rising to peer ahead. "It's one of them," he gasped. The tents hid the person from their eyes, and they could not make out who it was. But it was somebody. The figure of a man stealing silently down the company street. Mark began to tremble with eagerness. He clenched his fists, so he was to have a chance at Bull, after all. That person could be no one but Bull. The two got no nearer view of him, as it happened. For he was bound in the opposite direction. He approached the sentry line far over by the other side of the camp, and a moment later stole across and vanished in the woods. Mark and Texas turned and stared at each other, both of them were agape with astonishment. "Whoop!" gasped the latter. "He did come, after all." "Whoop!" "Yes," said Mark. "It must be he. It's more than I expected. Let's wait here for him." They crouched down in the bushes once more. Bull would probably come around the camp to hunt for them, for he must have seen them go out. They waited, but they waited in vain. Bull did not put in an appearance. "Perhaps he's gone up there to the place to wait," suggested Mark. "Perhaps he thinks we're up there." There was another lengthy pause then. It was not very much longer before Texas, the hot-blooded, hot-headed Texan, began to get impatient. "Plague take it," he growled. "P'raps he is up there. I say, let's go and see." Texas' recklessness soon prevailed over Mark's caution. He vowed he'd go alone if Mark wouldn't go. A brief consultation was held then, and the two decided that that was the best plan, anyway. One ought to stay there and wait, to watch the camp, and so Texas, revolver in hand, would go up to the scene of the feast and see what was up. That just suited the ex-cowboy. He was off like a shot. Mark smiled to himself, and then settled down again, his heart still beating with excitement. There was something so mysterious about all this that he still half suspected foul play. "It is necessary for us to follow Texas." Texas was having a high old time back in that mountain forest. A few years' training on the plains had made quite an Indian of Texas. He knew pretty well how to take care of himself, especially since he had his two favorite shooting irons in his hands. And he was not the least bit afraid as he stole along in the darkness. Two contingencies presented themselves to his mind, two dangers to guard against. There might be a surprise from the yearlings or one from the maniac. He didn't mean to be caught by either of them, and he was a picture of vigilance as he went peering behind and before, and creeping with all possible stealthiness. But Texas reached his destination without the slightest interruption. He pushed his way through the bushes and stepped out into the little clearing, gazing swiftly about him. He saw not a soul. The place was silent and deserted. The moon strayed down through the trees and shone on the Texan's silent figure, but it shone on no other living thing. "They ain't higher," muttered Texas. "That air's show. And yet where are they? This business is gettin' mysterious like." It was for a fact. The more Texas thought over it, the more he became filled with a vague sort of alarm, which he didn't like. Those yearlings had put up this plot for some purpose. That no one could doubt. Perhaps they were carrying it out now, and with Mark all alone among them. "That fellow Mallory ain't used to guns," mused Powers. "He needs me to take care of him. I reckon I'll go back." A very sensible resolution that, Texas. "By all means, hurry up." About to carry it into effect, he wheeled and started to leave the clearing. A second later he staggered back with an inarticulate gasp of horror. The Texan's face was a study at that particular moment. His hair seemed fairly to rise beneath his cap. His jaw dropped, and his knees began to fail him. Surely never had an ex-cowboy been more unnerved before. Those of us who know Texas know that he was no coward. One might say with certainty that neither madman nor yearling, no, nor even ghost could have produced such an effect upon him. And that indeed was the fact. This apparition was one against which 1,000 revolvers could do nothing. And Texas was ruined. Stern and solemn, his dignified figure towering in the moonlight, there had marched out of the woods no less a person than Lieutenant Allen, the tack of Company A. A feather might have bowled over our gallant plebe, a regiment of tin soldiers put him to flight. He was simply paralyzed. And he stood and stared at the officer in open-mouthed consternation. Lieutenant Allen was mad all the way through, anyone could have seen that. He was glaring at his helpless prisoner. "Mr. Powers," he thundered, "what does this mean?" Poor Texas didn't know, and so he didn't try to say. He merely gasped. "This is a nice state of affairs, indeed, sir," the officer continued. "Beyond cadet limits, sir. Roaming the woods at night? And with revolvers in your hand, too. What are you doing with those weapons, sir?" Texas was still silent in consternation. "Put them on the ground this instant," commanded Allen. "Now, then, sir," the angry officer went on, "I suppose you understand that you have rendered yourself liable to court-martial? And Mr. Mallory, also." The plebe winced at that last. Poor fellow, he had been consoling himself with the hope that Mark, at least, was safe. "I know it, sir," he moaned. "I thought you had more sense, both of you. I have learned that it is your practice to behave this way continually, and I propose to see that you are punished. Your cadet days are numbered from this moment, Mr. Powers." Big tears gathered in the Texan's eyes, but he choked back the rising sob and stared all the harder at his superior. Just then he remembered that he had forgotten to salute, and so he saluted, being too dazed to think of anything else to do. He was gone. And Mark, too. Their offense had only one penalty, a swift one: dismissal. "Mr. Powers," said the lieutenant, sternly, "you will march back to camp and return to your tent, Mr. Mallory with you at once. Do you hear?" And Texas saluted once more, faced about and strode off into the deep, black woods, feeling as if his heart would break. As for Allen, once alone, he turned and fell to pacing back and forth in the little clearing, musing to himself. Angry though that worthy officer had been at first, he could not hide the fact from himself that he hated to ruin Mallory. "He should have known better sense," he muttered. "And such a fine lad. Plague take it, but I've got my duty to do, and the commandant must attend to the rest. Discipline would be ruined if I let a thing like this pass." With this thought in his mind, the tactical officer faced about and started toward camp. He took but 2 steps, however. Then he stopped. It was not because he wanted to, either. It was because somebody stopped him, and that somebody nearly stopped his heart from beating, as well. The officer felt 2 sinewy arms flung about his body, pinionning them as if in a vice. In all his life Allen had never felt such a paralyzing clutch as that. But one idea flashed over him. Texas had attacked him. Enraged at having been detected, the wild cowboy had been driven to desperation, perhaps even to murder. Allen struggled with all his might. He did not wish to cry out, to alarm the camp. He wished to bring that wild lad to his senses, to subdue his ferocious temper. The officer felt his hot breath beating on his neck, and heard him pant as he hugged him in his clutch of iron. With one mighty effort, an effort that took every bit of strength that was in him, the officer managed to writhe his body about so as to face his assailant. As he did so, he gave vent to a hoarse cry of horror. It was not Texas. And the next instant Allen felt the arms about him relax, felt a claw-like hand clutch him by the throat and drive his head back, fling him to the ground and grasp his windpipe with a force that made him gasp, made him writhe, made him turn blue in the face. Then everything grew dark before him. Chapter XXIX. The end of it all. Mark Mallory lay hiding in the bushes at the edge of the camp. There was little for Mark to do except to wait with all possible patience. It did not seem likely that anything would happen until Texas returned. The camp was perfectly silent and motionless. That figure which left it was the last to appear. The moonlight shone on the white tents with a ghostly pallor, which the dancing campfires served to increase. But there was no sign of Bull or his friends either behind or before. Mark kept watch in both directions. He waited perhaps 5 minutes thus. Then he began to think that it was time for Texas to return. He allowed him opportunity to reach the clearing and hurry back. There was no reason for his delaying. And consequently when he did not come, it was a very short while indeed before his friend became suspicious. Something must have kept Powers, and if something were keeping him, who could it be but Bull? A good deal hinged upon Mark's next action, as it happened. But he had not the least idea of the danger he was to run into. The problem as it presented itself to him was that Texas didn't return promptly, as he had said he would, and for that there must be some reason. That reason Mark must find. It won't do any harm to take a run back there and see, he mused. Bull and that gang may have overpowered Texas in spite of his guns. There was no sign of trouble in camp. With this idea in his mind, the plebe arose hastily and without a moment's hesitation, started back into the woods. He, too, was becoming suspicious, and he clutched his revolver tightly. If the reader has ever found himself in a forest at midnight, he knows that it is no fun. And it makes no difference how courageous one may be, either. Mark was no coward, but he was human, and he felt quite creepy as he pushed his way ahead through the black forest shadows. He pictured to himself all sorts of unpleasant possibilities, the least of which was a conflict with those yearlings. There was but little time, however, for such unpleasant anticipations, for the distance to the clearing was short. Mark reached the edge of it without interruption of any kind and promptly pushed his way through the surrounding thicket. A moment later he was standing upon the spot he sought. He saw no one, the place was as deserted and silent as it had been when Texas was there. But for the shadows of the trees that waved to and fro on the ground, and for the gentle night breeze that rustled through the branches, the place was as silent as death. Mark stood motionless where he was. He held his weapon in his hand ready for the slightest danger, but as he gazed about him and saw no sign of any foe, his vigilance relaxed and he bowed his head in thought. "Where on earth can Texas have gone?" he muttered, half aloud. "This is the strangest." He never finished the sentence. A sound had interrupted him, a sound which made his flesh creep. It was a low groan. Mark started back in consternation. It had come from the edge of the clearing, that voice. And whose could it be but the Texans? Texas had been captured by the yearlings. Mark never hesitated an instant. He made a leap for the spot, cocking his revolver as he did so. He bent down to push his way through the bushes, to rescue his gallant comrade. The next instant, with a thud that shook the woods and almost tumbled the plebe upon his face, a heavy body landed upon his back and flung its arms about him. But one idea occurred to Mark at that moment. It was Bull or one of the yearlings. His first impulse was to point his pistol over his shoulder and fire. He checked it as he recovered his self-possession. He did not want to shoot anybody, and he did not want to alarm the camp. He would fight this hand-to-hand battle, even though he was at a disadvantage. Mark's assailant evidently knew that he was armed, for the plebe felt a hand reaching out toward the weapon. With a violent effort he managed to turn to get a view of his assailant. When he succeeded he gave a gasp of horror, just as the unfortunate lieutenant had done. For he found out then who his assailant was. Quick as a flash Mark aimed his revolver straight in the other's face. He pulled the trigger, but he was too late. His assailant's finger had been slipped in between the trigger and the guard, and the weapon was useless. The next instant the man gave a violent wrench that nearly broke Mark's wrist and that sent his revolver flying through the air. Then came the battle. Mark Mallory found himself face to face with a horrible creature. He was struggling in the deadly grip of the maniac of the den. It was a fight to the death. The creature had the strength of a tiger. Mark could see his muscles bulging beneath his naked skin, and he felt a grip of steel tightening about him. He saw, too, a ferocious face glaring into his, warning him to expect no mercy. The man's hot and eager breath beat against the lad's brow, and his eyes fairly flashed with fury. He was an old man, with a great, long beard and hideous, matted hair. He was almost naked and apparently he was dumb. The silence with which he made his grim struggle was the most appalling part of it all. The two swayed back and forth in the clearing, straining every ounce of muscle that was in them. The maniac was strong, but he had a foeman worthy of him. The grip in which he had the lad served to bind his hands to his side, but when the other came to bear him to the ground it was quite another matter. That meant a wrestling match, and a long and weary one, too. It seemed an age to Mark in his terrible plight. He could not free himself, writhe and twist as he would, and he knew not what trick his savage opponent might try next. And so, back and forth he staggered, bending and swaying. The climax came with the swiftness of a lightning flash. The maniac, furious at the delay, tried the same trick he had tried upon Alan. He released his grip, sprang like a wildcat upon his victim, fastened his grasping, claw-like fingers in his throat, and shut them together like a steel trap. But there was something that the fiendish creature had not calculated on, if indeed he had calculated at all. That thing was the quickness that months of West Point discipline had given to Mark, to say nothing of numberless battles with the yearlings. The lad realized his deadly peril. He clenched his fist and swung his mighty arm with a blow like a sledge-hammer stroke. He caught his assailant full upon the chin, and the latter's head shot back with a snap. He recovered himself a moment later and sprang in again. But he had lost his chance. Mark was ready for him then, nor did he mean to be caught in a trap again. He was as quick to leap away as his assailant to leap at him. After that it was a boxing match, at which none was more skillful than Mark. Bounding, dodging here and there, his foe never once succeeded in fastening upon him, while Mark landed blow after blow with all his might. The plebe was watching warily for a chance to end the battle. He knew that he had it all his way then. The maniac halted, breathless, the other took his cue. A moment later the savage creature was lying prone upon the ground, writhing helplessly from the effects of the crushing swing that had landed full upon his forehead. Mark would have stopped to bind him safely in some way, but at that instant he heard the groan repeated. Texas! And instantly Mark dashed toward the spot again, wild with dread for his friend. The figure was lying upon the ground in the bushes. The plebe snatched him up, bore him out into the moonlight. The next moment he staggered back almost blinded with horror at what he saw. It was Alan. The lieutenant was gasping feebly, he fixed his bloodshot eyes upon Mark. Then sat up convulsively and gazed about him in terror. The man, he gasped. The man. Mark was too dumbfounded to answer in words, but he pointed across the clearing at the figure. Catch him, panted the officer. Don't let him get away. At this moment they saw the maniac raise himself upon his elbow. Quick as a wink Mark sprang up and made a dive for his revolver. He found it lying on the ground, and whirled about. But he was too late. The man was gone. Anyhow, he won't come back, was the plebe's reflection. And I don't care if he does. Great heavens! I'm gone. Alan's seen me. Mark's first impulse was to turn and make a dash for camp, in hope that the dazed lieutenant had not recognized him. But he felt that the officer needed help, so he turned and marched resolutely toward him. He nearly had me killed, the latter gasped, as Mark helped him to a sitting posture. Who is he? I don't know, was the other's truthful answer. You have saved my life, the officer whispered, hoarsely. It was a terrible experience. I saw you fighting. There was a silence after that. Help me back to camp, said Alan, at last. And take this for a warning. Don't leave it at night again. I'll not have another chance, groaned Mark. This'll mean court-martial for me. A moment later he almost tumbled backward with amazement and delight. Nonsense, said Alan. I do not mean to report you. I couldn't. When Mark got back to his tent he found Texas almost in tears. It's all up with me, said the tall plebe. I'll pack up tomorrow. Don't be so sure of it, said Mark. Then he told his own tale. I'll see Alan in the morning. And he did. To cut a long story short, Texas escaped through Mark's efforts. But the escape was so narrow that the tall youth was mighty sober for a long while after. We must square up with Bull, BG, said Dewey. Yeah, by Zeus, came from the parson. Of course, by Jove, lisped Chauncey. And Sleepy nodded affirmatively. And now let us sound taps and say, as do the guards. All's well. The end. A West Point treasure. Mark Mallory's strange find. Contents. Chapter I, an interesting letter. Chapter 2. What a walk led to. Chapter 3. Mysteries galore. Chapter 4. A horrible discovery. Chapter V. A joke on the parson. Chapter 6. Stannard's defiance. Chapter 7. Stannard's strange visitor. Chapter 8. An unexpected result. Chapter 9. Discovery of the loss. Chapter X, discovery of the thief. Chapter 11. Stealing from thieves. Chapter 12. 7 burglars in a scrape. Chapter 13. Watching the treasure. Chapter 14. The 7 in a trap. Chapter 15. Buying their release. Chapter 16. Bull Harris reaps his reward. Chapter 17. The 7 make a new move. Chapter 18. The capture of Mark. Chapter 19. Torture of the yearlings. Chapter XX. A new venture. Chapter XXI. Mark comes to town. Chapter XXII. Burglar hunting. Chapter XXIII. Chauncey has an idea. Chapter XXIV. Back again. Chapter XXV. A challenge. Chapter XXVI. I have the courage to be a coward. Chapter XXVII. Mark, the coward. Chapter XXVIII. A test of courage. Chapter XXIX. The fruits of victory. The original frontispiece. Chapter I, an interesting letter. Hey, there, you fellows, I've got a letter to read to you. He was a tall, handsome lad, with a frank, pleasant face, and a wealth of curly brown hair. He wore a close-fitting gray jacket and trousers. The uniform of a West Point plebe, as the new cadet is termed. He was standing in front of one of the tents in the summer camp of the Corps, and speaking to half a dozen of his classmates. The 6 looked up with interest when they heard what he said. "Come in, Mark," called one of them. "Come in here and read it." "This is addressed to me," began Mark Mallory, obeying the request and sitting down. "But it's really meant for the whole 7 of us. And it's interesting, as showing what the old cadets think of the tricks we bold plebes have been playing on them." "Who's it from?" "It's from Wix Merritt, the 2nd classman I met here last year. He's home on furlough for the summer, but some of the other cadets have written and told him about us, and what we've been doing. And this is what he says about it. Listen. Dear Mark, whenever I sit down to write to you it seems to me I can think of nothing to say, but to marvel at the extraordinary rumpus you have kicked up at West Point. Every time I hear from there you are doing still more incredibly impossible acts, until I expect to hear next that you have been made superintendent or something. However, in this letter I really have something else to tell you about, but I shall put it off to the last and keep you in suspense. Well, I hear that, not satisfied with defying the yearlings to haze you, and actually keeping them from doing it, which is something no plebe has ever dared to dream of before, you have gone on to still further recklessness. They say that you have gotten half a dozen other plebes to back you up, and that, to cap the climax, you actually dared to go to one of the hops. Well, I do not know what to say to that, it simply takes my breath away. I should like to have been there to see him doing it. They say that Grace Fuller, the girl you saved from drowning, got all the girls to promise to dance with you, and that the end of the whole business was the yearlings stopped the music and the hop and left in disgust. I fairly gasp when I picture that scene. I hesitate to give an original person like you advice. You never heeded what I gave you anyway, but went right ahead in your own contrariness to do what you pleased. I guess you were right. But I want to warn you a little. By your unheard of daring in going to that hop you have incurred the enmity of not only the yearlings, whom you have beaten at every turn, but also of the powerful first class as well. And they will never stop until they subdue you. I don't know what they'll try, but it will be something desperate, and you must stand the consequences. You'll probably have to take turns fighting every man in the class. When I come back I expect to find you buried 6 feet deep in court plaster. Mark looked up from the letter for a moment, and smiled. I wish the dear old chump could see me now, he said. Wick's prediction seemed nearly fulfilled. Mark's face was bruised and bandaged, one shoulder was still immovable from a dislocation, and when he moved any other part of himself he did it with a cautious slowness that told of sundry aching joints. Yes, growled one of the 6 listeners, a lad from Texas, with a curious cowboy accent. Yes, hang it. But I reckon Wick's merit didn't have any idea them old cadets pile on to lick you all together. I tell you what, it gets me riled. Just because you had the nerve to defy 'em and fight the feller that ordered you off that air hop floor, doggone 'em, they all had to pitch in and beat you. Never mind, Texas, laughed Mark, cheerfully. They were welcome. I knocked out my man, which was what I went out for. And besides, we managed to outwit them in the end, leaving them deserted and scared to death on the opposite shore of the Hudson. You've heard of clouds with silver linings. I'm off duty and can play the gentleman all day, and not have to turn out and drill like you unfortunate plebes. And, moreover, nobody offers to haze me any more while I'm a cripple. It'd be just like M2, growled Texas. That's got nothing to do with the letter, responded Mark. There is some news in here that'll interest you fellows, if Texas would only stop growling at the cadets long enough to give me a chance. Too much fighting is spoiling your gentle disposition, Texas. Yas, grinned the Southerner. You just go on. I will, continued Mark. Listen. I got a letter from Fisher yesterday. Fisher is captain of your company, I think. He tells me that rascally Benny Bartlett, the fellow from your town who tried to cheat you out of your appointment, but whom you beat at the examinations, turned up a short while ago with a brand new plot to get you into trouble. It reads like a fairy story, what Fisher told me. He had a printer's boy hired to accuse you of bribing him to steal for you the exam papers. The superintendent believed him and you were almost fired. Fisher says he went out at night with that wild chum of yours, Texas, and the two of them held up the printer's boy and robbed him of some papers that showed his guilt. Well, Mr. Mallory, I certainly congratulate you on your luck. You owe a debt of gratitude to Fisher, who ought to be your enemy really, since he was one of the hop managers you riled so. And now for the news I have. I write to tell you, and I know it will surprise you, that you are not yet through with that troublesome Master Bartlett. Wow, echoed Texas, springing up in surprise. What does he know about it? Wait, laughed Mark, by way of answer. Wait, and you'll see. Wicks is quite a detective. As you'll notice by the postmark of this letter, I am in Washington, D.C., at present. And what do you think? I have met Benny Bartlett here. I can hear you gasp when you read that. I knew him, but he didn't know me, so I made up my mind to have some fun with him. I picked up an acquaintance with him, and told him I was from West Point. Then he got intimate and confidential, said he knew a confounded fresh plebe up there, Mallory, they called him. Well, I said I'd heard of Mallory. And, Mark, I nearly had him wild. In the first place, you know, he hates you like poison. I can't tell you how much. This paper wouldn't hold all the names he called you. And, oh, what lies he did tell about you. So I thought to tease him I'd take the other tack. I told him of all your heroism, how you'd saved the life of the daughter of a rich old judge up there, and were engaged to marry her someday. I threw that in for good measure, though they say it is a desperate case between you and her, upon which I congratulate you, For she's a treasure. I wonder what he'd say, put in one of the 6, if he knew she'd join the banded 7 to help fool the yearlings. I told him, continued Mark, reading, all about how you'd prevented hazing and were literally running the place. Then I showed him Fisher's letter to cap the climax. And, Mark, the kid was crazy. He vowed he was coming up there to balk you, if it was the last thing he ever did on earth. His father has a big pull with the president, and is using it with a vengeance. He pleads that his son did magnificently at the congressman's exams, and only failed at the others because he was ill. And so Benny expects to turn up to annoy you as one of the plebes who come in when camp breaks up on the 28th of August. Having warned you of this disagreeable possibility, nothing now remains for me to do but wish you the best possible luck in your quarrel with the first class, and so sign myself. Sincerely yours, Wicks Merritt. The 7 stared at each other as Mark folded up the letter. Fellows, said he, we've got just 1 month to wait, just 1 month. Then that contemptible fellow will be here to bother us. But in the meantime I say we forget about him. He's unpleasant to think about. Let's not mention him again until we see him. And the parson echoed, yeah, by Zeus. The parson was just the same old parson he was the day he first struck West Point. Frequent hazings had not robbed him of his quiet and classic dignity, and still more frequent battles with the enemy had not made him a whit less learned and studious. He was from Boston, was Parson Stannard, and he was proud of it. Also, he was a geologist of erudition most astoundingly deep. He had a bag of most wonderful fossils hidden away in his tent, fossils with names as long as the parson's venerable and bony legs in their pale green socks. The parson was not wholly devoted to fossils, for he was member number 3 in our banded 7, of which Mark was the leader. Number 4 was Indian, the fat and gullible and much hazed Joe Smith, of Indianapolis. After him came the merry and handsome Dewey, otherwise known as BG, the prize storyteller of the crowd. Chauncey, surnamed the Dude, and Sleepy, the farmer, made up the rest of that bold and valiant band which was notorious for its BJ-ness. Master Benjamin Bartlett having been laid on the shelf for a month, the 7 cast about them for a new subject of conversation to while away the half-hour of recreation allotted to them between the morning's drill and dinner. I want to know, suggested Dewey, what shall we do this afternoon, BG? That afternoon was Saturday. Saturday is a half-holiday for the cadets. I don't know, said Mark. I hardly think the yearlings'll try any hazing today. They're waiting to see what the first class'll do when I get well enough to fight them. The parson arose to his feet with dignity. It is my purpose, he said, with grave decision, to undertake an excursion into the mountainous country in back of us, particularly to the portion known as the habitation of the Chorus Americanus. The habitation of the what? Of the Chorus Americanus. You have probably heard the mountain spoken of as Crow's Nest, but I prefer the other more scientific and accurate name, since there are in America numerous species of crows, some 47 in all, I believe. The 6th side. It is my purpose, continued the parson, blinking solemnly as any wise old owl, to admire the beauties of the scenery, and also to conduct a little cursory geological investigation in order to... Say, interrupted Texas. Well, inquired the parson. Do you mean you're a-goin' to take a walk? Yes, said the parson, that is. Let's all go, interrupted Texas. I'd like to see some o' that there geologizin' o' yourn. I shall be delighted to extend you an invitation, said the other, cordially. And thus it happened that the banded 7 took a walk back in the mountains that Saturday afternoon. That walk was the most momentous walk that those lads ever had occasion to take. Chapter 2. What a walk led to. It was a strangely accoutred cavalcade that set out from this West Point camp an hour or so later. The parson, as guide and temporary chief, led the way, having his beloved Dana's geology under his arms, and bearing in one hand an astrology hammer, in the other a capacious bag in which he purposed to carry any interesting specimens he chanced to find. The parson had brought with him to West Point his professional coat, with huge pockets for that purpose, but being a cadet he was not allowed to wear it. Chauncey and Indian brought up the rear. Chauncey was picking his way delicately along, fearful of spoiling a beautiful new shine he had just had put on. And Indian was in mortal terror lest some of the ghosts, bears, tramps or snakes which the yearlings had assured him filled the woods, should spring out upon his fat, perspiring little self. The government property at West Point extends for some 4 miles up the Hudson, and quite a distance into the wild mountains to the rear. The government property is equivalent to cadet limits, and so the woods are freely roamed by the venturesome lads on holiday afternoons. The parson was never more thoroughly in his element than he was just then. He was a learned professor, escorting a group of patient and willing pupils. The information which he gave out in solid chunks that afternoon would have filled an encyclopedia. A dozen times every hour he would stop and hold forth upon some newly observed object. But it was when on geology that the parson was at home. He might dabble in all sciences, in fact, he considered it the duty of a scholar to do so, but geology was his specialty, his own, his pet and paragon. And never did he wax so eloquently as when he was talking of geology, that science which unravels the mysteries of ages, that reads in the rocks of the present the silent stories of the years that are dead. Behold yon towering precipice, he cried, with its crevices torn by the winter's snows and rains. Gentlemen, I suppose you know that the substances which we call earth and sand are but the result of the ceaseless action of water, which tore it from the mountains and ground it into the ever-moving seas. It was water that carved the mountains from the masses of ancient rock, and water that cut the valleys that lead to the sea below. A wonderful thing is water to the geologist, a strange thing. It's a strange thing to a Texan, too, observed the incorrigible cowboy, making a sound like a popping cork. This cliff, all covered with vegetation, continued the parson, gazing up into the air, has a story to tell also. See that scar running across its surface? In the glacial era, when this valley was a mass of grinding, sliding ice, some great stone caught in the mass plowed that furrow which you see. And perhaps hundreds of miles below here I might find the stone that would fit that mark. That has been done by many a patient scientist. The 6 were staring at the cliff in open-mouthed interest. In the post-tertiary periods, continued the lecturer, this Hudson Valley was an inland sea. By that line of colored rock, denoting the top of the strata, I can tell what was the level of that body of water. The storms of that period did great havoc among the rocks. This cliff may have been torn and burrowed, I know of some that had great caves and passageways worn in them. The 6 were still staring. We find many wonderful fossils in such rock. The seas then were inhabited by many gigantic animals, whose skeletons we find, completely buried in stone. I have the foot of a megatherium, the foot being about as broad as my arm is long, found in some schistose quartz of this period. If you will excuse me for but a few moments I should like to examine the fragments at the bottom of the cliff and see. I think I see a foot there, cried Mark, excitedly. Where? Demanded the parson, no less so, his eyes flashing with professional zeal. It's the foot of the cliff, responded Mark. Do you see it? The parson turned away with a grieved look and fell to chipping at the rock. The rest roared with laughter, for which the geologist saw no cause. Gentlemen, said he at last, allow me to remind you of a line from Goldsmith's Deserted Village. And the loud laugh that shows the empty mind. Whereupon Dewey muttered an excited BG. Dewey had been so awed by his companion's learning that he hadn't told a story for an hour, but here the temptation was too great. BG, he cried. That reminds me of a story I once heard. There was a fellow had a girl by the name of Auburn. He wanted to write her a love poem, BG, and he didn't know how to begin. That poem The Deserted Village begins. Sweet Auburn, loveliest village of the plain. So, BG, this fellow thought that would do first rate for a starter. He wrote to her. Sweet Auburn, loveliest of the plain, and BG, she wouldn't speak to him for a month. Everyone joined in the laugh that followed except the parson. The parson was still busily chipping rocks with his astrology hammer. I find nothing, he remarked, hesitatingly. But I see a most beautiful fern up in that cleft. It is a rhododendron, of the species I cannot see it very clearly. I'll get it, observed Texas, gaily. I want to hear the rest of that air name. Don't forget the first part. Romeo, Romeo, what? While he was talking, Texas had laid hold of the projecting cliff, and with a mighty effort swung himself up on a ledge. Then he raised himself upon his toes and stretched out to get that rhododendron. The parson, gazing up anxiously, saw him lay hold of the plant to pull it off. And then, to his surprise, he heard the Texan give vent to a surprised and excited wow. "What's the matter?" cried the others. Texas was too much interested to answer. They saw him seize hold of a bush that grew above him and raise himself up. Then he pushed aside the plants in front of him and stared curiously. "What's the matter?" demanded the rest again. And Texas gazed down at them excitedly. "Hi, you," he roared. "Fellers, it's a cave." "A cave?" cried the others incredulously. By way of answer, Texas turned, faced the rock again, and shouted a mighty hello. And to the inexpressible consternation of the crowd, an echo, loud and clear, responded. Hello. It was a cave. Chapter 3. Mysteries galore. The excitement which resulted from Texas' amazing discovery may be imagined. If he had found a megatherium, feet and all, there could not have been more interest. Texas was dragged down by the legs, and then there was a wild scramble among the rest, the invalid excepted, to see who could get up there first and try the echo. The entrance, it seemed, was a narrow hole in the rock, completely hidden by a growth of bushes and plants. And the echo. What an amazing echo it was, to be sure. Not only did it answer clearly, but it repeated, and muttered again and again. It took parts of sentences and twisted them about and made the strangest possible combinations of sounds. "It must be an enormous cave," cried Mark. "It has probably fissures to a great distance," observed the geologist. "The freaks of water action are numerous. I wonder if there's room for a man to get in," Mark added. "If there ain't," suggested Texas, "we can force Indian through to make it bigger." Indian shrank back in horror. Oh, he cried. "I wouldn't go near it for a fortune. Bless my soul, there may be bears or snakes." This last suggestion made Dewey, who was then peeping in, drop down in a hurry. "BG," he gasped. "I hadn't thought of that. And who knows but what a live megatherium preserved from the tertiary periods may come roaring out." "I wish we had a light," said Mark. "Then we might look in and see. I wonder if we couldn't burn that book the parson has." The parson hugged his beloved Dana's geology in alarm. "Gentlemen," he said, severely, "I would rather you burned me than this book." "BG," cried Dewey. "You're most as dry. But a fellow couldn't find a match for you, parson, if he hunted from now till doomsday." Parson Stannard turned away with the grieved look he always wore when people got frivolous. But that mood did not last long. They were all too excited in their strange find to continue joking. They spent half an hour after that peering in cautiously and seeing nothing but blackness. Texas even had the nerve to stick one arm in, at which the rest cried out in horror. Indian's direful hint of snakes or bears had its effect. It took no small amount of daring to fool about that mysterious black hole. Dewey, ever merry and teasing, was keeping them all on pins and needles by being ceaselessly reminded of grisly yarns. He told of a cave that was full of rattlesnakes, assorted sizes, all genuine and no two alike, BG. Of another that had been a robber's den with great red-faced, furious, black villains in it, to say nothing of gleaming daggers. Of another, with pitfalls, with water in them and no bottom, though why the water didn't leak out of where the bottom wasn't, bg, I'm not able to say. It got to be very monotonous by and by, standing about in idleness and curiosity, peeping and wondering what was inside. I think it would be a good idea for someone to go in and find out, suggested Mark. Bless my soul, gasped Indian. I won't, for one. And I for two, BG, said Dewey, with a special emphasis. The rest were just as hasty to decline. One look at that black hole was enough to deter anyone. But Mark, getting more and more impatient at the delay, more and more resolved to end that mystery, was slowly making up his mind that he was not going to be deterred. And suddenly he stepped forward. Give me a boost, he said. I'm going in. You, echoed the six, in a breath. Your arm. I don't care, responded he, with decision. I'm going to find out what's inside, and I'm going to hurry up about it, too. Do you mean you're going to crawl through that hole? That's just what I do, he said. Texas sprang forward with an excited look. You ain't, he cried. 'Cause I'm not going to let you. And before Mark could comprehend what he meant, his devoted friend had swung himself up to the ledge again, and was already halfway in through the opening. The others stared up at him anxiously. They saw the Southerner's arms and head vanish, and then, while they waited, prepared for almost anything horrible, they heard an excited exclamation. A moment later the head reappeared. Hello, cried Texas. Fellers, there's a ladder in there. A ladder? Yes, sah. That's what I said, a ladder. A rope one. Once more the head disappeared, the body followed wriggling. Then with startling suddenness the feet and legs flew in, and an instant afterward, to the horror of the frightened crowd, there was a heavy crash. Mark made a leap for the opening. What's the matter? He cried. Ouch, they heard the bold Texan growl, his voice sounding hollow and muffled. The old ladder busted. Oh, gasped Indian. Are you dead? Texas did not condescend to answer that. Some o' you fellers come in higher now, he roared. I ain't a-goin' to stay alone. What's it like in there? Inquired Mark. I can't see, answered the other's muffled voice. Only it's a floor like, and, say, it's got carpet. A carpet, fairly gasped those outside. A carpet. I'm going in and see, exclaimed Mark. Help me up. The rest boosted him with a will. With his one free arm he managed to worm his way through the opening, and then Texas seized him and pulled him through. After that the others followed with alacrity. Even Indian finally got up the nerve, though loudly bemoaning his fate. He didn't want to come, but it was worse out there all alone in the woods. Coming in from the brilliant sunlight they were blind as bats. They could not detect the faintest shade of difference in the darkness, and they stood huddled together timidly, not even daring to grope about them. Let us remove ourselves further from the light, suggested the parson, ever learned. Then we may get used to the darkness, for the retina of the visual organ has the power of accommodating itself to a decrease in intensity of the illuminating. They prepared to obey the suggestion, without waiting for the conclusion of the discourse. But moving in that chasm was indeed a fearful task. In the first place, there were possible wells, so the parson said, though the presence of the mysterious carpet made that improbable. The first thing Mark had done when he reached bottom was to stoop and verify his friend's amazing statement. And he found that it was just as the other had said. There was carpet, and it was a soft, fine carpet, too. What that could mean they scarcely dared to think. Somebody must live here, whispered Mark. And they can hardly be honest people, hiding in a place like this. That did not tend to make the moving about any more pleasant. They caught hold of each other, though there was little comfort in that, for each found that his neighbors were trembling as much as himself. Then, step by step they advanced, groping in front with their hands, and feeling the ground in front of them with their feet. Bless my soul, gasped Indian. There might be a trapdoor. That gruesome and ghastly suggestion caused so much terror that it stopped all further progress for a minute at least, and when finally they did go on, it was with still more frightened and thumping hearts. They took 2 or 3 more steps ahead, and then suddenly Mark, who was a trifle in the lead, sprang back with a cry. "What is it?" gasped the rest. "There's something there," he said. "Something, I don't know what." "I touched it." They stood in a huddled group, straining their eyes to pierce the darkness. It was horrible to know that something was there, and not to know what. One might imagine anything. "It's a megatherium," whispered Dewey, irrepressible even here. In the suspense that followed, the frightened crowd made out that Mark was leaning forward to explore with one hand. And then suddenly, with a cry of real horror this time, he forced them back hastily. "It's alive," he cried. They were about ready to drop dead with terror by that time, or to scatter and run for their lives. Every one of them was wishing he had never thought of entering this gruesome, black place, with its awful mysteries, its possibilities of fierce beasts or still more fierce and lawless men, or ghosts and goblins, or heaven only knew what else. Most men do not believe in ghosts or goblins until they get into just some situation like this. Indian was moaning in terror most appalling, and the rest were in but little better state of mind. And then suddenly the parson uttered a subdued exclamation. They turned with him and saw what he meant. Facing the darkness as they had, when they turned in the direction of the light that streamed in from the opening, they found that they really could begin to see. But how? The light was so dim and gray that it only made things worse. The 7 saw all kinds of horrible shadows about them, above them, beneath them, and not one single object could they distinguish to allay their fears. Still huddled together, still silent and trembling, they stood and gazed about them, waiting. There was not a sound but the beating of their own hearts until all of a sudden Dewey was heard to whisper, "BG, I've got a match." Fumbling in his pockets for a moment, he brought that precious object out, while the others crowded about him anxiously. A match! A match! They could hardly believe their ears. Robinson Crusoe never welcomed that tiny object more gratefully. With fear and trembling Dewey prepared to light it. Every one of them dreaded the moment. Horrible though the darkness was, it might be a black shroud for yet more horrible things. Mark caught him by the arm just as he was in the act of doing it, but it was not for that reason. He suggested that they have papers ready to keep that precious fire going. It was a good idea, and proved so popular that the parson, filled with the spirit of self-sacrifice, even tore out the blank title pages of his Dana to contribute. And then at last Dewey struck the light. The match was a good one, fortunately. It flickered and sputtered a moment, seeming to hesitate about burning, while the lads gasped in suspense. Then suddenly it flared up brightly, and they gazed about them in dread. Chapter 4. A horrible discovery. What a lot of gruesomeness a little match can remove, to be sure. This one did not solve the mysteries of that wondrous cave, but it removed most of the horror of the explorers. It showed, for instance, that the furry thing which Mark had vowed was alive was an ordinary plush-covered chair. The 7 had no time to laugh at that, they were too busy staring. The feeble light could not reach to the other end of the long vista they saw, and neither could one of the papers they hastily lit. But it gave them one glimpse of a most amazing scene. This cave was indeed a surprising place. The carpet they saw covered nearly all of the floor. There were chairs scattered about, and other articles of furniture. There were some curtains draped from the rocky walls. There were swinging lamps from the vaulted roof. Down in the dim distance there was even a table with shining white dishes upon it. And then the light began to flicker. Quick as a flash, Mark seized it and sprang toward one of the lamps. He was just in time. He whipped off the shade and touched the wick. A moment later they were standing in a brilliant, clear light, that shone to the farthest depths of the place. The 7 bold plebes stood in the center beneath the lamp, perfectly amazed by what they saw. The same idea was flashing across the minds of all of them. This splendor must belong to someone. Those dishes up there were set for a meal. And the owner, where was he? Suppose he should come and find them there? Indian cast a longing glance at the opening that led to freedom outside. Probably the wisest course for them would have been precipitate flight. To be trapped in there by desperate men would be terrible indeed. But curiosity urged them on. This was a glorious mystery, a mystery worth solving. It was almost a fairy tale, an enchanted princess alone was needed. Now, whether they would have been bold enough to stay and look about them, had it not been for one occurrence, it is impossible to say. Texas, glancing curiously about him, caught sight of a familiar object on a bench to one side, and he leaped forward and seized it. He stared at it hastily and gave a cry of joy. It was a revolver. A .44 caliber, and it was loaded, too. No power on earth could have moved Texas then. He had a gun, he was at home after that, and he feared neither man nor devil. "Let 'em come," he cried. "I may go in to look." He strode forward, Mark at his side, and the rest following, peering into every nook and cranny. One thing seemed certain. There was no one about. The cave had all sorts of passageways and corners, but hunt as they would they saw not a soul, heard not a sound. The place was like a tomb. It was just as silent and weird and uncanny, and moreover just as moldy and dusty as the tomb is supposed to be. Mark examined the table with its queer outlay of dishes. They were all covered with dust, several had tops, and when Mark lifted them he found that they, too, were empty but for that. It seemed as if dust were everywhere. Mark was recalled from his interesting exploration by an excited BG, from Dewey. Dewey was staring at the wall, and as the others ran up to him he pointed without a word in front of him. There was a calendar hanging there. And plain as day, the inscription was still Tuesday, May the 18th, 1848. The seven were too mystified by that to say a word. They stared at each other in silence, and then went on. The next thing to attract their attention was a long workbench at one side. Mark wondered how that thing could ever have come in by the opening, until he saw a box of tools at one side, which suggested that it might have been built inside. There were all sorts of strange-looking tools upon the bench, and molds, and dies, and instruments which none of them recognized. Nearby was a forge and a small pair of bellows. A pot of once molten metal, now cold and dust-covered, stood beside it. There were bars, too, of what the puzzled crowd took to be lead. It was left to the all-wise parson to discover what this meant. The parson picked up one of the dies he saw upon the table. He gazed at it curiously, blowing away the dust and cleaning the metal. Then, muttering to himself excitedly, he stepped over to one side of the cave where soft clay was on the floor, and seizing some, pressed it into the mold. He held it before his horrified companions, a perfect image of the United States $50, and he spoke but two words of explanation. "Gentlemen," he said, "counterfeiters." The amount of excitement which that caused may be readily imagined. A counterfeiter's den. And they were in it? Texas clutched his revolver the tighter and stared about him warily. As for poor Indian, he simply sat down upon the floor and collapsed. "Fellows," said Mark at last. "I say we finish examining this place and get out." "I don't like it." None of them did, and they did not hesitate to say so, either. Nothing but curiosity, and the fact that they were ashamed to show their fear, kept them from running for all they were worth. As it was, their advance was timid and hesitating. They were almost at the end of the cave then. They could see the walls sloping together and the ceiling sloping down toward the floor. The light of the lamp was far away and dim then, and they could not see very clearly. But one thing they did make out to their surprise and alarm. The end of that cave was a heavy iron door, shut tight. There was but one idea flashed over the minds of every one of the seven at that moment. The money. Here was where the men kept it, in that firmly locked safe. "BG," muttered Dewey. "I say we go back." Most of them wanted to, and in a hurry. But there were two of them that didn't mean to. One was the venturesome and reckless Texas, and the other was Mark. "I'm sorry I came in," said the latter calmly. "But since I'm here, I'm going to see the thing to the end. I'm going to search this cave and find out what the whole business means. Who'll help me open that door?" The bandit seven weren't timid by a long shot. They had dared more desperate deeds than any plebs West Point had ever seen. But in this black hole of mystery, suggestive of desperate criminals and no one knew what else, it was no wonder that they hesitated. There was no one but Texas cared to venture near that shadowy door. Mark himself was by no means as cool as he seemed. He had made up his mind to explore the cave, and he meant to do it, but he chose to hurry all the same. He stepped quickly forward, peering anxiously into the shadows as he did so. And a moment later his hand was upon the doorknob. He shook it vigorously, but found that it was firmly set. It reminded him of the door of a safe, for it had a solid, heavy feel, and it closed with a spring lock, having no key. Mark noticed that as he was debating with himself whether or not to open it, and then suddenly he gave the knob a mighty wrench and pulled with all his might upon the door. The knob was rusty, and so were the complicated hinges. The door finally gave way, however, with a creak that was dismal and suggestive. The others shrank back instinctively as the black space it disclosed yawned in front of them. Mark's heart was beating furiously as he glanced around to peer in. A musty, clothes odor caught his attention, and then as the faint light made its way in, he saw that beyond was still another compartment, seemingly blacker, and certainly more mysterious than the first. But Mark hesitated not a moment. He had made up his mind to enter, and he did. Texas, who was at his back, taking hold of the door to hold it. Those outside waited for but one moment, a moment of anxious suspense and dread. They had seen their leader's figure vanish, swallowed up in the blackness of the place. They were wondering, tremblingly, as to what the result would be, and then suddenly came a result so terrible and unexpected that it nearly knocked them down. It was a scream, a wild shriek of horror, and it came from Mark. The six outside gazed at each other, ready to faint from fright. Texas, startled, too, by the weirdness of the tone, sprang back involuntarily. And in an instant the heavy iron door, released from his hand, swung inward and slammed with a dismal clang that rang and echoed down the long, vaulted cave. The noise was succeeded by a silence that was yet more terrible. Not another sound came from Mark, to tell that he was alive or what. And for just an instant, paralyzed with fright, the horror-stricken cadet stood motionless, staring blankly at the glistening door. And then Texas sprang forward to the rescue. He seized the knob furiously, and tearing at the barrier with all his strength, flung it wide open. "Come on," he cried. "Follow me." Texas was clutching the revolver, a desperate look upon his face. The others, horrified though they were, sprang forward to his side ready to dare anything for the sake of Mark. But there was no need of their entering, as the light shone in the whole scene was plainly in view. And the six stared with ever-increasing awe. Leaning against the wall, where he had staggered back, was Mark. His face was as white as a sheet, one trembling hand was raised, pointing across the compartment. And the rest followed the direction with their eyes, and then started back in no less horror, their faces even paler than his. Lying flat upon the floor, shining out in the blackness white and distinct and ghastly, their hollow eyes fixed in a death stare upon the roof, were six horrible, grinning skeletons. Awe-stricken, those reckless plebes stood motionless, gazing upon the scene. They were too dumbfounded to say a word, almost to think. And then suddenly, as one man, moved by a single impulse, they faced about and stole silently out of the place. The iron door clanged once more, and then, still silent, the plebes marched in Indian file down the long corridor to where the sunlight streamed in, helped each other out through the narrow opening, and finally, free at last, drew a long breath of inexpressible relief under the clear blue sky of heaven. It was some minutes after that even before they said a word. Finally Mark spoke. "Fellows," he said, "there's a mystery. Who can solve it?" The parson heaved a sigh and raised his voice. "There were once," he began, "6 counterfeiters, who did their work in a lonely cave. That cave had 2 entrances, one of which we know of. And the other lies at the end of the passageway," said Mark. "It was a way of escape," went on the parson, "in case the other entrance was discovered by outsiders. But subsequently that entrance became blocked. And they were caught in their own trap," finished Mark. "That door slammed as it did on me, and they were suffocated. And that is all. Let us go home." Still awe-stricken and silent, the rest arose and started to follow him. But suddenly Texas, the excitable, irrelevant Texas, stopped and began to gasp. "Say," he cried. "Fellers. What is it? D'ye know I never thought of it? That air cave is our N." "How do you mean?" "There ain't anyone else to own it, that's what I mean. And if ever we want a place to hide in, or haze yearlings in, came from Dewey. It's ours," cried Mark. "Just the thing. Hurrah!" Chapter V. A joke on the parson. Mark did not lose any time in telling Grace Fuller all about the cave. He called on her at the West Point Hotel, where she boarded with her father, and found her sitting on the piazza. "A real cave," she cried, with a smile. "How romantic. Have you told?" "Nobody but you," said Mark. "It's our secret. We may want to haze some yearlings there, you know. So not a word. But you say it was furnished. How wonderful." "Yes," said Mark, "even carpets. It seems that this place was once the den of a gang of counterfeiters. I see you open your eyes in surprise. We found all their dyes and molds and everything." "But how do you know they aren't there still?" inquired Grace Fuller in alarm. "That is the gruesome part of the story. They are all dead. We found that the cave was divided by a heavy iron door. I went into the other part and the door slammed and shut me in. I was scared almost to death, far more than I was the day I swam out to help you. The rest of the fellows opened it at last, and I found that I was shut in with 6 skeletons. I don't wonder you look horrified. Those criminals had been trapped accidentally in their own cave, just as I was, but they had been suffocated. And there they had lain, we found out afterward, for 40 or 50 years. It is perfectly terrible," gasped the girl, her cheeks pale. "I don't see how you will ever dare go into the place again." "It is a big temptation," laughed Mark. "You see, if the cadets continue to try unfair tactics in their efforts to haze us poor unfortunate plebs, we can scare some of them into submission up there. And besides, our learned Boston friend, Parson Stannard, has gotten the gold fever. He vows he's going on a treasure hunt in that cave." "A treasure hunt?" "Yes. You see, it's probable those men had some money, to say nothing of all the bad money they made. And it'll be a case of findings keepings." "I see," said Grace, thoughtfully. And then suddenly she broke into one of her merry, ringing laughs, that compelled Mark to join. "I think the parson's such a queer old chap," she cried. "Isn't he comical? He's so solemn and learned. I can just imagine him prying all about that cave, the same way he does for his fossils." "I never shall forget the day I first met the parson," responded Mark. "It was when we were just getting up the Bandit 7 to try to stop the hazing. The yearlings had tied his long, bony frame in a sack. He had gotten out and chased the whole crowd of them about the parade ground. And he came into my room in barracks perfectly furious with indignation. Yeah, by Zeus. He found out I was interested in geology," said Grace. "I studied it once, and he's never ceased to give me lectures since he found that out. And I never hear anything nowadays but schistose slates, and sandstone conglomerates, and Triassic eras, and Orahippuses, and Protodactyls and Brontotheriums. He gives us long discourses over in camp, too, laughed Mark. I can see his lank, bony figure now. It was more comical still when he wore his geology coat, with huge coattails and pockets for fossils. Anyhow, he gets very much worked up when he's telling us about the glories of geology. And poor Dewey, who's such an inveterate joker, always has to get into trouble by interrupting him. Yesterday, for instance, the parson was telling us about seashores. He didn't see how anyone could fail to appreciate what a wonderful thing a beach was. Here was being written a record that men might read millions of years later. It would be hardened then into imperishable stone. Here, for instance, was the track of a bird. Little by little sand would be scattered over it, more sand on top of that, and so on until it was crushed into rock. That is the way all sandstones are made. Huge convulsions of earth would bring that up to the surface, men would find it, break it open, and there the track of the bird. Wonder of wonders. Here Mark paused for breath, and began to laugh. What did Dewey say? Inquired Grace. He wanted to know if the parson would classify the summer girl as a bird. He said he'd seen lots of their tracks on the beach. Then he wanted to know if a learned geologist could tell the track of a Chicago girl from that of a Boston girl. Then he went on to imagine the contents of a Coney Island sandstone. The parson had told of megatherium's bones and teeth and skeletons. Dewey wanted to know how about empty sarsaparilla bottles and peanut shells, and tickets to the Turkish dancers and shoot the chutes, and popcorn balls, and frankfurters. What did the parson say? Laughed the girl. Oh, he just said something about being frivolous. But the climax came a few minutes later when the parson told how Cuvier and other famous scientists had become so wondrously learned that they could tell what an animal was from the tiniest bit of its skeleton, its frame, as he called it. And that started Dewey. He put on his most serious face and told us how he'd read of a great mystery, a geologist who had found the frame of an animal hard as iron, and almost smashed to pieces in some rocks. There was what looked like the body of a man lying near. The first mentioned thing, so Dewey said, had 18 teeth in front and 7 behind. And the geologist didn't know what on earth it was. Mark interrupted himself here long enough to indulge in a little silent laughter, and then he went on. Well, the parson took it seriously. He put on his most learned air, and looked it up in Dana, his beloved geological textbook. 18 in front and 7 behind? The rear ones must be molars. Probably, then, it was a paleotheer, but they were extinct before primeval man appears. And it couldn't be one of the Zenglodons, and surely not a plesiosaurus. Oh, yes. Why, of course, it must be an ichthyornis. And the parson was smiles all over. How stupid of that geologist not to have guessed it. An ichthyornis. But then Dewey said no, it wasn't. Then what is it? Cried the parson. And what did he say? Laughed Grace. He said it was a 97 model, 72 gear, and the rider had coasted down the hill on it. The teeth weren't molars, they were sprockets. Somebody yelled bicycle, and the parson wouldn't speak to him all day. The girls' merry laughter over the story was pleasant to hear. It was a great deal more pleasant to Mark than the original incident had been. I think it's a shame to fool him so, said Grace. The parson is so solemn and dignified. And it hurts his feelings. He gets over it all, laughed Mark, and then he enjoys it, too, else we wouldn't do it, for every one of us likes our old geological genius. I don't see what we should do without him. He knows everything under the sun, I'm sure, especially about fossils. I don't think it would be possible to fool him, said she. Mark chuckled softly to himself. That remark of yours just reminds me of something else, he said. The Bandit 7 have put up a job to try. Try to fool the parson, you mean, cried Grace. By way of answer Mark fumbled under his jacket where the girl had noticed a peculiar lump. He drew forth a bit of stone and handed it to her. "What would you call that?" he asked. "It looks for all the world like a fossil," she said. "Yes," said Mark. "That's what we all thought. Dewey found it, and it fooled him. He thought it was the bone of a megatherium, or one of those outlandish beasts. We were going to give it to the parson, only I had the luck to recognize it. It's nothing but a bit of a porcelain jug. And then Dewey suggested that we try it on him, too." "I should like to see how it goes with the parson," responded Grace, with a laugh. "I wish you'd try it while I'm around." The two, as they had been talking, were gazing across from the piazza in the direction of the summer encampment of the Corps. And suddenly the girl gave an exclamation of surprise, as she noticed a tall, long-legged figure leave the camp, and proceed with great strides across the parade ground. "There he goes now," cried she. Mark put his fingers to his lips and gave a shrill whistle. The parson faced about and stared around anxiously, then, as he saw a handkerchief waving to him from the hotel, he turned and strode in that direction. A minute later his solemn face was gazing up at the two. "What is it?" he inquired. "I dare not come up there." "No, tempt me not. The little volume of instructions designated as the Blue Book denies the pleasure of visiting the hotel without a permit. I fear exceedingly lest I be violating some regulation by standing so near the forbidden ground." "I'm quite used to getting permits to visit here," laughed Mark. "I think I'll order them by the wholesale soon, that is if Miss Fuller stays much longer. I'll bet," Mark added, whispering to the girl, as he noticed the parson edging off. "I'll bet I can make him break a rule and come up here." "How?" inquired the girl. "Parson." "Oh, parson," cried Mark. "Come up here." "Tempt me not," protested Stannard. "The danger is great and—" "I've got a fossil to show you," called the other. The parson stared incredulously for a moment at the object Mark held up. He suspected a ruse. But no, it was a fossil. And oblivious to duty, danger, demerits, and all the rest of the universe, he gave a leap, dashed up the stairs, and fairly pounced upon the two. "A fossil," he cried. "By the immortal gods, a fossil! Yeah, by Zeus, let me see it." Chapter 6. Stannard's Defiance. The parson seemed about ready to devour that fossil. He seized it and plumped himself down in a chair with a thud. He paused just long enough to deposit his Dana upon the floor, and to draw up his learned trousers to the high-water mark, disclosing his pale, sea-green socks. And then with a preliminary ahem, and several blinks, he raised the precious relic and stared at it. The two conspirators were watching him gleefully, occasionally exchanging sly glances. The parson, all oblivious of this, surveyed one side of the fossil and then turned it over. He tapped it on the arm of his chair, he picked at it with his fingernail, he even tasted it, with scientific public-spiritedness and zeal. And then he cleared his throat solemnly and looked up. "Gentlemen," said he, that is ladies, this is a most interesting specimen we have here. I regret that with the brief analysis possible to me I cannot classify it as I should like. A microscopic examination would be undoubtedly essential for that. But some things I can say. This is evidently a fossil bone, a portion of the thigh bone, I should say, probably of some gigantic animal like the ichthyosaurus. As you will notice from the compactness of the structure and the heaviness, it is much solidified, thus indicating a very remote age, probably the Upper Cretaceous at the very least, or possibly the Silurian. I am not able to say positively because—" The parson stopped and gazed about him with a surprised and rather injured air. Really, the rudeness of some people was amazing. Here were the two he was talking to actually leaning back in their chairs and giving vent to peals of laughter. What about he had no idea. This was really too much. It was at least 5 minutes before either Mark or his companion could manage to stop long enough to explain to the puzzled geologist that he had been classifying a porcelain jug. and when they did and he realized it, he sat back in his chair and gazed at them in utter consternation. He never said one word for at least a minute, he simply stared, while the idea slowly percolated through his mind. Grace Fuller, ever kind-hearted and considerate, had begun to fear that he was angry, and then suddenly the Boston scholar leaned back in his chair, opened his classic mouth, and forth therefrom came a roar of laughter that made the sentries away over by camp start in alarm. "Ho, ho, ho," shouted he. "Ho, ho, ha, ha, he. A jug. Yeah, by Zeus, a jug. By the 9 immortals, a jug." Mark stared at him in undisguised amazement. During all his acquaintance with that solemn scholar, he had never seen such an earthquake of a laugh as that. And evidently, too, the parson was not used to it, for when he stopped he was so out of breath and red in the face that he could hardly move. And that was the first, last, one and only time that Parson Stannard was ever known to laugh. It took a peculiar sort of a joke to move the parson. It took also quite an amount of sputtering and gasping to restore the gentleman's throat and lungs to their ordinary normal condition. That spasm of hilarity which had ploughed its way through him like a mighty ship through the waves had left little ripples and gurgles of laughter which bubbled forth occasionally for the next 10 minutes at least. It passed, however, at last, to return no more, and Parson Stannard was the same solemn and learned parson as ever. "Gentlemen," said he, that is ladies, that was indeed a most extraordinary blunder for a student of geology to make." "It fooled us all," said Grace, consolingly. Responded he, with crushing severity. "That was to be expected. But one who has pursued the science as the study of his life should not thus be deceived. Gentlemen, I am tired of being fooled, by Zeus." "Do you mean," inquired Mark, "that you want us to stop playing jokes on you?" Mark had been a little conscience-stricken during that last prank. He expected the parson to answer his question in the affirmative, and he meant in all seriousness to agree to stop. But the parson's answer was different. His professional pride had been awakened. "I mean nothing of the kind," said he. "I mean that I no longer mean to let you. I mean that a man who has so long resisted and outwitted our enemy, the yearlings, ought now to be beyond deception. I will no more be fooled." There was quite an exciting adventure destined to grow out of that scholarly defiance, an adventure that none of those present had the least suspicion of then. "Do you mean," inquired Mark, laughingly, "that you defy the banded 7 to fool you again?" "Yeah, by Zeus," said the parson, emphatically. "And I mean not only geologically, but in any other way whatsoever, logically or illogically." Mark chuckled softly to himself at that. "I'll try it some day," he said. "I'll give you a chance to forget it meanwhile." He said nothing more about it then, and a minute or so later the parson arose to go. Said he. "Gentlemen, that is ladies, I bid you good afternoon. I really fear to incur further risk by yielding to the charms of the siren's voice. Farewell." Mark and the girl sat in silence and watched his ungainly figure stride away down the path, and suddenly she fell to laughing merrily. "The parson's dignity is insulted," she said. "He is getting bold and defiant. And I see room for no end of fun just there," responded Mark. "I had an inspiration a few moments ago, watching him. And I have a perfectly fascinating plot already." "Do you mean," inquired Grace, "that you are going to take his challenge up so soon?" "That's just what I do," laughed Mark. "I mean to do it this very night, before he's expecting it." "What is it?" "I told you a few moments ago, didn't I, that the parson was excited over the possibility of finding a treasure?" The girl was staring at Mark with a look of interest and curiosity. That single hint was enough for her quick-wit mind, and her beautiful face was lit up with excitement in a moment. "Gemini," she cried. "That's so. Oh. Let me help, won't you? We'll fool the parson with the treasure." During the next half hour those two conspirators, completely oblivious of everything, just sat and whispered and chuckled. They were off in a lonely corner with no one to overhear them, and they put their heads together and concocted schemes by the bushel, getting more and more excited and hilarious every moment. And then suddenly Mark sprang up with a cry of delight, said goodbye in a hurry and rushed away. "I must tell the rest of the 7, he laughed. "This is too good to keep. And oh, say, if we can work it." Whoop. Chapter 7. Stannard's Strange Visitor. Dress parade, which took place immediately after the above, occupied the time until supper. It was growing dark by the time the battalion marched back from mess hall, and the plebe sighed and realized that one more Saturday half-holiday was gone. Parson Stannard, with whom we have to do at present, looked around for his fellow members as soon as the plebe company broke ranks. He found to his surprise that they had disappeared suddenly, gone he knew not where. They had gone to put into execution the plot to fool him, but Stannard did not know it. He turned and strolled away by himself in the gathering dusk. Near Trophy Point, just west of the camp, stands Battle Monument. North of it stretches one of the finest views that the Hudson Valley affords, a winding river reaching the horizon's end with the mountains of the highlands sloping to its very shores. The parson liked that view especially at this hour of peace. The parson was wont to preach long sermons to himself upon the sublimity of nature and the insignificance of man, etc., whenever he walked out there. And so now he seated himself in a quiet nook and soon forgot where he was and everything else about himself. Others knew where he was, however, and from a safe distance were eyeing his meditative form. It got darker and darker, stars began to come out one by one, and the moon began to turn from white to golden. All this was lost upon the solitary philosopher, who would probably have remained hidden in his own thoughts until tattoo sounded, had it not been for one unpleasant interruption. Now the parson did not like to be interrupted. He looked up with an obvious expression of annoyance, when he became aware of the fact that a figure was approaching him, had stopped and was staring at him. But when the parson surveyed the figure, he forgot to be annoyed, for it was a very peculiar-looking figure, and moreover it was acting very peculiarly too. From what the parson could see of him in the darkness, he was an old pack peddler. His figure was bent and stooping, and he bore upon his back a heavy load. As to his face, it was so covered by a growth of heavy black hair and beard that the parson could see nothing but a pair of twinkling eyes. Such was the man. To the parson's infinite amazement, he was setting down his pack and preparing to display his wares to him, the refined and cultured Boston scholar. "Shoelaces, suspenders," muttered the curious creature, in a low, disagreeable voice. "No," said the other, emphatically. "Matches, collar buttons." "No," cried the parson, this time angrily. "Socks, combs, brushes." "No. Go away." "Hairpins, needles, necklaces." "I tell you I don't want anything," exclaimed the cadet. "You disturb my meditations, yeah, by Zeus, exceedingly. I have no money. I don't want anything." The strange old man paid not the least attention to these emphatic and scholarly remonstrances. He was still fumbling at his pack, about to display the contents. And so the parson, who was exceedingly provoked at having been interrupted in a most valuable train of thought, seeing the man was persistent, sprang up and started to hurry away in disgust. And then suddenly he was brought to a halt again, completely, as much startled as if he had been shot through the back. For the old man had raised his voice commandingly and called aloud. "Stop!" Completely mystified and not a little alarmed by that extraordinary act, the parson turned and stared at the weird figure. The peddler was still bent half to the ground, but he had flung back his bushy head and extended his hand in a gesture of command. "Why," stammered the amazed cadet. "By Zeus." The old man continued to stand, his piercing eyes flashing. And then suddenly he dropped his hand and in a low, sing-song voice began to mumble, as if to himself. His very first words rooted the parson to the spot in amazement and horror. Deep within a mountain dreary lies a cavern old and dark, where the bones of men lie bleaching. In a chamber, cold and stark. The parson had turned as white as any bones, he was gasping, staring at the horrible creature, who knew the secret that the parson had thought was his friends alone to tell. His consternation it is difficult to imagine. The crouching figure saw it, and took advantage of it instantly. Without making another sound, he backed away, beckoning, the parson following instinctively, helplessly. They stood beneath the protecting shadow of some high bushes, and there once more the weird figure raised his arms, and the amazed cadet quailed and listened. 'Twas a secret not for mortals, hidden by that cavern walls. For beyond those gloomy portals, in the name of all that is holy, cried the parson, suddenly. By the 9 Olympians, by the 9 Heliconian muses, I abjure you. By the 3 Cyclos, by the 3 Centimani, the 3 Fates, the 3 Furies, the 3 Graces. By Acheron and the Styx. By the Pillars of Hercules and the Palladium of Troy. By all that men can mention, yeah, by Zeus, I demand to know how you learned this. The parson gasped after that, and the old man went on. Silence, rash, presumptuous mortal. Seekest thou the fates to know? At whose word e'en Zeus doth tremble? Sun and earth and moon below. There was nothing like a classical allusion to awe the parson, convinced of the strange man's superiority. Then, he dared not a word more. Bold and reckless those who entered. Risks they ran they never knew. But, once entered there's the secret. Secret that I tell to you. At the hour of midnight venture to that cavern black to go. Fear not. I protection give thee. Keep thee safe from every foe. Bear a spade upon thy shoulder. Take thy friends to give thee aid. Deep to dig in search of treasure. Once beneath its carpet laid. Find a lamp by you 'twas lighted. When you first beheld those halls. 'Tis the secret I shall give thee. Dig where its shadow falls. The old man stopped abruptly. The amazed cadet was staring at him in the utmost consternation. And then suddenly the man raised his hand again. Go, he said. The parson followed his finger, it was pointing to the camp, and hesitating but a moment more Stannard turned and started away, his brain reeling so that he could hardly walk, his ears still echoing the words. 'Tis the secret I shall give thee. Dig where its shadow falls. He never once turned to look back at that mysterious figure. If he had he might have been more surprised than ever. For the figure, hiding behind the bush, flung off its pack, stepped out of the old man's rags, tore off a heavy false beard and wig and emerged. Mark Mallory. He whistled once, and a drum orderly, bribed for the occasion, ran out and hurried off with the things. And Mark rushed over and burst into a group of cadets that stood near. It worked. It worked, he cried. Oh, you should have seen how it took him in. And he'll go as sure as we're alive. And just then tattoos sounded and the 6 villains set out on a run for the camp. Now Parson Stannard's scholarly features were solemn enough under any circumstances, when there was anything to make them still more so he was a sight to behold. This was the case that evenings for the parson, when he fell into line, was looking as if the future destiny of the universe were resting upon his shoulders, and his hilarious comrades were scarcely able to keep from bursting into laughter every time they glanced at him. He was too busy with his own thoughts to notice them, however. He was so much occupied by speculations upon the mystery of that weird old man that he forgot for a moment to answer to his name at roll call, and had to be poked in the ribs to wake him up. Then the line melted away, and still solemn he marched into his tent and gathered his wondering fellow devils about him. Gentlemen, said he, I have a tale to tell you. I have this day, this very hour, met with an adventure, preternatural or supernatural, that exceeds the capacities of the human intellectualities to appreciate. Gentlemen, I am no believer in signs or auguries, but never did the oracle of Delphi or the Sibyl of Cumæa promulgate a prophecy more extraordinary than one. "What on earth's the matter?" cried the six, in obvious amazement. "You seen a ghost?" inquired Texas. "No, gentlemen," said the parson. "But I have seen someone or something that I should be glad to know was a ghost, something more marvelous than any hitherto recorded, spiritualistic manifestation. And I am sorely perplexed." After this and a little more of similar introduction, the parson finally managed to get down to business and tell to his horrified companions the tale of his adventure. "Say, look-a here, parson," demanded Texas, when he had finished, "you expect us to believe that 'ere yarn?" "That's what I say," added Mark. "He's trying to fool us." "Gentlemen," protested the other, "do I look like a man who was joking?" He didn't, for a fact. He looked like a man who had been through a flour mill. "But that don't make any difference," vowed Mark. "You're just putting on that face to help deceive us." "By Zeus," exclaimed the parson. "Gentlemen, I swear to you that I am serious. I swear it by the bones of my grandfather. I swear." "Make it grandmother," hinted Texas. "I swear it by the poisons of Colchia," continued the other indignantly. "By the waters of the Styx, by the sands of the Pactolus, by the spells of Medea, by the thunderbolts of Jove, by the sandals of Mercury." The parson would probably have continued swearing by everything known to mythology, keeping up until Taps stopped him. But by that time the conspirators saw fit to believe him. "This is an extraordinary state of affairs," said Mark, solemnly. "Really, fellows, do you know, I think we ought to go." "BG, so do I," cried Dewey. "I was about to extend you an invitation," said the parson. "For my part I am determined to go this very night. Nothing shall stop me, gentlemen. My mind is made up. That treasure, revealed to me under such circumstances, I am determined to secure, and that in spite of whatever dangers I may meet, whatever foes may oppose me, whatever—" "Bully for the parson," whispered Texas. "He's gettin' spunky." "We are by no means the first," said the solemn scholar, "to undertake a dangerous search for wealth. The ancient poets sang of Jason and the Argonauts and the search for the golden fleece. This yere's the biggest golden fleece of any of 'em," observed Texas, slyly. But the parson didn't hear that. He continued all innocent and unsuspecting as ever. And when the seven went to sleep at last, it was with a solemn promise on their lips to be up and doing in time to reach the cave by midnight. As for the parson, he did not sleep at all, he was too excited. The parson was in a regular Captain Kidd humor that night. Gold! Gold! He waited impatiently until the tack had inspected after taps, and then he turned over on his back and stared at the roof of the tent and lay thinking over the extraordinary adventure he had met with, and the still more extraordinary adventures that were likely to result from it. He was even going so far as to speculate what he was going to do with his wealth. He'd divide it among the rest, of course. And what magnificent fossils he was going to purchase with his share. He had not long to dwell over that, however. It was 2 good miles through the woods to that cave, and it might take them some time to find it besides. And not to be there at 12 would be a calamity indeed. The parson hadn't a very clear idea why he must dig at midnight particularly, but he thought it best to obey orders and ask no questions. So very soon after he heard the sentry call the hour of 10:30 he sprang up and awakened his fellow treasure hunters. Indian was on guard that night, and so the 6 remaining who were to conduct the expedition, found no trouble in stealing out of camp. They arose and dressed hastily, and then, not without some little nervousness lest their absence should be noticed, they stole across their friend's sentry beat and made a dash for the woods. Parson Stannard's gold hunting expedition was started. Chapter 8. An unexpected result. The walk through that mountain forest was one to be remembered for some time. In the first place, the parson had been provident enough to fee a drum orderly to steal him a spade and hide it. The parson insisted upon carrying that spade himself, for that was what the old man had said. And the parson was careful to carry it upon his shoulder, too. It was surprising how superstitious he had suddenly become. During the dismal trip he enlivened them by a classic discussion of the scientific evidence for and against ghosts, goblins, and magic. But, gentlemen, he said solemnly, one such experience as this of mine convinces a man more than 10,000 arguments, yeah, by Zeus. Here Texas went into a roar of laughter, which fortunately wound up in a coughing fit and so excited no suspicions. Did you ever try to walk through a black woods at night, a really dark night? Rocks and logs seem just built to catch your shins, bushes and cobwebs for your eyes. And everyone in the party vows that the way they ought to go is off there. The six wandered about desperately, time fairly flying and the excited guide and treasure hunter getting more and more fearful lest the hour should have passed. It seemed almost by a miracle that they finally reached the cliff in which lay the cave. The entrance was a bush-covered hole in the rocks some 10 feet from the ground. The parson lost not a moment in clambering up and getting in, for he was in a hurry. The 5 others, still chuckling joyfully over the success of their deception, followed him in one after another. The party had plenty of matches and candles provided this time, and so one of the lamps in the uncanny place was soon lighted, and then they were ready for work. The parson, businesslike and solemn, hauled out his watch. 3 minutes, he said. Just in time. He passed the watch to Mark without another word. Mark held it in his hand to give the signal and the parson whipped off his coat and seized the shovel with a desperate grip. You'll have to cut the carpet, said one of them. The parson had thought of that. He hauled a huge clasp knife from under his jacket. Mark considered it a shame to spoil the place that way, and for a moment he thought of telling and stopping the fun. But by that time the thoroughly excited geologist was down on his knees carving out a slice. He had lit the lamp, according to the directions. Its shadow, of course, fell right underneath, and there the parson was about to work. There was a strange scene at that moment, if anyone had been there to see it. First there was the mysterious dimly lit cave. Underneath the solitary light stood the excited figure of the long-haired Boston genius, his eyes glittering, his hand trembling. He clutched the spade with determination, and gazed anxiously at Mark, like a racer awaiting the signal. The 5 others were standing about him, winking at each other slyly, and egging the parson merrily on. Oh, how they did mean to make him dig! It was a solemn moment for the parson. To say nothing of the treasure he meant to find, there was his scientific interest in the experiment, testing the old wizard's learning. Then suddenly Mark Mallory looked up. Now, said he. And the parson jammed his spade into the ground the same instant. The great treasure hunt had begun. Fairly bubbling over with fun, the conspirators gathered about him, stooping down and staring anxiously, jumping about and exclaiming excitedly, and above all urging the workmen to still greater haste. Dig! Dig! They cried. And you can rest assured the parson did dig. His long bony arms were flying like a machine. Beads of perspiration gathered on his classic brow, his breath came in gasps that choked off his numerous learned exclamations. And yet he kept on, flinging the dirt in showers about the room until the place began to look as if a sandstorm had struck it. The parson was working as never had a parson worked before. The others gave him little chance to rest, either. They kept up his frenzy of excitement by every means they could think of. But such working as that was bound to end soon, for even geological muscles can't stand everything. In this case the end came of its own accord, for the simple reason that the hole got too deep. In his wild excitement Stannard had dug only a narrow one, and by he got down so far that he could barely reach the bottom with the end of his shovel. Then he stopped. By Zeus, he gasped, gentlemen, this is outrageous. A shame, cried Mark. What are we going to do? Hurry up, it's away after midnight. The parson gazed around him wildly. He was as anxious to hurry as anyone, but he didn't know what to hurry at. Wow, growled Texas. Why don't you fellers hurry up dar? Whar's that air treasure? Did you bring me way out higher to get nothin'? This and dozens of similar remarks got the parson very much discouraged and disgusted indeed. Gentlemen, he protested, I cannot help it, I really cannot. I swear to you by all the inhabitants of Tartarus that if I knew what to do I should do it with all possible seal writing. But what? I don't believe there's any treasure there, growled Texas. It's all a fake. That's what I say, too, BG, cried Dewey. I just believe the parson wanted to show us he knew how to dig graves. I wish I were asleep in my tent. Reminds me of a story I once heard, BG. Don't tell us any stories, exclaimed Mark with feigned anger. The parson has told us enough for one night. This is outrageous. The poor parson had sunk into a chair in exhaustion and resignation. Evidently there was no more fun to be gotten out of him, Mark thought, and was about to propose returning to camp, when suddenly another idea flashed across him. Jove, he exclaimed, excitedly. I didn't think of that. The parson sprang up again with a sudden renewal of interest and life. What is it? He cried. What is it? I've got an idea, shouted Mark. Ye gods! Why didn't I think of that before? I know why we haven't found the treasure. The parson's excitement was genuine, the others joined in with his exclamations to keep up the effect. What is it? They cried, yet more loudly. Did that wizard tell you to light the lamp? Mark demanded of the parson. And no, stammered the other, obviously puzzled, but how else could it have a shadow? For an answer Mark sprang forward and extinguished the lamp. Then he turned and cried triumphantly. Look! In the partial darkness the light of the moon, coming in through the hole, alone was visible. It struck the lamp right full and cast a deep black shadow over in one corner of the cave, close to the wall. Ha! Exclaimed Mark dramatically. There's the spot. BG, cried Dewey, falling in with the scheme. So it is. And that's why he told you to dig at midnight, BG. Already the parson had seized his spade and made a regular kangaroo leap for the place. Before his hilarious comrades could even start to follow he had broken ground once more and was flinging the dirt about with even more reckless eagerness. Go it, roared the rest. The crowd gathered about him in a circle, clapping their hands, dancing about, and shouting like rooters at a baseball game in the oft-quoted case of the ninth inning, 2 out, score a tie, etc. And never did a batter lam her out with more vigor than the treasure-hunting scholar lammed her into that ground. They reached the 2-foot mark, and then began the same trouble of inability to reach the bottom. Better make it bigger, BG, laughed Dewey. Don't give up. If it don't work this time, BG, we'll light every other lamp in the place and try their shadows. And then with an exclamation of excitement the parson sprang back. I've struck something, he cried. Whoop, roared the crowd chuckling. We've found the treasure. Hooray. It's hard, panted the excited Stannard. It's as hard as a rock, isn't it, said Mark, with a sly wink. And then he added under his breath, a rock it is. But the parson was too busy to hear that. He was working feverishly, plunging his spade into the ground, flinging out the earth, occasionally hitting the object with a sharp sound that made him get more overjoyed and the rest get more convulsed with laughter. Truly the solemn parson digging a trench was a most ludicrous sight. His next move was more ludicrous still. He got down on his stomach, flat, and reached into the ground. Whoop, roared Texas, it's good he's got long arms. Hooray, we've got our treasure. Yes, by Zeus, cried the parson, springing up and facing them. His next words almost took them off their feet, and no wonder. Gentlemen, he said, solemnly, we have got a treasure. It's got a handle. The 5 stared at each other in dumb amazement. A handle, they echoed. A handle. And then Mark flung himself to the ground, and reached in. When he got up again it was with a look on his face that struck the others into a heap. "Fellows," he cried, "as I live, it has got a handle." The parson of course was not in the least surprised, it was what he had been expecting all along. What surprised him was their surprise and incredulity and blank amazement. Each one of them must needs stoop and verify Mark's extraordinary statement, learn that there was something down there with a handle for a fact. And then, as completely subdued and serious as ever were merry jokers, they took the spade from the exhausted Stannard and set to work to dig with real earnestness, and in silence. No exclamation they could think of came anywhere near expressing their state of mind. They widened the hole the parson had made, and thus exposed one corner of the object, which proved to be a wooden chest, of what size they could not tell. And that discovery completed the indescribable consternation of the five. There never was a joke stopped much more abruptly than that one. They continued digging. To make a long story short, they dug for half an hour steadily, and by that time had succeeded in disclosing the box, which was over 2 feet long and surrounded by hard clay. Having freed it, Mark sprang down and tried to life it. He failed, and they dug the hole yet wider still. Then, fairly burning up with excitement and curiosity and eagerness, the whole five got down into the ditch and lifted out the chest. It cost them quite an effort even then, but they got it out at last and gathered around it, staring curiously, whispering anxiously. It was locked firmly, that they could see. But the wood was rotten, and Mark seized the shovel and knocked the hinges off the back with one quick blow. Then the six stood and stared at each other, each one of them hesitating for a moment before revealing that uncanny mystery. That did not last very long, however. Mark grasped the lid firmly and wrenched it back. And as one man the six leaped forward to glance in. Gold! The cry burst from throats of every one of them at once. They sprang back and gazed at each other in amazement. For that huge chest was fairly brimming over with $5 gold pieces. Oh, what a scene there was for the next 10 minutes. The cadets were fairly wild. They stooped and gazed at the treasure greedily. They ran their fingers through it incredulously, they danced about the cave in the wildest jubilation. For there was in that chest money enough to make each one of them rich. And then suddenly an idea flashed over Mark. This was a counterfeiter's cave. "Is it genuine?" he cried. Quick as a wink the parson whipped 2 bottles from under his coat. "I thought of that," he said. "Yeah, by Zeus. One is for gold, one silver." He wrenched the stopper out of one bottle and stopped eagerly, the 7 staring in horror. "If it's gold," he cried, "it'll turn green." He snatched up one, and poured the acid over it. And the 6 broke into a wild cheer as they saw the color come. "Try another," cried Mark. For answer the parson sprang forward and poured the contents of the bottle over the coins. Everywhere it touched the tarnished metal it showed the reaction. And the 6 locked arms and did a war dance about the place. "We're rich," they cried. "We're rich." And then they stole back to camp again. Chapter 9. Discovery of the loss. This is where you wake up and find yourself rich. How do you like it? Mark, who asked the question, was yawning sleepily as he sat up from his bed, a pile of blankets on the floor of his tent. It was about 5 o'clock Sunday morning, and the booming echo of the reveille gun was still upon the air. Down by the color line a drum was still rattling, with a fife to keep it company. And throughout the camp cadets were springing up to dress, just as were the 4 we noticed. There is no tent room in West Point for the man who likes to lie in bed and doze for half an hour in the morning. Cadets have 5 minutes to dress in, and they have to be out in the company street lined up for roll call at the end of that time. And there is no danger of their failing about it, either. They tell a good story up there about one fond mother who introduced her young hopeful, a soon-to-be plebe, to the commandant of cadets, and hoped that they wouldn't have any trouble getting Montmorency dear up in the morning. They never could get him up at home. But to return to the 4A company plebes who were meanwhile flinging on their clothes and performing their hasty toilets. The lad who propounded the question was Mark, as said before. The one who answered it was Jeremiah Powers, and Texas vowed he liked being rich mighty well. He got no chance to explain why or wherefore, however, for by that time he was outside of the tent, and the resplendent cadet officer was giving his stentorian order. "Tention, company!" At which signal the merry groups of cadets changed into an immovable line of figures stiff as ramrods. The plebes had come back to camp late last night, or rather early the same morning, scarcely able to realize what had happened. They were still striving to realize it all as they sat whispering to each other in mess hall. They were rich, all of them. How much they had, none of them had any idea. The learned parson had informed them, and he didn't have to go to a book to find it out, either, that a pound of gold is worth $250. Allowing 200 pounds to that box, which was a modest guess indeed, left some $7,000 to each of them, a truly enormous fortune for a boy, especially a West Point plebe who is supposed to have no use for money at all. Cadets do their purchasing on checkbook, as it is called, and their bills are deducted from their salaries. And though they do smuggle in some contraband bills occasionally, they have no way of making use of large sums. This was the problem the Bandit Seven were discussing through the meal and while they were busily sprucing up their tents for Sunday morning inspection. Texas was for quitting the old place at a jump and making for the plains where a fellow could have a little fun when he wanted to. The fact that he had signed an engagement for service, or any such trifle as that, made no difference to him, and in fact there is little doubt that he would have skipped that morning had it not been for one fact: he couldn't leave Mark. "Doggone his boots," growled Texas, "if he had any nerve he'd come along. But if he won't, I suppose I got to let that air money lie idle." After which disconsolate observation Texas fell to polishing the mirror that hung on his tent pole and said nothing more. "Think of Texas running away," laughed Mark. "Think of him not having Corporal Jasper to come in on Sunday mornings and lecture him for talking too much instead of sprucing up his tent as a cadet should. Think of his not having Captain Fisher to march him round to church after that and civilize him. Think of the yearlings having nobody to lick 'em anymore. Think of Bull Harris, our beloved enemy, who hates us worse than I do warm cod liver oil, having nobody to fool him every once in a while and get him wild." Mark observed by that time from the twitching in his excitable friend's fingers and the light that danced in his eye that his last hit had drawn blood. Texas was cured in a moment of all desire to leave West Point. For was not Bull Harris, that old coyote of a yearling, a low, cowardly rascal who had tried every contemptible trick upon Mark that his ingenuity could invent, and who hadn't had half his molly goodnighty and envy knocked out of him yet? And Texas go away? Not much. Parson Stannard was heard from next. The parson knew of a most extraordinary collection of fossils from the subcarboniferous period. The parson had been saving up for a year to buy those fossils, and now he meant to do it. He swore it by Zeus, and by Apollo, and by each one of the Olympians in turn. Also the parson meant to do something handsome by that wonderful cyathophyloid coral found by him in a sandstone of tertiary origin. The parson thought it would be a good idea to get up a little pamphlet on that most marvelous specimen, a pamphlet treating very learnedly upon the distribution of the cyathophyloid according to previous geological investigations and the probable revolutionary and monumental effects of the new modifications thereof. The parson had an idea he'd have a high old time writing that treatise. Further discourse as to the probable uses of the treasure was cut short by the entrance of the inspecting officer, who scattered slaughter and trembling from his eye. Methusalem Z. Chilvers, the farmer, alias Sleepy, the fourth occupant of the tent, was responsible for disorder that week, and the way he caught it was here trending. He was so disgusted that as usual he vowed he was going to take his money back to Kansas and raise craps. After which the drum sounded and they all marched down to chapel. A delightful feeling of independence comes with knowing you are rich. Perhaps you have never tried it, but the seven were trying it just then. They beamed down contentedly on irate cadet corporals and unfriendly yearlings with an air of conscious superiority that seemed to say, "If you only knew." Of the 7 there were only 2 who were at all used to the sensation of being wealthy. Texas Dad, the Honorable Scrap Powers, o' Hurricane County, owned a few 100,000 head of cattle, and Chauncey, the Dude, was a millionaire from New York, but all the others were quite poor. Mark was calculating just then what a satisfaction he meant to have in sending some of that money to his widowed mother, to whom it would be a very welcome present indeed. He was thinking of that in the course of the afternoon, when church and likewise dinner had passed, leaving the plebes at leisure. And so he proposed to them that they take a walk to pass the time and incidentally bring some of that buried wealth back with them. Nothing could have suited the 7 better, as it happened. They were all anxiety again to get up to that cave and hear those gold coins jingle once more. To cut the story short, they went. It was a merry party that set out through the woods that afternoon. The 7 were usually merry, as we know, but they had extra causes just then. Everything was going about as well for them as things in the world could be expected to go. And besides this, Parson Stannard, who was a wellspring of fun at all times, was in one of his most solemn and therefore laughable moods at present. The thought had occurred to the parson, as his first sordid flush of delight at having wealth had passed, that after all he was in a very unscholarly condition indeed. The very idea of a man of learning being rich. Why, it was preposterous. Where was all the starving in garrets of genius and the pinching poverty that was always the fate of the true patrons of Minerva? That worried the parson more than you can imagine. He felt himself a traitor to his chosen profession. And with much solemn objurgation and considerable classical circumlocution he called the 7's attention to that deplorable state of affairs. Search the records of history as he could, the parson could not find a parallel for his own unfortunate condition. And he wound up the afternoon's discussion by wishing, by Zeus, that he could be poor and happy once more. Dewey suggested very solemnly that nobody was going to compel the unfortunate parson to claim his share, b.g., that he would be pleased to take it if he were only paid enough to make it worth while. But somehow or other the parson didn't fall into that plan very readily. Perhaps he didn't think Dewey really meant it. Still chatting merrily, the 7 made their way through the mile or 2 of woods that lay between the post and the cave. As they drew near to the opening the plebes were startled to notice that the ground at the foot of the rock was marked and torn with footprints. The 7 had not done that, they knew, for they had been of all things most careful to leave not the least trace that should lead anyone to suspect the presence of their secret cavern. And consequently when they saw the state of the ground there was but one thought, a horrible thought that flashed over every one of them. Somebody had been in their cave. And during the night? Almost as one man, the 7 made a dash for the entrance, scrambling up the rocks. There was never a thought of danger in the mind of any one of them, never a thought that perhaps some accomplice of the dead counterfeiters had come to get the gold, might now be inside, armed against the intruders. They had time to think of but one thing. Somebody had seen them go in last night, had seen them find the treasure. And now,